On a low, rocky mountain, at the very top, stood a hero with his sword raised in the air. His long cloak was blowing in the wind. He was a majestic hero, the embodiment of perfection, a legend of the ages. Below the mountain, a crowd of soldiers and ordinary people gathered to greet the hero. The heroes were masters of their craft, who by their names alone signified their status. The founding emperor was also one of these heroes. Among them was an eloquent leader who led large masses of people. And then there was the man who was deservedly praised for a very, very long time over the centuries, and the warrior who managed to destroy the king of demons. There was also a doctor who skillfully fought diseases and saved an immeasurable number of patients with his knowledge, and a man of honor who followed the path of bloodshed. The boy stood there and just laughed at all this. He did not understand what all this praise and flattery was about. He clenched his fist in frustration. He knew everything well, so it was so surprising to him. A savage who feels something is wrong immediately swings his fists. This annoyed him greatly. With all his strength, he mercilessly beat the child, who was not even 10 years old. And as soon as the boy gradually gained experience and became a little stronger, although he was already barely alive, he faced new difficult and dangerous trials. And during the next training session, he was thrown into a fiery pit, into a real volcanic crater, where red magma was bubbling, holding him by a single rope. The boy was outraged and screamed, "Damn the damn elite and their damn phrase that it was all for his own good." After the training, all the coaches gathered together to send off the new graduate. They were a bunch of annoying idiots standing in the gallery of heroes in the castle hall. The guy, having undergone all these dangerous and far from easy trainings, was finally able to say goodbye to them all. The boy's name was Davy. Now he is trained and ready for the dangers that await him on his life's journey. The female trainers wiped their eyes and noses with handkerchiefs. They told him that Davy was still weak, not strong enough, that he needed to be thrown into the magma pool more often. Davy was indignant and irritated that he had been kept there for too long, and he was tired of listening to their sisters. Young-looking as they were, the girls were actually real grandmothers, several thousand years old. And then, one of the girls slammed the stone so hard that it split in two. She was outraged by Davy's remark about their real age. The coach was yelling that she was going to shove his long tongue in his face. But Davy indifferently put his fingers in his ears so that he wouldn't hear anything like that. The girl trainer kept shouting that she would get to that damned undersized and shut his mouth. Her name was Daphne, and she was seriously angry at his words and wanted to teach her student a lesson, but others tried to stop and calm her colleague. But Davy kept walking. Then he looked back and gave his coaches one last look. The coaches stood and watched the boy leave. Some of them were coughing nervously. Others were crying openly. All of them were equally sad at the time of separation. Davy turned around and heard warm words of farewell with wishes of good luck. All the coaches stood on the balcony to send him off on his way. They asked him not to forget about them even when he recovers. It was very touching for Davy. The boy opened his eyes wide in surprise and gave everyone on the balcony a warm, grateful farewell look. And then he got ready to jump into another reality. These were difficult moments. No one wanted to say goodbye, but the time had come for it. Everyone has pleasant, sweet memories. Then Davy turned to the exit and raised his hand to wave to all those who had shared their knowledge and skills with him, said that he hoped to see them very soon, and went into the portal. There was a very bright light there, then it almost disappeared, and finally flashed again. The guy woke up lying in bed, with a catheter in his hand and some emerald-colored liquid flowing through the tubes attached to it. The bed was quite large in a huge spacious room with several windows. The curtains on the windows were almost closed, so the room was somewhat dark. There was an intravenous drip system next to the bed. The guy was lying on the pillows and couldn't move at all. His body was completely numb, and it was even difficult for him to open his eyes. He was breathing very hard, making incredible efforts to get up at least from the prone position, but eventually gave up. The guy managed to open his eyes and realized now, after looking around the room, that he was back. There was a large portrait on the wall just opposite the bed. He always had it in front of his eyes. The portrait depicted a family of three: mother, father, and son. The father was sitting in a chair. The mother stood next to him, leaning respectfully toward her husband, and the son stood on the other side of his father, straightening his back and smiling. The son's name was Davy Old Round. His confident gaze looked very optimistic and bold from the portrait. The kingdom of Round is located in the east of the continent of Tionis. The prince of this infinitely ordinary and small country, and the first son of the local ordinary king. The guy lying on the bed under an IV realized that his name was Davy Old Ron. It was all nice only at the very beginning of life in this world. It was not just a title. Living in the palace, as in a small closed world, Davy enjoyed to the fullest the luxuries that he had never even dreamed of in his previous life. Then Davy decided to stop thinking about that past luxury. Now it was a completely different reality. The guy was lying there and reproaching himself. He was tormented by the fact that he had once been very trusting and careless. He used to think that there would be no end to his childhood happiness. He fondly recalled playing with his mother on a green lawn in the middle of the garden, with white rose bushes growing nearby. The old him, who then lived on a peaceful modern earth, could not properly understand what the title of prince could really mean. Once his mother was murdered, she was served a cup of poison and drank it. Davy's calm, cozy world collapsed at once. He realized that, with the title of prince, he would always be a target for enemies. The young boy began to be followed by a threat to his life wherever he went. The boy was powerless, and instead of supporting the lonely child, all his blood relatives turned their backs on him, even his father, the king. Prince Davy Ol Ron loved to go hunting, and he was a skilled archer. Now in his memories, the image of a young man with white hair and a ponytail who also loved hunting often came to mind. The image of that boy riding his horse into the woods with a bow and arrow haunted Davy. Memories of the past always visited him. But enough of those sentiments. The past will not return, life goes on. And now the first goal for Davy Ol Round is to restore his own body. The guy coughed a little and decided that he would deal with the rest later. Some strange sounds and shouts were coming from the top floor. Davy smiled wryly and thought, let everyone wait a little longer. His body had been trained by heroes for 1,000 years. He had gained a lot of useful knowledge, so he would regain his strength and pay them back. The boy walks politely next to his family, followed by their entourage. Everyone moves slowly in a certain order. And then there was horseback riding and archery training. And again, that blond boy with the arrows behind his back. Davy recalled how the guy sitting in the saddle on his horse smiled ominously. That smile meant only one thing. He was up to something sinister. Now the prince thought about how he would give everyone a warm welcome. A small boy was sitting alone on a hill, barefoot in torn clothes. He was very sad, leaning his head on his knees and sniffling from time to time. Suddenly someone approached him. He had been looking for him for a long time and finally found him in this place. The boy raised his head from his knees and looked at his interlocutor. The man asked why the boy was so serious and upset. Then he sat down next to me on the grass and said that he had heard about what had happened. He also added with satisfaction that this time the boy had taught them a good lesson. It was a wonderful sight, and he laughed out loud. The guy indignantly replied that he could laugh as much as he wanted. He felt no guilt because he had said everything he wanted to say. Davy said that at first everyone was happy, celebrating to the fullest, carrying him in their arms in the literal sense of the word, and then, when it turned out that he was just a normal child, they began to treat him like the smallest insect. The boy added that he wondered if everyone thought he liked it. He was just scared, and that's why he couldn't tell everyone right away. No one understands him, and no one knows, but he is fed up with it all. He is fed up with everything. The man who came to the boy was wearing a skull with a lion's skin and mane. Davy asked him why he had come and what he wanted. The man replied that they were very proud heroes, and that the boy's appearance was very unusual for everyone. In fact, somewhere deep down they understand everything perfectly well. And Davy just huffed at the word, heroes. The man with the lion skin continued his story. He said that they had been consulting for days and nights about the situation. Then he grabbed the guy by the scruff of the neck and, calling him a beginner, said that he should consider himself very lucky. Davy did not understand what was going on. The man said that they had decided to listen to him. It was not his fault from the beginning, so it would be inappropriate to punish him for it. The man lifted Davy to his eye level and said that they were one family now, so let the boy learn to take responsibility for that. The boy frantically asked what kind of family they could be if he didn't even know any of them. The man immediately answered, saying his name, Hercules. He said that this would be enough, and his second name was Master of Survival. The boy thought he had heard this name before. Hercules said that from now on he would train his body. Then he got to his feet, slung his sack over his shoulder with one arm, and lifted Davy by the scruff of his neck with the other. Hercules said that if they were going to do this, they should do their best to make it work. Davy just tried to resist and asked why no one was interested in his opinion. Meanwhile, the green solution in the drip container was gradually running out. It also contained some kind of crystal. Davy would lie there and daydream again. Sometimes he would come to and then fall back into his strange thoughts. Finally, he opened his eyes again with extraordinary effort and realized that he was indeed back. It was quiet in the palace, as it was already night. The stars were shining peacefully in the sky. Davy looked out the window, wondering how many days ago he had regained consciousness. The door creaked open and he heard a slight rustle of curtains covering the windows. A maid entered the room. Davy noticed that this maid was the only one who came to see him. The girl went to the IV system and adjusted something. Next, the maid took care of the medicines on the table next to the bed where Davy was lying. The fact that the boy noticed that only one maid had entered the room was understandable. He was in a coma for a very long time. The maid refilled the drip with green liquid again. Davy felt a little strange that only one person came to see him. But in the end, it wasn't bad at all. It's okay, the guy should be happy that at least one person cares about him. That given his condition, at least one maid was assigned to look after him. Finally, the maid left the room. Davy opened one eye to see if he was really alone. Then the guy tried to get out of bed. He leaned on the bed with both hands. He was still unable to move freely, but he was able to get up on his own. This was enough to start with. Besides, he needed to check something first, and he would finally learn about something that had been bothering him for a long time. There was a small calendar on the bedside table. Davy carefully picked it up. The strength of the gunpowder was returning to the boy. He gently turned the calendar in his hands to find out what year it was and what day it was. So Davy learned that it was now a year on the Baldus calendar. The guy quickly began to calculate how much time had passed since he was wounded and lost consciousness. According to the calculations, it turned out to be 6 years. The calendar in Davy's hands made a peculiar clinking sound. The guy plunged into memories. He saw the grass sprinkled with his own blood and himself with several arrows in his back, which had inflicted terrible wounds. Now he could clearly see in his memories a blond boy sitting in a saddle on a horse with arrows behind him. It was he who had shot him, inflicting fatal wounds. But he did not think Davy would survive. The prince spent all these 6 years in bed, treating his terrible wounds. This is a very long time. Davy has made it clear to himself that he will never let something like this happen to him again. But to do so, he needs to recover as quickly as possible. The guy raised his hand, turned it toward him, and decided to start immediately. Then the prince firmly clenched his palm into a fist and tuned into powerful restoration, healing. Then he opened his palm and looked at himself, but nothing much had changed. The catheter was still sticking out of his arm. The prince continued to sit on the bed and did not understand why everything remained as it was. He thought that the healing was supposed to come about when the boy showed strong anger toward his condition. But an extremely powerful inner force took the guy to another world. He looked at his 2 palms, the catheter disappeared. One of his trainers appeared to the prince and explained that the amount of his sacred power was still quite average. This did not mean anything bad at all. It was just that his power was not strong enough at the moment. He began to remember her instructions. They were both sitting in the temple. The trainer said that the boy had the potential to use healing, which meant that he could become better at it. But Davy brushed it off, telling her not to tell him any nonsense about it if she just wanted him to clean the gallery in the temple. But practicing the newly acquired knowledge and skills required complete concentration. Suddenly, they were illuminated by a sacred power. It was the power of a god responsible for healing and purification. Most often, this power is given only to the chosen god as his blessing. The trainer who taught Davy about the sacred power, Daphne, was known among people as a girl recognized by God. The way she used her power was solely on her compliance. At first, they were very mediocre. However, the girl had worked on herself for hundreds of years to gain this sacred power. Davy was angry at himself for not being able to use the power of healing, but his problem was his body. It had been frozen in a comatose state for 6 years. At first, the prince was worried that all the knowledge and skills he had acquired in the gallery would be lost as soon as he returned to his own body. But fortunately, most of his power successfully returned to his body along with his soul. The problem now was, as it had been the previous time, that it was necessary to cut through the stiffened body. Davy forced himself to move, but he would probably need more time to regain at least some of his previous strength. It was very hard for the guy. He made incredible efforts. He was constantly mentally saying the word recovery. However, unfortunately at the moment, he was not even able to use the recovery technique, the basis of the basics. Davy kept going, trying, saying the cherished word every time. His body was too weak. The guy weakly lowered his arms and head. He did not even want to think about having to give up again, give up and lose heart. Davy clenched his fists again and willed his body to rise up and heal itself through the power of his mind. He even threatened himself that he would beat his body if it did not respond to his request. Suddenly, a very bright light appeared. Prince Davy Ol Ron had managed to awaken the divine ability to heal. The guy saw his body regenerating. This chance was not to be missed. The whole room was drowned in a bright divine radiance. The boy's strength returned and his body healed intensively. Davy got out from under the blanket and put his bare feet on the floor. He was no longer a weak patient. Then he carefully got up from the bed, holding the bedside table with his hand. And he did it. He was healed. Davy took his first steps forward after 6 long years in bed and began to move around the room. He had finally conquered the sacred power. This was the main task at that moment, and the prince fulfilled it, and he will slowly restore everything else. Davy felt a light breeze. The curtains by the windows moved, and a pleasant freshness rushed into the prince's face. The guy went out on the terrace and the whole city stretched out before him. He took a deep breath, his long hair flowing easily. Davy all round squinted his eyes and smiled. It had been a long time since he had seen or felt the sun. The morning peace and quiet reigned around him. The boy raised both hands in the air and shouted a greeting to the daytime heavenly body. His strength returned to him. While Prince Davy was enjoying his recovery and shouting odes to the sun, a maid entered the room. She was very surprised by what she saw. The girl put her trembling hands to her open mouth. She could not believe that the prince had gotten out of bed. Suddenly the prince fell to the floor, tormented by an inner voice. Now he wished that he could just die again, that he could disappear from there forever. The maid immediately ran to him to find out how he was feeling. But the guy fainted. A doctor was called to him. The court physician Ramses was already quite an old man. He began to listen to the patient, and something appeared very strange to him during the examination. The doctor noted that the patient's body condition had improved incredibly. It was amazing. Prince Davy was glowing with happiness. The doctor asked him if he had any other pain that he hadn't been able to detect earlier. Davy replied that he only felt a little tired. He assured the doctor that there was no need to worry about it. The doctor rubbed his gray beard with satisfaction. Davy noted that in the past he had never allowed himself to be so dismissive of an old man. He doesn't want to talk to an old man like that, but he understands his current situation. His name is Davy Ol Roun. He is part of the Roun family, a member of the royal family of the most ordinary kingdom of Roun. He is also the firstborn son of Queen Renialisaed, and of course the current king. Davy Ol Roun is the first prince. The queen entered the room. She was extremely annoyed that Davy had come out of his coma and was feeling better and better. The queen came to visit the prince. She hoped that the boy would remain incurably ill forever or even die. Prince Davy remembered this painted woman. He hated her just as much as she hated him. Her name was Linez Barrietta. She was the current queen of the kingdom of Roun. She took this place after she had poisoned Davy's mother a long time ago. The room was also entered by Lin's 2 sons, second Prince Callus and third Prince Benedict. Looking at them, it was immediately apparent who they both turned out to be. Callus was the one who had tried to kill Davy in the past. The second prince tried to smile, but his smile was very crooked and ugly, the smile of a murderer when he saw his victim alive. Davy met his stepmother and half-brothers with dignity. He said he never thought he would be so resilient. Queen Linez, with her fan covering her black mouth, asked if Davy had seen the man who shot him while hunting 6 years ago. Davy wasn't going to say anything about what he remembered at the moment. He simply said that the arrow could have come from anywhere. He didn't have time to notice where it came from, and it was impossible to see. And then the prince asked if they had managed to catch the attacker. After all, it was an attack on a member of the royal family. And the guy gave the queen and her sons an ambiguous look. Davy continued his speech. He said thoughtfully that he would be very interested to know what punishment the criminal had suffered. The second prince, Callus, stood there, flushed with fright, afraid that Davy might remember everything and expose him. But Queen Linez replied that they were unable to find the attacker. She was still hiding her face behind the fan, apparently in order not to give herself and her crimes away. Linz added that this is too old a crime to raise the issue of solving it at this time. The second prince, Prince Callus, stood neither alive nor dead. Prince Davy looked down at his offenders. They really thought the matter was closed for good. Now Dr. Ramses interrupted the conversation. The examination was complete. His conclusion was that Davy would make a full recovery within a few days, provided he had regular checkups and was taking the prescribed medication. Davy thanked the old man politely. After that, the doctor decided to leave the patient and politely excused himself. As he was leaving the room, the doctor gave instructions to the maid. He strictly forbade serving the patient any heavy food in the near future. The maid memorized everything carefully. Meanwhile, the queen quietly told Davy that it would be better if he just died. The prince sarcastically asked her if she regretted the fact that the pain in her eye had not gone away. The queen also decided to leave with her sons. and Callus laughed in parting that the first prince had fallen into a coma because of some kind of attack, and that this was a great shame for the whole kingdom. Then the second prince called his younger brother Benedict, and they all left Davy's room. Davy just thought to himself that those insufferable people must enjoy shaming their country and getting caught in crimes. Prince Davy Ol Rowan used his sacred power, which God gave him, and there is no one there who would recognize this power. Because if there is a big difference in levels, it can be quite difficult to recognize the essence of the opponent. Tired, Davy finally lay down on the bed and began to remember. Linz Barrietta was the eldest daughter in the Duchy of Barrietta, a very influential house in the Kingdom of Rowan. Before this personal meeting, he had wanted to just kill her along with this Callus he hated. But it's all such nonsense, really, to get your hands dirty with such trash as the current queen and her son. Thanks to the time Davy spent in the temple gallery, his senses have become somewhat dulled, so any kind of revenge seems like an unnecessary trifle to him. But the guy's going to take revenge anyway, because 6 years of his life were spent recovering. The prince exhaled calmly and decided to focus on the gradual recovery of his body. And now he is very interested in what he will be given to eat, given the diet prescribed for him. So 2 weeks have passed since Prince Davy awakened his sacred powers. He continued to recover. During that time, a hairdresser visited him and cut his long hair, giving the prince a short haircut. Those 2 weeks were very monotonous, although the boy was constantly training. Thanks to these trainings, as well as the circulation of necromancer's mana with sacred power at its core, the guy's body recovery is going smoothly. Although from the very beginning, even the magic of recovery alone was enough for an incredible effect. The boy once learned the knowledge of necromancers who studied the human body. He also studied the art of healing, which was taught to him by his sister Haya. Thanks to this knowledge and skills, restoring his own body to this level was not difficult for him, and everything came quite easily to him at this level. All he had to do was snap his fingers and wish, for example, to cleanse himself. The next moment, a wave of water enveloped him, thoroughly washing his body. Davy was constantly practicing, using his magic. It was very convenient, but sometimes he got so involved in all sorts of magic that he didn't notice the maid coming into the room. Her name was Amy, by the way. She stayed with the prince to look after him and take care of him. This time she brought Davy food once again. As usual, it was something dietary because Dr. Ramses had prescribed it. Davy had been waiting for this to happen for a long time, and now the guy was disappointed because Amy brought some shit. The prince said that he was just a sick man, and they treated him as if he were a toothless old man. He was again served some liquid substance of unknown color. Amy was sorry that Davy was not being fed, but that was the doctor's recommendation. But there was nothing she could do about it. Amy was embarrassed and she stepped back a little. Davy took a spoon and decided to eat the strange soup, but he added that it wouldn't be enough for him, so he asked Amy to make 5 more bowls. No sooner had the maid been surprised by the 5-plate order than the prince corrected himself and said he was ordering 10 plates. Amy tried to explain that it would be too much, but Davy said it was okay because if you stuff it in, it will fit nicely. During his recovery, even when it seemed to the prince that his stomach was full and he could no longer eat anything, he could cram 3 times as much as before. It is likely that the magic of recovery is to blame for all this. Davy stroked his stomach, smiled blissfully, and felt like his whole body was energized again. It was a wonderful state, but the very next moment he felt his stomach growl. The food was digesting too fast. Davy had to go to the bathroom, but he couldn't just run there. Amy was still there, and he was pretending to be sick in front of everyone. Good digestion is great, but too much of it is a problem. After the meal, the prince began to read something. He put on his glasses, and then he was surprised by something. Eventually, he accidentally stumbled upon a job. The maid, Amy, was still at the prince's side. The tired Davy sat down in the foyer, and the girl apologized to him. The prince explained to her that she was not to blame for anything, and that she shouldn't even think of blaming herself. And Davy got his hands on a list that carefully recorded everything the prince ate. He could not even imagine that the royal palace would care about such things, about the amount of food he consumed. But the reason for all this was quite clear. The prince was interested in how many maids and butlers there were in the palace at the moment. Amy wondered what to say to him, and Davy asked if she was the only one serving here. The maid started talking again about how she was very guilty, having done something very stupid, and it was very sad. The palace where Davy was staying was not the crown prince's palace, but the princes had lived here since ancient times. The boy asked Amy if she was the only one who was taking care of such a huge palace, and it wasn't even about repairs. but about the fact that only one girl was assigned to maintain the entire large palace and keep it defended in case of emergency. Davy has only recently regained consciousness, and he has already noticed that his situation is quite deplorable. The palace needs major repairs, and one maid is clearly not enough. After all, things hadn't been too smooth here before, but at least Davy had never gone hungry. The prince asked what budget was allocated for the maintenance of the palace. Amy lowered her head and quietly replied that they allocate 6,000 gold pieces a year, but at the moment there are only 10 left. The prince then asked how much money had been sent this month. If we use it sparingly, the problem with food should be solved. Amy replied again, quietly, that according to the documents, 500 gold pieces were supposed to come, but in fact, no more than 100 were sent. Davy was shocked. The maid had tears streaming down her cheeks. She said that the money was being taken away, given to her in a completely different amount than it should be. The prince asked Amy about her salary, how much she was paid, and most importantly, how much she was given. But Amy didn't even understand the question. Davy asked again and told her not to make him repeat the same thing twice. He clarified the question by asking how much the maid was paid and whether it was enough for her. Amy nervously moved her fingers, clenched and unclenched her palms, and somehow began to answer incomprehensibly that she had decided to take something from her regular salary. That is, she takes only 1/3 of her salary. For Davy, it was another blow. The prince saw that Amy was a very kind girl, but at the same time she was a naive fool, because she allowed herself to be treated unfairly. If Amy has been working in the palace as a maid from the very beginning, it means that she belongs to a noble family. Amy comes from a baronial family. At one time, she was fired for some minor mistake and assigned to serve Prince Davy. The girl took on even very dirty work in caring for the prince in the palace, and the maid did all of this completely on her own for 6 years. She even cut her own salary. Prince Davy took a piece of paper and a quill pen and wrote an order for Amy to take the entire amount included in her salary. Bankruptcy is bankruptcy, but a hard-working employee should be rewarded. Amy asked him what he meant, but Davy sharply replied that he had already told her not to make him repeat himself twice. Besides, the girl had already blurted out that she wouldn't have money to buy food tomorrow. Amy agreed and reiterated her words. She called him Your Highness the Prince every time. Davy told her to address him normally. The maid wanted to argue, but the prince didn't listen. He was in a great mood today. He then explained that when she addresses him as Your Highness the Prince, he feels as if they are strangers to each other. Davy realized that there was at least one person in this palace on his side, and that person was the maid Amy. The prince and the maid went to the palace treasury together. Davy was going to solve the problem he had immediately. The guy personally came to the treasury because of financial difficulties. His ancestors would be very angry if they saw this picture. Amy tried to argue again, but Davy didn't hear what she was saying. He was confused by the mention of his ancestors and was also very hurt and upset that his own father had never visited him. Suddenly, the prince came to his senses. It seems he had just said too much. Amy was even a little frightened by this. Davy noticed this and said that if the queen or her supporters heard about what he had said, he would be in trouble. Amy could also be hurt by such talk, so the prince apologized to her and said that he did not mean to frame her in any way. The maid was terrified and turned her head around, afraid that someone had overheard her and the prince's conversation. Davy told her to stop shaking her head, otherwise he would leave her and go on alone. And then he added sadly that his own father hadn't even lifted a finger after his mother was poisoned, and he hadn't done anything to find her killer. The prince added that his father was not his family after all this. Amy offered to accompany the prince. Davy looked at the girl gratefully and asked her to take care of him, and said he was looking forward to their cooperation. Amy supported him. A man was twirling his curly mustache and was about to object to his highness. He was a servant who managed the finances of the palace. He told me that it was quite difficult to get more money than was allocated. Davy asked for a certain amount of money, but the man refused the prince's request. The man's long, twisted mustache, which he constantly twisted with his finger, irritated the prince. The servant explained that it was impossible to use funds that were already accounted for. Meanwhile, there were many other people in the financial department. They found it strange that the prince himself had come to clarify financial issues. They also laughed at the fact that Prince Davy had only one maid. The boy saw that all these people despised him. The servant with whom Davy was talking was not inferior to the prince in his request, but he did not know exactly how to refuse his highness. Then Prince Davy got a little tired and decided to take a break, sitting down on the sofa in the middle of the pillows. And then he looked at the employee of the financial department with a menacing look and asked if he was going to joke with him. Prince Davy continued. He clearly stated that this month, exactly 500 gold pieces had been budgeted for his palace, but no more than 100 had come in. The servant began to explain that this money was the balance, after deducting the amount spent on the repair and maintenance of the palace. He also added that members of the royal family in other palaces also follow such rules and follow the example of His Majesty, the King's frugality. However, Prince Davy rolled his eyes and told the servant to stop pissing him off. Then His Highness began to ask angrily why such a renovated palace had a cracked floor with weeds growing everywhere. The garden was in a very poor state, with only grass. People in the financial department listened with interest to the conversation between Prince Davy and the servant. The prince continued that even an idiot would mistake this place for a haunted house rather than a palace. His Highness demanded specific explanations from the servant. Those present in the financial department began to whisper that perhaps there was some hidden money involved. The servant clearly did not like this conversation and stood tense to the tips of his fingers. Davy, on the other hand, was sitting quietly on the couch with his foot up. The prince mocked the servant because he must be very stupid in all financial matters if he is going to look for some excuses now. The prince personally came to find out what was going on with the financial support of his palace. The servant began to mumble that all matters directly related to the repairs were under the jurisdiction of the housekeeping department, not the treasury. Therefore, the treasury employees have no influence on this. They only allocate the budget, not make repairs. Prince Davy Olron did not know this, but he didn't like the treasury official's answer. It is human nature that they always blame anyone but themselves. Davy then told Amy that he had completed his work here, so it was time to leave. The servant asked if His Highness was going to go to the housekeepers, but the prince answered the question with a question. He did not see the point of going to the household. His Highness knew for certain that they would shift the blame to the treasury officials, and they would, in turn, invent something again just to gain time. And the prince did not want to waste his own time on this. And then the prince told the treasury servant to buy something useful for himself with the money he had misappropriated and put in his own pocket. And as he left the treasury, Davy sarcastically said that the palace was in perfect condition. There was absolutely nothing to repair. The prince thought that if the palace aristocrats looked like this, then what must his former servants who had escaped from there have looked like? Davy assumed that they had been slowly withdrawing their salaries from the budget. Then he looked at Amy and he felt sorry for the sweet girl, who was unwittingly now puffing up for everyone. And an idea came to him. His Highness asked the maid to bring him a sword, which surprised Amy. Seeing how frightened the girl was, the prince hurried to reassure her and told her not to worry. He was not going to kill anyone. The boy was very amused by the maid's reaction. But it was logical that she thought so, because His Highness was dissatisfied with the state of affairs at the moment. Nevertheless, she replied that she would look for a sword, and the girl quickly ran to fulfill the lord's request and look for the prince's weapon. Meanwhile, the prince was just passing by the portrait of his stepmother. He raised his stick and made a sharp movement near the portrait, as if cutting the canvas. At the same time, he said that he did not plan to cut people. When the maid was gone, Davy said to himself that he was only going to cut up those who could hardly be called human. The prince was well aware that he was in a very precarious position. It would be very bad for him if he started slaughtering palace servants and nobles left and right for no apparent reason. Then every single one of them will rise up against him and say that he has gone mad, that he is insane, and that he should be locked up in the tower of the royal castle immediately. Davy was in a pleasant state of anticipation. He knew exactly what he wanted. The prince was definitely not going to be a feeding trough for rotten aristocrats. He has his own dignity. Finally, the maid brought a sword and Prince Davy went hunting. Almost immediately, he brought back a boar and threw it on the ground in front of Amy, wiping sweat from his forehead. The maid was frightened and shouted out what it was, and when His Highness had managed to shoot the boar. However, Davy modestly said that he had not noticed it himself, and that the boar was just lying near the palace. Then Prince Davy began to gut the carcass of the dead animal and asked Amy to bring water, some herbs, and some other food from the cell, expressing the hope that there was at least something left. The prince did kill the boar himself, but there was no point in admitting it as the maid would hardly believe it. However, Amy suddenly fell to her knees and began to beg the prince not to do anything to the boar, but rather to let the millet kill her. Davy was surprised and asked what had scared her. The maid said with tears in her eyes that His Highness's royal hands could not be stained with animal blood. But the prince replied that his hands were not only stained with that blood, they had shed the blood of the beast. However, the maid did not let up. She said that the prince shouldn't even be allowed to personally butcher the boar's carcass because one wrong move and he could get hurt. Prince Davy did not mind Amy's warnings. He said that no one could see what he was doing anyway, so it was no big deal. Davy was designing a carcass and mentioned that he wanted to get an audience with the king, but he was denied it with the words that the king had too many state affairs, and he would not be able to solve the prince's problem through other authorities. So for now, he is skipping this point. Queen Linus is planning another attempt on Davy's life, so she's now quiet. But the prince knows that his body belongs to a self-proclaimed master of survival, a specialist trained by Hercules himself. Then Davy said out loud to the maid that this carcass was actually a wild boar, but now it was his dinner. And he said this because in a crisis like this, there is nothing fatal about it, and this level of danger is nothing to him. That's how the day passed in domestic and not-so-domestic chores. The evening came. Meanwhile, Queen Lin was interrogating a maid in her chambers. She was interested in what Prince Davy ol Rawn was up to. The more the queen watches the prince, the more strange things she notices. She doesn't recognize him at all. The maid replied that Prince Davy was still quite ill. According to his doctors, the maximum that the prince's body is capable of is light movement. And at the current rate of recovery, his body will take at least a year to recover. The queen was also interested in whether there was a chance that her informant would be exposed, and whether the information he was providing was reliable enough. The maid flinched a little. Then the queen came closer to the maid, whose name was Sherry, and touched her chin with her fan. The queen said that even if Charlie is an A-class Black Moon secret agent, her subordinate cannot be above level C. The Black Moon is a mercenary guild based in the capital of Raun. Her Majesty added that it wasn't that she didn't trust the woman, it was just that she couldn't find peace because of her anxiety. Everyone in the kingdom knew that even the king himself had turned his back on the first prince. According to Sherry, Davy hasn't changed at all over the past 6 years, but Queen Lin is afraid of him because he still keeps her on a leash, even though she holds him in her palms. Anything can happen in such a situation. The prince has regained consciousness, and now we need to keep an eye on him even more closely. Sherry told the queen that her subordinates were masters of their craft, regardless of their level, and the queen should not humiliate or insult them. Queen Lin covered her face with a fan and said that she did not intend to do this. She simply expressed her concern about the situation with Prince Davy ol Raun. The queen then added that Sherry's subordinates could eliminate the first prince at any suitable time. Then Queen Linez raised a cup of tea to her lips and expressed her warning. Her Majesty took a sip of tea and added menacingly that everyone involved would be very sorry if they let her down, and she would make sure of it. Then the queen turned the cup over and threw the tea out onto the floor, saying that it was absolutely tasteless. She ordered Sherry to leave. Her Majesty dismissively said that dogs that disobey her should be disposed of. Sherry, leaving the queen's chambers, said that she was only waiting for an order at the appropriate time. Meanwhile, Prince Davy was having a quiet dinner in his palace with the meat of a wild boar he had killed. The prince began to remember what his trainers had taught him. By breaking through a blocked channel, as when a needle moves through small holes, you can create a long channel for the flow of mana. But this must be done very carefully, slowly, gradually. Davy looked at his palms and tried to create this channel for the flow of mana. The trainers were passing on their invaluable knowledge to him. The most difficult part of all this is bloodletting, and most importantly, acupuncture. If you don't want to lose your mind, even on the verge of death, you absolutely must not forget about the location of the channels that the guy was told about. The coaches were also constantly joking with each other. One of them said it would be an interesting spectacle. The main thing is not to die in the process. There was a boorish alcoholic saint whose verbal barbs were so sharp they could cut through the sea. And also Yi Ro Aias, a necromancer who looked more like a saint than a saint herself. The prince also remembered the archmage, who even in his dreams could not show anything more useful than his staff in his hands. Everyone encouraged the boy and said that there was absolutely no reason to worry. Sister Hippocria, nicknamed Sister Hia, said that since he was already participating in the experiment, she would take full responsibility. Davy was very nervous. He asked if he could get some help because they were not all here to fail. Then Sister Hippocrates said that in that case he should just trust them and follow them. The first prince often has such dreams from the gallery, and now the moment has come. The dreams were very realistic. The time has come for a crazy excrement that Prince Davy would not want to repeat even under the threat of death. Suddenly the prince's sleep was interrupted. He had been sleeping peacefully in his garden near the palace. He was woken up by the maid Amy. She asked if the prince would be searching the garden again today in search of something unknown. Davy tried to explain what he needed here. His Highness simply stood up and shook off the leaves and grass, saying that the weather was very pleasant today and that their jungle instead of a garden was extremely comfortable and peaceful. Then the prince told Amy that he was fine and she could go back to work. And in case someone comes looking for him, she shouldn't tell them where he is. The maid simply wished His Highness not to overwork and overexert himself. Davy noticed that Amy was no longer reacting so strongly to everything he did. Now everything had changed. The prince managed to get the girl to come to him. His innocent attempts to get closer to her paid off. Now they even began to eat together, although this was out of the question before. The maid flatly refused such proposals. Amy was completely on the prince's side, supporting him and, most importantly, not telling anyone about anything. So quiet, peaceful days passed in the palace. Davy went back to the neglected palace garden to practice. He sat down on the ground and crossed his legs. The practice required maximum concentration, so the prince always retired to do so. The operating field was opened. Appropriate vibrations appeared in the air around him. Davy was sinking deeper and deeper into himself. Just as oxygen enters the lungs and contributes to the body's vital functions, Davy absorbs mana that hovers in the environment, absorbing only pure mana. He used the mana absorption method. This method was invented by an ancient hero called the God of Magicians and a harmful short man, also known as Odin. Since there is a limit to the amount of mana, careful control and deliberate use are required to preserve it. However, mana, which is usually accumulated over many months, can be gathered in just a few days using this method. The epical method of absorption is extremely close to a divine miracle. If the whole continent used this method, the school could be enormous. But Davy is going to share it with the public. Moreover, it is not so easy to use. It requires certain skills. Suddenly, Prince Davy felt something behind him. It was a bit unexpected for him. He wondered who could have appeared there while he was absorbing mana. The prince was well aware that a spy had long been attached to him, and it was definitely the work of Queen Lin's hands. Only that spy was spinning and glowing unnecessarily, so Davy decided to just ignore him. It will be even better for him if he is disparagingly called a weakling and an idiot. Thanks to the fact that the field of view was distorted by the spirit's mana, nothing hindered the prince's training. He even managed to gain enough mana. The prince decided to see what was in the bushes. It was time to tackle it a little at a time. To start the damn magic circle, Davy gathered up his mana and was ready to practice again. A saint cannot use magic, and a magician cannot use sacred power. This is the dilemma. But necromancy is a counteracting force for both of these sides. This is the knowledge the prince gained in the gallery, and he is known to have all three powers. He had different coaches with different abilities. There were very strange, even crazy trainers at the gallery. It was thanks to them that Davy gained a lot of knowledge. Other strange coaches were constantly conducting some experiments on the boy. But that's exactly what contributed to the fact that he is so well trained now. Davy remembered everything the gallery's heroes had done with him, and he was starting to feel nauseous. Ordinary mages create a circle in their hearts to use mana. But unfortunately, this method is not able to withstand the clash of sacred power and the mana of spirits. The boy's heart will literally break from this, and the circle that can help him has to be arranged differently. By draining mana in the channels running throughout the body and creating a clear circle, it is necessary to completely drive it out throughout the body. In this way, the whole body becomes one circle, including the heart. This helps to prevent the sacred power and the mana of the spirits from colliding and has an incredible effect. But it also has a very strong effect on the body. It literally changes it. One wrong step is enough to bleed out and die. This is an extremely dangerous method. That's why Davy was reluctant to use this method. After all, he had help back then, but he still barely made it and survived. And now he is completely alone with himself. The prince is not at all sure whether he will be able to apply this method to himself. But the boy was asking all the details of the training. He even felt the coach hugging his arms. This surprised him even more, because he did not expect such invisible support from his coaches. Davy recalled how they were able to calm him down and encourage him to try new things. Throughout his 1,000 years in the gallery, the prince did nothing but fail. Now he was determined to try. He had to start with bloodletting. At least he would try it once. Meanwhile, the maid Amy is waiting for her master, because it's long past dinner time. His Highness is late for some reason. Of course, all the trips to the prince's garden had been long before, but he had never missed a meal before. The girl was in doubt about what to do. The prince ordered her not to come until he personally called her. Therefore, she could not go to him. But on the other hand, perhaps there was some trouble, and the prince simply could not call her. The girl began to say her fears out loud. If something bad happened to the prince, what should the maid do? Suddenly, she heard Davy saying to her that he had told her not to call him the prince. The maid was sincerely glad that His Highness had finally returned. Now she was at peace. The prince asked her if she had been waiting for him all this time here near the garden, because he had asked her not to. But Davy wasn't angry with Amy. He realized that she was worried about him. He still has a long way to go in terms of agility, and the prince smiled sweetly. And then he just walked over to his maid and hugged her tightly. Amy was extremely surprised by this. She didn't even know how to behave. The girl blushed. She was very excited. She could not hug His Highness back. It would have been very rude of her, but Prince Davy simply apologized to her. He had made the girl worry because he had stayed longer in the garden. He said he couldn't do it anymore. Amy involuntarily tried to hug her master, not yet realizing what was happening. And then suddenly the prince just collapsed in exhaustion right in front of the maid. Amy immediately crouched down beside him, trying to help him. The girl, with incredible effort, dragged the unconscious prince to his room and put him to bed. After a while, Davy regained consciousness. Finally, he realized what had happened to him. He had spent too much energy practicing a specific method. Suddenly, Davy felt someone holding his hand. Looking over, he saw that sweet Amy had fallen asleep next to his bed and had been holding his hand all this time. The prince thought that the maid was worried about him in vain. He knew the reason why he had fainted the day before. Davy looked down at his hand and saw that the circle of channels that had worried him so much, as ridiculous as it sounded, was created just perfectly. And now 3 forces are flowing in the boy's body. But this is not the only feature of this paradoxical circle. Castless magic is another nice and very useful bonus of this circle. Now he just needs to move his finger, and he can use simple magic, such as the same recovery. Meanwhile, Amy woke up. Prince Davy greeted her sweetly with the beginning of a new day. The maid was glad that His Highness was well. 5 months have passed since then. The prince and the maid were getting along just fine and living in support of each other. This morning, Amy brought a bag of groceries. This time, the bag contained medicinal herbs as well. Prince Davy was pleased with the maid's work. Now they will definitely have enough food for the near future. It was a miracle, no doubt, and it started 3 months ago. It was then that Davy completed the circle, and life began to flow more smoothly than before. Someone started leaving meat and vegetables in the courtyard of his palace. At first, the prince suspected Queen Lin, but the products were quite normal, which means that he just had to put his inner paranoid aside. Davy has a feeling that someone is helping him, but he can't even imagine who it could be. Just the other day, someone definitely looked in here. The prince once caught a stranger using his powers. If you can feel the mana in the palace, you can easily sense the presence of another person. Of course, in relation to Amy, this is an intrusion into her personal life. But in his situation, you have to be shameless. So Davy started using mana. He felt that someone, and not just one, was passing nearby. Amy was happy that they would not have to worry about food again. The prince agreed and asked the maid to prepare everything properly. This surprised Amy a bit, and His Highness explained that they would soon have guests and went on his way. The maid tried to ask her master what he meant, but the prince only smiled mysteriously. He just felt that someone was already approaching his palace. It was the queen's puppets. They came to visit the first prince to see at what stage of recovery he was. Prince Davy welcomed the guests to his chambers, offering them his hand. The priest was the first to come to the prince's bedside, and Davy asked him what news he had brought him. The first prince, with a smile on his face, asked when he would be able to recover with the help of that priest. The priest replied that because the prince had been bedridden for so long, the sacred magic would do him more harm than good. He also added that His Highness should be satisfied with the rate of recovery he was experiencing at the moment. It sounded absurd. After all, there can be no harm in quality restoration magic. The voice of God, the priest, the face of the sacred kingdom, has betrayed his path, bending to power. Everything is clear with this world now. Finita la commedia. Prince Davy lay back down on his pillows and thought that they would have told him right away that it wasn't him who couldn't recover, but that they weren't going to work. And he said aloud that he thought that this kind of illness could be instantly cured by the blessing of Odin's wife, the goddess Priya. However, Davy had already recovered almost completely without the help of a priest. But the priest pompously replied that the prince was only saying that because he had absolutely no understanding of the matter. He went on to say that knowledge of how sacred power works is the responsibility of priests. And despite the fact that Davy is a prince, he should also be well versed in such matters. The priest spoke dismissively about all this and made incorrect remarks to His Highness. Then he added that he could see an incredible difference between the intelligent and extraordinary Mr. Callus and Prince Davy. And then the maid, Amy, interrupted the conversation. She shouted out, "How dare Priest Bort say such a thing in front of His Highness," and urged him to think before saying something like that. The priest Bort was very angry with the maid for not only interfering with his conversation with the prince, but also for daring to teach him how to behave in the presence of His Highness. And he did not hesitate to slap the maid, telling her not to dare to address him in such a tone. Offended, Amy walked out the door, but Prince Davy called the maid back. However, the priest Bort tried to object to the prince, saying that His Highness should not allow the maid to interfere so unceremoniously in the conversation. It could damage his authority. The priest also expressed hope that this would not happen again. Then he walked up to Amy and brazenly took her by the chin. The girl's cheek was still red from the priest's slap. Now Bort behaved nastily. He put his face to the maid's face and licked it nastily, saying that she was very pretty. This angered Prince Davy to no end, and he clenched his fists in anger. Then the priest turned to the prince again and said that he could walk on his own, although he still had difficulty doing so, so he thought. So he advised him to take a walk sometimes, somewhere in the palace courtyard. Finally, the examination could be completed. The next visit of the priest is scheduled as usual in 2 weeks. Prince Davy asked Amy to escort his guest out, and the maid bowed politely in agreement and respect for His Highness. Priest Bort came up close to Amy and asked her if she understood everything correctly. He told her to come to him at night, and that she should be alone. Amy was scared. Then the priest added that the girl should not forget that the life of her beloved Prince Davy was in his hands. The maid began to cry from such hopelessness, but still, she was enraged by the priest's statement about the prince's life. She tried to object, but Bort interrupted her and brazenly said that yes, he dared to threaten the life of a member of the royal family. The priest said dismissively that the first prince was just a very short-sighted person. Suddenly the prince felt something while lying in bed. He felt incredibly cold, even though he was covered with a blanket. There were some strange vibrations on the walls and floor. As a result, the table overturned and the clock on it fell to the floor. He also noticed the door. Something strange was happening behind it, and Davy felt something was wrong. Suddenly he was seized with anger, although the prince still did not know what was going on. The floor of the palace became quite thick. Davy got out of bed and stalked out of his room. He couldn't explain where the anger came from, and he couldn't accept it easily. The gallery had had too much of an impact on him, and Saint Daphne said that if he didn't learn to suppress his anger, he would no longer be a man, but rather a dog or a pig. And the prince ran down the hall to clarify the situation. However, Davy personally held a different opinion. At the end of the corridor, he saw 2 servants of the priest Bort, with whom he was visiting the prince. The young man was holding a sword. The servants saw His Highness from afar, and were very surprised to see the prince get out of bed and walk toward them with weapons. They were seriously scared, and Davy was coming right at them. Anger can be a source of energy as well as a guide. Prince realized that if irritation is the basis of development, then anger is its engine. Now the first prince saw the priest Bort pressing his maid against the wall and threatening her, saying that the prince's life was in his hands. Davy also heard that the priest was threatening the life of a member of the royal family, and the way he called him a short-sighted prince. He also added that the queen would rather praise him for the prince's death than punish him. The priest continued to say brazenly that there was not a single person in their entire kingdom who could support the first prince. Besides, no one would dare to punish the priest Bort himself, the one without whom Queen Linese is like an arm and a leg, the holy pastor, the lamb of Mrs. Priya. So majestically did priest Bort think of himself. Meanwhile, Prince Davy was already here, sitting on the windowsill behind the priest and laughing at his speech. Everything was perfectly timed. Suddenly, the priest finally heard that someone was watching him, and he turned around in fright. Meanwhile, the prince, as if nothing had happened, said that he just needed a suitable excuse. In just a moment, the prince was between the priest and the maid. Bort fell to the floor and backed up against the opposite wall, and Davy pointed his sword at him. Then His Highness turned to Amy. He asked her to remind him of the punishment prescribed by the laws of the kingdom for insulting a member of the royal family. The boy easily drew his sword across the priest's ugly face, leaving a scratch on it. The priest could not believe his eyes. He was very frightened. He tried to figure out how the prince had managed to get out of bed and come here with a sword. It was unexpected for him. But Prince Davy, holding his sword to Bort's throat, said arrogantly that this was why he was only a lower-level priest, and that the prince himself had never needed his dirty energy. Amy was very happy with the way her favorite prince behaved. She sincerely admired him, and Davy turned to her again, sweetly reproaching her for ordering him not to repeat the same thing twice. The maid feverishly began to remember what punishment, according to the laws of the kingdom of Ron, should be meted out to those who had insulted a member of the royal family. As soon as the girl managed to say that the penalty for this was death on the spot, the first prince immediately, without hesitation, slit the throat of the Bort priest. As he was dying, the priest even managed to say something mentioning Queen Lin. He wheezed, holding his throat that the queen would not let this go, and neither would the sacred realm. The first prince thanked the priest for the warning, but he is confident in himself and his abilities. Davy turned to Bort again, and this time coldly beheaded him completely, saying that Queen Lin and her supporters would soon meet the same fate as him. And then Prince Davy's ears heard the words that he had finally gone mad. After all, he dared to kill such an important person. The first prince turned to see who had come to watch the execution of the priest. It was Queen Lin who came. She was horrified by Davy's actions, for he had killed a holy father who had been sent from the Holy Kingdom. The queen repeated that the prince had gone mad if he allowed himself to be killed, but the first prince denied it. He said that Father Bort had threatened his life. By executing him, Davy was only following the law in the kingdom of Ron, which applies to those who insult a member of the royal family and threaten his life. The queen broke down in tears. She started screaming for the prince to stop talking like that. She didn't want to listen to him at all, because what he was saying didn't suit her. But Davy calmly told her not to make him laugh. After all, even before this assassination attempt, no one in the royal castle had ever cared so much about public order. And everyone knows perfectly well that even His Majesty the King is silent about this trivial incident. And now the first prince, who executed a traitor who dared to insult a member of the royal family, is being reprimanded for it. Prince Davy summarized that these claims against him look absurd at the very least. It is not normal for the royal family to allow some inferior clergy to tarnish the name of their family. Queen Lin said that Prince Davy was being very arrogant because he was questioning the authority of His Majesty the King and the royal family in general. The queen also yelled at Davy about how he had no proof of the priest Bort's guilt. So what was the reason he cut off the Holy Father's head? And how now he, with his worthless primitive mind, will solve the future conflict, because soon there will be a protest from the Holy Realm. Then Queen Lin added that she knew from the beginning that the first prince would be like his mother. That's why he grew up to be a moron. Prince Davy calmly replied that it is quite natural to be like your own mother. After that, the queen did not hold back at all and contemptuously called the first prince a plebeian. And then she added that he was as plebeian as his late mother. Such carelessness on the part of the queen was in vain. Prince Davy boiled with hatred and anger. Everything inside him turned upside down. The boy was terribly unhappy that Queen Linese dared to insult his mother, saying all sorts of nasty things right to his face. And Davy was open about it. Now his restraint was really on the verge of breaking down. However, the prince was well in control of himself, and the queen's insolence did not play into her hands. Davy's anger was boundless. He swung his sword and knocked the impudent queen's fan out of her hand in one motion. The knowledge gained in the gallery made Prince Davy a powerful magician. Queen Lin's maid Sherry came to the rescue and helped the queen in her fight against the first prince. She tried to put chains on Davy to neutralize him. The prince was very pleased with the maid's devotion. But the queen still found herself kneeling before Prince Davy Olron. Then the guy said that it would be much more interesting if the queen went a little further in her intrigues. But in the end, he calmed down again, sat back in his chair and said that haste only brings the inevitable closer. And it doesn't matter if it's the queen who is in a hurry or anyone else. The first prince then added with a smile that attacks on the same members of the royal family should be punishable by law. Now Queen Linese was really scared. She had absolutely no idea what to expect next. So she said the first thing that came to her mind, namely that it was all done by the second Prince Callus. Davy continued to sit in his chair as calmly as possible. Of course, he knows everything perfectly well. He's not stupid enough to keep holding a trump card that the queen herself has slipped up his sleeve. Besides, backstage intrigue is not his style at all. In the end, His Highness said he was tired enough, so he asked the queen to leave. And then Prince Davy also reproached the queen for noticing that she lacked tact. And he realized this at the moment when she raised her hand to the patient. So the boy has to ask the queen and her retinue to keep quiet in his palace, because they are the ones who have turned everything upside down. Even the servants who used to work here have fled one by one. If this is some kind of long-term practical joke, it is already extremely bad. It would be great if the queen, who by the way is obliged to maintain order in the royal castle, caught all those servants as soon as possible. Otherwise, it's scary to imagine what people might start to say and what gossip they would spread around. The queen was very angry, but Prince Davy himself, by the way, would have been very happy about it. He advised the queen not to make rash decisions. After all, the next time there will be no one to cover her identity. The prince has smashed Queen Lenice to pieces, so the queen returned to her chambers. She was not herself after that meeting with the first prince. Now she realized that Davy was not a weakling, as everyone in the kingdom had thought. Lenice was so angry that she broke a vase of flowers and screamed furiously at how dare the prince behave like that. She still considered him a plebeian and said that he had absolutely no sense of proportion. Her maids stood in obedience and listened to everything their mistress had to say, and the queen could not calm down. She kept shouting, holding her head, how dare the young prince neglect her. In her chambers, the queen overturned the furniture because of her nerves, sobbed and fell to the floor. She did not know what to do next. The maids just sighed and shook their heads, looking down. Then the queen regained some control of herself and said that if Prince Davy's desire to die was so great, she simply could not help but meet him halfway in this matter. She thought to herself, let Davy continue to behave in the same way. Let him continue to cross the boundaries of reason and make a fuss with his actions. All of this will only tighten the noose around His Highness's neck even tighter, which the queen has already thrown. Meanwhile, in the kingdom, people had already begun to discuss the incident in the palace in various ways. They collected rumors and put them together. It didn't matter how true the rumors were. The events that took place in the first prince's palace were discussed everywhere. The courtiers said that the coma in which the prince had been for years had clearly had a detrimental effect on his mind. The maid, Amy, heard a lot of things as she walked the corridors and brought all those rumors to the prince. Prince Davy knew very well that after the elimination of the Holy Father and the warning of Queen Lenice, everything was moving exactly as he had predicted. Rumors began to spread, and they were so different that it was impossible to distinguish the truth among them. The most widespread rumor was that the first prince, Davy Ol Ron, has gone mad. Well, that was to be expected. And of course, more than half of all the courtiers were on the side of Queen Lynn. After all, she was the one who spread the gossip, and the first prince's reputation fell below the plinth. Suddenly, a maid flew into Davy's room. Her eyes shone with incredible happiness. Amy ran and happily pointed to what she had brought. It had happened to them again. Yes, again someone sent a bunch of food and medicinal herbs. It was 2 bags full. It was truly a miracle. The prince admired what a strong maid he had, who could carry so much. However, Davy no longer needed medicine. But Amy was also happy because it meant that somewhere nearby, there was a person who knew what His Highness was really like. Davy was reading a book. He closed it and asked the maid if she thought he was good. Amy immediately answered without any hesitation that this was her opinion. There was no question about it. The prince was surprised that Amy didn't even think about her answer. He had just cut off a man's head before her eyes. Suddenly, Davy noticed something twitching behind the maid's back. It looked like a red tail. Amy was a truly unique child, very kind and sweet, always ready to help in any circumstances. While the prince and the maid were having a nice chat, someone came up to them and apologized for the interruption. It was the chamberlain of the royal palace of Vespus. He greeted the prince, calling him the little son of the kingdom. Prince Davy was waiting for him to arrive. The Oberkammerer reported that by order of Her Majesty Queen Lynn, he had gathered the culprits. All of them, according to Vespus, had misappropriated the budget of His Highness's palace and fled, completely forgetting about their official duties. Former servants of his palace knelt before the prince. Davy saw some familiar faces among them. The Oberkammerer said that they were charged with misappropriation of property and escape. The prince asked Vespus what the punishment was in such cases, and the Oberkammerer replied that it all depends on the will of the first prince. But basically it was beheading even in the case of consanguinity. All the servants brought to the palace by the chamberlain began to beg for mercy. They admitted that they had committed a mortal sin against the kingdom. The prince looked at them. Then Davy said that recently there have been very interesting rumors about his personality in the palace. In particular, that the first prince was crazy about bloodshed, and some other rumors of the same kind. Among those servants was also an employee of the palace treasury, with whom the prince had already had an unpleasant conversation. So His Highness raised his finger up and said with satisfaction that he was going to fully and completely live up to these rumors about himself. However, the servants unanimously began to deny that this was a lie, and even more began to ask for mercy. The servants shouted at each other. They felt death approaching. They had nothing to lose. The first prince was not going to listen to their pleas for long. He ordered Vespus to deal with the criminals in the right way. The chamberlain ordered the soldiers to immediately lock the criminals in the palace dungeon and not give them a drop of water. Since they had dared to rob the treasury of the royal palace, it meant that they were ready to face death. The only thing that the prince did not like about this was that it was done by order of the queen. But since the situation was so interesting, why not play along? Meanwhile, Vespus ordered that in 4 days, all the accused servants would be executed. Prince Davy heard the captured servants continue to appeal for his mercy, as well as the mercy of the Ober Chamberlain. After all the guilty servants were taken to the palace dungeon, the Chamberlain reported to the prince that as soon as new employees were hired for the vacant positions, he would personally take care of their distribution. The first prince accepted this, but ordered that Amy be assigned to him as his personal maid, because she had already suffered enough during this time and deserved the position of head maid, and also let Amy have a raise in her salary accordingly. Vespus went to fulfill the prince's orders, but His Highness stopped the Oberkammerer a little more and added something else. He wondered whether an audience with His Majesty the King was still impossible. The Ober Chamberlain, looking down, apologized to the first prince. Davy also asked whose order it was, his father's, His Majesty the King's, or Queen Lin's. However, Vespos dodged a direct answer. He said that he was only authorized to pass on orders. Prince Davy understood perfectly well. Then the Chamberlain added that His Highness should be patient. This is necessary here in the royal palace. The prince did not want to hear any more, so he interrupted Vespus and said that he understood what he was saying. We need to be patient. The Oberkammerer just sighed heavily and said that he would take note of everything. After hearing all the orders, Vespus decided to take his leave, but the prince wanted to keep him a little longer. His Highness told the Oberkammerer with some subtext that he was eating very well, by the way. However, the prince said that the medicines he was already taking were enough for him and that he did not need any more. After all, his situation had changed somewhat, so everything else, including food, would also be superfluous now. In this way, the first prince made it clear to the Chamberlain that he was well aware of everything. But Vespus wrinkled his beard and said that he did not understand what His Highness was talking about, but that he thought the prince's kindness had been rewarded. The prince asked what kind of kindness, but the Chamberlain did not answer, only said that he was in a hurry to take his leave, for His Highness was about to receive a very important guest. Davy wondered how the Chamberlain knew all this. After all, walls usually have ears, and palace walls have Vespas. With that, the Chamberlain wished the first prince a good time and left his chambers. After Vespus left, Prince Davy caught the manna that was spinning in the air. The boy saw that the servant was playing tricks on him. This manna clearly pointed to the involvement of the Oberkammerer in the case of food and medicinal herbs. Davy had all the evidence to prove it. That's why you can't fool him. The head of the royal palace's servants, the king's chamberlain Vespas, was also on the first prince's side. When Davy was a little boy, he used to see him often, and now the prince didn't even think that there was anyone else in the palace who supported him besides Amy. The prince was so absorbed in his thoughts and memories that he forgot what Vespas had said to him in parting, and suddenly he remembered that the chamberlain had spoken of a guest who would soon visit the boy. The prince's thoughts were interrupted by a maid who had just entered His Highness's chambers. Amy reported that His Highness had received a visit from His Highness the fourth prince and the second princess. Before the maid could finish, the door opened wide and pushed Amy out of the way. The first prince was sitting in the foyer, reading a book as before. Winry ol Raun, the second princess of the Kingdom of Raun, ran into Davy's chambers with a run of joy. She was incredibly happy to see her brother. Winry ran straight to Davy, and the maid followed her. As a result, the prince fell down, and someone else fell on him. But Davy didn't know who it was because the girls were running to him together. His glasses and book flew in different directions. Winry asked if her brother was okay. Davy didn't want to intrude on Amy's personal space, so he paid the price. Winry saw that she had knocked Davy down. Then the fourth prince came along, took his sister by the scruff of the neck, and reproached her for being in such a hurry. Varys ol Raun is the fourth prince of the Kingdom of Raun, Vinry's twin brother. Varys politely told Davy that he missed him very much. The fact is that the current king of Raun, Crianas ol Raun, has 2 other wives in addition to the current queen, Lin's Barrietta. King Crianas has several concubines in his royal palace. The first concubine's name is Anisha, and the second is Ellis. While the second concubine is a follower of Queen Lin, the first concubine is neutral. It is because of this nuance that she became an outcast for the queen and the second concubine. Varys and Winry are the children of the first concubine. They are both half-brothers and sisters of Prince Davy. Varys apologized to his brother for causing such a ruckus in his chambers. The twins came to visit their beloved brother and talked to him about something. Varys was the first to start the conversation, but Winry interrupted him, hitting her brother. She did not want to give the floor to Varys. The girl began to reproach him for shamelessly pretending to be noble. Winry laughed at her twin brother, reminding him of how he had bragged about seeing Davy before her. Varys denied this fact. A fight broke out between the siblings. The twins were quarreling with each other. Varys was shouting at her, asking where was any of Winry's royal dignity if she was already standing in front of her brother, whom she wanted to see so badly. Her sister was indignant that Varys did not preach to her and called him a narrow-minded jerk. The twin brother was angry, wondering how dare Winry talk to his older brother like that. In return, the girl huffed and puffed that he was not her older brother. The maid Amy asked the first prince if he was all right, and Davy replied that Winry and Varys hadn't changed their tune. With a smile on his face, he watched his brother and sister's mutual condemnation of each other. It seems that people are not exaggerating when they say that these two once destroyed a whole gang of bandits on the border. Unlike the children of Queen Lynette Barrett, these twins don't even try to behave like royalty. And then the twins decided to turn to Davy to judge them. They are both very good, extremely attached to the first prince, and trust him completely. When Winry saw that Davy was getting a kick out of the arguments they were having with their twin brother, she felt embarrassed and asked him not to laugh at them. Finally, everyone calmed down, and maid Amy made hot tea for everyone. The brothers and sister had not seen each other for 6 long years. Varys began to tell him that when Davy fainted, he and his sister were sent far away, to the outskirts of the city. The first prince said he had heard the story out of the corner of his ear. When Davy fell into a coma, Varys and Winry were only 8 years old. At that time, they were just completely powerless little children. Accordingly, there was nothing they could do. Moreover, the concubine Anisha had already sent her first daughter Tanya to another country with the assistance of Queen Lynn. Therefore, she needed to protect at least her remaining children. The first prince told his brother and sister that everything was fine. There was nothing to worry about. However, the twins did not seem to understand everything. Davy decided to ask them if they had seen their father recently, and the brother and sister replied that they had seen him just before coming to see Davy. Then the prince asked how the king was doing. Varys started to answer that his father looked a little tired. Then he was interrupted by Winry, who asked Davy in surprise if he and the king hadn't seen each other yet. The first prince just waved his hand. He said that the time would come when he and his father would see each other again, but it would be sometime later. Winry was very shocked by this answer. While Winry lowered her head in thought, Varys spoke again. He said that when he and his sister were walking to his house, he noticed something. The fourth prince could not help but notice the state of the first prince's palace. He could clearly see the cracked walls. However, Davy calmly explained that, unfortunately, there were people in the palace who had been stealing money from the treasury, and he had just dealt with all the culprits, so everything would soon return to normal. But this calm stance of the first prince did not satisfy Varys. He slammed his hand on the table as a sign that this information made him very angry. Varys was shaking with indignation, shouting how dare those people do such a thing. Davy was even surprised at his brother's expression. The fourth prince was angry, wondering how the servants could behave like this, while his highness was in such a deplorable state. Winry was also extremely outraged by the servants' behavior, and she shouted that she and her brother would go straight to their father. But Davy calmly told them not to interfere. Varys could not rest easy. He could not stand by while such injustice was happening. But Prince Davy smiled and repeated that they should stop worrying so much. He would deal with his problems himself. His Highness was very pleased that today it is especially noticeable that he has many people on his side, although perhaps he thinks so because of his good mood. Meanwhile, Varys continued to tell him something important. He had no idea that Winry had a real talent for magic. Prince Davy added that he had heard about how the twins had eliminated an entire gang, and it surprised him. Winry added that if it wasn't for her silly brother would have been badly injured. Varys attacked his sister for saying this, and Winry calmly explained that he had rushed to attack the bandits like a wild boar. The fourth prince said that, among other things, he was eligible to participate in fencing competitions, so he is also kind of incredible. But his sister made fun of him, telling him to come back to Earth because his abilities still needed to be proven. The mention of a fencing competition was of great interest to the first prince, but the brother and sister continued to quarrel and fight. And then Winry reproached her twin brother for ruining their plan, because they had planned to tell him about the competition later that night. But Varys argued that they would have told him anyway, and it didn't matter when. At this point, His Highness decided to remind us of his presence and politely cackled. His look clearly indicated that he wanted to see the letter of authorization, so Varys immediately gave it to Davy. Such fencing competitions were held in the Kingdom of Ron every 6 years. The first prince read the letter carefully. It was known that this time the competition would be held in the Principality of Fellas. It is aimed at maintaining harmony on the entire continent. This idea is similar to the idea of the Olympics. Davy read and marveled at the fact that everyone from mercenaries to royalty was invited to participate in the competition. He said out loud that they were going to have a very diverse lineup. The reading of the letter was interrupted by Varys, who had something to offer his brother. The fourth prince said that Davy should not miss this opportunity because he hardly ever left the royal palace, so Varys had already sent a request to their father. Suddenly, Winry pushed her twin brother away and interjected herself into the conversation, inviting Davy to come along. She said that it is said that the Principality of Felsty is a city of water, so it is very beautiful there. Varys said that if His Highness was worried that he was not yet strong enough, he was willing to carry his brother on his back. Winry could not let this offer pass her mockery of her brother. She said that Varys was just the right size for a porter. Davy had just finished reading the letter and put it back in the envelope. He said briefly that he agreed. There was nothing to be done. This statement surprised both twins. They did not expect the first prince to agree so easily, and they did not have to persuade him for a long time. And Davy simply explained that he could not and did not want to refuse the twins. And the twins didn't even know how to react. And then they broke down and started running and shouting with joy that they had managed to persuade their beloved brother to go with them to the fencing competition. The first prince only asked them not to destroy his palace. The twins couldn't get enough of the fact that they would soon be traveling to the Principality of Fellas. Winry was curious about the sights there, and she suggested going to a diner there. But Varys reminded his sister that they were going there to support him first and foremost. Davy watched all this cuteness and thought how little his brother and sister needed to be happy. And by the way, it was true that the first prince had never left the palace, so it would be nice to get away for once. He can't stay in the palace forever. After all, he has long since regained consciousness, is not weak, and feels well. Anyway, this trip could turn out to be very interesting. And Prince Davy seemed to be up to something. The first prince said out loud that he was full of anticipation. The twins took turns saying, interrupting each other, that he was also excited. Meanwhile, in the royal palace, King Creonis also began his tea party. They were talking about the same fencing competition. Varys and Winry were already 14 years old at the time. This means that Davy is also an adult. The king was informed that the first prince was having a meeting with His Highness the fourth Prince Varys and Her Highness Princess Winry. This news was brought to the king by the Chamberlain Vespas. He also added that His Majesty should not worry, because the first Prince Davy was already quite mature. Vespas then said that His Highness Davy had become very perceptive and cool, and had grown so much that even he was personally impressed by the change. The king was a little surprised by the story and asked if Davy had changed so much that Vespas would recognize him. The king sat in thought and drank tea. His memories came flooding back. He became bitter. A little time passed. In the royal palace of His Highness, a portrait of the late queen, the mother of the first Prince Davy, was permanently on the chest of drawers in the chamber. It was perfect in this interior. Davy was pleased. After all, a little more time and his palace could really turn into a haunted house. Thanks to the inspired and vigorous work of Vespas, the entire staff was replaced with new ones, and the palace of the first prince finally took on its proper appearance. Amy stood in the clean, spacious rooms, her arms folded in front of her chest in delight. Tears were in her eyes, and she said that she had finally waited for that day. Davy saw this picture. He shook his head, because Amy always acted like that. He even wondered if he had treated her so badly. And the maid was wiping her tears from her face with her hand and saying how well everything had worked out. She was very happy that everything had finally worked out for His Highness. The first prince was pleased to hear that Amy was sincerely happy for him. Suddenly, Varys entered the room and asked if Davy was ready. The first prince replied that he was ready, although he needed to wait a little longer. He then asked the maid if she had everything ready for him. Davy held a bottle of wine in his hands, handed it to Amy and told her to pack it as well. The girl was a bit stunned. At last, all the travelers were gathered and ready to go to the Principality of Felsty for a fencing competition. And so, Davy, Varys, and Winry arrived at the fencing competition. This competition is an extremely important event that has the eyes and ears of the world focused on it. The fourth prince, Varys, had to take part in the competition, and under the pretext of improving his health, the twins managed to persuade the king to send Davy to the competition. But even if they hadn't managed to persuade him, if Varys won, the position of the idiot Callus would be very much shaken. However, Davy wondered why Queen Lenise had so easily agreed to Varys's participation in the competition. It seemed as if she was completely convinced that the fourth prince could never win, and she behaved rather suspiciously. So the first prince was worried that Queen Lyn was up to some kind of bad deception. Suddenly, the son of the kingdom, Raun Creanis, accompanied by Oberkämmerer Vespos, came to the podium. All the people below began to chant, shouting glory to the son of the kingdom. King Creanis ol Raun, the current ruler of the kingdom of Raun, was walking away looking very upset. Davy listened to the people greet the king. This man was the one who called himself his father. The first prince sees his father for the first time in the 6 months that have passed since his awakening. The king had successfully avoided his firstborn all this time. The Ober-Chamberlain carefully helped His Majesty to sit down on the throne that had been prepared in advance. King Creon sat down and raised his hand, and the crowd fell silent. The fourth Prince Varys was kneeling before him with his head bowed in respect. His Majesty ordered his son to raise his head. He asked if Varys was confident in his abilities in fencing competitions. The fourth prince replied without hesitation that he was absolutely confident that he would win and thus glorify the name of the Raun kingdom. Then the father put his hand on his son's shoulder and sincerely wished him to return safe and sound. Varys had already risen from his knee, gratefully accepting the king's wish for victory. The first prince stood next to Winry behind the king, and he felt his presence behind him. The king father slightly covered his eyes, because he was reassured and very pleased by the feeling that his firstborn son looked healthy. Winry looked at Davy. She noticed that her brother was standing very tense and felt something, so she called out to him quietly, but the first prince was too deep in thought to pay attention to her. He did not even think that he could be moved after all this time. Davy looked at his father and could not believe it was him. Meanwhile, the herald called for everyone's attention and announced that His Highness the fourth Prince Varys was participating in the Continental Fencing Tournament as a Knight of the Kingdom. The herald also added that it was in honor of this that material aid would be provided and a festival would be held starting today. And Davy kept looking at his father, and he did not see him as that wonderful and majestic king. It was a surprise to the first prince. He saw that King Creons had changed a lot and looked like a lion who was very tired. After all those ceremonies, Davy and his brother Varys and sister Winry got back into the carriage and went to rest for a while. Of course, they were a bit bored at the moment. The carriage was escorted by the best warriors, so it was unlikely that the travelers would see any wild animals. Winry thought that Davy was not happy about something. However, the first prince replied that he was just fine. He just thought they were bored because he was the reason they were traveling in the carriage, to which Winry immediately denied that it was anything of the sort. She sipped the wine that Davy had taken with him on the road and said that it was impossible to get bored with him. Varys immediately admonished his sister to know the limits of alcohol consumption. And Winry liked this wine very much. It was very flavorful. She asked where this wonderful drink came from, but the first prince did not know where it came from because it was his mother's wine. The twins wondered if they should really drink something so valuable, but Davy calmly replied that this is what wine is for, to be drunk. They shouldn't look at it. Quite the contrary. A day like this is perfect for drinking this kind of wine. And the first prince raised his glass higher to look at the colors of the drink. Winry noted that Davy had changed a lot. The first prince asked how much, and Winry replied that her brother used to try his best to save any memory of his mother. Davy thought to himself that this wine was too good a memory, and he added out loud that good wine should be drunk, not saved, and made a toast to the bottom. Varys was a little embarrassed, and Winry fully supported her brother Davy. That's how the three of them rode in a carriage and enjoyed the wonderful wine. As the day went on, it began to get dark. Their highnesses and their servants decided to stop for the night. They made a fire. It was still a day's ride to the principality. Varys asked Davy if he was okay, because it would be his first time sleeping in a camp. Davy replied that the carriage was quite spacious, so he was fine. He then asked how Winry was doing, and Varys said he could barely calm her down. She's so big now, and she still asks to sleep with her brother. Varys also added that he thought Winry shouldn't have drunk so much wine. Davy apologized because he felt it was his fault as well. Then Varys remembered that Davy had once said that he would like to set up a camp someday. It was as if he was going on a journey. My brother was afraid that too much accompaniment could disturb the atmosphere, so he tried to reduce it as much as possible. Davy knew this well. His brother and sister are now forced to travel by carriage, although they usually go on horseback. But they do this because they are concerned about the health of the first prince. There were some changes in the life of His Highness Davy Ol Ron. His father, King Cryones, withdrew into himself and did not communicate with his firstborn. But some of them are still there. For example, my brother Varys and sister Winry. They haven't changed. Davy thanked Varys for his concern and assured him that he was enjoying himself. Then Varys said goodbye and went to bed. Davy put his hands behind his head and raised his eyes to the sky. He smiled to himself. Amy came to him and told him that it was time for His Highness to go to bed. However, Davy looked at the magic moon in amazement and said that it was unusually beautiful today. His Highness decided to practice a bit and improve his health at the same time. The first prince's rehabilitation is going well. In practice, Davy tried to manipulate mana. The red moon is called Kairos, and the blue moon is called Krios. His Highness materialized his thoughts as if he were speaking them aloud. One soldier who was on guard said that they say that Kairos illuminates the beginning and Krios reflects the end. And he heard someone tell him that he was very smart. The guard laughed and replied that everyone knew what he had said. Even a snotty child would be more erudite than his interlocutor. The soldier was still looking up at the sky, at the red and blue moons, and said dreamily that women should be told about such things. Suddenly, the guard heard someone ask him why he was talking to himself. Another guard approached, and the soldier asked if it was him who spoke to him from behind the bushes. And then the guards got scared because they thought it might be a ghost. However, it was all the magic of illusions created by His Highness the First Prince Davy Ol Ron. The twins took 5 guards on their journey to the Felsty Principality. 4 of them are sword masters of the highest rank, so this is quite enough. However, the guards will be able to protect their highnesses until a serious accident occurs. Davy decided to practice his skills a little more, because they could get into trouble. For example, there could have been an organized attack by mercenaries, about 20 people. Davy can clearly see the mercenaries approaching their camp. It looks like the mercenaries were going to attack the camp when everyone was asleep. They shouldn't have come out, although, as His Highness acknowledged, they disguised themselves well. Prince Davy immediately realized whose hand this was. This trip was the perfect moment to get rid of him, Varys, and Winry together, and Queen Lynn simply could not miss this chance. Frankly speaking, Davy didn't really want to demonstrate his abilities by drawing even more suspicion. But on the other hand, what difference does it make who finds out and when? The first prince rushed to the attackers. He did not care who saw the massacre. After all, everyone was already asleep. No one would be able to witness this battle and the fact that they would be the ones to fight. Davy was fully prepared to face his killers. No teeth, gnaw on your gums. This is what the devil Dokujin once said when he was teaching the boy the art of fencing. His Highness fought against his enemies with an ordinary stick because any object can become a weapon when you need it, and if you are a skilled swordsman. This was also the science of the devil Dokujin. You should always remember that in war, all means are appropriate, and weapons are just an attacking addition to your body, and it all depends on your own ingenuity. Thousands of different little things can become glorious swords. For His Highness, this mercenary attack was very primitive. These mercenaries are nothing compared to Hermes, who taught Davy how to kill. But the first prince, even before he started the massacre, just wanted to make sure of something. So he asked the hired killers directly whether Queen Lenise herself had really sent them here. All the mercenaries stood nearby and remained silent. Davy laughed that it looked like a game of the Sea Worries once. The killers froze, and with very serious faces. But everyone was silent, and Davy didn't care about their silence. He had his own scores to settle. In the end, the mercenaries' response didn't change anything. Davy was going to protect himself and his brother and sister. But the prince wondered what Queen Linus was planning to achieve by doing so. By hiring those assassins, she wanted to get rid of 3 members of the royal family at once. After that, the whole royal palace would be on its feet. She may be a queen, but she would not be patted on the head for such an act. Davy wondered how the queen had such confidence in impunity. The first prince came out to meet all the mercenaries and asked if they were all still here, or maybe they were hoping to deal with him. The mercenaries were ready to attack the prince, but he told them to go away and give something to their mistress. Davy confidently stated that he would not make any more noise if she stopped organizing concerts. But the mercenaries did start attacking. Well, the first prince was ready for this. And then suddenly he revealed his plan to them. Davy came up with an idea to deceive his attackers. As soon as the first mercenary approached the prince, there was a sudden explosion, and a blast wave scattered all the other assassins. The first prince mocked the mercenaries for being so ignorant of the art of killing, and they were so stupid to fall for Davy's trap. The key to a successful covert assassination is endurance. This is exactly what the first prince told the assassins. But those killers will take this lesson to their graves. Davy successfully dealt with them. The first prince had learned all the ancient wise sayings well. They were worth memorizing. The mercenaries were ordered to secretly assassinate their highnesses Davy, Varys, and Winry in the camp on the way to the Fellis Principality. But even with a secret assassination, certain things could not be allowed to happen. Namely, it was impossible for anyone to escape. The killers continued to attack the unarmed prince. When others attack, no one should run away, but prepare for the next attack. With such fighters, Davy didn't even need a twig. The first prince easily neutralized his enemies one by one. Suddenly, another target became visible among the branches of the sprawling tree. However, Davy had prepared for their encounter in advance. This target was a fugitive. But the only way the mercenaries could get out of that place was to miraculously find themselves on the opposite end of the continent. Davy snapped his fingers with ease, using his superpowers. There was no way he was going to let anyone escape. And instantly the fugitive mercenary was hit by a wave of powerful magic. He was taken over by daze, suppression, and an explosion of the soul. It was the magic of spirits that tears the soul. It has no shape, color, or smell. It is instant death. Of course, this is not the most noble method, but everything ended well. After all, this is how the first prince was raised in the temple gallery. There should be no pity for those who have attempted to take your life. Davy learned this lesson well. That was it. It was over pretty quickly. A perfect secret murder had just taken place. Davy, sipping his drink, went to rest. If no one can find out what happened, it will be the perfect secret murder. There you go. Meanwhile, Queen Lynn was already looking forward to a report on how everything had gone. The maid Sherry, who served the queen, was deep in thought. She was looking for the flame of the candles connected to the hearts of her subordinates. Sherry saw that the flame had gone out on every candle without exception. The queen realized that all her mercenary killers had been eliminated, and the maid confirmed it. Then Queen Lynn asked more about the travelers, the first Prince Davy, the fourth Prince Varys, and Princess Winry. Sherry's maid replied that their highnesses should have already arrived in the Principality of Felsty by then. The queen then asked what Sherry was going to do now. They were just 3 teenagers and only 5 knights accompanying them. The queen was overcome with terrible anger. She screamed at her maid, asking how it was that 24 hired killers had been destroyed. The queen shouted that the Black Moon Guild was worthless as a result. Sherry knelt before the queen. She justified herself by saying that the guild was trying to find out the details of what had happened. All they know for sure is that Prince Davy has strong support. The queen could not believe that the first prince could have any support in the kingdom. She thought he was a complete fool. Then she ordered the maid to find out everything about this support. We need to demonstrate very well what happens if you dare to interfere with Queen Lynn. The maid Sherry replied that she personally remembered well. The queen praised her maid's obedience and told her to never forget it. Her Majesty then added that she had contacted their guild and was not covering their activities to watch them fail. As a result, the queen threatened the guild in case of their next failure. She promised that she would break their contract forever, even if it meant using the full force of this country and the Duchy of Bariatha. Queen Lynn was ready to destroy the Black Moon Guild to the ground. This was Her Majesty's intention if the guild failed in its next plan. Meanwhile, the carriage with Davy, Varys, and Winry continued calmly on its way to the Fellis Principality. Suddenly, Winry looked out of the window and shouted with delight. She saw that they were very close to the final destination of their journey. She could see the principality in the distance. Everyone else saw it too. Varys admonished his sister to behave like a lady, but Winry just snapped at him and told him to take care of himself, not to reproach her. Finally, they arrived. We arrived in the Principality of Felsty, the City of Water. It is a small city-state, something like Singapore on Earth. Due to the ancient ruins on its territory, the Principality of Felsty is one of the most beautiful and interesting places on its continent. The travelers got out of the carriage and walked around the city. Varys noticed that Davy was very happy with the trip. At last, their highnesses approached the majestic building. It is here that the Continental Fencing Tournament opens. Usually this stadium is used as an arena for fencing performances. This stadium is also famous for its competitions, where the lives of fighters are put on the line in battles with monsters and gladiators. Of course, all of this is unimaginable savagery. Winry asked how many participants would take part in the competition. Varys replied that only 8 countries would take part in this tournament. The organizing country is the Palan Empire. The Kingdom of Flip, the Kingdom of Shorten, and so on will participate. Varys went on to say that each country would have 1 talented fencer. Davy had already realized that all the participants just wanted to show off their skills. They also only accept participants who are under the age of 20, and Varys didn't really like it. But Davy explained that this is still a tournament for the younger generation, and no one here is going to look for experienced fencing masters. Winry interrupted the conversation. She insultingly said that this fool would represent their kingdom of Raun in the meantime, and pointed to her twin brother. Varys attacked his sister and asked if she had come here to support him or to drink his blood. Winry replied that she had definitely come to see her brother. She meant Davy. She had no idea about any support for Varys. Meanwhile, Davy, using his extraordinary abilities, monitored what Varys was capable of, and he saw that his brother's abilities were exactly at the average level of an expert and at the lower level of a sword master. This is an extraordinary level for his age, so there are very high hopes for victory. And then Winry mentioned that the famous sword princess would represent the Palan Empire. The first prince was very interested in this information. Winry was surprised that her brother Davy didn't know who the sword princess of the Palan Empire was, because there wasn't a single person in their entire kingdom who hadn't heard of the princess. Davy was sure he had a good memory. Apparently, during his stay in a coma, new celebrities had appeared. Elena de Palan is the only princess among the 9 descendants of the Emperor of the Palan Empire. She is also the Emperor's main pride. Of course, the Palan Empire is a majestic state, and Elena is its only princess. But in fact, these are not all the reasons for the girl's popularity. She was most famous for being the owner of the divine sword. This made the first prince even more interested. Winry reiterated that this was the case. Elena de Palan owns the favorite sword of the ancient hero, the sword god Hares. This divine sword is called Calderas. It is one of the masterpieces of the 1001 Nights. Davy knew about this sword but hadn't heard anything about it for a long time. It was Hares, the god of the sword, who was Davy's first fencing teacher. The boy remembers well how he used to carry 2 buckets of water, and Hares would run and make Davy catch up. The sword god himself was actually very lazy, but he had extraordinary sword skills. Since he had been using the divine sword all his life, Howie has talked about it so much that Davy's ears were starting to perk up. People said that it was with the help of this divine sword that the Demon King was destroyed. Unlike the Devil Master Dokujun, Hares was from this very place, so it is quite logical that his memory is preserved here. But as he walked the streets of the city, Davy had a strange feeling, as if someone was always watching him. We met people on the road, hidden under cloaks, who created this feeling. One day, 3 girls passed Davy, their heads covered by hoods, and then one of them turned around, as if she was as excited as Davy. It was a lady and her maids. One of the maids noticed her mistress's concern and asked if she was okay. The lady had a brooch in the shape of a sword attached to her blouse. The girl touched it, as if something drew her to do so, but she told the maid that everything was fine. Their Highnesses Davy, Varys, and Winry went to a restaurant to eat. The twins were telling their brother about the divine sword. They said that even though thousands of years had passed, the blade of the divine sword was still completely intact. Varys even heard that this sword is possessed by the ego, so it produces magic on its own. The ego is the spirit of the sword that is imprisoned in the weapon due to the attachment of the swordsman and his soul. The divine sword is not just a beautiful name, and the one whom this sword chose hundreds of years later was Princess Elena. And then Varys mysteriously added that there was another reason why Princess Elena de Palan was famous. Davy's ears perked up. He was very serious and was absorbing every word. The 4th prince squinted his eyes slightly and slowly began to talk about another feature of the princess. After a deliberate pause, Varys finally said that Princess Elena is one of the first beauties on the continent. It is said that her beauty is breathtaking. Winry was very annoyed by his brother's excessive admiration. Varys adored Elena. However, what was really important to the first prince was that Elena was the owner of Calderas, Harris' favorite sword. The maid, Amy, brought Davy a suit for him to change into, but His Highness did not like it at all. He complained that he could not have taken something simpler. Amy made excuses that it was too simple. After all, it was the prince's first time going to a reception. The maid said that he was the face of the entire kingdom of Raun, even if he didn't like it. Davy only thought that he was a mere observer at this tournament. Everything is simple for courtiers. A fencing tournament is a gathering place for real stars from all countries. But the future rulers are not obliged to swing swords directly. Then the twins entered Davy's room. They had both changed their clothes for the reception. The first prince complimented his sister that she looked so beautiful that he thought she was a fairy. In response, Winry said that her brother was also very handsome, and Varys intervened with words of warning so that Davy would not praise Winry too much. Varys wanted to add something else, but his sister hurt his foot. Then she took Davy's hand and asked him if he would like to accept the honor of being her escort. Her brother asked her if she had the roles reversed, and Varys stayed behind and cursed his twin sister, calling them a temperamental devil. Finally, Varys got over his pain that Winry had caused him and shouted to be waited on. Meanwhile, everyone was getting ready for the evening reception at the palace. Princess Elena de Palin also came there, accompanied by her maids. True, the princess said it was quite noisy, but such a reception is exactly the kind of place where you can meet and make friends with your peers. However, the princess was not very fond of making friends. By the way, in the afternoon, Princess Elena went to the village, where a beautiful round stadium was about to be built. But the princess considered this kind of competition to be senseless savagery. She was not interested in it at all. Finally, the grand ball began on the eve of the fencing tournament. Cavaliers were asking ladies to dance, music was playing everywhere, and lamps were shining brightly. Of course, all the participants of this competition were present at the ball. The guests had fun, got to know each other, drank and had fun. Prince Davy stood aside and sipped champagne. As it should be at a competition with an age limit, the ball was attended by quite young people. Of course, there are adults among the chaperones, such as Davy and Winry, but it still seems that most of the attendees are young people, and it was clearly visible who of all the invited guests was the most popular, and that public favorite was none other than Varys. Everyone came up to him to meet him. One young lady was from the kingdom of Pradesia, the Marquis of Kildam, and the other from the kingdom of Hushan, the county of Voltus. Varys did not know what to do with himself from this invasion of acquaintances. Davy was watching all this action. He was well aware that given Varys's abilities, his popularity was only natural. In any case, this ball was a great opportunity to make new friends and feel out the competition. Princess Winry also found some company. The ball was very noisy, with music and incessant conversations in different voices creating a lot of noise. Davy wondered what to do next, and how best to deal with his little brother who had gotten into trouble. And the first prince decided to simply ignore him. He asked Winry to dance. Varys was shocked by this behavior of his family. After all, he was alone with his fans. And Davy mentally wished the younger man to enjoy his youth. Winry said that it was so amazing that the day had finally come when she was dancing with her brother. And Davy complimented her on how good she was at dancing, and he didn't know she was. Winry replied that it had been a long time since she had made her debut. Now she has become a real lady. And then she got a little embarrassed and asked Davy if he was offended that he hadn't made his debut yet because of what had happened to him. The princess even suggested that the first prince could even take part in a fencing tournament, as he also has a talent for the art of swordplay. Davy just laughed and said that Winry probably thought too highly of him. He would never have been able to become an expert before he was 14. In fact, talent is just an illusion. No one can reach heights if they don't work hard. Davy himself, for example, took 1,000 years to achieve this. But now he is not interested in all this anyway. He has other priorities. All the first prince wants is a peaceful life of prosperity. Winry laughed and said that Davy was acting like an old man now. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a young man who joyfully greeted Princess Winry. The young man was very handsome. He bowed respectfully as he came closer and said with a sweet, friendly smile that he was waiting for the opportunity to meet the princess. But the princess herself did not like the sweet ghoul at all. Davy looked curiously at the man who greeted Winry. He logically assumed that it was his sister's friend, and Winry stood there very angry that her conversation with her brother was interrupted. It was as if she hated the young man. And the young man, by the way, behaved very shabbily when he came even closer, elbowing Davy away from Winry. Then he grabbed Winry by both hands and asked her to do him the honor of talking to him. Winry was shocked by this behavior. Winry tried to free her hands from the young man's. She knew him. It was Prince Belithian. The princess told him that she was talking to her brother right now, and then the rude young man remembered his manners and decided to finally pay attention to Davy. Finally, he introduced himself. The young man is the 7th prince of the kingdom of Boltiz, Belitian de Boltis, and the first prince of the kingdom of Roun briefly said only his name, Davy ul Roun. For Belitian, this performance was very strange, too simple. He was used to more pretentious behavior. There was some tension between him and Davy. Then Belitian asked the first prince of the kingdom of Roun why he had come to this reception. Davy replied that he had come specifically to watch his younger brother compete. He was uncomfortable with Belitian speaking to him in such a tone, even though he knew he was a prince. The seventh prince of the kingdom of Boltes was indeed behaving very arrogantly. At the end of the meeting, he simply wished Devi a good rest. After that, Belishan suddenly got down on one knee and addressed Princess Winry in a respectful but defiant manner. He said that he would definitely dedicate his victory in the tournament to her. Let her just wait for it. But Princess Winry indignantly replied that Prince Belithian knew well how rude it was to say something like that in the presence of all those gathered here. But the prince went on. He said that there was nothing to be offended by his application if it was really true. Then Winry couldn't help but shout that Belishan knew very well that Varys, her twin brother, was participating in this tournament. Therefore, his words sounded extremely disrespectful to Varys. As a result, Winry decided to just leave Belishan, who remained on his knee, and asked Devi to get away from here. Devi was pleasantly surprised by his sister's behavior, as she showed that she was already quite an adult. But Devi was disturbed by this strange, unexpected, and as it turned out, unpleasant acquaintance with the seventh prince of the kingdom of Boltes, Belishan. The first prince was well aware that Winry's refusal would not stop him at all. On the contrary, he would be even more persistent. And then, just as Devi thought, Prince Belithian caught up with him and his sister and said that Princess Winry was being very arrogant to him. At the same time, the prince tried to touch Winry's arm, which was completely unacceptable behavior. Devi could not accept this. He had endured such ill-mannered behavior for so long. So he turned around and grabbed Belishan's wrist, twisting his arm. It was very painful, and Devi just smiled and said that his hand slipped a little. Then the first prince calmly said that no one has the right to move other people's precious sisters. And Devi also said that Belishan was lucky that it didn't come to a fracture, and that's because he simply didn't want to spoil Varys's competition because of someone like that ill-mannered young man. The first prince also asked where that bastard pride of Belishan's had gone, while the latter was massaging his injured arm. And then, he got up from his knee, pulled off his glove from one hand and threw it at Devi, shouting that he was challenging him to a duel. Then Princess Winry intervened. She shouted at Belishan that he was finally allowing himself to do this, but Belishan told her not to interfere. After all, in his opinion, the case concerns his knightly honor, which has just been humiliated. Suddenly, Princess Elena intervened in this dispute that began at the ball. She said, addressing Prince Belishan de Boltes, that if he was raising the issue of honor, he should realize how improperly he was behaving. Princess Elena looked sternly at the seventh prince of the kingdom of Boltes, who did not even notice that she was there. And Princess Elena said that she was watching everything that happened, so she decided to intervene and ask him something directly. Then Elena continued, wondering if Prince Belithian really thought he had the right to stammer about honor. Devi was immediately alerted. He saw the trail of Karis. Hares is an ancient hero born in the Palan Empire, and the Palan Empire is one of the three most powerful powers on the continent. Hares is the first wielder of the divine sword Calderas and the creator of the two-handed sword style, which has the power of terrible destruction. After all, Hares was called the god of the sword for a reason. It is said that a blow with his style can be a sea wave at one moment and an unbreakable rock at another. For an old sloth, he was quite impressive. These thoughts immediately took root in the mind of the first prince of the kingdom of Raun when he saw Princess Elena. The princess herself noticed his undisguised interest in her. There were whispers everywhere that she was Princess Elena of the Palan Empire, that she was the emperor's favorite, and what the emperor would do for her. Devi involuntarily let out a faint exclamation. He immediately covered his mouth with his hand awkwardly. He felt a little uncomfortable, so he turned away a little. But the prince was still surprised that this girl was the owner of the divine sword. He could not have imagined that she would be so similar to Hares. Devi was lost in thought again. Yes, Hares was very handsome. Well, for a man. But if he were a woman and if he were dressed up, then... And then the prince's thoughts were interrupted. He was approached by Princess Elena herself. She asked Devi directly what he had just said. The first prince of the kingdom of Raun did not know what to do with himself. He was so embarrassed that he could not put two words together. Then Devi finally squeezed out an answer. He said that he had made a mistake, that he had mistaken her for another person. After laughing stupidly, Devi still managed to apologize to Princess Elena. After the princess went about her business, Varys approached Devi and Winry. Devi noted with satisfaction that fortunately, he had managed to get out of such a difficult situation. Varys asked his brother what was going on, what had happened, because he couldn't see anything, as the fans surrounded him in a tight circle. Meanwhile, Devi was pleased. Elena de Palan returned to her conversation with Belithian. She stated menacingly that not only had the seventh prince of the kingdom of Boltes been rude to the lady and her partner, but he had also insulted everyone here. Princess Elena, the treasure of the empire or whatever, but she was incredible. The princess went on to ask if Prince Belishan still thought he had the right to say anything about honor. Needless to say, both the arrogant Belishan and the local aristocrats were overwhelmed by her. Belishan did not know what to do with himself. The princess's charisma fully justifies her popularity. Elena said to Belishan that if he was really a knight who obeyed the code of honor, she believed that he owed it to those gentlemen to apologize immediately, and pointed to Winry and Davy. Prince Belishan was green with anger. He was very angry that his own trick had turned out so badly for him, and everyone surrounded them and watched this conflict with interest. Winry and Davy stood silently waiting for Belithian to apologize. Although Davy realized that whatever the seventh prince of the kingdom of Bolteze's intentions, he was unlikely to meekly apologize. Prince Belishan was in no hurry to apologize. He did not think it would come to that. Suddenly, the first Prince Davy broke the silence himself and said that he accepted Belithian's challenge to a duel, which shocked the prince. Winry cried out in concern. She was very excited about this, and Princess Elena, like everyone else at the ball, was incredibly surprised. Davy, meanwhile, looked defiantly at Belishan. He could not allow his opponent to escape responsibility for his actions so easily. However, Princess Elena indignantly remarked that it would be a completely meaningless battle, so Davy should not accept the challenge. But the first prince of the kingdom of Raun allowed himself to object and said that it was up to him to decide whether to accept the challenge or not. Then Davy picked up the glove from the floor and asked Prince Belishan if he had challenged him, to which Belishan replied in the affirmative. Still holding Belishan's glove in his hand with disdain, Davy said that in that case he was obliged to accept the challenge. So Davy picked up a wooden sword. Yes, he hadn't used it for a long time. Varys was very worried about his brother. He told him that even though he had recovered, Belishan was still a participant in the fencing competition. However, Davy confidently replied that he knew that. Winry was also very nervous, and she even felt that she was somehow involved in this duel. Davy patted her head and told her not to worry. Prince Belishan continued to hurl insults at Davy. He called him an asshole who wields his sword like a stick and thought that his opponent's level was hardly higher than a novice. He also said that he shouldn't make his family worry and that he should just give up. Belishan then said that if Davy fell to his knees and admitted defeat, he would mercifully turn a blind eye to what had happened. Varys stood up for his brother and appealed to Prince Belithian to stop escalating the situation, but Davy abruptly stopped him. It was enough to waste time. The first prince of the kingdom, Raun, met Belishan halfway and said that he would let the duel judge them as it should. Princess Elena was watching all this strictly. Davy asked Belishan if he was ready to start a duel. Belishan smiled confidently and said that if he lost, he would fall to his knees and publicly apologize for his behavior, although he was sure that would never happen. Prince Davy agreed and warned him not to run away in case of emergency. The duelists were ordered to start the duel, which was to be witnessed by all those present at the ball. Davy wondered for a moment where to start, because he had so many skills in close combat. Behind him, his brother and sister were excitedly holding their fists for him. Everyone around him was convinced that Davy still had the body of a weak prince who had come out of a coma less than a year earlier, and he didn't want to show his true strength at this public performance. Belishan took this forced pause to mean that Prince Davy was afraid and had not yet entered the duel. Then he added that since Prince Davy was a newcomer, he gave him a chance to attack first, but he didn't even try to use it. It was not a sparring match, but a shame. Belishan continued to talk nonsense. He said that Davy was not able to change the outcome of this duel anyway, so he shouldn't waste time and just attack at last. But Davy did not attack, because he was thinking of different ways to attack. Finally, he remembered one very good way. Now he was ready to start. So Davy jumped up and told Belishan not to give him any forms, but to fight on equal terms. The first prince of the kingdom of Raun abruptly ran to his dueling opponent with a wild smile on his face. He did it so quickly and unexpectedly that Belishan simply opened his eyes wide, suddenly noticing his opponent's face right in front of him. But suddenly Davy stepped back slightly and struck his sword directly into the floor, which surprised Belishan even more. Then the wooden sword flew out of Davy's hands, and he lowered his arms feebly, not having struck his opponent yet. Belishan laughed even harder and called Davy an asshole again. He was almost surprised at the speed with which Davy approached him, but the blow never came. But suddenly Prince Belithian was pierced by a sharp, heartbreaking pain, and Prince Davy calmly said that his hand had slipped again. The next moment, the seventh prince of the kingdom of Bolteze, Prince Belishan de Bolteze, was lying on the floor in the middle of the majestic hall. and the first prince of the kingdom of Raun, Davy Ol Raun, straightened his hair which had fallen on his forehead and asked in surprise why his opponent did not even try to dodge the blow. He then asked why he had allowed him to attack first. Prince Belishan was extremely angry because he was the first to be defeated. He continued to call his opponent insulting names. There were whispers around that this was a huge shame for Prince Belishan, because the difference in skills between the two rivals was quite large as they thought. Belishan was nervous and shouted at Davy that he would kill him. Meanwhile, Davy stood there calmly, fixing his disheveled hair. Then he calmly said that with such a predictable style as Belishan demonstrates, he would never be able to beat his improvisation. The fight continued. In the process, Belishan saw that his opponent's stance was very shaky, and the distribution of force and the interval between his strikes were completely chaotic. The seventh prince of the kingdom of Boltese realized that he could not lose to such a man. That's why he didn't understand even more what was really going on, and everything was going to his disadvantage. For some reason, he missed the blows that Davy was dealing him one after another. Over and over again, blood splashed from different places on his body. Once again, Prince Belishan found himself on the floor, disarmed, holding his head. He was very annoyed by this position. The audience asked each other how many times Prince Belishan had fallen to the floor. Someone remarked that even if the prince succumbed, he had already fallen 3 times. Everyone wondered if this was the same Belishan they all knew so well. After all, he should already have the initial level of expert. There were rumors that the 7th prince of the kingdom of Boltese, Prince Belishan, was not such a skilled swordsman as it turned out. Such phrases also irritated Belishan, and he wanted them all to shut up and not dare to say anything they knew nothing about. But in the meantime, he was still sitting on the floor, breathing heavily as a result of the exhausting fight. Davy only mentally asked his opponent what he knew. Belishan was so nervous that he lost his head. It was for this kind of fights that Davy learned a specific fighting style. The official name of this style is intoxicated sword. It was created thanks to alcohol. In accordance with the name, using this style, the fighter moves as if he were drunk. And this style appeared through collaboration with a very big drunk in the gallery of heroes, Dokujun. He worked with Hares, who picked on Dokujun out of sheer curiosity. Hares was interested in what Dokujun was doing. He laughed that his sword art was like the worst heresy. And Davy remembered his training and studies in the temple gallery again. Although Hares created the intoxicated sword style, he still considered it the stupidest of all styles. And Hares once ordered Davy to never use that style, unless his opponent was a person who deserved to be condemned to the grave by the public. He then added that if he had a conscience, he would do just that. The two creators of the intoxicated sword style, spitting saliva at each other, said that this was a forbidden sword art. But the guy wanted to know why it was forbidden. The artists and teachers replied that this art is tough and brutal. Davy went on to ask if this art was invincible. In response, he heard that just about every movement of this style uses deception and trickery worthy of damnation. The intoxicated sword style is not for great deeds, nor is it for saving or killing. The only goal of this style is named, "I'm going to make this son of a bitch feel like a complete shit right in front of all these people." It has every right to be called a demonic style. Using this style, you force your opponent to let his guard down, avoid or parry his attacks, and accompany all of this with powerful strikes. This sword art is as beautiful as it is effective. The course of the battle is extremely simple. First, you morally overwhelm the enemy and then crush him. And the more eyes watching such a fight, the stronger the effect. Everything is just like it is now. Davy was very pleased that he had chosen the right fighting style. The first prince of the kingdom of Raun said aloud that he could not understand whether he was so lucky now or whether his opponent was completely useless. Then he asked Belishan if he was okay, because this time the blow was very loud. Davy had a lot of fun with this duel. He decided that this style of fighting was more suitable for him at the moment, in the sense that it's just a lot of fun. Princess Elena, watching the fight, tried to understand the secret of Prince Davy's success. Prince Belishan rose from the floor once more. He was already on the verge of madness from the anger that filled him. He shouted that he was going to kill his opponent, and everyone saw that Prince Belithian had channeled mana into his sword, which is absolutely forbidden in this situation. Varys and Winry were now even more worried about their older brother. The 7th prince of the kingdom of Boltese was shouted from everywhere that there should be no deaths in this fight. But Belishan, blinded by his anger, could no longer hear anyone and could not even control his own actions. He thought it was too late for pity. Davy thought that if he accidentally hit his opponent, the audience would suspect something was wrong. He had to come up with something else. In addition, Davy is well aware that the back of his head has been burned by someone's cold gaze for some time now. As the first prince of the kingdom of Ron stood in thought, a furious Belishan jumped up to him. His eyes shone with madness. Belishan attacked his opponent with a run, and Davy started playing the fool again, who hardly knows how to fight at all. Belishan already suspected something was wrong with him. He looked at Davy in surprise. Davy looked at him defiantly and mentally asked what Belishan had called him before the fight. In the end, they both almost fell to the floor. Belishan tripped over Davy's leg, which he had set up for him in advance. Winry and Varys were very afraid for their brother when they saw him falling with his opponent, and Davy continued to play the role of the weak one and said that his lower back had taken over again. Meanwhile, the point of his wooden sword was right next to Belishan's face, who was once again lying on the floor. Davy was kneeling over his opponent and laughing that he had just almost fallen. One of the spectators shouted to Belishan why he was still lying down, why he had fallen and was not getting up. Then Davy said that he thought he had won the fight because his opponent was lying on the floor. Talk began to spread among the spectators that no one could have imagined that Belishan would be so mediocre in battle. It was a general disappointment for everyone. They also said that the Prince of the Kingdom of Round surprised everyone, given that only a few months ago he was lying motionless in a coma. He couldn't even hold a sword. However, this played into his hands. Meanwhile, Winry ran up to her older brother and hugged him tightly. Varys also came over to express his admiration for his brother. The twins were worried that Davy would now spend all his luck, which should have been meant for his whole life. They all laughed heartily together. Princess Alina was extremely surprised by such a representative duel. It was clear that she was not happy about it. Then she turned around and decided to leave the ball, saying she had to go. They tried to delay Her Highness a little longer, but the princess was relentless. Eventually, the ball ended and everyone began to leave. Davy, Varys, and Winry also got into their carriage and left. Davy was criticized for being rather unreasonable after all. They did their best not to let it show in the audience that they were extremely nervous, but they believed that Davy took a big risk. The elder brother asked the twins why they should react so strongly, since he had won and everything had ended very well. Varys exhaled and said that his brother was just lucky this time. Prince Baratheon has a very shitty temper, but he doesn't just get away with it. Davy asked how his brother knew about it. Varys replied that he had seen it with his own eyes at an event, and since then, he has been tirelessly trying to get Winry to marry him. Winry added irritably that Belishan was constantly spoiling her mood whenever they saw each other. Davy thought it was necessary to break the arrogant and self-confident Belishan's arm. Varys continued to say that in any case, Davy was very lucky this time, but he shouldn't do it again. He tried to put Davy on his arm and clasped his hands together. The fourth prince noticed that his older brother had a lot of strength in his arm. He was very surprised. And Davy told Varys not to exaggerate because he was not a child. Let him remember that. In this way, Davy gave his younger brother good advice and let him take it into account. What's done is done. There's no going back, so there's no need to worry about it once again. And Winry said that she was personally very happy with the situation and that her brother Davy was amazing. Then she added that the fact that her brother was unable to handle the weight of the sword, on the contrary, allowed him to hit the opponent's weak points. And Davy listened with satisfaction as he outsmarted everyone and did not show his strength prematurely. Prince Belishan, on the other hand, probably never even imagined that he could lose this fight completely. Meanwhile, the seventh prince of the kingdom of Boltes, Belishan, also returned to his chambers. He was extremely angry because of his senseless defeat. The prince could not calm down and destroyed everything around him, no matter how hard his servants tried to calm him down. Belishan broke free when they tried to restrain him a little. The prince couldn't calm down because Davy was being so provocative with him. He was also annoyed by how everyone could despise him, the next crown prince of the Boltes Empire. He also has a brilliant appearance and excellent skills. In fact, he has almost everything in this world. Belishan also mentioned the princess of the kingdom, Raun Winry, whom he once admired at an event. Of course, he chose the princess because of her beauty, but he also chose her because with her he would get Varys, a swordsman who had reached the average level of expert. By the way, it was thanks to Queen Lynette Barrietta that the seventh prince of the kingdom of Boltes managed to spread rumors about their upcoming wedding without hindrance. So why should he suffer such humiliation and insults now? Then Prince Belishan expelled everyone from his chambers in front of his eyes. Otherwise, he threatened to kill them. The servants politely left the prince's chambers and Belishan continued to smash the furniture. Finally, he got tired, but he did not calm down. On the contrary, He was determined to take revenge and kill the first prince of the kingdom of Raun, Davy Ol Raun. Suddenly he heard that someone was in his room, because he noticed the curtain by the window move. The prince stopped and asked who was hiding there. In response, he heard someone ask him if he really wanted to kill Prince Davy. But first of all, Belishan wanted to know who was with him in his own chambers. Suddenly, the prince was enveloped in black manna, and someone from the unknown said that he could give him such a chance to kill the first prince of the kingdom of Raun. Then he saw a woman coming out of the darkness. Mana completely covered Belishan and entered his body. The prince was as if bewitched. He was simply silent and absorbed all the magic. The woman touched his lips with her hand as if ordering him to be silent. Finally, he managed to say the terrible word kill. The voice replied that it would help Balithian tear Davy's flesh, tear out his bones. Then the seventh prince of the kingdom of Boltees asked the woman her name. The woman said her name in a hushed, mysterious voice. Sherry. It was the same maid who had served Queen Lenise, but this time she revealed her true identity to Belishan. A beauty with long wavy hair appeared before the prince. She asked him if he would remember her. Then Sherry came up close to Belishan and hugged his head, holding him close, and she said in his ear to trust her. Suddenly her fangs extended and it became clear that Sherry was a vampire. Then Sherry bit Belishan in the neck and the prince fainted. The vampire told him that everything would be as his heart desired. Finally, the exhausting day that had brought so many surprises for everyone was over. It was a bright morning. Prince Davy was sitting in his chamber. A maid came in and told him that the competition of His Highness the Fourth Prince Varys was about to begin. The prince, as if to himself, replied that it was still far away. Amy did not understand what the Lord meant, but Davy immediately explained that he was just thinking out loud. Then he turned to the maid and told her that it was time to go, because Winry was probably waiting for him. The stands of the arena where the fencing tournament was taking place were packed with spectators and fans. Davy was a little surprised that everyone here was so energetic. Varys was competing in the afternoon. Davy had already decided that right after his brother's sparring session was over, he would not watch the cute attempts of the inept to do anything. Davy would just say he felt sick and walk away. And so the first prince of the kingdom of Raun came to the box where seats were to be reserved for him and Winry. My sister immediately called me to her. Winry asked Davy if he was okay. Davy asked how long she had been waiting for him, and he answered in the affirmative. My sister asked if my brother was sick because he had overexerted himself the day before. But in fact, Davy had indigestion. However, he was ready to die rather than admit it to his sister. Thanks to the fact that Davy had previously created a mana circle, he now has the power to deal with someone like hired killers or lowly aristocrats. But the prince is still not in the best condition, and that's the problem. Now Davy is not the same as he was in the temple's gallery of heroes. His body reacts sharply to any changes. At this rate, he would have to use the sacred power for indigestion, and he exhaled tensely as he felt a heaviness in his stomach. Suddenly, Winry called out to him. Just then, the fourth prince of the kingdom, Ron Varys, entered the arena and waved to everyone. Winry was looking forward to the sparring session. Davy noted that Varys must be quite popular to be greeted by the crowd like that. Then the first prince opened the program he was holding to see who his brother's opponent would be in the first fight. And then Davy was laughing at the information he read, and he decided that the program was very stupidly designed. Varys' opponent in the first match will be the seventh prince of the kingdom of Boltees, Balithian de Boltees. Davy could not understand why they had to pit these rivals against each other so early. A voice rang out over the arena in the stands, announcing that even though the sword blade was dull, inflicting fatal wounds on an opponent was strictly forbidden. Then the referee announced other rules of the fight. Namely, filling the weapon with energy will result in disqualification, so you need to be very careful. Davy noticed that the audience was not enthusiastic at all. Winry also noticed and agreed with him. Winry began to worry a little more about her twin brother. She sincerely hoped that he wouldn't run wild like a wild stallion and get seriously injured. The older brother tried to calm his sister down. He said that Varys was an experienced fighter, which meant that everything would be fine. Davy also added the information that Varys is insured. In the end, everything will be fine. And so the fight began. The referee ordered the opponents to take a step forward. Both opponents did what the judge told them to do and took their positions. Each of them was ready to fight. Finally, the referee raised his hand in the air. Silence reigned everywhere, and the audience froze in anticipation of the spectacle. Then the referee put his hand down and announced the start of the fight. Davy sat in anticipation, putting his foot up and crossing his arms over his chest. He had noticed that, judging by yesterday, Belishan had decided to use a free-for-all style of fighting. Winry seemed to calm down a bit. and Varus puts the power of his destructive sword art into his blows. If his temper doesn't play tricks on him, the fourth prince of the kingdom of Ron has every chance of winning this duel. Besides, Volition is not yet at the level to withstand all the heavy attacks of Varus's sword. Of course, the seventh prince of the kingdom of Baltes will avoid a direct face-to-face encounter with his opponent. The duel continued, with the opponents fencing powerfully, striking each other. They are absolutely not inferior to each other. This was noticed by all the spectators in the stands, so people became more interested in watching this match. Davy thought he hadn't expected Volition to be such a skilled swordsman. If he was talented, he could easily have grown up overnight, but the first prince rejected such thoughts. He decided that this was not possible. Even if Volition was a genius, it is easy to tell from the body what style of fighter a fighter uses and how often he trains. Varus, for example, uses a heavy sword style. He has the right build for it. Yes, Prince Bolithian is fighting back so far, but he won't last long. Suddenly, everyone noticed some strange things about the fight in the arena. Something was not in line with the general opinion about this fight. Winry shrieked with delight. It was the first time she had ever seen Varus speed up like that. And Davy realized that this is the development in a real fight. And he decided that he too needed to try harder from now on. The first prince recalled how, as a child, he, Varus, and Winry practiced martial arts, including fencing, together in the garden. Since then, Varus has grown considerably. Davy remembered how little Varus, holding a thin twig in his hands, said that when he grew up, he would definitely become a knight. And he insisted that they all go out together for a reason, because he really wanted to show them exactly that. Even as a child, Varus said that he would definitely protect his brother, and little Winry would add her own words, that she would protect her brother in the future. 6 years have passed since then, and now Davy has seen how incredible his younger brother's skills are. However, the first prince of the kingdom of Roun was more concerned about what happened to Volition. It is impossible to improve so much in such a short time. Now the seventh prince of the kingdom of Baltes behaves as if he has been replaced. He has become completely different. Davy had a strange feeling. It was like a déjà vu from a while ago. In the stands, the audience watched the incredible fight with interest. Winry began to get more excited again. Varus was already tired. He hadn't expected Volition to be able to resist the heavy sword. The fourth prince of the kingdom of Ron was well aware that he had a good and stubborn opponent. His movements were a bit strange, but he couldn't let his guard down. And then Varus decided it was time to end the fight and grabbed his sword again. He had prepared a special punch for his opponent and was wondering if he could withstand it. Taking his sword out of its sheath, Varus rushed to meet Volition. The boy decided that it was all or nothing. Running closer to his opponent, Varus swung his heavy sword at him. However, Volition managed to avoid the blow by quickly crouching down and letting the sword fly over his head. It seemed that Varus had set himself up. It was a dangerous situation that could easily have killed the fourth prince of the Ron kingdom. So he quickly decided to strike again and swung his heavy sword at his opponent. Suddenly, however, Volition stood up and stabbed Varus directly in the chest with his sword. His sword was filled with energy, which was strictly forbidden in these competitions. Varus felt that he was getting very sick. He thought that his death was coming. However, last night, after the ball at the reception and a very interesting duel between Davy and Volition, something happened. Varus decided not to go to bed yet, but to practice a little more fencing, because the next day the competition would begin. Suddenly, he heard someone say that he was very diligent. Varus thought it was his older brother Davy's voice, and it really was. Davy joked that he couldn't sleep because of Varus's training. His younger brother laughed and apologized for it. Davy jokingly told his brother that he was being rude. Their sister Winry has been asleep for a long time, and the hero of tomorrow is busy doing something. Varus explained that he could not sleep. He keeps thinking about Prince Volition, and this does not give him peace of mind. The fourth prince of the kingdom of Ron realizes that his older brother has already taught the self-confident brat a lesson, but it's not enough for him. Then Davy asked him what else he wanted. Varus clenched his palm into a fist and said that he wanted to crush Bolithian with his own hands. Davy laughed. He liked his younger brother's confidence. He sounded very convincing. Then he added that Varus shouldn't worry about anything, that he would do the best he could. Davy sat and watched Varus practice. There was an unusually clear and gentle current around him, and the mana was just right, as it should be for a young man. Varus was practicing, cutting through the air with a heavy sword. Suddenly, Davy decided to help him a little. He knew full well that what he was about to share with his younger brother could certainly make a splash and set the whole world on its ear. But Varus was his brother, so he would not be spared. Varus did not yet understand what Davy was going to do. He just felt that he came closer to him from behind. Suddenly, Davy put both his hands on Varasu's shoulders and began to massage them. The fourth prince stopped in surprise and sat down, and Davy said he was going to give his brother a massage and began to rub his shoulders. Varus simply expressed his gratitude. Davy told his younger brother to close his eyes and relax. He laughed that he was opening his own salon, Davy's. Varus decided to accept this favor from his brother. Then Davy raised his hands, summoning the appropriate mana, and warned his client that he would feel a little tingly during the massage. The first prince put his hands, now charged with mana, on his brother's shoulders again and said that his muscles were very tense. It hurt Varus quite a bit, and he asked for a little bit lighter massage because he had no idea what Davy was doing to him, and he wasn't even going to tell him anything, just did his job. Davy also joked with his brother that it was okay to overwork yourself at night instead of watching the 10th dream. Varus was having trouble breathing, and Davy kept saying that his condition was due to his brother's lack of rest. By stimulating the mana of another person with your mana and causing it to fluctuate, you can forcefully endow that person with energy. It sounds very easy, but this procedure is from another dimension and violates the prescribed truths of this world. Although Davy has heard that there are places in the other world where this amazing massage is performed, suddenly the first prince stopped massaging his brother's shoulders and instead pushed him hard, saying that he was filled with inner strength. This was so unexpected for Varus that he screamed, not understanding what it all meant. After that, Varus fell to the ground, completely exhausted. Davy was also tired from giving his brother this massage. Varus continued to lie on the ground, completely unable to get up, and Davy was satisfied with his work, because now his younger brother was filled with the necessary strength. The first prince realized that the next day this power would not be useful to Varus, but it would help him in his further development. Then he remembered something else. Davy touched the back of his younger brother, who was still lying down, and shouted, "Get up!" He warned Varus to go to bed, or he would catch a cold if he stayed here. The first prince decided that such a safety net would not do any harm. It was still difficult for Varus to move after the massage. He complained to his brother that it was too much, and why he didn't massage her at least a little softer. Varus said that if it were Winry, his older brother would have to carry her on his back after the procedure. But Davy said with satisfaction that Varus looked great, so he shouldn't whine. And then he shouted at him to go to bed because it was late. And he threatened that if the younger boy didn't fall asleep before him, they would have to repeat this procedure on his whole body. Varus immediately got up and ran away from Davy as far as he could, so that he would not move him anymore. Now everything was prepared properly. Davy could also go to rest, waiting for the next morning, when the fencing tournament would finally begin. The first prince of the kingdom of Raun fell asleep in anticipation of tomorrow's competition. And then something happens that no one expected. Volition, whom Varus had the misfortune to fight first, breaks the rules of the fight. The seventh prince of the kingdom of Boltes charged his sword with energy and stabbed Varus right in the heart. Varus fell to his knees expecting to die soon, and Volition threw his sword away. The spectators kept asking each other what had just happened in the arena, and Volition himself did not understand what was happening. Everyone saw that after the next blow, Prince Volition's sword turned red, and Prince Varus fell to the ground. But then the audience saw an energy barrier surrounding the body of Prince Varus. They could not believe what they were seeing. It was just incredible. An energy barrier. People were whispering, wondering if this was possible at the highest level of expertise. Winry was beaming with happiness that her twin brother was okay, that everything was over, that he had made it. Winry was saying this to her older brother Davy, but when she turned her head to the side, she saw the chair where the first prince was sitting empty. This surprised the girl. Meanwhile, Varus was recovering from his first fight in the tournament. He was coughing up blood. Meanwhile, the fight stopped. The referee declared the sparring match over, and Prince Volition was defeated in this fight. The referee could not restrain himself and shouted at Volition that he had disregarded the rules of the sacred duel, using the energy of the sword and trying to kill his opponent. His unworthy act is tantamount to declaring war on another state. After that, the seventh prince of the kingdom of Boltes, Volition de Boltes, was disqualified, and the referee continued that, as a representative of the host country, he was officially protesting to the kingdom of Boltes. Representatives of the Boltes country wanted to protest this decision somehow, saying that it was all a misunderstanding. Prince Volition's escorts tried to explain that their country meant no harm. Meanwhile, the prince himself left the arena in silence, not even saying anything to anyone about what had happened. One servant, who was still trying to somehow get at least some response from his master, immediately paid for his initiative. The prince took him by the throat and squeezed him hard. Then Belishan lifted his servant, still holding him by the throat. The servant almost choked to death, but it was even worse. Prince Belishan simply cut off his head. Blood splashed out. The people who saw it were terrified. They held their heads and began to shout in fright that Prince Belishan had just killed a man, and the prince looked at his bloody hands, with which he had literally just cut off the head of his servant, and a wild, crazy smile appeared on his face. Immediately, questions about what had happened were asked in the stands, and frightened people began to make a noise. Everyone immediately began to flee, whoever they could, just to avoid staying here next to the killer. Prince Belishan had gone mad. Such rumors began to spread among all those present. But the proof of this was the servant killed by the prince. Suddenly the prince screamed furiously, his mouth completely smeared with the blood of his victim. People shouted that he had turned into a monster. He had to be immediately imprisoned, but the guards could not cope with him on their own. Someone shouted that it was all just a dream. Indeed, it was impossible to believe, but the evidence was irrefutable. The guards were shouting for someone to call for reinforcements as soon as possible. The whole place was in chaos. While everyone was running back and forth, Prince Devi approached his younger brother, who was still lying in the arena because all the people were running away from that place to avoid falling into the hands of Prince Belithian, who had turned into a monster. Finally, Varys opened his eyes and saw Devi's face in front of him. He immediately asked how his fight went. The first prince reassured his brother, telling him that everything was fine and that he had fought very well. People were running away, and the two brothers were just talking amidst the chaos in the arena and in the stands. Varys didn't know what had happened to his opponent yet. For now, he could only think about his sparring. Varys was smiling. Just a few minutes ago, he thought he was going to die and was mentally saying goodbye to his life. But he survived, although it was not easy for him. The prince also remembered well that he managed to create an energy barrier, which helped him save his life. An energy barrier is a barrier formed by the skill of a higher-level expert. It can protect its owner by distributing mana and protecting him from danger. Of course, Devi backed up his younger brother, but he was able to save himself solely because of his height. Although the strange massage Devi gave him also helped in that situation. The fourth prince of the kingdom of Raun, Varys, is only 14 years old. Anyone else in his place would have been proud of himself, but Varys decided to just be happy to be alive, having barely escaped from the other world. Devi thought his younger brother was an overly dignified young man. He thought it would be cuter if he were crying crocodile tears of pain. Then Devi told Varys that he had had enough of this old man's talk, that he should rest, and touched his brother's forehead so that Varys would fall asleep quietly. And then the paramedics came with a stretcher, put Varys on it, and quickly carried him to the hospital to be examined by medical workers. Now that the first prince had made sure that his younger brother was taken away for a professional examination, he decided to deal with what had now stirred up everyone at the fencing tournament, namely Belishan, his transformation into a monster, and his murder. So Devi went through the gate. People were still running away in panic from that terrible place, as it turned out. The first prince of the kingdom of Raun saw that there were magicians with wands trying to tame the monster Belishan. They sent various spells at him, but Belishan absorbed all their magic, and it had absolutely no effect on him. It seemed as if the monster that the seventh prince of the kingdom of Boltese had turned into was not subject to any influence of the magic used by the magicians of the Palan Empire. The magicians were beginning to realize that their strength would definitely not be enough. The monster was standing unharmed. It was necessary to evacuate the audience immediately. Afterwards, the magicians worked together to create a barrier, but they knew that the barrier would not last long and would gradually weaken and dissolve. The first prince of the kingdom of Raun ran to the crowd of magicians to assess the situation with his own eyes. Suddenly, he was stopped by guards, who told him that he could not approach the barrier because it was extremely dangerous. So the guards politely asked His Highness to leave the place. Meanwhile, the spectators were evacuated, and only the magicians, the guards, and the monster Belithian remained in the arena. And then Princess Winry saw Devi from a high platform. She began to call out to him excitedly. Winry was extremely afraid for her older brother, wondering how he got to a place where access was already prohibited and blocked. Meanwhile, the monster Belishan did not stand quietly, waiting to be caught. He attacked people who came across his path and killed them mercilessly and in cold blood. And so Devi saw Belithian kill another of his victims. The seventh prince of the kingdom of Boltese was completely covered in someone else's blood, and his mouth was also dripping with someone else's blood, because the monster tasted it every time he killed someone else. At the same time, Belithian was roaring terribly, like a predatory beast in aggression. Davy came closer to him and told him that he was acting much hotter than the night before. The first prince of the kingdom of Raun was ready to fight Belithian, but he was only thinking about how best to deal with him. Belithian gathered his terrible power and also prepared to meet Davy. The magicians who were trying to restrain the monster immediately shouted that they had to stop it and prevent it from approaching His Highness, the first prince of the kingdom of Raun. Meanwhile, Belithian was already rapidly approaching Davy. The wizards saw that they could not stop the monster. Its power was too powerful and it was heading straight for Davy. But the first prince of the kingdom of Raun was fully prepared to meet Belithian, so he stood still, waiting for the first blow. Suddenly, the situation changed dramatically as Davy's sister Winry ran to him. She didn't know how strong her older brother was, so she ran to help him, because she had magic after all. This was such a surprise to Davy that he was momentarily distracted. The prince was very worried because his sister ran to him in this situation, because she could have been seriously injured in that fight. Suddenly, Davy felt someone grab him from behind by the scruff of the neck and start pulling him back. The next moment, he saw that it was Princess Elena, dressed as a warrior fighting the monster Belithian. Passing Davy, the princess looked at him as if to say that she was taking control of the situation. The princess of the Palan Empire came running to rescue people who were running away from the arena to avoid becoming victims of the monster. Meanwhile, Belithian was almost upon Davy, whom he intended to attack. Covered in the blood of murdered people, the monster growled ominously. Landing next to Belithian, Princess Elena drew her divine sword. At the moment, she decided to use the two-handed sword style. Elena directed her magic at him. Then the girl threw the first punch, which threw Belithian away from Davy. The monster did not expect anyone else to interfere in the fight between him and Davy. Such a powerful blow caused stones to fall from the stands. It was good that the spectators had already run out of the stands. The first prince of the kingdom, Raun Davy, was also hit by a wave from the divine sword and fell to the ground. Princess Elena continued to fight. The girl was full of determination, and her abilities allowed her to fight with dignity, fearlessly accepting any challenges. Since Belithian was completely unprepared for an attack of this magnitude, he became even more angry and constantly growled like a predator. The monster now turned his attention to Princess Elena and directed his aggression at her. The princess prepared herself for Belithian's attack. As soon as he began to approach, she rushed to meet him and counterattacked the monster with several blows. The princess's blows were so strong and quick to follow each other that Belithian did not have time to recover and strike back. Finally, Princess Elena struck again, throwing the monster far away from her. The magicians, who had tried various methods to restrain Belithian at least a little, not to mention destroy him, were extremely shocked that the princess managed to neutralize the monster in just a few blows. With incredible strength, Belithian slammed into the arena wall and fell down exhausted. Princess Elena de Palan defeated the monster that the seventh prince of the kingdom of Boltese, Prince Belithian de Boltese, had turned into. As soon as there was trouble, she immediately came to the rescue and defeated the monster. Davy stood in a kind of stupor. He was preparing for battle, and he was simply removed from the battlefield. Princess Winry was pulling her older brother's arm and begging him to get out of there as soon as possible and leave everything to Princess Elena. Davy just laughed at the situation. He looked at Princess Elena. She stood with her legs wide apart, her hair braided in a plait, which had become somewhat tattered during the battle and was now blowing epically in the wind. Davy felt a little bad that the princess had stolen his booty, but the first prince of the kingdom of Raun noted that Princess Elena was actually much better than the local crowd. Suddenly, Princess Elena took up her divine sword again, and looking at the defeated Belithian, uttered the word vampire with genuine hatred. At first, Davy was unclear what the princess was going to do, and Winry hid behind her brother. And then everyone noticed a bright flash, but no one realized what it was. When Princess Elena defeated Belithian, and he fell down weakly against the wall, local magicians immediately chained the monster. But for some reason, the princess decided to strike Belithian again. Although Belithian was exhausted and his body was tightly bound by magical chains, he still tried to break free and growled menacingly. Suddenly, Davy noticed something very wrong, and it alerted him. And Winry noticed the change in her brother's face. Since Belithian had turned into a vampire the day before and now couldn't move, he used magic to create a bloody follicle. The magicians who had chained Belithian suffered immediately from the monster's actions. Their defense was not very strong. The guards standing nearby were also hit by the wave of bloody follies. It would seem that the monster was captured, but its power was too powerful. Winry leaned feebly against her older brother, and Davy hugged her and held her close, reassuring her that everything would be okay. He kept telling her that nothing was wrong, that he would protect her and that everything would be fine. In fact, Davy decided to send a dream and his magic shield to Winry so that she could survive the bloody follies. The first prince of the kingdom, Ron, sat down on the ground, put Winry's head on his lap, stroked her head, and told her soothingly to have some good dreams for now, and when Winry woke up and opened her eyes, everything would be fine. Davy tried to activate his powers so that Winnie would fall asleep and wake up when he destroyed the Belician monster. He was well aware that if he did not take certain measures now, everything that was happening around him would be mixed with his own spirit magic. The first prince was disturbed by the shouting that Belician was spreading and did not allow him to concentrate. When a person reaches a certain level, they can connect with a certain mana, and their abilities become individualized. It so happens that by now, Davy already has 3 powers, and each of them has annoying qualities. For example, spirit magic is almost psychopathic. It constantly asks to be healed immediately, otherwise it threatens to wreak havoc. However, it is this power that is the most effective. At the same time, ordinary mana is very similar to ice. It's very sharp, but with enough effort it works great at pretending that it can't do anything to you. And the last one is a sacred force. It is the most stubborn ram of all. This damn force is simply deaf to any orders. Getting it to work is a huge feat. It is so lazy. Davy tried his best to wake it up. Even in such circumstances, this force remains deaf, and it will not work unless it is properly pressed. Now the situation was very critical, and Davy was trying his best to pull everything together to resist evil with dignity. Finally, he managed to awaken the sacred power. The 4th level sacred magic heard the prince's calls for help and activated. Davy used this sacred power to summon the shining patron to protect his little sister, while he was busy destroying the monster Prince Belithian had turned into. And now we don't have to worry about Winry for a while. She will sleep peacefully under the shadow of the shining patron. A real disaster was happening around us. Everything looked extremely terrible. Bloody follies turned the city into a city of blood. The art of strengthening one's own strength by drawing vital energy from all living things. For now, Davy can only use the sacred power of the 4th level, and with it, he would not be able to save everyone here. Although he did not understand why he had only the 4th level available. But for now, Davy decided not to waste time thinking about it. He was glad that at least Varys had been taken out of the arena in time, and was therefore not affected by the destructive effects of the bloody follies. Meanwhile, Belician became even more like a terrible monster, and against the blood-red background he looked especially terrifying. Davy was getting closer and closer. Another terrible fight for life and death was about to take place in the arena, although this time there would be no spectators to see it. And that was a good thing. Suddenly, behind his back, the first prince heard someone say something. Not everyone, it turned out, was overcome by the bloody follies. The prince turned around and saw Princess Eileen de Palin behind him. This created a bit of a problem for Davy. The prince had absolutely no hope that someone inside the bloody follies might not faint. Princess Elena could barely stand on her feet, leaning on her sword. But it was admired in the eyes of the first prince of the kingdom of Raun. After all, Elena is the owner of the divine sword for a reason. And Davy also noticed that the princess's face, even if it was so exhausted that she seemed about to die, was still extremely beautiful. But then Davy stopped this stream of thought, because it was completely inappropriate to think about appearance now. In turn, Princess Elena was also very surprised to see that the first prince of the kingdom of Raun was feeling absolutely fine in that terrible situation. Davy approached Elena, put his hand on her shoulder and kindly asked her how she was feeling and if she needed any help. Then he added that they were still in great danger here. The princess didn't quite understand what Davy meant, and the first prince told her to move away from that place because she felt better. But Elena tried to stop Davy, tried to find out what he was going to do. The princess ran up to Davy and grabbed his hand. She had to figure something out. Namely, the princess could not understand why nothing happened to the first prince of the kingdom of Raun, why the bloody follies did not affect him, because everyone around them, except for the 2 of them, was unconscious. Davy had already thought that Princess Elena had noticed something that he was trying to hide for a while. But still, the owner of the divine sword was quite an observant girl. After all, the unfortunate first prince of the kingdom of Raun has only recently come out of a coma. And now, despite such a terrible reality, he is moving perfectly well on his own legs, without any support. Yes, it all looks very strange. But Davy decided not to show his strength. He threw up his hands, smiled, and said that he had no idea how it was that he hadn't fainted. That's how he gently backed away from the answer. The first prince also added that he was still helping the princess defeat the monster Belishan, so she shouldn't hate him so much. But Alina was relentless. She gently pushed Davy away and ordered him to step back and stand behind her. Then she said that it was necessary because he would not be able to defeat the monster Belishan alone. And Davy asked if the princess really thought that he would not be able to cope alone, to which the girl replied in the affirmative that luck alone would not be enough, as in yesterday's sparring at the ball. The princess, by the way, was quite small compared to him. Now their rivals are the nobles of the night, and the princess squinted her eyes with hatred. She was a real warrior. The nobles of the night have their own powerful powers. They are blood demons described in ancient scriptures. Elena de Palan asked Davy if he had heard of vampires before. The princess said that in no case should he rely on a lucky break. Davy listened attentively, and the princess continued that Davy didn't have a single drop of mana, so she was sure that the monster Belishan had turned into would tear the first prince of the kingdom of Raun into small pieces in an instant. In the end, Princess Elena told Davy to just run away from there while there was still time. However, Davy said that it was unlikely that Belishan would let him go just like that, but the princess replied that she would try to stop the monster. Davy thought about the fact that the princess is really trustworthy. She is ready to fight to the end. But the prince noticed that unlike yesterday, the princess was behaving very emotionally for some reason. Her hatred was extremely frank, and it was clearly visible on her face. It looked as if she was about to meet her mortal enemy. The princess stood in a stance holding her divine sword in front of her. Terrible memories came flooding back to Princess Elena. She remembered herself as a little girl who woke up in the middle of the night and went barefoot to see what had happened. This little girl saw her mother and another woman in the darkness who hugged her mother and leaned against her neck. The girl screamed, "Mommy," and the woman who, as it turned out, had bitten her mother's neck, heard her scream. Her mouth was covered in the blood of Elena's mother, and her mother was dying without a will. Clutching the toy bunny tightly to her, the little princess watched this terrible sight with horror. She was scared to death. And then she dropped the toy from her hands because she could not fully control her body from the numbness of terror. This day has been on Elena's mind for several years now. It was a terrible, stressful experience for her that left a deep wound. Meanwhile, Belishan had completely transformed into a terrible, ugly monster. Princess Elena thought to herself that she would tear everything out of the monster, right down to its very roots. She vowed that she would not rest until she died and would destroy that breed as long as she had the strength. Suddenly, the princess fell to the ground exhausted. She did not understand what was happening to her. Davy, who knew nothing about Elena's injury, said he didn't understand why she was so obsessed with vampires, but asked her not to interfere with his battle. The princess asked again what was wrong, what was happening to her now, why she was suddenly so weak. Davy simply replied that he didn't know what had happened, that she should just watch the action and not worry about anything. The first prince took a stance with his fist in front of him, and at that time Belishan was already preparing to attack him. It had been a long time since Dave had such battles, but he was sure that his practice in the gallery, when he fought hundreds, even thousands, should have been enough now. The first prince was quite confident, since he probably knows vampires better than anyone else in the world. Davy knew exactly who he was dealing with. This vampire was somehow infected. His powers gained more power from the bloody phallus. At one time, the first prince of the kingdom of Raun sent so many of them to the next world that he was quite tired of them. The huge vampire, who had been charging at Davy with all his might, eventually ran into a powerful counterattack from the first prince. At the same time, Davy told him that Belishan had gone through so much the day before during the duel, but still hadn't learned anything. Then Davy was going to strike the monster again. He skillfully used his skills because he had a lot of experience. Gathering enough energy in his palm, the first prince struck Belishan right in the heart. Davy used the demonic blood rift ability, which resulted in the monster being destroyed to the ground. The vampire was completely blown away with such force that stones fell around, and the stone statues that decorated the arena were partially destroyed. So the monster Belishan was finally finished. Davy was pleased with himself, although he knew how the fight would end. Princess Elena was still sitting exhausted on the ground, and now she was also shocked to see how the prince, who had just come out of a 6-year coma a few months ago, had defeated a huge vampire full of strength. The girl did not believe what she saw with her own eyes. It did not fit into her understanding. She thought it was simply impossible. And around him, the bloody phallus began to gradually disappear. Since the vampire was destroyed, the magic he created also dissolved into oblivion. The first prince of the kingdom of Round squared his shoulders. He now felt very refreshed, full of fresh energy. He liked this feeling. The red gloom caused by the bloody phallus was descending from the stands in the arena. People were still lying unconscious on the ground. Princess Elena still said to herself that this was beyond the realm of possibility, a contagion that not even the local magicians and knights, not even her two-handed sword could stop. And then suddenly, this contagion is defeated by an ordinary person, in whom the princess does not feel a drop of mana. Elena's mind was full of different thoughts, which she tried to put together to understand for herself how Davy managed to defeat the vampire. All the princess knew about Davy was that he was an unfortunate prince who had been in a coma for 6 years and had only come out of it a few months ago. The first prince of the kingdom, Round, approached Princess Elena and gave her his hand so that she could finally get up from the ground. At the same time, he was smiling at her in a friendly and calm manner. Davy was a little curious to know what the owner of the divine sword had been thinking about all this time. And of course, the prince could see how beautiful the princess of the Palan Empire was, so he was even more pleased to help such a beauty. But suddenly Davy took his hand away and asked Elena to lend him her sword. The princess was still silent, and Davy waited for her to respond. He didn't understand why she was so shy. And then the girl desperately began to say something incomprehensible. It was clear that she was having a hard time with it. The thing was that the divine sword was broken. The princess broke it during the last fight. And then Davy showed some discourtesy. He said that he was interested not in the broken sword, but in the one attached to the princess's clothes, and unceremoniously reached for it. Princess Elena was somewhat shocked by this behavior of the first prince of the kingdom of Ron, and Davy was glad that he managed to get what he wanted and hid in his fist. Elena didn't know what Davy wanted, and the guy said that when fighting a boss, you need to be fully armed. Then the prince opened his fist. The insignia of the divine sword was on his palm, and Davy addressed him with such respect that he was forced to borrow some of his power. In addition to the sword that saved the world, Surt, the blacksmith hero from the 1001 Nights, created many different weapons throughout his life. Even the simplest materials can become glorified weapons in his hands. Any junk will become a treasure of the highest quality. The blacksmith was blessed by spirits, so he was able to smelt a sword using mana. And this ability of his is so famous that the swords he has smelted are still being passed down across the continent from generation to generation, especially the 12 famous swords of the blacksmith Surta, which are kept in different parts of the continent as a national treasure. The blacksmith gave each of his masterpieces a name. One of them was called Calderas. In the ancient language of the spirits, this name means Snow White Protector. Blacksmith Surt's swords look like a match made in heaven. They are extraordinary magical swords, but even among them, Calderas is still considered special. After all, this sword, created by Surt at the cost of his own life for his close friend, the sword god Hares, contained the most valuable thing. Surtees used the ego in his next masterpiece. This makes it an order of magnitude higher than a conventional weapon. And now Davy is holding a sword that has its own ego and releases power on its own. This sounds incredible in general. What is also incredible is that the first prince of the kingdom of Round knows the truth, and he already knows his identity very well. Davy needed to borrow some power from the divine sword, and he had to negotiate with his ego. Suddenly, Davy's hand seemed to be struck by lightning. The sword's ego was indignant, wondering who he was, having the courage to grab it so brazenly. It was screaming for Davy to let it go. But the first prince understood that the divine sword's ego just likes to mutter loudly and regularly. Long ago, the guy had already heard all these chirps, and they hadn't changed at all. He said that he was not deaf and could hear everything. And then Davy started mocking the ego of the divine sword and said that it was a sword with a vibration function, that is, some kind of vulgar thing for real perverts. The first prince then offered the divine sword cooperation. He never let go of it. Suddenly, Princess Elena, who tried to approach Davy, lost her footing and fell on top of the prince. She was still very exhausted. The first prince explained to the divine sword's ego that at this rate, its own wielder would be the first to die. Even though she had been kept conscious only by the power of the divine sword, the princess still had the ability to move. This, of course, was admirable, and Davy could not help but recognize her strength of spirit. The princess is certainly talented, but their current enemy is not her rival. It is also very important to be able to assess your own capabilities. The princess fell to her knees and Davy sat down next to her. And then the ego of the divine sword warned the prince not to even think of realizing his obscene thoughts. But Davy had no intention of doing so. Then the first prince of the kingdom of Raun opened his palm. With his other hand he held Princess Elena, and the ego of the divine sword decided to bestow its power on him. Finally, Devi was given temporary possession of the divine sword. This was indeed a necessity in the current situation. The first prince touched the hilt of the sword with his other hand, which was carved with special skill. Then he raised it high and, admiring the beauty of the divine sword with undisguised admiration, said with satisfaction that it was truly beautiful. However, the sword's ego was still indignant at Devi. He said that up until now the guy couldn't even wake up a contract girl, and now he wanted to take his power. But the first prince of the kingdom of Raun was not going to give up. He asked the sword to be quiet. He also asked the divine sword to give him some of its power. After all, he had to fight the evil forces that attacked the Palin Empire. Devi assured the sword that he would take care of everything himself once he took its power. The sword's ego was still thinking, but the prince insisted. In the end, the first prince of the Raun kingdom, Devi ol Raun, united with the divine sword. The sky was suddenly cut by the lightning of the initial two-handed sword and illuminated the entire bloody arena with its bright light. Now Devi became even stronger and was securely armed with the divine sword. He stood there waiting for his opponent to appear. Throwing his sword easily over his shoulder, the prince turned to the abyss, wondering how long his opponent would hide from him. The guy suggested that the enemy finally come out and take the fight as it should be. Suddenly a small bat appeared next to him. Devi thought it would be a vampire who would be his opponent, but the first prince did not think that it would be a vampire of the highest rank. Meanwhile, the little bat was transforming. Finally, the transformation was complete, and Devi stood before a beautiful-looking vampire, the same one who had bitten the seventh prince of the Boltese kingdom Belishan the day before and turned him into a terrible monster. Devi looked at her closely and saw that they already knew each other. It was the queen's maid, Linez Barrietta, whom he had already met once in her chambers when the queen herself visited him. The vampire said that she assumed that someone was patronizing him when he destroyed her subordinates, but she hadn't expected him to be behind it all. The first prince smugly said that he was really a great guy, but he immediately added that the vampire should come down to him as soon as possible. Then he said that his neck was too stiff to look down at her. The vampire was indignant at Devi's rudeness, and the first prince did not let up. He mockingly said that thanks to her dress, he now sees everything she has under that dress. Namely, he sees black underwear, which is very suitable for a person like her. The vampire became even more angry and called the prince a scoundrel, her eyes glittering with undisguised hatred. The first prince was still waiting for the vampire to finally decide to come down to him. Devi swung the divine sword in the direction of his opponent. The prince continued to talk to the vampire. Now a tragedy of considerable proportions has occurred. Even if we get rid of the first prince, it will still be impossible to accuse Queen Lin of anything. Relations with the country of Boltese will be shaken. But Boltese, a country that is already notorious, will not go to war with Raun in any case. And Devi said that he was sure that the vampire had appeared so boldly in front of him because she was 100% sure that he would not get out alive. The first prince added that he had to admit that the vampire was well-oriented. He had to think about what to do now. But he was already tired of talking, and Devi was about to start the battle. The vampire, listening to all this, shouted out what kind of heresy the prince was talking about. It also prepared for the battle and tried to strike first. The first prince decided to climb a little higher, and at the same time avoid the blow inflicted by the vampire. Devi still continued to mock his rival. He deliberately teased her, causing her to become very angry. The vampire again directed her magic at the prince, and small red stones flew at him. The boy waited until they were almost upon him and jumped down. Not a single stone hit his body. The first prince glided downward easily. The vampire's blows missed. Devi landed, and in the place where the vampire was aiming, stones exploded in turn, creating a curtain of fire and smoke. Now the vampire said that this was a bit different from what she expected from the first prince of the kingdom of Raun, but still he remains just a pathetic human being to her. And Devi provocatively asked his rival if it wasn't true that she herself was serving the common man. These words really hurt the vampire's dignity, and she shouted angrily at Devi to shut his filthy mouth. Vampires are so powerful that it's not even fair. They are descended from the strongest creatures of their species, which is already some kind of madness. And the most outstanding of those strongest go through a ceremony of inheritance and become a clan. Elves are the natural enemies of vampires. Without their help, killing a vampire will not be so easy. Now the question arises, how did Karas ever manage to defeat vampires? And not just one. And the god of the sword, Hares. shared his experience. He explained to Davy that he had taunted them and pissed them off to such an extent that they were just going crazy with it. No matter who the enemy is, if you throw them off balance with anger, their actions become predictable. Davy remembered how he and Hares were sitting on the grass in the shade of a huge tree, and the god of the sword was passing on his knowledge to the boy. He told him that such mockery, in fact, affects vampires especially. Pride is in their blood. So the higher the rank of a vampire, the more chances he has to burn out in a fight with some green young man. Davy reacted negatively to such advice. He believed that such a technique in battle was low. However, Harris indifferently replied that it didn't matter how the victory was won. A flush royal was a flush royal. That is what the god of the sword once said to the first prince, the same gentleman who can be called a complete bastard. By the way, in the Palan Empire, Karas is highly respected. Davy even wondered how the people of Palan would react to the true nature of that god. Meanwhile, the battle continued. The first prince managed to make the vampire quite angry. However, her strength was considerable because her level was higher. Therefore, the rivals were fully worthy of each other. The vampire used the blood barrier. This ability was available only to vampires of the count level. Davy saw that the heiress of the county was still quite young, but if she was a purebred and related to someone very noble, she could well claim the place of the family. In this case, Davy decided that the best solution would be to finish off the vampire right now. However, the vampire was sure that her opponent would not succeed. The first prince again mockingly asked her why she doubted him. The vampire said that if Davy relaxed even a little bit, he would be finished with him immediately. Afterwards, the vampire pointed to Princess Elena de Palan and said that later she would share the same fate as his with this girl, who possesses the art of the sword and the divine sword. The vampire didn't let up. She said that if Davy wanted to die so badly, then let him accept his fate humbly. She was gathering her strength to deal a powerful fatal blow to the first prince of the kingdom of Ron. The vampire believed that she could easily defeat Davy, and it seemed to her that it was complete nonsense that the guy tried to counterattack her. However, the first prince managed to repel the vampire's attacks. He used the art of the sword, which was very strange to her, and Davy told his rival that you shouldn't judge a book by its wrapper, especially if you've only seen someone once. We are talking here about the true art of the god of the sword himself, and the first prince had the skills of this art. During the so-called training, Davy made light swings of his sword many dozens of times, while his trainer, the sword god Hares, lay down and rested in the shade of the trees. Yes, Davy had once considered it a very thankless task, but now it was a different matter, and the prince used the super heavy sword ability. The vampire used the ability splitting a huge mountain. Suddenly something went wrong with her, and the vampire was terrified of what was happening. A huge rock grew right out of the ground. It was incredible, amazing. The first prince held his head and said in surprise that he was fully armed. The divine sword Ego laughed and said that he had no idea what he was talking about. After all, this was his time of glory. Now Davy laughed that Ego was so restless he would not calm down. The guy told him that it seems he hadn't materialized for a good 1,000 years, so now he was happy about anything, but let him calm down his ardor a little. Then the divine sword Ego asked the prince who he was and how he managed to control its power. In general, it seems to Ego that the prince has known him for a long time. Davy suggested that they just do what they had agreed to do now, and there was no need to disclose uncomfortable details to each other, to which Ego asked what Davy meant. Then the first prince asked if the Ego of the divine sword would believe him if he said that he was actually a disciple of its original owner. Of course, the Ego would not believe him, and maybe even the opposite. It would get angry and say that the prince was dishonoring the honor of the deceased. God forbid. Then, the divine sword's Ego said that the vampire had disappeared. Davy replied that they didn't need to worry about it because they were not in a position to pursue her now. The bloody follies was still hovering over the arena and spreading a toxic red fog around. The divine sword Ego said that even the sight of that bloody phallus disgusted him. Due to the fact that the core was destroyed by the recent explosion, the bloody phallus could not spread any further. But the bloodstone that remains will not stop until all the people here are dead. However, that stone has already weakened quite a bit, so you can use a purification magic above the 6th level with a wide range. In general, 3 months should be enough. However, most people who have their life force drained will die. And even worse, these people have been exposed to prolonged exposure to blood follies, so they will become infected. Suddenly, the divine sword's Ego said that there was some kind of disturbance outside. He wouldn't say for sure, but he was sure that everything was turned upside down there too. Ego then added that in this sense, the first prince of the Ron kingdom, Devi Olraun, is indeed a lucky man. It would seem that Devi is still a young man, but he is already at the level of a master. And Ego also said that the prince's level was too high for him to be influenced by bloody phallus. And Devi modestly agreed and said, calling Ego a master, that he was looking into the water. The first prince will need some time to pull out the Oro blade. He is not so strong because he accumulates and completes levels like other people. Master level, the knowledge and skills inherent in such a high level. Devi has all this thanks to his abnormal doping. The ego of the divine sword said that it was a real monster. He wondered what this unrealistic mana was. Moreover, the mana of spirits with sacred power at the same time. This is the first time that the ego sees all three kinds of powers coexisting in one body. The first prince just laughed at this. And then he said that now he was facing an evil destroyer of common sense. However, Ego did not let up and questioned whether this was really possible. But it's crazy, unbelievable. However, Devi again laughed at the fact that Ego called this possibility crazy. He explained that this is the result of several hundred years of research, so it should not be devalued, let alone condemned. But enough of this empty talk. Since it was the way it was, Devi decided to ask Ego to finish the job. Because, unfortunately, his own strength is not enough now. Ego asked what the first prince meant by his words. Devi suggested that we just end it all once and for all. He is not going to sacrifice himself to save a lot of strangers. However, if this is how he can recover as quickly as possible, it would be nice to make a foundation for recovery out of it all, and at the same time to liberally lubricate the lignified strength. And Devi put his hands together in front of him, as if in prayer. It is true that such prayer rituals are completely out of his style, but it was necessary for him now, first of all. And the first prince began to pray to Lady Priya, who watches over all things. He stabbed the divine sword in the ground in front of him and began to pray. Your young lamb is lost in the darkness and cannot see an inch in front of him. It would be nice, as Devi asked, if Miss Priya could give him a small flashlight. And if that doesn't work out, he would like her to deal with it personally. But he knows that this is absolutely impossible. The divine sword's ego wondered what kind of motive the first prince had for this strange motif. In fact, Devi's sacred power is something special because of the influence of Saint Daphne. The root of his sacred power is rooted in faith, understanding, and a religiosity that does not glorify God. To be more specific, Devi's case is not about winning God's love, but his interest. Then the first prince continued his prayer. The lambs of the Lord are drowned in the evil year and howl in pain. And his irreverent young lamb believes only in his own strength and is going to save them. And then Devi shouted that to hell with it. Mrs. Priya saw it all. He's just going to do it. He's just asking her permission to do it. The ego of the divine sword said that no god would listen to such an outrageous prayer. Then the first prince winked at the divine sword and said that he realized that he also did not know God well. After all, everyone knows the clergy. The truth is that the believer who is only pious in words does not receive God's love. God can only be attracted to a person who shows everything by his actions. And if their problem cannot be solved because their vitality is almost exhausted, then you just need to replenish the lack with even more power. Saint Daphne, the possessor of the most powerful sacred power of all time, created the greatest sacred magic. But it requires the permission of God. And God is known to like crazy people. They receive love and attention from him first of all, and all because he is like that. And Devi smiled madly. Suddenly, a powerful radiance appeared, enveloping the first prince of the Ron kingdom and the divine sword. The final 9th rank sacred magic had manifested. This area was absorbed by this radiance. Here at the moment is a special territory of God, the sacred sanctuary. The divine sword's ego began to get nervous, saying that he was going to die of desiccation because it was getting very hot in the area. But Devi smiled and said that it was just a simulation, and this will not kill the divine sword in any case. Although the ego was screaming that it could no longer stand it. Finally, Ego shouted that Devi was absolutely crazy to call it in. And Devi contacted Princess Alina and his younger sister Princess Winry in his mind, and directed all his efforts to destroy the bloody follies. A whirlwind arose around the first prince of the kingdom of Raun, who sat motionless with his palms folded together. Then all the summoned power that came from Devi's prayer formed a vortex of powerful radiance. Devi got to his feet and took on this powerful force that was pouring down on him. Finally, the sacred force overcame the bloody phallus, and he fell, taking with him all the bloody fog that sucked the life energy out of all living things. Only now did Devi calm down, He began to jump nervously because the shock wave, which was used by this divine power that he himself had summoned, burned his body, his back, as if it had been run over with an iron. Then the first prince turned to the divine sword and asked if it was alive after all that had happened to them in the last few minutes. Davy laughed when he saw that the mad sword was in a very bad state and said that, as it turned out, it was not that special. Although the first prince himself suffered greatly while overcoming the bloody phallus, he fell to the ground exhausted next to the mad sword. Name Davy Olron, age, years, gender, male, race, human, title, apprentice of the Mad Gallery Heroes, condition, exhaustion from sacred power, special features mad, with half-lost, half-distorted common sense. Improvement is impossible up to a certain level. Possesses stigmas, granted merit. A short check of the object's status is available. A goddess appeared in front of the prince and laughed at him for being so crazy, and Davy told her that she was going a bit overboard. His faithful maid, Amy, ran to him. It had been a long time since the first prince had slept without any worries or anxieties. He hadn't slept properly for almost 6 months, and now the prince was resting on a soft bed, completely unconcerned about anything. It seemed as if his head was so empty that Davy was ready to call it even a sweet dream. The first prince was sleeping peacefully in a hotel in the Principality of Felsti. Now he woke up and was immediately asked if he was all right. The prince sat up in bed, rubbing his eyes, and asked how long he had slept. His younger sister, Winry, who was constantly looking after him, rushed to hug her brother and told him that he had slept for 2 days. He can't imagine how scared she was, thinking he would never wake up again. The prince was pleased that Winry was taking such good care of him, but he felt bad for making her so worried. But it was all the consequences of the battle. Nothing could be done about it. Winry said that she had a strange dream that day and wiped the tears from her eyes. This dream was about how when they were covered in a red fog, Davy saved her. The first prince held his sister close and gently stroked her head. At the same time, he smiled sweetly. But Winry still asked her brother to tell the truth, because she believed that the red fog had disappeared because of him. Princess Winry added that when she examined her brother's body, she noticed something on it. Davy was a little wary. Then the first prince looked at the reflection of his back and saw an interesting mark, and Winry asked if this mark on his back was a stigma. Davy was even more surprised that his body was stigmatized. He also noticed bandages on his body. The size of that stigmata was 3 palms. The first prince recalled that he had a feeling that his back was terribly burning. It turned out that the stigmata was being burned off. This had never happened to him in the Gallery of Heroes. The first prince was a little worried about what would happen to him because of this thing. In general, those gods have no pity for a living being. They have nothing to gain from them. Davy was also worried about the stigma attached to him. Princess Winry continued. She said that it turned out that Davy had been healed by a higher-level clergyman, and that's why the Felsti Principality is now in a state of alarm. Not only was the entire red mist destroyed, but the first prince of the Ron kingdom was found completely surrounded by sacred energy and stigmatized. Of course, Davy kept silent about the fact that there was a mess involved. A stigma is a mark that indicates that God was the first to show his love. Therefore, there are no stigmas for deeply religious clergy. Princess Winry thought that Davy might have a clue to the solution of those riddles. Among all those misfortunes, there is something unequivocally good. Apart from the stigma, no one noticed anything. The first prince wondered what he should do now, because, to be honest, he had not yet decided whether to hide his power or not. He doesn't know how to deal with people at all. If he makes too much noise now, people around him could get hurt, especially in these circumstances. It would definitely not lead to anything good. So he told Winry that he was sorry, but that he had also lost consciousness, so he didn't know exactly what had happened. Winry said that she frankly also thought that her brother did not know anything. The princess then asked how Davy's body was, if anything else was bothering him, and his older brother replied that everything else was fine, as she could see for herself. Davy noted that everything is going so well that he can't even believe it. He killed 2 birds with 1 stone. No, not even 3 birds with 1 stone. By dealing with the bloody phallus with the help of the Holy Zone of God, which is a 9th-ranked magic, the first prince stimulated the sacred power and developed it. He used very little effort, but he got a great result. Inside him, the volume of his mana increased significantly. Davy could feel it well. Even the mana and spiritual mana that responded to the sacred power were noticeably improved. With this level, even if the prince is unable to evolve, he can easily take the Aura Sword, a master item. Fortunately, the sacred power, which had the slowest growth, increased the most of all the others. I wonder if this is also the power of stigma, a force that needs a motive to grow, a stupid sacred force. Meanwhile, Winry continued to talk. She said indignantly that since Davy was unconscious, he couldn't see the mess around him, especially his personal maid. Davy vaguely remembered something, namely the moment when Amy ran to him. He hadn't dreamed it, though, as he had thought. And then there was the unexpected visit of Princess Alina. She insisted, saying that she had a wonderful magic circle for healing and that she would take the first prince with her. Davy listened to what his little sister was saying and realized that he hadn't dreamed it either. Out loud, he told Winry that she was a great girl, since she had suffered so much taking care of him. He told her to go back to her room and get some rest, and he needed some time to think alone. On her way out of the room, Winry turned around and told Davy not to worry about Varys, as he was safely hospitalized and the competition was, of course, suspended. Finally, the sister added that it would be a little noisy for a while, but let Davy try to get some rest. The first prince waved goodbye to his sister and made it clear that he would listen to her recommendations. Verification of information. Name, Winriol Raun. Age 14, gender female, race human, rank nothingness, state tired, specialties third circle mage, worries about the user. Davy thought that it was very much like a game, but the prince did not know where this thing came from. Davy thought that maybe it was because of his prayer, or because he was using the magic he had used before in his immortal body now that he was mortal. In the end, whatever it was extremely severe. Suddenly, Davy heard someone say to him that his thoughts could be considered an acquaintance. The first prince jumped up and down on the bed at the surprise, but the chairman continued. He said that he saw that the prince liked the ability to see through another person's state and feelings. Davy began to worry about where the voice was coming from, and most importantly, who it belonged to. The first prince wondered aloud who was there, and whether someone had managed to brazenly deceive his perception. Well done to the person who is so bold, but the prince must catch him by the tail. Davy got out of bed in search of the owner of the voice speaking to him, and heard it told him to look down. There he saw a beautiful girl. She said that she thought Davy was shocked that the seal had suddenly come off. However, since it was God's will, he would have to accept it. Now the first prince of the kingdom of Raun is once again immersed in memories. He approaches someone who is drawing something and says that he would not have thought that he had a talent for drawing. On the easel was an almost completed painting, a portrait of a beautiful girl with horns. The artist was the sword god Hares. Davy asked his trainer who the portrait was, and Hares asked who Davy thought it was. Davy wondered who it could be. The girl had 2 ergonomic handles on her head, and judging by the bright red eyes like those of a schoolboy nerd, they were bloodshot. So this girl was a demon. And the first prince added that such a beauty must be of high rank. Hares laughed softly and said that only Davy could call horns handles. Hares then replied that Davy had guessed right. She was a demon. The prince then asked what kind of wind had gotten his trainer to think of a demon, since he had even drawn a portrait of her, and judging by the details, it had stuck in Hare's memory. The sword god stared dreamily at the portrait. As beautiful as this demoness is, she is far more insane than any of the crazy maidens over there. Many, many times crazier. Hares painted many portraits of her, but she lives only in his memory. Her name is Berserk. Back when she was still in human form, Hares adopted her and taught her the art of the sword. And there was another reason. He also taught and adopted to prevent a terrible war. The sword god Hares personally defeated Berserk and imprisoned her in a sword. Berserk von Pollen, queen of the abyssal demons. After all those memories, Davy took a closer look at his unexpected guest and recognized her as the same demon queen Berserk. The queen was pleasantly surprised that the boy recognized her and praised him for his knowledge of the masters. Berserk then said with satisfaction that, as expected, the master's eye was not wrong. Meanwhile, the first prince stared at the queen, who stood proudly on his knee. He could not realize that she was so tiny. In fact, the demon queen could easily fit in the palm of his hand. Suddenly, ropes appeared on the queen, tightly wrapped around her arms, legs, and waist. Davy had put them on her, just in case. The queen asked Davy if he was the man who tied not only her hands, but she hastened to add that she did not like being tied up. However, Davy did not like such jokes, and he said directly that he and the queen were not in a relationship to exchange jokes. The queen, however, said that this was not the first time they had met, although they didn't have time to fool around. Then Davy asked her to explain what was going on. Berserk said she only wanted to talk the first prince out of his idea, since they were in the same boat anyway. Now Davy was even more confused. The queen explained that this refers to the stigma on his back. Now he is a vessel for her soul. Now it is clear why this stigma is so anomalous, starting with its size. But Davy did not believe that the demon queen was imprisoned in stigma. It even made him laugh to a certain extent. In the end, he still had no idea what was really going on. The queen asked Davy to untie her. She repeated that she did not like being in this position at all. Then a lustful light appeared in her eyes, and she added that the position she was in now, fully bound with her hands up, was quite embarrassing. And it sounded very funny when the queen said that she was ashamed of that pose. Then Davy decided to remove his shackles from Berserk. He did it very carelessly, saying that she had ruined the whole interesting mood. Then he asked how it was that the demon queen was imprisoned in a sword. But he told her to keep her story short and to the point, so that everything would be immediately clear. The queen decided to flirt a little with the prince and said that he was very seductive. Then she introduced herself to him officially. She gave him her full name, Berserk von Pallen, the one who looks down on everyone from the abyss. And the queen modestly wrapped herself in her long dress. She was the queen of the demons of the abyss. If you look into the abyss also looks into you. And this being, the queen, is the living embodiment of these words. Now the first prince is confronted with the instigator of a great terrible war between the interworld and the demons that took place long ago. This war was once put to an end by the sword god Hares, who brought back the demon queen with the divine sword Calderas. At least that's what the people say. However, the details of the war are suppressed. Like, for example, the information that the soul of the demon queen was actually imprisoned in the same sword. Davy heard about it from those who were directly involved, so he is sure it is true. Meanwhile, the queen finished introducing herself and asked if Davy was satisfied. And the prince still could not believe that this could be the same queen who had caused the Great War. She feels completely different from other demon kings. Berserk asked what was so puzzling to Davy, since he already knew about her seal apparently. The prince of course knew, but he thought the queen's mind was asleep. The queen replied that it was not Calderas' style to bind the soul of a close friend. Then she sighed and said that if she had known that this was how it would turn out, she would have at least said goodbye in advance. But she immediately forgot about it and said that there was no point in digging into the details anymore, so she would tell the prince specifically. According to the will of God, Queen Berserk was handed over from Calderas to the first prince of the kingdom of Raun, Davy ol Raun. Davy asked what God's will was. He expected to hear some more adequate reason. Berserk replied that she herself was offended and had to be content with this. And the queen reproached Davy that it was all because of his sacred magic. So now he would be responsible for it. Then Berserk looked at Davy more closely and said that she was quite interested in him. He is the second person to hold the legacy of the sword god. The prince asked if the demon queen was referring to the art of the hare's sword. The queen noticed that Davy spoke of the god of the sword as his good friend, to which the boy immediately replied in the affirmative that he knew Hares. The first prince also said that Hares talked about her at every opportunity. This deeply hurt the queen, and she became very sad. And of course, she was pleased that the god of the sword had not forgotten about her after imprisoning her in Calderas. Then the queen started dancing with joy. She said it was great that Davy hadn't kept quiet about it in front of her. In fact, she liked the idea of the gallery of heroes. She could not even think that such a place existed somewhere. Davy replied that you also need to hide things wisely and, of course, depending on what you want to hide and from whom you want to hide it. And there is absolutely no point in keeping silent about something in front of the demon queen, because she has the ability to see through her opponents. Afterward, Queen Berserk said that she would correct some of this information about her. She cannot see through her opponent, but could only borrow the high-ranking will. I think it was called a status scale. The crumpled-up summaries displayed there did not come from her. Davy asked what this high-ranking will was. The demon queen said that people seem to call this phenomenon God, and this high-ranking will uses expressions similar to something like this: half crazy, the hope of a serious brother, laughter, and nothing else. And the queen laughed. And what else could one expect from God, who endowed a man like Davy with sacred power? Berserk then suggested that in that case, since it had happened with the last vessel, it should be considered a move and a change of scenery. Unlike her current contractor Calderas, she would at least get to see the big world with Davy. Davy asked about the world. The queen explained that people of the prince's age like to travel. Davy wondered what he could get for it. The demon queen asked if he hadn't received anything yet. After all, he had inherited her abilities, just like in the game from his past life. According to the queen, the concept of a skill is quite applicable here. The first prince looked at his guest suspiciously. He realized that he had to be very careful with her, because the queen had found out everything, including his past life. Meanwhile, the demon queen ruled her own. She said that in her opinion, it was a very mutually beneficial symbiosis between them. The queen is already anticipating their future and stretched out her tiny hand to Davy. This hand was very small. Frankly speaking, the power of the demon queen Berserk was very attractive and tempting. And anyway, the prince thought, what other choice did he have? Everything was already decided in advance. So Davy, without hesitation, gave the queen his finger in agreement. It was somewhat unexpected for the queen, who now has a companion with whom she shares her only secret. So a few more days passed. The situation in the Felsty Principality, which was usually very heated due to the Continental Sword Arts competition, was now falling apart due to another reason, an unpredictable attack and the discovery of a stigma. And of course, the first prince of the kingdom of Ron, Davy Ron, was at the center of those events. Outside the hotel where Davy was staying, a crowd of interested people was constantly observed. The demon queen looked out the window and said that it was all so tiring, especially the popularity of the first prince. In her opinion, she needed to find some way to justify what had happened. However, Davy told Berserk not to add fuel to the fire, because people survived and that was that. He was not obliged to explain anything to anyone. In addition, it was immediately clear that most of those people were religious fanatics who simply wanted to see the stigma. The queen said that whatever one may say, stigma is nothing more than proof of God's love. And by the way, in her opinion, they may be starting a cult here. Davy asked Berserk not to remind him of this again because it gave him the creeps. Over the past 300 or 400 years, there have been only 3 candidates for the title of saint. That's how rare people with stigmas are. Thus, the first prince of the Round Kingdom, Davy Round, can be sent to the Holy Kingdom. At this time, their Highnesses Varys and Winry were sitting in front of the fireplace, wrapped in blankets, warming themselves. Suddenly, Davy came in and told them to go pack. The twins asked what had happened, why the rush, and Davy indignantly told them that he had warned them that he hated to be bothered. Varys asked if it was the recent visitors. Of course, it was all about them. And Winry began to make excuses that she and her brother hadn't done anything wrong, that it was all those people who were stubbornly bothering them. His sister added that this was not some kind of sacred ground. But Davy knew that even if it was only for a short time, it was sacred ground. Or rather, in most of this city. When things get pretty confusing, it's time to run. So we had to get ready immediately and do it as soon as possible. Finally, Davy was ready. He stood in his traveling cloak by the carriage holding his suitcase. The demon queen Berserk asked Davy if he was sure he wanted to return, because all those religious fanatics would definitely follow him to his homeland. However, the queen herself was quite happy with this. After all, she wanted to travel, to see the world. Davy said he was betting on the ogres, and the demon queen said she would field a very good tank. Meanwhile, the news that the first prince of the kingdom of Ron, Davy Ron, had left the Felsty Principality reached Princess Elena de Palin. The princess did not like this news very much. She asked the maid how it was that Prince Davy had run away and slammed her fist on the table. Elena was extremely angry that Davy had run away, but she decided that he would not be able to deceive her because he had created a misunderstanding in her kingdom. The princess continued to ask if the first prince of the kingdom of Round had really taken his younger brother and sister and run away without telling anyone. The maid, stammering, replied that it was too late when they sent their people to the hotel where the prince was staying. Suddenly, Princess Elena began asking strange questions about whether she had regained consciousness at the moment of danger and defeated the enemy with the sacred sword, and moreover, whether the sacred sword was the cause of the stigma. Then Elena abruptly stood up from her chair and kicked the table. The maid Linda tried to calm her mistress down, but the princess kept shouting that it was all nonsense. Linda asked Her Highness to watch what she said in case someone overheard. The maid has been serving the princess of the Palin Empire for many years, and she is used to everything. But do others know about this possible behavior of Her Highness? Perhaps no one realizes that the princess of the Palin Empire, who is famous for her aloofness and nobility, is actually a womanizer, always frivolous and very noisy. In the end, Princess Elena ordered to send a chase after the first prince of the kingdom of Round, Davy Round. And immediately. Meanwhile, Davy, Varys, and Winry were quietly riding in a carriage on their way home. Davy sat across from the twins and admired them. He said that, looking at them like this the other day, it looked like they had a great relationship. It makes my eyes happy. The Demon Queen asked Davy if he felt sorry for Calderas. She thought that he needed that divine sword. After all, apart from the current owner of the divine sword, Davy is the only one who can bring Calderas back to his true form. Although no, At this very moment, the prince is just the only one who can do it. This means that Devi is really the only one worthy of being the ruler of Calderas. The first prince thought about it. Calderas is indeed a weapon so powerful that it is certainly something you want to own. However, until His Highness regains his power, he cannot use such powerful sacred magic, even though the demon queen said that Devi could have taken possession of it. But the prince said that the sword did not belong to him. To be honest, Devi would like it very much, but he can't take a toy away from a child. Besides, to be completely honest, the first prince of Ron and Calderas are incompatible. The demon queen asked if this was true, and Devi easily replied that it was probably not. He just wasn't the type of person to wield a big sword. Plus, they still haven't fallen into his hands, of course, but there are certain nuances. Now there are swords that already belong to the first prince of the kingdom of Raun, Devi ol Raun. Demon Queen Perserk looked at Devi and said that he looked like he was up to something. Then the prince asked if she didn't already know everything. To this, the demon queen replied that she, a priori, could not know everything. But in fact, even if you look deep into the first prince's soul, there is a corner of his soul that Perserk cannot penetrate. Devi wondered if there was a place in his soul that the abyssal demon queen herself could not reach. Finally, the queen decided to change the subject, suggesting that they not dwell on trifles, but simply asked what the prince was going to do when he returned. Devi wondered why Perserk called everything they had talked about earlier trivial. The queen said that the prince had been stigmatized. This means that his enemies will now have to be especially careful. However, she would personally choose to wipe him off the face of the earth. But the first prince replied that he was not ready for that yet. Even if we do not take into account Queen Lin, the influence of the noble faction with the Duchy of Barriez at its head is too strong and spreads quite quickly throughout the kingdom. But it will take too long to destroy them one by one. That's why Queen Lin is still so arrogant and insolent. But this is not critical. The first prince has a good idea. It was a dark night. Upon his arrival, Varys went to have an audience with his father, King Roncreanes of the Kingdom of Ron. The king immediately said that it was not easy for his children to compete. Varys lowered his head dejectedly and said that he was immensely ashamed of everything that had happened there. However, the king immediately contradicted him, explaining that Varys was not to blame for what had happened. King Creonus said that the blame for everything lies solely with the kingdom of Boltese, which did a similar meanness to the alliance of countries. And it's a miracle that Varys, Winry, and Davy made it home safely. And finally, the first Prince Davy came to the king father for an audience. His father said that he had already heard that he had a stigma on his back, to which Davy replied that it looked like he had made God very interested in him. The king exclaimed that this was a very significant event. And then Creanes asked his queen what she thought about it. Queen Lenise gritted her teeth and said she agreed with the king. His Majesty asked the queen again if she really thought so. The queen could hardly contain her black anger, but she answered again in the affirmative. In her mind, she could only think of curses against the first prince. And out loud, she said crookedly that her son's success was a success for his mother. Queen Lin was quite an actress. And then King Creanes said to Duke Barrietta that they could not allow impunity for the Boltese kingdom, so they should petition the alliance and oppose the Boltese. Duke Barrietta bowed in saying that this was unconditional. Then the king turned to his children again and said that they must be tired from their long journey, so let them go to their room to rest. The children bowed to their father and thanked him politely. Their highnesses turned to leave the throne room and headed for the door. Suddenly, Davy was called back. King Creonus decided to detain his firstborn son a little longer. He had some personal business to attend to. His father stepped down from the throne as the official ceremony ended and invited Davy to have tea with him. 6 months had passed since they had not seen each other at all. The first prince could not restrain himself and said that it had been a long time since His Majesty had called his son to talk to him. And then he corrected himself and said that, more precisely, the king had called him for the first time since he had awakened. King Creanes asked if this was a reproach. Davy boldly replied that he had no reason to lie. Davy then said that His Majesty might not say how long he had been doing it. After all, the first prince knows very well that the king has been looking after him to some extent through the chamberlain during all this time. The king clarified that the prince knew everything, to which the boy replied that he had a very good sense of smell. The king picked up a cup of tea and said that his assumptions were correct. Any normal parent would be able to notice a change in their child. It goes without saying that the king can see that Davy has changed a bit since waking up. King Creanes has no right to be called a father. And then the king interrupted Davy's thoughts and asked if the first prince really wanted to see him all this time. Davy replied that of course he did, but not that much. He just wanted to ask one question. That was all. And the first prince plunged into childhood memories. He told his father how he had run to him, crying and begging him to save his mother. And the king simply made excuses saying that Davy's mother was sick and his son knew it perfectly well. However, the boy continued to sob uncontrollably and said that it was not a disease, it was very similar to poison. But the king did not want to hear anything about it. Little Davy ran up to his father and grabbed his cloak, but the ruler of the kingdom of Ron turned away from his son and ordered someone to take the prince away from him immediately. Davy fell to the floor and, unable to do anything, scratched the parquet, shouting that he did not want to leave. The child appealed to his father to try to hear and understand his son at least a little, but then a servant would come and take the sobbing child away from his father, as he had ordered. 4 years have passed since then. Even when Davy learned the truth about his mother's death at the age of 9, the king continued to refer to her chronic illnesses and carefully avoided talking to his firstborn son, who had lost his mother. And so Davy asks his father his question. How did it feel to throw away the mother of his firstborn, whom he had once loved so dearly? The king was not expecting this question. He clenched his fist, crumpled his clothes in it, and said his son's name. However, Davy continued, he said that the king then chose the country. He let go of the hand of the mother of his firstborn for the sake of the nation's well-being. He even married a second time to his enemy. Here the king interrupted his son and told him not to accuse his second wife of all mortal sins. This is all payback for the burden that has been placed on his shoulders. However, Davy said that he was not interested in his father's novels when he was young. The first prince just wanted to know if his father, the king, really felt nothing at that very moment. Even though Davy has lived for 1,000 years, something still haunts him. His mother had called out for only one person while lying on her deathbed, dying of poison: the king, her husband. No matter how much the prince's feelings have dulled, this memory remains a scar on his heart. That's how King Creonese's first wife died with tears in her eyes and begging for forgiveness. Davy was eager to know his father's true feelings. Instead, the king simply told his firstborn son to become king. Then Creonese began to say that he personally failed to become either a great king or a caring father. He realizes now that he lacked neither knowledge nor strength. The royal title does not open all doors for someone. On the contrary, a king has to make choices all the time, sometimes even very incomprehensible ones. Therefore, he advises the first prince to hold his breath, to gain strength, and then no one else will be able to stand in his way. In the end, as expected. In conclusion, the king said that this was all he needed. However, Davy concluded that his father had not completely forgotten his mother. That's just the way His Majesty is. It flashed through Davy's mind that the king, his father, was a completely unreliable person. The boy looked angrily at his father and said that children usually follow in their parents' footsteps, but he is not going to do that personally. The role of a king who is ready to turn his back on his family and his children for the sake of the country does not suit him, and the first prince will be very happy to choose a different path. Since Davy was the first prince of the kingdom, the firstborn son of the king, he naturally had the right of primogeniture to the throne. But there were a lot of people who wanted the place. So Davy recommended that his father clean it up, polish it, and then give it to someone else. As he was leaving the king's chambers, the first prince said that he would never accept the king's seat, even if the king gave it to him. The little demon queen Perserk, who now accompanied Davy everywhere, said that the boy was quite impulsive, to which the first prince replied that he needed to be. Perserk said that Davy also saw what she saw. He agreed, but added that it didn't change anything at all. Besides, he hadn't seen everything, and neither had the demon queen. In any case, Davy didn't need anything else from the king. The first prince returned to his chambers and ordered Amy not to let anyone in because he was going to bed. The maid said goodnight to her master. When Davy was alone in his chambers, he told Perserk that they could leave now. Then the first prince went out on the terrace and looked at the night city, which was glowing with warm light everywhere. He was going to see how deep the rabbit hole was. Meanwhile, the Black Moon Guild estate in the Round Kingdom reported that Sherry had gone missing. The maid who served Queen Lynn had indeed disappeared, leaving no trace. But a group of mercenaries under her command had also recently disappeared. In the Ron Kingdom branch, the head of the Black Moon Guild was deep in thought. He was well aware that, according to the report, this group had failed in the assassination attempt on Princess Winry, Prince Varys, and Prince Davy. Even an A-class secret agent from the main headquarters is no good. The agent got angry at this remark and told the person who made it to watch his mouth if he didn't want to die. Then he said that this woman was too mysterious It was impossible to find out anything about her. That was what made him so worried. Perhaps she was not from the main headquarters at all. Sherry couldn't kill any young children. She just made a fuss. And now is just the right time to take the chance and show everyone a real A-class Black Moon. The secret agent got up from his seat and said that he would definitely bring the heads of the princes, and at the same time, he would take Sherry's head. He promised to succeed, as befits the best mercenaries in the kingdom. Let everyone just wait a little longer. All this time, while the secret agent was in the Round Kingdom branch, the Black Moon Guild headquarters, talking to the guild head, he was holding nuts in his hands. When he left the room, the agent simply crushed them, and the shells shattered. The head of the guild believed that the agent was quite foolish to decide to go through with the case without being properly prepared. He said that his pride would sooner or later lead him to his grave. Sherry was A-class formally, but in fact she was of the higher masters, far superior to A-class. Most secret agents feel this instinctively. This woman is very dangerous. Her abilities were super powerful. The head of the guild could not understand how it happened that someone of Sherry's caliber failed the mission and went missing. Everything hadn't gone according to plan at all. At the moment, the guild needed to deal with the main thing and get out of here as soon as possible. The head of the guild began to call other members of the guild, but for some reason no one responded. Suddenly, something very strange started happening, and it scared the head of the guild. Finally, he jumped up from his seat because he realized that something was going on. He felt that something had appeared in the space where he was, and then his neck was pierced from behind by an invisible beam that almost paralyzed his movements. He was categorically ordered not to take a single step. And then the voice added that the head should not even dare to stand up. It was an unexpected attack from nowhere. The head of the guild felt someone attack him, knock him to the floor and hold him down, grabbing him from behind by the neck. The head of the guild was a human, not a vampire, which surprised the attacker a bit, and the chairman shouted what the guards were doing outside, why they weren't protecting the building as they should, since they had let the invader into the building. He started screaming and calling for help, but there was no one to save him. All the guards and even the secret agent were dead. The attacker only laughed and said that the head of the guild could shout as much as he wanted. He could even grab his arm. No one would come to his aid. The chairman was asking who had sent this attacker to him, and he realized that at this rate, he would soon end his life, like everyone else around him. He began to list the names of other guilds, including the Ruxos and the Karsha guilds. But then he discarded his guesses, because he realized that even they would not have risked attacking the Black Moon in the morning. But he wondered who had attacked then, if none of the people he had thought of. In the end, only one thing came to mind. It was the main headquarters. The attacker asked if the head of the guild wanted to live. If he wants, he should immediately provide all the requested information. The head of the guild asked if the attacker was their client, and if he needed information, he could simply go through all the necessary procedures. However, the attacker said that no one would sell him this information. The head of the guild was extremely afraid for his life and said that he would give away anything the attacker wanted. Of course, the attacker was very pleased with this cooperation. After agreeing to provide the information, the attacker released the guild chairman's hands, which he had been holding tightly behind his back. The head of the guild massaged his wrists, which had already begun to hurt. The attacker said he didn't need much, so he demanded that he be given a list of names and surnames of aristocrats serving the prestigious Duchy of Bariata, as well as the entire book containing records of their dirty deeds. The attacker was no fool. He knew full well that the duchy was probably collecting dirt on them to blackmail them. And of course, that dirt was stored here. The head of the guild asked if he was serious about all this. The assailant, who was of course Davy, put his fingers to the head of the guild's temple as if it were a gun. The guild president thought he was dead. However, he tried to lie some more, pretending that he knew nothing about this information. Davy was angry at this and asked if he hadn't realized what he was supposed to do the first time. The head of the guild suspected that it was a master assassin. Davy then said that, in addition, he also has a talent for recognizing lies, so he advised me not to even think about bluffing, although in the end the choice was still his. The head of the guild could not believe that a master assassin had appeared in such a tiny country. Davy insisted that he finally get an answer. He asked if the chairman had already decided. The head of the Black Moon Guild saw no other way out but to hand over the documents he demanded. And now Davy has the papers in his hands. One of his cases was successfully resolved. The first prince sat on the roof of the building and unfolded scroll after scroll in turn. It wasn't a list, it was a garbage can. The documents contained both false information and deliberate gaps. Davy thought that perhaps the Black Moon members had hidden the true information in another guild. Then the Demon Queen Perserk remembered the rabbit hole. After all, rabbits can hide in different holes, so they will probably have to check them all. And Davy added that if they dug up all the necessary information, then the aristocracy could be destroyed completely. The Demon Queen noted with satisfaction that a bloody wind would then blow. But Davy argued that it made absolutely no sense to kill them all. After all, there must be some nobility in it. No matter how strong the aristocracy is in a state, it must have rivals under any circumstances. For example, a knight who devoted his life to serving the first prince's mother, one of the 3 current swordmasters of the Kingdom of Roun. His name was Marquis Feltress. He was just sitting in his office reading some documents, and something disturbed him greatly. So the Marquis immediately put aside all his business and ran out of the study in search of his butler. Marquis Feltress wanted to know who had just visited his office. Now the Duchy of Berrietta will destroy the nobles it ruled with its own hands, and Davy and the Demon Queen have an overnight guest concept tonight. At least that's how Perserk put it, and the first prince wondered where she had learned such words. Then the Demon Queen asked Davy if she could ask him a question. The prince asked what it was. The queen was quite inquisitive, and now she had another question. So she asked what exactly the first prince wanted. And Davy answered the question succinctly and with implication, asking whether the queen likes to be asked about things to which she knows the answer perfectly well. But the Demon Queen insisted. She wanted to hear the answer from him, from his mouth. So Davy folded his fingers into the shape of a pistol and began to tell her what he wanted. He said that he wanted to start a family, to live in warmth and contentment, without worries that only give him headaches, and also to be healthy and live a long, long time. Perserk did not like this answer at all. She fell on Davy's palms, began to beat on them with her tiny hands and feet, and said that this was not at all the style of a member of the royal family, because he already lives like this now. Davy was surprised at the Demon Queen's violent reaction. He asked if it looked like he lived like that. Finally, Perserk calmed down a bit and began to wipe away the tears that had appeared in her eyes as a result of her hysterical laughter. However, she said that she did not think that the first prince was living a wonderful life. Davy then concluded that in that case she understood everything perfectly. The first prince said that he would soon leave the palace. The kingdom is small, but there is definitely a piece of land for a member of the ruling family. Davy said that he would go there, earn a lot of money so that he wouldn't have to worry about them anymore, and take up his hobby. And since it happened, we need to organize something special. He asked how about the most developed city on the continent. The Demon Queen replied that this was a rather ambitious and inconsistent goal. Perserk asked what about revenge then? But Davy said that revenge is a process, not a goal. As soon as revenge is over, he doesn't have to end his life at the same time. He wants to live a normal life. The Demon Queen asked if it would be faster for her to inherit the royal throne and change the country. Davy replied that kings are not allowed comfort and entertainment. Perserk then asked if landowners were allowed to do so. The first prince opened his arms to the world and answered in the affirmative that it was perfectly permissible. The landowner, at least, definitely has some loopholes. Looking off into the distance, Davy smiled and dreamily said what would happen there. It is there in this area that he will create a place to which he can return. And on the morning of His Majesty King Roncreani's visit to the kingdom, Queen Linnes said that Prince Davy's receiving the stigmata was a source of pride and great happiness for the whole country. The queen came to the king with these words so early that it was strange why she had not been so excited about this event the day before. But now, having thought it over, Her Majesty has decided to propose to the king that he should honor the first prince for such a significant achievement. The king and queen were sitting on their thrones in the throne room. The king thought about the proposal, and Queen Linnes continued that Prince Davy had already been granted the land at one time, and it seems that he has already recovered physically. So she thinks that sending the prince to those lands will be an additional help to the kingdom. The courtiers immediately noticed that the queen had suddenly begun to praise the first prince, because everyone knew exactly how she felt about him. They asked each other what had happened to her. This surprise shook the royal palace, and the queen, of course, guessed it. In general, the whole situation did not please Her Majesty at all, even irritated her. The assassination attempt on Davy, Varys, and Winry failed, and Sherry, Queen Lin's best weapon, Bariatha, disappeared. And if the first prince had simply returned, he could have been made out to be a madman and locked up as a rejected prince. But because of his stigma, even that would be impossible. But now is not the time to think about such things. We need to act immediately, otherwise time will be lost. The previous night, the secret guilds that stored the information of the Duchy of Berrietta were attacked, and not just one or two, but about 7. All the secret guilds in this country. Just one man destroyed them early in the morning. The queen was simply drunk with rage and hatred for the first prince of the kingdom of Ron, Davy Olron. The head of the Black Moon Guild fell to his knees before Her Majesty and shouted that nothing would work because this monster was a top-level assassin who wanted revenge. There is no secret agent in the kingdom of Ron who could deal with that assassin, and the queen will never find one. However, the queen only said that the head of the Black Moon Guild was a jerk and asked what information the attacker had taken. And the information was extremely important. It was stored very carefully, and it was impossible for it to get to anyone interested. Queen Linnaeus realized that she could well expect a rebellion. The Marquis of Failtrees was also in the throne room among other nobles. He was closely watching the queen's behavior. Her Majesty saw the night and thought that there was a possibility that he might have done it. There is no indisputable evidence of this, but the queen's intuition has saved her many times. The prince's protector and the person who arranged all this are the same person. And since this is the case, there is only one way. You just need to get rid of the extra unnecessary eyes. Queen Lin thought like this. If neither assassination nor imprisonment can be arranged, then the only thing left is to get rid of the prince by legal means. Therefore, when the queen suggested that the king make such a gift to the first prince, she hoped that His Majesty would agree with her. In any case, the queen did not say this to be easily agreed with, but suddenly she heard the king say that it was right. The king continued that it was not appropriate for a prince who was not the heir to the throne and who had become an adult to stay in the palace for too long. And since it was already on the table, the king suggested that the matter be resolved immediately. Queen Linnaeus was shocked. She did not expect such a reaction from the king and did not understand what was going on. Then the king raised his hand and called the chamberlain to him. Her Majesty was on her guard. She still did not know what to expect. King Crianis ordered the chamberlain to call the prince to him. The queen was on pins and needles. The first prince entered the throne room. He was expecting such an invitation. King Crianis has accepted the fact that Davy is now a kind of walking bomb. Therefore, he decided that the first prince could no longer be kept in the palace. His Majesty ordered his firstborn son to leave. The king told Davy to develop the land that had been given to him so that he would be proud of himself, and the whole royal family would be proud of him. The first prince humbly bowed his head before His Majesty and said that he would do the king's will. The demon queen laughed that the king was afraid that his son would go too far and so decided to exile him as far away from the royal palace as possible. Davy thought that there was absolutely no need to remind him of this once again, but the king didn't even notice. Davy's exile was not unexpected at all. After all, he was planning to leave the palace anyway, even without his order. There was nothing to keep the first prince in the royal palace, so there was no point in staying. But Davy realized that everyone else thought the same way, so they sent him outside the palace. However, everyone is already hooked on him. The demon queen asked Davy when he was going to leave, and he replied that as soon as he was ready. Berserk said that the wick was twisted. Perhaps a huge number of lives will go out because of what the first prince has arranged. Davy thought that if all this would help preserve the kingdom, he would rather go away. But before the next succession to the throne, reforms must be organized. As for Varys, for example, Davy doesn't want him to inherit all this dirt, and it would be nice if he had the opportunity to crush the enemy. When Davy returned to his room, Varys and Winry immediately attacked him. They told him that they had already heard the news that their older brother was leaving for the land of Hinds. News travels fast in the royal palace. Varys said that he would go to His Majesty with a request right away, but Davy stopped him, saying that he was going to leave the palace himself. He also reassured his younger brother and sister not to worry too much about him, because he has a stigma. Davy told Varys to just trust his older brother, and Winry grabbed Davy's hand, not wanting to let go, because they had just recently resumed communication. The girl said that if Davy was ever in any trouble, he should let them know and they would do everything possible to help him. Davy replied that even though the Hinds lands may look empty, there are people living there too. The first prince also said that he would arrange everything in the best possible way and invite the twins to visit. Let them wait. Davy then returned to his palace and ordered his maid, Amy, to go to the treasury and the land managers and bring him documents about the Hinds lands. Amy asked which documents to request first. The first prince replied that he needed all the documents without exception. He also added that if she told them that she had been sent by the first prince of the kingdom of Roun, Davy Ol Roun, they would be happy. and give them everything right away. You need to know yourself and be able to exercise your rights. The Queen of Demons said that you need to know your enemy, and then victory will be certain. This is a very interesting saying. These were words from Devi's past life. Berserk asked if there was such an expression in this world. When she was alive, they had something similar, and she really likes it. Devi asked what it was. The Demon Queen replied that she was very concerned about this state of affairs. She told Devi that he had very serious strength and skills, but that he was determined not to cross the line of arrogance. And this is all very interesting. Devi suggested that it might be something like a pleasure that replaces real pleasure, like a substitute pleasure. The Demon Queen put her tiny hand under her cheek and said that her life, unlike the life of the first prince, was quite passive. Therefore, everything is possible. Berserk laughed and said that as long as she had lived, she never thought she would become an example of substitute pleasure. Devi told her that she could be proud of that, and the Demon Queen replied that she was now one step away from becoming his fan. At the same time, she smiled sweetly and blushed, sitting comfortably on the first prince's head. Devi laughed that in that case it would be a great honor for his family. Devi arrived at his office and was ushered in by his maid, Amy. She had brought the documents His Highness had asked for, and she did it faster than he had expected. But the first prince was surprised by the fact that there was extremely little material, and he asked the maid if these were all the documents. Amy replied that she had been told that this was all the remaining information about the Hines lands. Devi realized that nothing more could be expected from the backwoods, although he decided that this was even better, because it meant that he had a whole field to work with. And then Devi began to study those documents. He was already anticipating his future life on the Hines lands. Together with him, the Demon Queen started studying the documents, and she thought about what they should do at the beginning. Berserk looked at the papers with interest and, after reading a bit, concluded that this was a cursed land, and this land belonged to the first prince. We were lucky, so lucky. That was a grade for all grades, neither to add nor to take away. That, of course, was completely unnecessary information for Devi, and he continued to study the documents on his own. In the meantime, Amy's maid was making arrangements to leave. Of course, she was going too. The Demon Queen asked if Amy was the only one to accompany the prince. Everything was very well organized. Amy knew her job. As for the escort to the Haines lands, the first prince said there was nothing to be done, since there were no knights or aristocrats who could swear an oath to him. He is just a poor dervish. The prince stood watching the process of preparing to leave. Suddenly, someone spoke to him. Devi looked around and saw the Marquis of Feltris kneeling before him. The knight greeted the first prince with the words, "Little son of the kingdom." Devi told him to stand up. Marquis Feltris got up from his knee, stood next to His Highness, and said that he had already heard that the prince was leaving. Devi replied that since he was no longer the crown prince, he should leave the palace. However, the Marquis said that he could still become the crown prince. The guy smiled mysteriously and said that no one knows what the future might hold. The knight proudly noted that His Highness had matured a lot. He added with a bit of wistfulness that the previous queen, Devi's mother, would definitely be proud of him. However, the first prince said that to his mother he was just an ill-mannered son, and the Marquis of Feltris said that, according to His Highness, the best place for an old man who had failed to protect the previous queen was in the ground. The first prince said that it was not up to the Marquis, so he should not blame himself. The first prince secretly entered the house of the Marquis of Feltris and visited his office, so he learned everything. Namely, that all this time, the Marquis had been quietly collecting evidence of the guilt of the person behind the murder of Devi's mother, unlike some who simply gave up after her death. Marquis Feltris told the first prince that if he ever had any problems, he should definitely contact him. He would help His Highness in any way he could. But the prince explained that real chaos would ensue if the neutral Marquis of Feltris suddenly started helping him. The knight replied that if he did not do at least this, his oath could be considered an empty sound. Afterward, the first prince of the kingdom of Ron, Devi Ol Ron, said encouragingly that he would turn the land he was given into a place suitable for a full life, and it is not difficult for him to do so. So let the Marquis of Feltris do what he has to do here in the capital. And Devi also asked him to give the aristocrats who are corrupting their country a good hard time. The first prince turned and added with a sneering smile that he would then drive the last nail into the coffin lid. They still had a lot of work to do. Outside the gate of Mana, the travelers were waiting for a day's journey from the neighboring lands. The lands of Hines were not that far from the capital, so the travelers did not even have time to get bored, as they were already near their destination. The Demon Queen fell asleep quietly and peacefully on Devi's knee. She seemed to be having very pleasant dreams. The first prince thought that this beauty could definitely be called sleeping. Berserk had been with him for quite some time. One of her character traits that Davy had learned about during this time was sleepiness. Through her sleep, Berserk asked him not to move. Perhaps her drowsiness is caused by the fact that, in addition to maintaining her tiny size, her immortal body strength is still weak. Davy asked what he would have in return. The Demon Queen replied that she would be honored that his thighs were firm enough to sleep comfortably, and the first prince carefully covered the sleeping Berserk with the tip of his jacket. It was good to be her, so small and cared for. And then the coachman addressed the prince and said that they would soon arrive at the place, and so the crew pulled into the Hineslands. Indeed, the journey was not long. It was the east of the kingdom of Roan. At its core, it is a completely deserted land with no springs and no rivers nearby. In addition, there are monster habitats nearby. The only advantage is that the site is wide and located at a fork in the road leading to the Holy Land. It follows that if the road is successfully built, there is a chance to make it an important trade route. However, this would only be possible if the Haines were ordinary land. And this land was cursed. A barren desert area with eternal drought, a dying land, and so on. In general, the Hines land is not valued very highly now. The land that had been quite normal 10 years ago had been completely dry for the past 5 years. Davy looked at his current home with sadness, and the root cause of this phenomenon is still unknown. These lands were granted to the first prince of the kingdom of Raun, and now he will try to figure out what's what on the spot. So, the area, the Haineslands. Condition the worst. Features. The energy of the earth is dying out and the land is drying up due to prolonged drought and unusual power. Detection of regional curses. Wear and tear of the earth's energy. Climate regulation. Removal of curses is possible. Davy read the information and wondered why this god liked question marks so much. Suddenly, the Demon Queen woke up, and she also read all the information, and she was interested in the paragraph about the curse of the Hineslands. Berserk put her pen to her cheek and said that among the regional curses, there is a type that spreads. Such stupid and clumsy curses start with one mediator and then spread to the point of impossibility. The first prince did not expect that there would be remnants of black magic in those lands. The Demon Queen said that apparently one of the inhabitants of these lands had once touched the medium. The Hineslands had suffered greatly and were tormented by some stupid little thing. Davy raised his hand and tried to apply the third level of cleansing. He felt the powerful force that had taken over the Hineslands and realized that it was not easy to fight and overcome it. Of course, it will be difficult to dispel the curse that has persisted for so long and continues to cause trouble everywhere. And most of that land is exactly like that, destroyed, devastated, empty, dried up. Nowadays, there is very little understanding of black magic on the continent, as well as of all other kinds of magic. It is precisely because a lot of time has passed since the disappearance of black magicians that such large-scale curses have mostly been lost in the past. Suddenly, the travelers were stopped and told not to move on, because this is where the Haineslands begin. The guards demanded that the newcomers show their IDs. At least they kept order in this regard, the so-called order, because everything looked strange, because the wall around the city was destroyed. Wooden stakes were simply erected for protection, and the guards themselves did not have any equipment on them and held a weak spear in their hands. The first prince of the kingdom of Raun, Davy Olron, was extremely shocked by this mess. But Davy immediately calmed himself down because he had to be happy at least that there were guards here at all. In general, it was a very good place for all kinds of monsters to live. If there hadn't been at least one group of guards here, the land could have been considered lost. A servant of the first prince approached the guard, gave him an official letter, and the guard read it and stammered and said that he would go immediately to report the arrival of the royal person to the captain. The servant was indignant and replied sharply that the guard was going to keep His Highness waiting. And then Davy decided to get out of the carriage himself and stop the argument. He said that he had not yet officially received the authority of the owner of these lands. The servant turned to His Highness in surprise, and Davy told him not to be so rude because they were now one family. The guard immediately congratulated the first prince on his arrival in the Haineslands. All the guards immediately fell to the ground, began to bow and apologize for not having time to prepare for the meeting with His Highness. The hands of the people who bowed their heads before the first prince of the kingdom of Raun, Davy Ol Raun, trembled with fear. Davy asked the guard when the news of his arrival in the Haineslands reached them. The guard was even more frightened, ashamed to answer this question. His hands continued to tremble. He closed his eyes and barely managed to force out that they had learned of His Highness's arrival 2 days ago. The guard, stammering, said that the first prince could now execute him, but Davy did not let him finish. He interrupted the guard and asked if they had been attacked by a monster while the townspeople were preparing to meet the royalty. The guard replied that the monster had indeed attacked them, and asked in surprise how the first prince had guessed this. About Davy, he simply said that they needed to put the problem of the curse of the Haines lands aside for a while and deal with the goblins first. The guard, still kneeling before His Highness, said that in the absence of the landowner, he, Monmido, had been entrusted with the duties of captain of the guards, and he sincerely apologized for the fact that he had also been entrusted with the responsibilities of managing the lands. Name: Monmido. Age: years. Gender: male. Race: human. Rank: captain of the Hines Guard, current representative of the Hines. Condition: extremely tired. Specialties: skilled swordsman, talented knight. Current emotions: confusion, shock, suspicion, worry about the goblins' stolen inhabitants, worry about the drying lands. Davy was monitoring the fears and worries of the captain of the guards, and he liked it. He told the captain that in order to manage the land, he needed to be able to read, to which the captain replied that he could read a little because he had watched it being done. After that, Davy noted that the captain was also capable of everything else. Then Monmido bowed his head very low and began to say that now that His Highness had arrived, and Davy interrupted him again and asked him to continue to try as hard as he had before his arrival. Automatically, the captain agreed, and then he was surprised by what the first prince said. Then Davy went on to say that all the guards had done a good job all along, and so, as of today, the guard has been officially promoted to the royal guard. The first prince continued. He said that Sir Berman, who was the commander of the guard here, would help them with their training. In general, the prince was counting on their organization. Then Captain Monmido managed to say something because he was extremely shocked by His Highness's words and reminded the prince of his background. But the first prince went up to the captain, put his hand on his shoulder, and said that his abilities were enough to be recruited to the royal guard. He also added that if the captain improves his skills, the prince will grant him the status, as he has all the authority to do so. In general, this is his principle. He is the owner of those lands and disposes of everything there at his own discretion. Then the first prince of the Ron Kingdom, Davy ol Roun, went into the palace and started doing paperwork, and Captain Monmido went with him. Davy said that on the way here he noticed someone's footprints. The prince asked if the goblins had invaded the fortress. The captain replied that His Highness had seen it himself. Then Davy asked how the monsters had gotten in, if this was the citadel's line of defense, albeit one that was subject to erosion. The captain replied that the members of the unit were very tired and badly wounded as a result of the long-lasting attacks. The prince asked what the losses were in the city as a whole. Monmido then replied that about 10 residential buildings had been set on fire, and most of the residents had been abducted. Davy noted that this was critical. The first prince said that we should start with the main thing. In particular, what is the situation inside? The captain replied that there was enough food to last until winter, because this year was a rather poor harvest and accordingly they have few stocks. Davy wondered what to do with the property he had brought with him from the palace. The demon queen told him that even if he excluded the cost of repairing the castle and the fortification wall, he would barely have enough money to last 2 years. The first prince was amazed at the calculations. He jokingly offered Perserk to be his personal secretary, but the demon queen refused. When the prince asked why, Perserk said that if she accepted the role, she would have to sleep less. But Davy decided to dispose of his property in his own way and pulled out a bag of gold coins on the table. There were 100 gold coins in it. His Highness ordered me to buy the necessary goods and food on his behalf with this money, and Sir Phallus and Sir Holton will protect Captain Montes. The first prince said that this should be enough for them for a while. Everyone around them was extremely surprised. Amy even asked how much it was. However, His Highness told her not to worry about anything. It was well-deserved money. He, like a true Robin Hood, had rightly seized this money from the secret guilds. The Demon Queen spoke up again. She said that first of all, there is no such thing as fair theft, but Davy told her to go to sleep. The first prince's palace chamberlain, Bernil, interrupted the conversation and said that he, the prince's loyal servant, would leave with the captain Sir Phallus and Sir Holton. A close relative of Oberkammerer Bespos also assured His Highness that they would have everything ready in 3 days. The prince thanked them for their service. The first prince then suggested that in this case we should immediately move on to current affairs. Davy ordered all the guards and free knights to gather to the minimum number of people necessary to protect the land. His Highness explained his order by saying that the sooner they rescue the kidnapped people, the better. The prince thanked his people for gathering to listen to him and officially announced that he, Davy Olron, had been appointed lord of these lands. Davy suggested that people already know that last night, during the goblin attack, residents were kidnapped. While there are brave souls who want to go after those people, there are also those who are afraid and want to hide. The first prince looked around the small crowd and did not see any of them as specialists worthy of Montevideo. Aloud, His Highness continued to say that no matter what the circumstances, those green underlings must not be allowed to continue to come to their lands. Davy said that he would not let any occupier who pointed a weapon in the direction of his lands live. Then someone from the crowd got indignant, saying that fighting the goblins with the number of people they have now is a real suicide, and the crowd supported him. The prince then turned to those who were shouting and asked if they were suggesting that monsters should continue to invade their homes. The crowd replied that they understood perfectly well, but that there was one last group of guards left on their land, and if the attack fails, the goblins will attack them again out of revenge. However, Davy said with a smile that they had a chance. He told people not to worry so much, because he would also take part in this attack personally. People couldn't believe their ears, and Davy could see perfectly well in their faces what they were thinking. One thought that the inexperienced young prince, who was holding on only by his ardor, was behaving too arrogantly. In general, everyone doubted the prince's words, but Davy told them that he knew exactly what they were thinking. However, His Highness said that he is not a prince, he is the lord of the Haines lands, and whether they like him or not, they are the inhabitants of his lands, his family. And then the first prince joyfully said that he would never let them die, and if they cannot believe him his words, then let them believe God's mark, believe the stigma, and if they still can't believe it, then let them perceive him as a bloodthirsty lord and follow him, because his life is more important to him than anything else, and the people who will protect him are also important to him. So no one has the right to even think of dying without His Highness's permission. In the end, as the Demon Queen herself said, Davy made a good speech. So the guards and everyone else gathered and went to the demon forest. The Demon Queen sarcastically asked what the first prince planned to do with all that rabble. They are just soldiers of a defeated army, tired and untrained to death. Considering the danger and the growing number of goblins, it's really a suicide mission. And Davy would reply with a smile that the difference in combat capability was 150 goals. In this situation, a direct attack is impossible. Berserk said that His Highness was being overly flippant, but Davy calmly replied that the number could change at any time. However, the Demon Queen did not stop. She said that, given the condition of the soldiers, even if there were 200 heads, not 150, and then Davy interrupted her and said that 150 heads would be enough, and he will deal with the rest of the goblins on his own. The Demon Queen said she thought so because he has so much energy, and she likes it very much. Finally, a detachment of soldiers arrived, and they stopped to build a strategy on the spot. Just beyond the crest of the mountain the soldiers approached, you can see most of the goblins that have settled in those lands. Davy saw an abandoned village. It was hard for him to look at that picture, but he wondered if the years and the goblins were not at odds with each other. Captain Monmito came closer to His Highness and told him that there was a settlement here without a manager. Based on the reports of the guards, this is where they gather. Suddenly, one soldier, gritting his teeth and clutching his bow tightly with both hands, said something. The first prince put his hand on his shoulder and asked if the soldier was sorry to see the village abandoned and captured. Then he asked if the soldier wanted to kill those goblins. This question concerned, after all, every soldier who came here. Then His Highness addressed the troops and asked if they wanted to avenge their comrades who had been killed. The soldiers shouted with one voice that they wanted to take revenge. The first prince was fascinated by the fact that soldiers could be so angry for people who were not even their blood relatives. Then Davy pulled the bowstring. Now he knew he had chosen the perfect land. The first prince launched a sharp arrow in the direction of the village, where the goblins were now walking around brazenly and freely. The goblins immediately noticed that someone was attacking them and stopped their merrymaking, looking into the distance, where an arrow could come from. Captain Monmito tried to explain to His Highness that you can't attack directly, but Davy did not listen to him. He knew his own mind. He also reminded his soldiers of what he had already told them in the castle, namely that he does not allow anyone to die. Thus, the first prince gave the soldiers even more confidence. Davy's arrow hit the target and started a fire in the village. The goblins started to scatter. One womanizing royalty here completely licked Apollo's technique. In other words, Even if the shot seems spontaneous at first glance, it is far from it. Usually the correct tactic is to confront them with a guerrilla approach and preparatory traps. But Davy Allround wasn't going to strain himself like that again. After all, as the saying goes, if you're afraid of wolves, don't go into the woods. Risk is a noble thing. The first prince took full responsibility for this battle. Having struck the first blow, he now turned to his army. He is their lord and relative from today, and is now giving them his first order. Davy raised his hand up and began to grant each soldier extraordinary abilities: skin enhancement, hard skin, muscle enhancement, strength, agility enhancement, dizziness, endurance enhancement, welcome pump, mana shield, all skills enhancement, higher blessing. All the soldiers experienced amazing changes for the better. The Demon Queen asked if the prince wanted to use everything. Davy replied that since he had already started, he would cosplay a brilliant saint. And what's the big deal? The soldiers don't know what kind of magic it is anyway. Increase in higher defense power, divine protection, increasing the likelihood of restoring endurance, restoratus, strengthening the mind. Davy will borrow it, so be it. The soldiers were more and more surprised at what was happening to them. The first prince also used the magic of buff overlay, the 6th level of the circle. The area where the buffs are applied is Saint Gloria, and a snow-white unicorn with a golden horn and hooves appeared. Buffs of this level do not lie underfoot. The soldiers' surprised exclamations could be heard everywhere. The magic applied to them had greatly enhanced their combat abilities. Not even the holy knights of the sacred country of Balshus can do what Davy just did. This is because a saint can only manage the 7th level of the circle if he reaches the level of the head of saints. In conclusion, the first prince told the soldiers that he was allowing them to release all the rage they had accumulated. To the Demon Queen, Davy said that he had wanted to do this once for a long time. Berserk asked what he was talking about. Then the first prince of the Ron kingdom, Davy Ron, raised his hand high above his head and shouted to the soldiers that they were now stronger, so let them attack. And the soldiers joyfully launched an attack on the village captured by the monsters. Davy was sure that the members of the Guardians were just waiting for a chance to take revenge on the goblins for all the trouble they had caused. The soldiers were strong in spirit, and now they were so strong in body that they could easily deal with monsters. Davy saw the faces of his soldiers, saw their crazy smiles, which clearly indicated that a sacred battle of revenge was taking place. The soldiers were triumphant. They enjoyed fighting the hated enemies who had been abusing them and their families for years. The warriors shouted encouraging words and phrases, and the goblins stood in shock, not knowing what was about to happen and where the people attacking them had so much strength and energy. But the soldiers themselves still could not believe that they had become so strong and skillful. They easily cut the goblins with their swords. The first successes in the battle inspired the soldiers to continue, not to stop, not to be afraid. They sincerely believed that they could win. The first prince saw that the soldiers were delighted with what they were doing. In just a second, the battle turned into a one-sided beating. Suddenly one soldier was wounded and fell to his knees, holding his arm. Another ran up to him and asked if he was okay. The first prince said that sacred power does not make them invincible, and he loudly appealed to all his soldiers that, as far as he could remember, he had not allowed anyone to die, so let them come to their senses and fight smart. Davy then told the wounded that when they all returned home, he would deal with them personally. Then the soldiers rushed back into battle, not wanting to disappoint their master, but wanting to destroy their enemies. The warriors shouted to each other that they shouldn't waste this chance but rather crush the goblins. Davy thought it sounded like the madness of a berserker. Now the goblins looked like pitiful victims. Having defeated every single goblin living in the village they had captured, the soldiers began to shout loudly that they had finally defeated the enemy. The first prince was watching them from the roof of one of the buildings and was now looking closely to see if everything was really completed. Meanwhile, the soldiers began to praise him, greeting him with the word "my lord." They even exclaimed that the saint is with them. Davy's face broke into a satisfied smile, and the Demon Queen immediately noticed and told him that he was completely unable to control his expression. Then Davy asked what about his hands, if they were okay, if they were not depressed. Berserk replied that this was physically impossible. The first prince then clapped his hands loudly and appealed to his soldiers not to celebrate too soon. He ordered them to find the captured residents and do it quickly, without wasting time. The soldiers began to fulfill the order. With soldiers, you need to use carrots and sticks. There is no other way. Davy hoped to simultaneously cultivate in them the necessary feelings of contradiction and awe. but all he hears from them is the word "my lord," which they say with genuine and unquestioning admiration. Apparently, something went wrong for some reason. Nevertheless, the soldiers, led by their lord, went in search of the prisoners. Eventually, we had to stop for the night. The next day, a new attack began. The soldiers entered the battle with the words, "God is with us, and accept God's punishment." This attack could be called a holy one. Davy wondered how crazy his soldiers were. Meanwhile, in the city, a soldier once asked Captain Monmito a question. He was well aware that their current lord was an extraordinary man, but was it really normal that he would go on the next attack with only 10 men? After all, the lord had just turned 16 years old and had just recently passed his coming-of-age ceremony. Captain Monmito realized that the first victory had given Davy overconfidence, and he told the soldier that he could expect more useless deaths. Then that soldier, whose name was Jimmy, who was wounded by the way, sighed heavily, and suddenly he heard someone asking him what he was doing. And then he added that they needed to dismantle the palisade under which he and the captain were on guard. Jimmy was extremely surprised to see that their lord had returned. Everyone was numb with shock. No one expected their soldiers to return in such a composition. People could not believe that the first prince managed to destroy the remaining goblins with only 3 knights and 10 soldiers. They chanted glory to the Lord and glory to the saint. Davy was a little embarrassed by the shouts. Vintage was not looking for fame. If someone were to look at it from the outside, they would think that he had somehow hypnotized those people because their faces were so strange. The first prince was just trying to act solely on the basis of reason. And the demon queen said that, frankly, it was the same as if he had drugged them. Davy told her to shut up and stop talking nonsense. At this rate, they might even form a cult. The first prince ascended to the dais and told the people that there were still many goblin settlements left in the lands of Haines. Therefore, all of them will periodically be engaged in clearing them. Like today, most will remain here on site to protect the land. After that, they gave an order to disperse, and in a few days, everything will be normalized, at least it should. Davy reassured himself that his people were just a little peculiar. As time went on, people continued to admire their new lord. 2 more days passed. However, as the saying goes, a word has no legs, yet it goes on to pass through thousands. Wherever the first prince went, people followed him everywhere, calling him a saint. Everyone tried to cherish him, to take care of him. Soldiers and priests alike did this. Everyone tried to serve the new lord in their own way. And now, for the first time since his awakening, Davy regretted his earlier decision. As a landlord, the first prince of the kingdom of Round, Davy Round, managed to gain the trust of the inhabitants. Many may wonder why it matters if he already has the highest rank here. But Astrea, the northern king of the Phalladia Empire of the Board Continent, who once taught Davy the art of the spear, always told his student the following: even if you are in charge of a small territory, you must not forget that you are in charge of people, not cattle. A dictatorship cannot last long. Make sure that people follow you. Davy, however, did not learn from him very conscientiously as a king of politics, but sometimes he was in solidarity with his statements. Here, the Demon Queen saw the documentary materials about the Haines lands in front of her, so she decided to read what was happening here. Davy was drinking tea and reading the information as well. They both saw that things were bad here. Perserk said that if Davy got rid of the curse very quickly and took good care of the land, it would take 5 years to bring it back to a more or less normal state, and then it would take another 20 years to bring them back to the shape he wanted. Davy agreed that this was a fairly specific prediction. Even if the curse is instantly removed, it is very difficult to revive a dying land. Davy asked if the Demon Queen thought so, based on her powers, but Perserk denied that this was the case. The Demon Queen then asked if Davy wanted to hear her personal opinion on the whole situation. The first prince, continuing to savor his tea, said that he was listening attentively. Perserk then held up a book and said that there was no navigable waterway in the Haines lands, so there was no need to count on supplies. In addition, the food supply is almost depleted due to the poor harvest, and the commercial cattle industry is in clear decline. The gold received from the secret guilds is a temporary fix. Therefore, the most serious problem now is with capital. Indeed, there was no profit from those lands. The first prince asked Perserk how long she had had this power to lift objects from a distance. The Demon Queen replied that this is all she can do. Her maximum is to lift light objects into the air. Davy looked at a few pages and said that if money was the problem, there were several ways to solve it. Perserk looked him straight in the eye and asked him to tell her about them. The Demon Queen remained hanging upside down in the air, making the prince laugh. Contrary to Davy's expectations, There are a lot of young people in the Hineslands, so the first way is to bet on it and barely survive by hunting monsters. The Demon Queen immediately said that this was, in fact, the worst decision. The second way is to develop special products. However, with the current state of the land, this will not be easy. Berserk agreed. Finally, there is one more way: foreign trade. Exchange diamonds for corn. The Demon Queen wondered how anyone could benefit from trading with them. After all, they don't even have any goods to sell. And in general, what is the difference between the second and third options? Then the first prince answered that they did not have to trade with people. But you never know. So Davy suggested exploring the Hineslands in person first. Be that as it may, it is necessary to start with this point. In fact, Davy has been dreaming of becoming a landowner for years. Now his dream has come true. However, as it turned out, he became the owner of the deserts. Before that, those lands were used for farming. But because the original owners had abandoned the property and left the land. Now Davy and Berserk were looking for a needle in this desert. And all this became the property of the landowner. There is definitely an intermediary hiding somewhere here who put the curse on him. If Davy could use the sacred ground again, he wouldn't have to sweat so much. But at his current level, that's not possible. The first prince thought it would be good to replenish his sacred power, which he no longer had enough of. But there was no way that there could be a repository of Calderis's level of sacred power here. Davy had the idea that perhaps he should ask Princess Elena about it. It seems that she is extremely overconfident when it comes to the art of the hare's sword. Perhaps we can borrow Calderis from her. Davy can pretend to be worried about her hands, for example. The Demon Queen immediately said that it was not worth doing so, although the prince himself thought that he would not do so. In this case, they have no choice but to do so. Davy made a decision. Still, at times, some of them would get very agitated, begging to be used. The Queen of Demons asked who was getting so excited. The prince replied that she would see for herself. Davy said that there was someone in his office who really annoyed him, like a little child who was cranky and wanted to be picked up. Then the first prince touched the ground with his hand and said that her time had come. Let her rejoice. Suddenly, a shining circle formed around Davy. The first prince used the magic of repositioning the curse and correcting the curse. The Demon Queen was very surprised and delighted by what she saw. It was the first time in her life that she had seen such magic. And this is logical. The creator of this magic, Loias, comes from another continent. To summarize, this is the C language of curse circles. Curse magic is created from many formulas and mana placements that are programmed into the code. A dark magician either borrows power from various sources or spends an extremely long time setting up a curse. And this magic can decipher the formula of the mana put into it. The Demon Queen said that with this mana, you can also find out the conditions of the curse. And if you are very lucky, you can find a mediator. It's just incredible magic. And so the magic began to work. And some semblance of the formula for the curse imposed on the Hineslands appeared. The Demon Queen thought she saw a worm. Meanwhile, Davy began to decipher the code. Berserk folded her arms across her chest and said unhappily that she didn't understand anything about those numbers and letters. Then Davy asked if the Demon Queen was sure that it was really a curse. Berserk asked what he had found there. The first prince was surprised by what he saw because it did not look like a curse. It looked more like some kind of automatic greenhouse than a curse. Everything looked very strange. In the east of the Hineslands, the borders of the outer lands are for some reason very clearly defined. The mediators are located so that only Hineslands are inside. In total, there are 7 places where the mediators found by the search are hidden. All of them are located close to the borderline of all the lands. The Demon Queen said that Davy had a talent for intrigue and asked him to be more specific. So the first prince said that there are natural phenomena throughout the territory that are related to climate and drought. However, they were deliberately fixed on a specific territory. Davy hadn't even thought about it. So Berserk suggested that the curse was contributing to the lack of rain and the dying of the land. Davy agreed that this was exactly what it looked like. In general, the prince and Berserk have so far managed to decipher only one effect of the curse: preservation of a certain situation. It sounds rather strange for a curse, but if this effect lasts for a long time in a certain area, the curse becomes really dangerous. It is not known who imposed this curse and for what purpose, but he still managed to succeed in ruining the Hineslands. I wonder if the whole thing can be controlled and edited. Davy and the Demon Queen continued to explore the lands. If you can edit it, it would be great to turn this place into a real tourist paradise. Davy was thinking like that. Berserk said that his thoughts were written on his forehead. So, immersed in dreams of a bright future for the Hineslands, The first prince of the kingdom of Raun and the demon queen came to some ruins. Davy never thought that there could be such a thing in this rocky area. Judging by the architecture, it was all built before the Great War. Alchemists and historians will be delighted, so it was not the work of the dark wizards. Davy assumed that the dark wizards had no idea about this place at all. After all, the fact that an ancient curse that hadn't moved before was activated nearby was also quite suspicious. The demon queen added that it was a kind of blank explosion. Suddenly, Perserk was worried that the place was too quiet. Davy also agreed. Usually there's at least one guard in a place like this. And then the huge stone statue trembled and came to life. The demon queen regretted her previous words and said that her tongue was her enemy. Meanwhile, the eyes of the stone statue glowed with green light, and a blue stone shone on its forehead, right in the middle. The demon queen said it was a golem. She thought it was definitely a metal golem, and with a devil's stone as its core. It's quite strange. Perserk warned Davy to be very careful because golems usually have unusual skills. However, the prince told the queen not to worry for nothing. The first prince smelled something and said that he could smell something, which surprised Perserk. Suddenly, the golem slammed its heavy arm down on the ground with all its might, right where Davy had been standing. The prince managed to jump up, thus avoiding death by crushing. At that moment, when the first prince was about to jump to the golem's head, he grabbed a blue stone on the monster's forehead with his hand. After skillfully removing the stone from the golem's head, Davy began to dance. Before that, he had smelled money, a harbinger of success. Meanwhile, in the city, residents went about their business. One resident named Fremon said that the peaceful life was extremely beautiful. Another resident named Gordon asked if it was surely normal for their lord to go to inspect the lands beyond the castle. Freeman replied that the lord would understand everything perfectly well, and he asked if Gordon had forgotten the miracle that the master had shown them just a few days earlier. Frankly speaking, no one expected him to do so well, but this is all quite natural. Now the aristocracy rules the kingdom of Raun. Their expropriation has intensified as much as it could, and it is clear that no frivolous aristocrat wandered into this wilderness to torment the locals. It was often the unfortunate who came here, looking for at least some means of subsistence. And the only thing the kingdom has done for these dying lands is to reduce taxes. It's been a long time since these lands were left to their fate, and the glass has been shattering. And then they sent a green young man who called himself the Lord. The knowledgeable adults decided that this newly minted lord had been banished to the Haines lands after failing in a power struggle. They thought that in such circumstances, he would certainly take out his anger on the locals. It would be a lie to say that they were not the least bit worried about this. Fremon concluded that there was simply nothing they could do about it, because they were much more concerned about the incessant goblin attacks. Of course, everything else didn't seem so important. Once goblins broke into the citadel and kidnapped the locals, and the vigilantes could not go after them to rescue them. And then the situation of the inhabitants of the Haines lands began to seem completely hopeless. And when everyone had almost lost heart, when no one expected any improvement in the situation, he came. The first prince of the kingdom of Raun, Davy ol Raun, the newly minted lord of the Haines lands. A young man with a slight smile on his lips from whom no one knew what to expect. The residents did not know whether the prince was aware of the situation of the lands granted to him, whether he would be angry, or perhaps beat the captain of the vigilantes. If this were the case, there were those among the residents who were willing to risk their lives to oppose him. However, Prince Davy calmly scouted the situation and familiarized himself with the pressing problems of the Haines residents. And when he learned about the goblins' attack, he immediately gave people the opportunity to take revenge on their enemies. And the Lord also showed the residents a miracle of rescue of the kidnapped people and their adopted family. All the inhabitants of the Haines lands were saved by the words and great power of the first prince of the kingdom of Raun, Davy ol Raun, the newly minted lord. However, the Lord still continued to grumble that he was not a saint, as people began to call him everywhere. In just a few days, for the people of Haines, Davy ol Raun became more important than God. This is something that could easily lead to a conviction for blasphemy, but it didn't stop anyone. The first prince performed a miracle right in front of the eyes of the astonished citizens. It is obvious that he had more faith in him than in their own patron god. The residents worked hard to restore and repair the damaged buildings and walls. They thought it was very wonderful that they were able to deal with the goblins thanks to the Lord. But Gordon was still interested and worried about whether there was any hope for a bright future for the Haines lands. Uncle Fremon replied that no one knew. After all, most of the territory has long been withered away by drought, which has been going on for years. This drought is reflected even on the outskirts of the citadel, where it rained at least sometimes. The ground around was dehydrated and covered with cracks. Priests, magicians, and alchemists were constantly visiting the place, turning everything upside down under the pretext of research, but then leaving without achieving anything. And those priests, magicians, and alchemists, all as one, threw up their hands and voiced the verdict that in such cases people were powerless. Therefore, even though Devi is the Lord and he looks like the very embodiment of God, there is still nothing you can do if the heavens are angry and it doesn't rain. And it will be even worse if everything dries up right up to the citadel. And then it can be considered the real end. Meanwhile, the first prince and the demon queen obtained the magic crystal. It was a clot of naturally refined, strong mana concentrate. A magic crystal is hundreds of times stronger and more valuable than a mana stone, and that's with the same size. Davy wanted to take some time off. He said it was hard for him to get that crystal. And the demon queen laughed and said that the prince clearly needed to look up the word hard in his dictionary. Now the prince was curious to know how much everything he had gotten was worth, if it was still the same magic crystals. And this is just a small part. There are definitely more in the ruins. The size they found would be worth hundreds of platinum coins, and they have at least 20 of these stones now. The demon queen advised us to think things through very carefully first, because not everything is gold that glitters. And Davy was thinking deeply about something and told Berserk not to talk to him in private. The first prince of the kingdom of Raun carefully examined the colorful crystals that sparkled with a pleasant glow. Watching and looking closely, Davy saw the core of the curse in the crystal. He said that if this thing gets out, there will be a lot of problems. Most likely after that, hundreds of countries will start a war to get hold of it. The first prince decided to come closer and continued to examine the crystals he found. They were of the highest quality. He thought that if he could use the mana he had concentrated, the magic of the ninth circle would not be difficult. So the first prince decided to take this chance and get to that powerful mana. However, I encountered much greater difficulties, because the encryption here was much more serious than the one outside. The demon queen was surprised at how much work someone had put in just to dry the land. And then Davy suggested that maybe there was something special in that land, if so much had been invested to make it inaccessible. While looking at the complex encryption, the first prince noticed something familiar, created in a similar system. The demon queen asked if Davy could fix it. The prince replied that it would not be easy, but once he found the pattern, editing would finally be possible. The first prince continued to explore this complex system and suddenly caught on to one fragment. He decided to check if it was really what he was looking for. There were two systems in front of him. One was an orange core framed by several chaotically arranged orbits, and the other was a green abyss with a bright light in the center. Davy did his best to clean up the systems and make things work in his favor, and his efforts were not in vain. He succeeded perfectly. He decoded the complex encryption. The demon queen asked him what he had changed here, but Davy was a little shocked that he had succeeded so quickly. The drought in Heinz's land had been going on for several years in a row, so he started by pouring some water. And then the first prince looked at Berserk with a curious smile and added something. He said that a lot of water had accumulated, because it had all been artificially held back earlier to create a severe drought. The people in the citadel felt something strange. The water that their lord had so skillfully released now began to rain down on the dry ground, wherever it had been lacking for years. People were both shocked and delighted at the same time. The soil was eagerly drinking in the much-desired and long-awaited moisture, and the first plant sprouts in a long time began to break through. While the first prince of the kingdom of Ron, Davy Olron, lord of the Haineslands, was putting his land holdings in order, the situation in the kingdom itself became extremely alarming. Things were extremely bad. The claims also concerned the Marquis of Feitris, and now it is only a matter of time before the aristocracy is divided into factions. Before his departure, Davy started the process of destroying the power of the aristocracy in the country. The aristocrats could not find a place for themselves. They were very angry about this, and they were intensively looking for ways to prevent Marquis Feitris from using the evidence he had obtained. But it was all in vain. They had to face it all. In fact, the situation was very serious. All of the lower nobles who had fallen under repression seemed to be waiting for this moment. One senior nobleman said that all the political rivals of the aristocracy who had been hiding until then had now begun to come out of their holes. I wonder what will happen to Her Majesty Queen Lin now. And now something strange and incomprehensible was happening to her. Everyone knows that the first prince of the Raun kingdom, Davy Ol Raun, has been stigmatized. But he is just a green boy who can't even control the sacred power. Moreover, its stigma is located in a dangerous place, on the back and not on the wrist, as is usual. According to aristocrats, it is defective on all sides. Plus, the holy state is now on the side of the aristocracy. And of course, its rulers do not recognize Devi as a saint with such a stigma. Queen Lanise is spending too much energy on an idiot prince with no power or influence. Those on whom the aristocracy really needs to spend its energy are His Majesty King Creonese and Marquis Feltris. Marquis Raltis was immediately told to watch his language. However, Marquis Raltis replied that these were not his personal words, but simply what everyone around him was saying. He only summarized the general opinion. The aristocracy is not in the best of situations at the moment, and its position is suffering a scandalous defeat. Marquis Raltis was told that in the current situation, he should not sow confusion among the aristocrats in the morning. Duke Barrietta shared this opinion. He added that even if they somehow reduced the damage, they had to face the first prince of the kingdom of Raun, Devi ol Raun, and start a fight. And then the Duke asked his supporters whether they supported him or held the same position. Marquis Raltis said that more than that, they still need to figure out how to get the classified information back. But there is a possibility that everything will turn out in the worst possible way. Duke Barrietta said that this is exactly the moment they should be prepared for, as well as for a civil war that could break out as a result of all the current events. The Duke addressed his confidant Marquis Raltis in particular. The Marquis replied that he was ready to begin general preparations, as long as the Duke made the appropriate decision to do so. Duke Barrietta ordered the preparations to be done quietly, so that not a word about it would leak out until everything was perfectly prepared. Duke Barrietta also said that Marquis Raltis was too lightly treated by the first prince. It's hard to say for sure, but the intuition that has helped him in his work as chancellor for decades tells him some glaring nuances. The first prince of the kingdom of Raun does have something. It is not yet known what it is, but some guesses are spinning in the Duke's head as to whether it was before, but now it is for sure. It's clear that as soon as Devi has a strong foothold and influence, he will definitely show his teeth. Duke Barrietta came out to the carriage and was asked if he had decided to go to the palace. He was sure that no one, not even Devi, could do anything with the Heinsland. It was just a lost cause. Now the Duke is heading to his estate. As for the Heinslands, the Duke was sure that they were already dead. There is no worse situation than there is now and will never be. Diviners from all over the continent were unable to clarify anything at all. Even if the first prince of the kingdom of Raun has something unknown, he is definitely powerless there. Duke Barrietta reassured himself with the thought that the prince could do nothing in the devastated area, where it no longer even rains. But the Duke had no idea that a real downpour was going on in the Heinslands right then. Captain Monmido came to town to see how things were going. He was greeted by happy people who were glad for the rain. The matter of the curse of drought on the land was settled verbally, but it took Devi and the Demon Queen a long time to get to the outer ruins. And how many more days do we need before we can finally start farming? Devi was lying on the bed resting. He was holding a devil's stone and trying to read it. The stone holds information about the current situation. By connecting with the demon stones located in each district, it is fashionable to check the status of its territory at any time. You can also remotely control the distribution of mana and change the weather, but this is a bit dangerous. Devi laughed. That laziness is the driving force of progress, and he wouldn't have to go to the ruins every time. The Demon Queen agreed that the power of the Demon Stone was incredible, but she thought Devi, who had created it all, was just crazy. And the first prince put the rest of the demonic stones into a bag with an expanded space inside. A fortune could fit inside. Devi said that they just need to wait until the Heinslands are recovered a little bit, and then move on to the next stage. And so, for a week, rain fell periodically and watered the thirsty earth. The trees were reviving and birds began to fly in the sky. All the people who inhabited the Heinslands still could not believe this miracle. None of them believed that the land could be revived. Now they looked like fanatics. People came out and thanked him for what was happening to them. Devi saw about 60 people walking around. The people said that they could not just stand by and watch their Lord work for the good of all. They were ready to repay him for his mercy. But Devi told them that this work would be very physically demanding, so he thought they shouldn't do it. The residents laughed together, and the first prince told them not to laugh, but on the contrary, to get used to it. And he decided to outline their task for today. It is very simple. Devi pointed to the fields and said that yesterday the knights plowed the land. Everything that people see in front of them needs to be cultivated. Then the Lord added that everything should be done in 3 days. If they get tired, they should quit their jobs and go to rest, and he would pay them enough for this work. Davy also emphasized that working at night is prohibited, but the payment will depend on how many hours they work. The Lord promised that there would be no delays in the payment of wages. Captain Monmito intervened, and after politely apologizing for his rudeness, said that even if the climate in the Haines lands had mellowed, it was simply impossible to cultivate this vast territory in just 3 days. Davy replied that the land had been farmed before, which meant that the ground was already ready for their mission. Captain Monmito again tried to object. People even laughed a little at his behavior. The captain felt a little foolish, but he continued. He said he remembered perfectly well how Lord Davy saved the citizens and defeated the goblins, but this was a little too much. Davy asked if he really believed that, and he was already giving the residents another portion of magic and skills. Now he was giving them an increase in muscle strength, and an increase in physical strength, vital strengthening. The increase in muscle strength quickly spread among citizens, and they experienced this gift for themselves. Davy then laughed that he would now show them a new era of hoeing, and the first prince also thought that if he had Calderas, he would be able to put a territorial buff on the effectiveness of buffs, as he had done before. The demon queen was outraged that Davy was going to accept the sacred sword, but after all, the sacred sword is a repository for sacred power. Having received powerful magical enhancements, Captain Monmito asked my lord what he planned to sow all these fields with, since it was already coming to this. And Davy in turn asked him what he needed to do to make a poor land rich quickly. Of course, the captain did not know, and the prince understood well that there were only 2 ways to make quick money. Either produce a lot or trade in something rare. And there's only one thing that is suitable for the compatibility of all this. The demon queen sat quietly on Davy's shoulder and listened politely to what the prince was telling his people. And Davy suggested growing the magical moon grass everywhere on the revitalized fields. This is exactly what he told the citizens of the Haines lands. Throughout the restored lands, there is nothing better than turning lifeless land into gold. It is impossible to grow this plant on the eastern continent due to difficult weather conditions, insufficient soil warming, and frequent temperature fluctuations. However, the moon herb is also highly valued on the western continent. The Magic Tower and the Alchemy Tower buy it at very high prices. They need this herb to make various potions. It's just an incredibly high price for a small amount of grass. Moongrass is a real non-competitive blue ocean in the agricultural market. Captain Monmito again wanted to convey something to Lord Davy Olron, apologizing for his impudence, saying that moongrass could not grow in the climate of the Haines lands. But Davy did not listen to him. He only reassured the captain that everything was fine, that the heavens were favorable, which meant that they would have a tropical climate here for some time. All the Lord had to do was change the atmospheric formula. Now we just need to find a place where forest vegetarians live. In the middle of the forest, a guest came to a nice cozy house and said the greeting customary for the inhabitants of that area, wishing that the patronage of nature would accompany them. The head of the Haina forest elves, Yuri Helishan, came out to meet the guest and said that she had learned about his visit from the call of the spirits. The guest was Teacher Metis. He repeated the words of welcome, that the protection of nature would accompany them. Yuria Helishan hospitably invited the teacher to her home and said that she was always glad to see him. They both went to the terrace. The head of the Hain forest elves offered Metis some tea made from the wonderful tea leaves that had just been delivered to them. So the guest and the hostess sat down to the table. Metis sipped tea and sincerely addressed Yulia, calling her his heartfelt friend. The fact is that he had a special dream, which he is going to share with the elf. With a sweet smile, she asked Yuri Helishan what kind of dream he must have had to set off on a long journey in such a hurry. Then Metis replied that he had dreamed that a curse of spirits had fallen on this forest. The head of the Haina forest elves plunged into memories and recalled how she had once studied with Metis. She remembered that he had once said a long time ago that spirits obey the laws of nature, and they are natural and natural. But Teacher Mattis closed his eyelids and said with deep sadness that the forest was drying up. Then he added that this forest was wrong and suggested that everyone return home together. Teacher Metis wanted all the elves of the Hain forest to return to their homeland, to the great tree. Yuri Helishan did not agree with him. She was categorical in her choice. The elf specifically stated that this is her homeland now, and for the tree it has become a stranger. However, she asked the teacher Medisa to take all the others out of the Haina forests so that they would not be cursed by the spirits. The teacher could not agree to this. He warned that Yuria might die if she stayed in those woods. But the head of the Haina forest elves was adamant, saying that this was also just a simple law of nature. She didn't want to hear about moving, because you never know. Yuria suggested that maybe someone would save the place. Suddenly, a very pleasant and invigorating breeze blew and ruffled Yulia's long hair. She thought it was a harbinger of a good meeting. Teacher Metis was happy to drink the delicious tea that the head of the Haina forest elves was giving him. The elf saw that the teacher liked the tea, and then Yuria added that this time she tried to add some cricket wings to the tea. Metis's teacher spat out the tea that was already in his mouth in disgust. He tried to come to his senses and forget that the tea he had enjoyed so much had insect wings in it. The teacher just forgot for a second that Yuria was a stranger, and even among her tribesmen she is considered an outcast. In some ways, the elf looks a little crazy. Meanwhile, Yuria Helishin squinted her eyes and enjoyed the breeze that invigorated her. She said that for some reason, she had a feeling that someone very important was coming to see her today. And some of them were already on their way to the home of the Haina forest elves. Meanwhile, the first prince of the kingdom of Ron, Daviol Ron, lord of the Hines, was walking along the forest paths. He was accompanied, as he was everywhere else, by the demon queen Perserk. She said in surprise that she did not expect even elves to live in this forest. Elves are an incredibly rare race, with hardly any representatives on the entire continent. According to the chronicles, due to a terrible catastrophe that happened more than 300 years ago, they began to hide. That is why many people nowadays doubt that elves exist at all. Here Davy stopped and said with satisfaction that he could consider himself terribly lucky. After all, when they first attacked the goblins in the Haineslands, he had noticed several spirit watchers. And as you know, where there are spirits, there are elves. These two races coexist closely. The demon queen asked if the prince was sure, because she didn't want to meet them at all. But if it was necessary, it was necessary. Perserk also said that she doesn't like those scrupulous-eared boring people. It's better not to mess with them. Davy agreed with her. The shame of the elves is the god of meadows, Apollon, what he did not do. The demon queen needed only one image from Davy's memories to make her not want to get close to him. Finally, the lord of the lands, Heinz and Perserk, reached the forest of the elves. Immediately they met beautiful deer with green eyes and flowered antlers. The spirits were following Davy, the man. The prince said that the local fauna is mostly very sensitive to spiritual proximity. The prince liked these deer much more than ordinary elves. They were creatures with a pronounced ability to find a common language with others, and now they were close in spirit to Davy. And the prince recalled how he once lived in a fire pit in order to get closer to the fire element. And in order to have the kind of favor that the prince met now, having stepped into the forest lands of the elves' domain, he had to go through the training of heroes of the dominant races. In fact, the spirit queen Juriana, the heroine who signed a contract with 13 people and who is also Davy's teacher of spirit control, was a human being. The demon queen was only surprised at how friendly the deer was with the lord of the Hines, and he hadn't even signed a contract yet. Davy asked her if she was jealous of him. Perserk replied that he also had spirit mana, which was too much. She was annoyed that the deer only followed the prince, and Davy thought to himself that spirit mana and demonic mana were quite similar. Then the demon queen asked how they would find the moongrass. This was the first time she had heard of moonflower seedlings. Suddenly, a little spirit that looked like a seahorse with transparent shining wings landed on the palm of the lord of the Haineslands and handed the prince a sprig of flowers. The prince politely thanked him for this. The demon queen asked if this was what they needed. Davy confirmed that it was. Then the little seahorse began to show Davy the way. And so he and the demon queen came to the garden of the moon goddess. It was an extremely beautiful place, a whole meadow with moonflowers. The first prince once again thanked the seahorse for showing them to this garden. The seahorse was happy to do so. Perserk was amazed at how many flowers there were around her. She said that with this amount, you could plant all their plowed fields and still have some left over. The basis of the summoner's power is the presence of mana, sacred power, and the mana of spirits. If a person possesses this power, then it will not be difficult to summon spirits. The difference in the levels of the summoners depends solely on the degree of closeness with the spirits. Therefore, we can easily assume that Davy can now summon any spirit. However, it will still be a bit difficult to summon a spirit king. The demon queen saw that Davy had begun to invoke. She asked him if he was going to make a pact with the spirit. Davy asked if Perserk knew the name of the place they had come to. The demon queen replied that it was the Garden of the Moon Goddess. By the name itself, it is clear that this place is directly related to spirits. If Davy takes the flowers that hold back the power of the spirits without permission, he will face trouble. So Davy continued to do what he had started and told Perserk not to say anything, but only to watch in silence. The first prince managed to summon the spirit, and the spirit asked him if they were there and if they could hear well. It was a real language of spirits. Several spirits of different elements came to Devi's call. The prince told the demon queen that the spirits allowed him to take the moonflowers and suggested that he quickly gather them before the elves came here. Berserk wondered where Devi had lost all his courage. Samdi had said earlier that he was ready to face trouble. Devi replied that he preferred to avoid unnecessary nerves. And the prince, without wasting any time, immediately began to collect the moonflowers. It was an amazing place. Meanwhile, in the house of the Haina Wood Elves, teacher Mattis and the head of the Haina Wood Elves, Yuri Helishan, continued to have tea and talk. It was incredible that Devi managed to gain the trust of so many spirits and was even allowed into the garden. Moreover, he did not perform any ritual and did not promise anything in return. He just talked and they let him in. And before all that, the first prince of the kingdom of Raun, lord of the Haineslands, was a man, an ordinary young man. The Garden of the Moon Goddess is an elven sacred territory, but now it is inhabited by a man and his spirit companion who have come to collect the moonflowers. She was able to see all this clearly in her visions of Yuri Helishan, but she did not know how to tell her teacher Metis. She really saw an incredible sight in her visions, but she realized that it would be difficult for her teacher to understand her, because it would sound really strange. Mattis, however, felt that something strange was happening to the elf, something disturbing her soul. However, Yuria could not dare to tell Yuri what she knew. She wanted to, but could only ask why he stopped drinking tea. Yuria Helishan put her whole soul into this tea, preparing it especially for her teacher. After she found the body of a cricket that had already released its spirit, she tore off its wings and dried them lovingly for about a week. But the teacher did not appreciate her efforts and ignored them. Metis felt bad for not wanting to drink the tea and tried to get out of it somehow. He made up an excuse that he just had a stomachache. Yuria gasped that this was a real disaster and remembered that she had just recently developed a special dietary menu. Mattis's teacher hastened to interrupt her musings and said that his stomach was not so bad. However, Yuri still insisted, saying that this dietary menu was very effective. Teacher Mattis thought that the whole problem was that the elf's stomach could digest any food that was edible and nutritious. And out loud, he tolerantly refused the treat and said that just her care was enough for him. Meanwhile, Yuria Helishan continued to think about the adventures of the Lord of the Haines, Devi Ol Raun, in the gardens of the Moon Goddess. She wondered purely theoretically, which was more likely, that a person would deceive the elven gaze and enter the Garden of the Moon and communicate with the spirits of nature, or that the great being would awaken from his sleep. Teacher Metis noticed that Yuri was thinking intensely about something, but he still did not understand what it was. He seriously thought that something was wrong here. He did not like the situation at all. This was no joke, and the head of the Hain Forest Elves continued her reflections and concluded that the second option from her assumptions would most likely happen. A lot of time has passed since the dragons disappeared, and although they are now considered legends of the past, they definitely still exist. But you can't say that about a person who is capable of what Yuri saw. It was all too strange. The teacher said that sometimes there are some special cases in their lineage, but not enough to see the spirits of nature. It is much more difficult for them, whose nature is closer to pristine chaos, to get closer to nature than it is for them, the elves. Yuria agreed with this without question. Then she said that she would soon need to leave the village for a while. Mattis's teacher became worried again and asked what all this meant. The head of the Haina Forest Elves only said cryptically that she thought she had found him. Then she smiled sweetly and explained that she had found a way to save their village. At least she thinks so. The teacher asked for a more detailed explanation. In the meantime, the people of Hines Land had begun farming in earnest. Lord Davy returned to his men and saw that the amount of work he had given them for 3 days had been accomplished in just a quarter of a day. Captain Monmedo explained that the men had become a little more determined after receiving the favor of their lord. Davy asked if it was really on determination alone that it had been accomplished so quickly, but if it happened that way, it's okay. There's nothing you can do about it. In fact, there is a long-term perspective in all of this. Prince's initial goal was to grow moongrass. Yes, people are working at a loss now. When Davy mobilized the vigilantes and they started growing moongrass, or rather, when they started growing moongrass seedlings, strange rumors spread throughout the Hines lands. People were asking each other what their lord was actually planting, whether it would grow. It seemed as if everyone was interested in these questions. Moonflowers grow very slowly, about 4 to 5 months. Actually, flowers still need the power of nature's spirits to grow, but the prince doesn't need flowers, just leaves, and he hopes that everything will go according to his plan. Captain Monmito said they had nothing to cultivate moongrass. Davy asked what exactly he was worried about. Then the captain replied that he personally saw that the leaves of the moongrass were already beginning to dry up a little. Davy just told him to wait. Soon the sky will make them all happy with its rain and fill the earth with life-giving moisture. A few days passed. Captain Monmito came running to Lord Davy and began to report with horror that there was a great trouble because today was much hotter than they had expected. Davy simply agreed that the sun had been baking in the morning, and he mentally noted to himself that his residents were very anxious. Everyone remained in complete ignorance of what might happen next. Meanwhile, 4 months flew by just like that, step by step. While the first prince of the kingdom of Raun, Davy Ol Raun, was busy revitalizing the Haines lands, life went on as usual in the royal palace. The courtiers were actively discussing the small country to the east, the kingdom of Raun. It is there, in the hinterland called the Haines lands, that moongrass is grown. It is a real miracle for everyone. Some wondered what kind of a madman would have to be to allow such an absurd experiment on his lands, and where the Lord was looking. But it was the Lord himself who organized it. Now everyone was talking about the Haines lands, recalling everything they knew about the area. We remembered that 5 years ago, scientists went to those lands on a shoestring to investigate the curse. But it seems that the news reaches the tower of those courtiers very slowly, because it has been raining heavily in those cursed lands lately. One lady said that the wasteland is still a wasteland, and it will take at least 10 years for the land there to become suitable for farming again. The courtiers also remembered that the Lord of the Haines lands was the same first prince of the kingdom of Raun who had been exiled. He must have gone mad after that. Everyone was interested in talking about these topics and spreading various rumors. The master of the Red Magic Tower, Sage Helson, said that they still receive news much faster than others. Amazing and interesting things are happening in the east. The wise man Helson decided to send his student on a journey there. The student's name was Julius Jinro. This offer was completely unexpected for him. Nevertheless, he was told to get ready. And on the Haines land, in just 1 moment, a wasteland with nothing at all turned into a huge flower field surrounded by a palisade. From the first harvest, there were few healthy plants that could be used for the next seedlings, so everything almost ended in zero. However, there were many more leaves that were perfectly suitable for the market. Amy the maid, who was also actively involved in growing the moongrass, estimated that they currently have about 20,000 leaves in their warehouse. About 10,000 of them will be selected. Based on today's quote, the cost of 4 leaves is 100 gold pieces. This means that 10,000 leaves will cost 250,000 gold pieces, which is about 5,000 platinum coins. To understand how much this is, a rural family can live on 1 gold piece for half a month. It's a modest way to live, but still. With 4 or 5 gold pieces, you can live comfortably. The Demon Queen said that once everything was sold, life would be much more interesting for them. Davy agreed with her wholeheartedly. The Lord of Haines' moongrass business is very open, which is not the case with the demon stones he carefully hides. As planned, rumors spread across the continent about the yellow-mouthed young man who had managed to accomplish the impossible. In the eyes of everyone, Davy had long been a rare idiot who did not deserve an ounce of attention. That's why all his plans were carried out smoothly and without outside interference. The Demon Queen said that no one would fall for such tricks a second time, and Davy said that's why it was necessary to prepare the initial capital. So the preparations began. Lord Haines had thought of everything, down to the last detail. Finally, everything was completed. Now it was time to turn the whole continent on its ear for once. There was a very pleasant smell around. The moongrass will be delivered to the continent only twice a year. The amount of grass is quite large, but it is not enough to reach both the western and eastern continents equally. Still, moonwort is the main raw material for magical and alchemical catalysts. It is also used as an ingredient in the production of potions by priests. This means that the emergence of a new supplier could not but make people happy. But this is not all the news that is spreading across the continent. Along with the news about the delivery of moongrass, some other rumors are spreading. People say that the lord who grows the moongrass, namely the first prince of the Raun kingdom, Davy Ol Raun, has fallen down with overwork. The Demon Queen told Davy that the ghost of wealth was stuck to him. She wished him to be careful. It often happens that the price of a product for which demand is higher than supply falls as a result of increased supply. That is why, if it is thoughtlessly distributed in unlimited quantities, It goes without saying that even moongrass will become cheap. Davy only wondered who would benefit from it. Personally, he certainly wasn't going to build his own single body for such a charity. Lord Hines was still resting in bed, and many people had gathered at the gate to his palace. They were waiting for my lord. The prince's maid, Amy, entered the room and said that all these people were waiting for him. Davy realized that they were the fastest buyers. After the news spread, the Hines lands became very noisy in just a few days. Only 200 people live here, and the trade guilds of neighboring countries and representatives of magic towers, from alchemists to priests, have come here. Such a crowd gathered that there was nowhere for an apple to fall. Amy was worried about what to do with them all. Then Davy decided to cheat. Even though he was already dressed and packed, he went to bed anyway and told them to tell those people that he was not yet well, that he was not feeling well and could not come out to see them. But Amy told them so, and they all asked if they could at least see the goods they had come for. The first prince was a bit annoyed by the impatient persistence and stubbornness of his potential buyers, so he decided to call a meeting with his trusted people and consult them on how to proceed. He also decided to explain everything in order. First, he turned to the captain of the vigilantes, Monmido, and asked how the situation in the city was looking right now. However, he added that they should now be called guards instead of vigilantes. The captain said that every soldier is very busy, but they still have a catastrophic shortage of hands. He explained that there were too many people, and it was very difficult to keep track of each of them. Another advisor added that the situation is exactly the same with paperwork, as clear instructions are still not written in them. Many people get lost, not knowing what to do in such chaos. Lord Davy immediately ordered that anyone who seemed even slightly suspicious be driven out of the city. Captain Monmido asked if my lord was sure of his decision, and Davy replied that it would be much better than something bad happening later. In the end, the first prince said that he was in charge here, and that he was not obliged to enter into the position of everyone he met. But still, everything needs to be done in a gentle manner, so as not to fall for their hostile provocations. Next, Davy asked about the situation with housing issues. Captain Monmido replied that they have already managed to repair the abandoned houses and have already settled them, but there are still not enough places for guests. The first prince advised us to take the previously purchased tents into use, bring them into a more or less suitable condition, and sell them to anyone who wanted to buy them. By the way, the price could be made as high as possible. Oberkammerer Bernil replied that he would take care of it right away. The meeting ended, and everyone went off to carry out orders, while the lord remained in his office. As soon as everyone was out the door, the first prince called back to Captain Monmido to come back. Davy said with a smile that they both needed to discuss something in private. There was a bottle of strange liquid on the prince's desk, which he opened when the captain returned to the office. Then the captain left the office and went to his room to rest. On the way, he was greeted by his subordinates. People were relaxing, eating, and drinking. Some invited the captain to their table to have a drink with their commander, but Monmido refused and told them not to overdo it either and to take a longer rest. As soon as the captain entered his room, he fell exhausted on the bed because he felt very tired and heavy in his body. As he was falling asleep, he repeated to himself the plan of action for tomorrow: guard training in the morning, public order in the afternoon, and he had been taking administration lessons with the Lord's personal maid lately. He has had so much work that the chickens are not pecking. The captain felt terribly tired from this intensity. Never in his life had he been so busy with work. He was even ready to die so that no one would touch him. But suddenly a guard knocked on his door. The soldier said that the captain had a visitor. Monmido immediately sat up on his bed, wondering who could have come to see him. The soldier turned to the visitor to ask him to introduce himself. The visitor politely apologized for the unexpected visit. The visitor took off his hood and introduced himself as a fourth-level expert of the Green Magic Tower, Hollis. The captain invited him into the room to hear why the expert had come. Hollis said that he could imagine how many people were coming to see the captain, so he apologized for causing such inconvenience with his visit. However, the captain denied the omission, saying that Hollis was the first person to visit him. Then the expert continued the conversation. He said that such a small area was now home to a huge number of people, but that it was surprisingly relatively peaceful. Hollis had heard that from the moment their current lord was sent to the Hines, he had been defending all of these lands single-handedly. Captain Monmido confirmed this and said that their lord was a great benefactor. Hollis then said that he had also heard that the lord had appointed a very brave man to the post of commander of the guard. Prince Davy clearly knows what he is doing. Here, Captain Monmito said that he was a simple, insignificant knight from the countryside. He was absolutely disgusted by such flattering language from the Hallis expert, so he interrupted that stream of flattery and asked what question had brought Hallis to him. Then the expert said that, frankly, he urgently needed to see Lord Davy, but the entrance to the Lord's residence is so closed that he can't get in. So he came to the captain to ask if there was any other way to get to Lord Davy and meet him. Captain Monmito leaned back, folded his arms across his chest, and said that it would be difficult to do so, as my lord was ill from overwork and was therefore resting. Expert Hallis only said that he was very sorry about that. Then the captain said that trade was definitely important to them, but their lord's health was much more important, so he could not help. Hallis replied that he understood everything perfectly. The health of the head should be of utmost importance to his subordinates. Expert Hallis also added that the Green Tower, which he represents, is also going through a difficult time. He was holding a bag of jewelry. The next step was to pull out a pouch from under his cloak, put it on the table in front of Captain Monmidou, and opened it, offering to somehow negotiate with him on the issue he had addressed to the captain. The captain abruptly refused and said that he never takes bribes. Hallis replied that it was not a bribe, but a small gift and nothing more. He just wants to establish a good relationship with the guard commander and asked me not to worry and to accept the gift, not to refuse it. Captain Monmito said that he was not the type to accept such gifts, but he still pulled the treasure bag toward him. Hallis immediately agreed with the captain and said that he understood everything perfectly well and knew everything perfectly well, but he could not ignore the nobility and selflessness of a true knight. Then Hallis also said that the amount in the bag was not very large and that it was really just a small gift. Looking at the valuable treasures that were spilling out of the pouch brought by the Green Magic Tower expert, Captain Monmito thought that everything was turning out exactly as his lord had warned. The opponents of the Haynes residence are various organizations, and Lord Davy told the captain that all those organizations are definitely very annoyed that they cannot meet with the Lord. That's why Captain Monmito will be their next target, as he is the most accessible and closest to Davy. The most likely thing is that they will start paying him visits and offering him bribes or even threatening him, intimidating him. But Davy has a suggestion. Among all those visitors, the captain should carefully select someone. The captain was to write down their names and report them to the first prince. As for the bribes, the Lord has ordered them all to be taken. We can expect quite a bit of money from the Magic Tower and the Alchemist faction. Then the captain has to pretend that he can't hold back any longer and show them one bottle. The bottle contained magically treated moongrass. One such case costs 100 gold coins. But Davy doesn't give the captain that bottle to sell them. He just needs to show it to them unobtrusively so that they start spreading rumors. Their immediate goal is to maximize the price of the product they offer, which is now attracting a lot of interest in the Haynes Valley. It is also necessary to make all the newcomers stay in the Haynes lands for as long as possible. With these instructions from his lord in mind, Captain Monmidou did just that with his first guest. He placed a vial of the plant on the table and watched Hallis's eyes light up at the sight of it. The captain told the guest that he was looking at a completely finished product in a bottle. Since this product would soon go on sale anyway, the captain might as well demonstrate it. The fourth-level expert of the Green Tower thought, looking at the twig, that it was undoubtedly a first-class product. With trembling hands, Hallis took the vial and noted to himself that this product was of a higher class than he had ever seen even on the Western continent. Judging by its effectiveness alone, it would undoubtedly surpass the Western product by a long way. Hallis thought that in this case, even if he had to bribe the captain a little, he simply had to get the priority. He said out loud that this product had an extremely soft glow, and the impeccable quality was immediately apparent. Captain Monmito just shrugged and said that this was the case, because their lord was personally involved in the cultivation of moongrass. In general, most of their products are of similar quality, and what they don't do as well, they simply use as fertilizer. Hallis wondered about such valuable goods. The captain said that they had 10,000 leaves fully processed. If only 10,000 out of 20,000 are harvested, it means that half of everything here is simply thrown away. Hallis marveled at the incredible determination of the 17-year-old lord. The fourth-level expert of the Green Magic Tower thought that the first prince of the Raun Kingdom, Lord of the Haynes Land, Davy Ol Raun, should never be underestimated. In the meantime, Captain Monmito continued to speak in the manner in which his master had ordered him to speak to his guests. So he said that he had heard that the Lord was going to put the goods up for auction. He did not know the details, but it seemed to him that in the future he was going to continue selling in the same way. This was a big surprise for Hull. It meant that in this case there was definitely some kind of so-called right of priority. Here the captain explained that he was not authorized to disclose any specifics. But Hallis already had enough information, he said, and he had already heard so many important things that he dared not ask for more. Hallis also added that the Green Magic Tower would certainly reward the captain generously for such valuable information later. Captain Monmedo and his guest shook hands, and Hallis left his room. As soon as the guest walked out the door, Captain Monmedo was surprised to note how everything had gone exactly as Lord Davy had warned him. He was also pleased that his master's plan had worked. Afterward, the captain went to his lord and, still amazed, asked how he knew everything in advance. Prince Davy replied with a smile on his face that this is simply how people are made. Gold is omnipotent and works wonders, and it works in any era, in any dimension. The power of gold is undeniable. Davy just naturally adjusted the circumstances to show his wealthy customers an attractive product, and it didn't even require any cunning. Captain Monmedo was only expressing his admiration for the Lord. He then laid 3 bags of treasure on the table in front of his master and said that these were bribes not only from the Green Tower, which had visited them first, but also from other organizations. The first prince liked this catch, and then Davy ordered the captain to take all the money as a bonus to the guard, because it was the fruits of his work, so let him take it, distribute it fairly, and let everyone use it for their own good. The captain didn't even know how to thank the Lord for such a favor. But Davy said that he didn't need to be so overly grateful, because the captain had earned this money by working for his benefit and was now receiving a well-deserved reward. Moreover, the lion's share of the profits from the sale of moongrass belongs to him anyway, and it's not a bad idea to gain respect from your subordinates in this way. The Demon Queen said that the beginning of their grandiose undertaking was not bad at all. She asked if Davy was sure he could handle the big organizations, because the pressure would be so great. But Davy said that those large organizations would primarily interfere with each other, and he would just remain an observer. If the rumors they started spread, they will be fully occupied with dealing with people who want to stay in their lands for a long time. At the very least, branches of many magic towers, alchemist factions, and trade associations will appear on their lands. This means that a huge area that has been meaninglessly empty for so long will soon be built up. In this way, they will kill 2 birds with 1 stone. They will make money and increase the population of the Haines lands. And since all of this was made possible by the moongrass, he is practically grateful for the ancient curse that was imposed to dry up and destroy those lands. In the meantime, Jullus was also sent to the lands of Haines. He sat down in front of his magic ball and decided to find out everything that was known about the Lord's adventures in the Haines lands. Other magic towers are already actively discussing the amount of money they plan to invest in this place. He wondered if their tower should open a branch in the Haines lands. Of course, he was a bit overly cautious, even when he became an elder. He was a Red Tower elder, a 5th-level expert. He was 28 years old at the time. His teacher, whom Jullus contacted through the magic ball, told him that if he was wrong, it was no big deal. He had to make the decision himself. However, the boy was still worried about something else, namely, why Lord Davy insisted on holding the auction. The direct distribution process requires huge investments, but by selling on your own, you can make even more profit. In addition, he sells everything at a discount. The teacher asked if Ulysses thought that Lord Davy was deliberately underestimating the value of the goods. Even if the goods can be sold at a high price to begin with, since the price is not set at all, if they unite, they will be able to trade at a price lower than goods on the Western continent. That's why on the Western continent, they don't trade at auction, but directly. The teacher concluded that the first prince of the kingdom of Ron, Davy Ol Ron, was quite intelligent. He asked Jullus what he thought the population of the Haines lands was now. Jullus replied that he believed the population did not exceed a few hundred. The teacher continued to tell me that the purchase of moongrass can be made exclusively on the territory of the Haines lands, and this is a great chance to preserve as much investment as possible, as well as to develop the territory in an extremely short time. Wherever you go, it's hard to find another city like this, except for the cities of the Raun Kingdom, which would bring together large organizations like the Magic Tower and the Alchemist faction, as well as a huge number of different trading groups. Plus, the convenient transportation accessibility, which is the only advantage, makes the Haines lands an ideal location for a trade zone. It was amazing. But Julius asked what if they bought the goods from the trade groups and then sold them again. The teacher replied that this is why they do not increase the number of goods. Their goal is to save as much money as possible for the future in a short period of time. Then the teacher added another interesting piece of information. Prince Davy, even if he fails, continues to act as if he has absolutely nothing to lose. This means that for him, growing moongrass is just the beginning. Julius suggested that the prince probably has more to show. The teacher confirmed that this was the case, and if he felt it, then most people who have such a sense will notice it too. Even if it is all a bluff, the prince still has nothing to lose. The teacher asked Julius if he understood what kind of relationship he needed to maintain with the young man who was the Lord of the Hinds. Julius replied that he understood everything perfectly well and expressed a great desire to meet Davy and talk to him at least once. With a smile, the teacher told him to try to set up a date for him to do so. He himself would like to meet this confident and wise young man. Meanwhile, in the Principality of Felsti, Princess Elena, who had also heard rumors of the amazing development of the Hindslands, wondered if it was possible for a young man whose mana she could not feel a drop of to defeat a high-ranking vampire with a single blow. She also wondered how the first prince of the kingdom of Raun, Daviel Raun, could use the sacred sword Calderas without even signing a contract. No one can know everything about worldly matters. If it's not the god of the sword or his pupil, it's absolutely impossible. Now the circumstances are finally being explained one by one, and it happened in a truly miraculous way. The rumors did their job. Everyone was talking about the Hindslands and their owner, Davy. At this time, as expected, there was an influx of requests for long-term residence in the Hindslands, as well as for the purchase of land owned by the first prince of the kingdom of Raun. And of course, conflicts between applicants began to arise over this. One day, Davy was peacefully resting in his room when an alarmed Amy came running to him and asked what they should do if two affiliates wanted to buy the same land. Davy, without even getting up from the couch, suggested that they hold an auction. Let her say that they were willing to sell the land at the highest price offered by any of the opponents. That's exactly what they were allowed to do. For now, Davy plans to stick with the power of gold. Then Oberkammerer Bernil asked what the highest price should be in this case, and was told that the price should be as high as possible. The men went to fulfill the order, and Davy continued to rest. Since ancient times, it has been said that a real rich man is one who owns land, and trading is profitable if you keep your costs down as much as possible. And Davy laughed insidiously. The Demon Queen said she couldn't get used to his laugh. He seemed to laugh the same way when he grabbed the golem. These thoughts were interrupted by Amy, the maid, who brought her master a letter. Davy lazily picked up the book lying on his face and asked how important the letter was. The maid replied that the letter was from the royal palace. Amy left the letter on the table and went about her business. In the meantime, the bidding began, and it was Amy who led the bidding. She announced the initial price of 90 gold pieces and asked who was willing to offer more. One by one, people raised their hands and gradually raised the initial price by 5 gold pieces. The representative of the Green Magic Tower offered 100 gold pieces. However, the representative of the Academy of Alchemy was not going to give up so quickly and raised the bet to 110 gold pieces. And such excitement began to develop between the competitors that they began to sneer and mock each other. The representative of the Alchemy Academy sarcastically remarked that the Green Magic Tower was getting poorer right before his eyes. The representative of the Green Magic Tower did not remain in debt and said that the representative of the Alchemy Academy had already exceeded the price that his faction had agreed upon in advance. And then he announced the price of 130 gold pieces, showing a kind of sign with his fingers. The representative of the Academy of Alchemy didn't like it very much. He said it was a real meanness and fraud. Representatives of the Academy of Alchemy and the Green Magic Tower got into a fight, and Amy on the podium was just laughing at the tense atmosphere. She announced that the current bid was 130 gold pieces. If no one outbids this bid in 3 seconds, the item will be sold for 130 gold pieces. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the auction became even more tense and heated. People began to openly fight with each other. Amy continued to count down. The representative of the Green Magic Tower, Hallis, was already squinting his eyes with satisfaction, expecting to win the auction. He was already savoring his victory. Amy started to say the number 1 and hit the hammer to signify the sale of the goods, but she didn't have time to do it. Someone managed to make another bid of 150 gold pieces, which would be the final price of the goods sold at that auction. This was done by the Aliu Trading Group, which bought 5,000 gold pieces as a priority. Thanks to the fact that Monmido had successfully prepared the ground, the competition at the auction was fierce. As a result, the auction was very profitable for the Heinzlands. The empty houses were sold at the same price as houses in the center of the kingdom's capital. This is the report that the Chamberlain Bernil came to Lord Davy with. He also added that they had sold the rest of the stock in quantities ranging from 500 to 1,000 at a price of 130 gold pieces per case, just as Lord Davy himself had ordered. In this way, they distributed the goods among all the organizations. It was a clear victory on all fronts, an incredible success. At this rate, the annual income of the region will be approximately 1,050,000 gold pieces. In fact, they will become the most prosperous region in the entire kingdom of Raun. Davy said they would continue to sell moongrass, but they will not increase the volume of goods. He also ordered them to clear the land for other crops and sell the farmland to their residents. Excess is also bad. It is definitely necessary to maintain a balance of supply and demand. Davy then ordered Captain Monmido and Obermarshal Bernil to discuss everything carefully and take care of their buildings. For now, it is enough to fix the places that are absolutely unfit for living quarters. And when the Lord returns, they will do major repairs. The subordinates took note of their master's orders and promised to do as they were told. Meanwhile, Davy travels to the royal palace, where he receives an invitation a few days before the auction. The content of this letter was predictable. The first prince was praised for his achievements, unprecedented either in the kingdom or on the entire eastern continent. And in order to reward Davy for his success and hard work, that letter was sent. The letter contained an invitation to return to the royal palace for a short time. That's why the first prince decided to leave immediately after the auction. Old bastards. They call you in and then banish you at will at any time. Davy thought that they were tired of the constant struggle with the Marquis of Feltris, and therefore made a concession to catch their breath. The first prince of the kingdom, Raun, went to the fireplace to throw the letter of invitation into the fire. It's all very funny that you can take the royal seal like this, even without being a king, put it on a letter, and suddenly the letter is from the king himself. Prince Davy knew all these nuances very well, but he didn't care about them, since he was already about to move on to the next step. So it's time to get ready. Anyway, Davy still needs to stop by one town on his way to the kingdom. The prince created a secret dungeon under his last residence. He plunged back into his memories and recalled how a hero had told him that there was also a child left there that he hadn't finished before he died. So he told Davy that if he ever found this place, he should finish it himself. What remains to be done will be entirely at his own discretion. He even allowed me to take credit for its creation, and he could sell it for a crazy price later. He didn't care. Davy asked if he would really forgive him for that. What if he ruined everything? The hero just laughed at him. Why would he suddenly ruin everything? He knew that Davy was a perfectionist, even more so than him. The boy thought that it had just looked like he had been initiated into otaku. Then the hero Otaku said that Davy would understand everything himself when he went there and pointed in the direction with the tip of his sword. Otaku repeated again that Davy should finish what he had started and then do everything at his own discretion. It took some time to get ready for the trip, but now the Lord of the Hainslands is ready to go. Oberkammerer Bernil asked once again if the prince was sure that he did not want to take anyone with him. When he gave the horse back, Davy said that he definitely didn't want anyone else, because it wasn't his style, and he thought that Bernil had already gotten used to his owner's character. The Ober-Chamberlain only asked Davy to take care of himself. Instead, the first prince asked Bernil to take care of Amy for him, as the girl often does not know the measure when she works, so it is necessary to make sure that she sometimes rests from her work. The Ober-Chamberlain promised to fulfill his master's request. Amy is a truly unique child. Although she comes from a noble family, she is incredibly smart for a baronial daughter. To be honest, the Oberkammerer had the impression that he was teaching his granddaughter. That's why it's even fun. Prince Davy noticed how fondly Bernil spoke of Amy. He saw that the lieutenant-cum-chamberlain liked to call the maid his adopted granddaughter, and it gave him great pleasure. It was this, not some kind of training. So the first prince of the kingdom of Raun, lord of the Hainsland, Davy Ol Raun, left for the royal palace. His subordinates bowed respectfully to him, wishing him a safe journey. When Davy and the demon queen set off, she asked why they took that particular road. Wasn't there another one that would be shorter? But Davy said he had to stop at one more place on the way. This place is a popular tourist area. It is one of the few major Raun attractions, and it is also a region where many organizations work together to preserve and research it. The Demon Queen asked what Davy needed in that place. The boy replied that it was the hometown of Surt, the blacksmith of the 1001 Nights. This is the land of Balshus. Berserk jumped when she heard the name Surt. She asked if this was the Surt she was thinking of. Davy replied that since she was Hare's daughter, and Surt was a close friend of his, it was logical to assume that she had met him. The legacy of that old man Surt is right here. He even said that he had created it from the same materials from which the divine sword Calderas was created. The Demon Queen was full of pleasant expectations about the legacy of the 1001 Nights. However, the location was not very good for the first prince of the kingdom of Ran. Even mountains and rivers change over time. This place was the birthplace of blacksmith Serta 1,000 years ago. And now this place is the home of Queen Linnaeus Barietta, a sworn enemy of the first prince of the kingdom of Ran, Daviol Ran. All of this is the territory of the Barietta family, who are a kind of Davy's enemies. When Davy arrived at the place, he hurried up and continued his journey on his own 2 feet. He felt a rather tense atmosphere around him. It was noticeable that all the nobility was on their toes. A long line formed at the entrance to the city. One by one, people passed through the gates, and the guards checked each one carefully. So it was Davy's turn to be checked to enter the city. He handed the guard his ID. The guard read what it said: Free Mercenary Davy. He began to look closely at the newcomer. CF ranked freelance mercenary. Davy had to sweat a lot to get a new identity. This number would not have worked in a place where they know what the first prince of the kingdom of Ran looks like, but there will be no such problem here. As a result, everything went very smoothly, and Davy successfully made it through the gates to the city. But he did not rejoice for long, because almost immediately the guards blocked his way with 2 spears and ordered him to go back. The guards said that apparently Davy had also come here to explore the labyrinth he had recently discovered. They rudely pushed the guy away and told him to keep his nose out of the way, to get out of here. 2 men were sitting on a bench across from Davy, drinking beer. They were making fun of the guy who was being pushed out of the gate by the guards. Davy did not yet understand what was happening here and why he was not allowed to enter the city. No matter how much influence the family that owns this territory has, even for Barietta land, it's worse than Davy could have imagined. Davy sat down on the elevation near the entrance, and an old man sat next to him. The old man spoke to Davy. He said that the guy had probably come from a long way away and probably didn't know what was going on here. Davy asked if something was really happening here. The old man replied that it was nothing special, but he pointed to the people who were standing in line, as well as the guards who were letting them through. And then Davy saw people in line approaching the guards and handing them bags of coins. It looked like a duty. The Demon Queen immediately realized that it was just a simple bribe. The old man said that it had always been like that here. Surprisingly, the guards have introduced a toll here. It's been centuries since the law on entry duties was revised, but here they are still charged. And that old man was quite observant. He noticed how Davy's eyes suddenly turned very cold. Then he went up to the boy and put something in his hand. He told Davy to take it, to give it to the guards at the entrance to the city, so that they would let him through. Davy looked into his palm and saw a few coins. The old man said that it wasn't much, but it should be enough for one boy. He insisted that Davy take the coins and not get into any unnecessary fights. The first prince was shocked by this sincere, kind gesture from the poor old man. The man said that Davy reminded him of his grandson, who remained in his homeland. He asked again that Davy take the money. The first prince sincerely thanked the old man for his kind words, but refused the coins. He gave them back to the old man and told him to keep them and give them to his grandson. The old man tried once again to insist that Davy take the money from him, but the first prince flatly refused and headed for the gate again. He said he was unlikely to need the coins. At the gate, he was met again by the same guard who asked him why he hadn't left yet, and Davy just walked up to the guard, stretched out his hand and ordered him to give it back. He then said that no entry duties are levied on anyone, except perhaps on large caravans of ordinary citizens and traders. Collecting duties from citizens in all other cases is illegal. The guards just laughed at the first prince's remarks, called him a small man, and asked him what he could do to them. And Davy simply replied that this was his last warning before he would administer justice in accordance with the laws of their state. Davy said that if the guards returned all the money they had taken immediately, he would accept it as a repentance for their illegal actions. By the way, he himself is embarrassed by this scene, but let it be. The guards laughed openly in the prince's face, because he was only a young man after all. Davy understood that this was just a necessary process, similar to the Miranda rule. Then one of the guards pointed his sword at Davy and asked who the kid thought he was. He also added that no one would even notice if he died here. The guard's sword blade was very close to the first prince's neck, but the boy didn't even move, just turned his head slightly. Davy asked if the guards were going to continue to deliberately violate the law of the kingdom of Rouen. The guard kept laughing, saying that they and Duke Barrietta were the law here. The first prince of the Rouen kingdom, Davy Ol Rouen, was already very angry about the whole situation. He said that it was obvious that Duke Barrietta was the one who was holding the law here. The guard swung his sword at Davy to strike him, but then the old man who had so generously given Davy his coins intervened. The old man shouted to the guard to put down his weapon, as he was only looking at a child. However, the guard ordered him not to interfere. But the old man's words irritated the already restless guard, so the guard decided to hit him. He was about to bring his sword hand down on the old man's head, but Davy was standing next to him, and with one knee to the guard's arm, he knocked the sword out of his hand. At the same time, Davy said that it was very low to swing a sword at a weak old man. Then the first prince continued his teachings and said that extortion of citizens' livelihoods is theft of public funds, and such a crime is punishable by execution on the spot. And Davy immediately cut off the head of the guard with his own sword, whom the first prince caught. Everyone around was extremely shocked by what was happening here. Meanwhile, Davy continued that all accomplices in such a crime are equally guilty. Then the first prince put his foot on the head of the guard he had just beheaded and suggested that the whole process not be complicated, but that their chief be brought to him. The guards who were there surrounded Davy from all sides, called him a sick bastard, and pointed their spears at him. They shouted at him how he dared to carry out an execution here. Then Davy simply asked them if they wanted to commit an even more serious crime. The prince confessed that he was guilty of forging an identity card, but the guards are now committing treason and sending 3 generations of their families into exile. One of the guards continued to argue with Davy, telling him to stop talking nonsense. Then the first prince cut off the guard's hand as if nothing had happened. The guard howled in pain, and Davy calmly said that he would cut off his head next. Then the first prince called out to the others again and said that he hated to repeat himself. Have their leader brought to him. Suddenly he heard someone ask what was going on. Davy turned his head in the direction where the shout came from. It was Viscount Herta who came running in. He was a small, fat man in a bright suit. He asked me menacingly, angrily, who had done all this. Davy, holding his sword on his shoulder, told the Viscount to think carefully and not to jump to conclusions just because the guy next to him had no bodyguards. Then he threw a mithril ID right under the Viscount's feet. And then Viscount Guerta fell to his knees and began to bow before His Highness the first prince of the kingdom of Rouen, Davy Ol Rouen. The prince replied that he was glad that the official recognized him. The Vicomte begged His Highness for mercy for the iniquities he allowed to be committed, saying that their lands were on the verge of ruin. The first prince asked if the lands of the 1001 Knights could be on the verge of ruin. After all, those lands are recognized as a national treasure and are constantly visited by the Continental Alliance. The Viscount did not know what to say, so he began to attack His Highness in response. He said that he was also wrong, because he had come to their land secretly, and no representative of the ruling dynasties can come wherever he wants and do as he pleases and make law indiscriminately. Also, the prince came without a warrant, which is an abuse of power. Davy calmly asked if he needed a warrant from him. Then the Viscount replied that he was needed. Duke Barrietta would not turn a blind eye to something like what happened here. The first prince just laughed at the way Viscount Herta was wriggling around in front of him and what he was saying. Davy thought that if most of the land was in the same situation, even the inspectors were ignoring what was happening here because they were afraid of reprisals. After his speech, Viscount Guerta grew a little bolder and suggested that His Highness discuss all this at his mansion. He assured the prince that he would not regret it, and the first prince only continued what he had said earlier. He asked the Viscount if he had heard anything. After all, everyone in the kingdom knows that His Highness the first Prince Davy Ol Rouen is very bloodthirsty. The Demon Queen was ironic about the situation. She said that these were her laconic last words. After that, Prince Davy traveled on, and the old man who had so sincerely shared the last of his life with the prince went with him. The old man told him what had happened in those lands for 10 years. The fact is that under Count Al-Assad of the previous queen's family, everything was peaceful and the law was observed. Expropriation has intensified since the pressure on the refugees of the Heinz lands. People who supported the unfortunate were subjected to merciless repression for this. That's how the old man lost his son, and he lowered his head in sorrow. He was in great pain for this. Then Prince Davy asked if the old man was acting like that because he reminded him of his son, not his grandson. The old man apologized for what he had said at first. The prince said that judging by the way the old man behaved, his son was just as righteous as his father. The old man said that his son was just curious, and Davy said that was also admirable. Suddenly, an old man stopped his horse and said that they had finally arrived. These were the ruins of the 1001 Nights, which were still very popular in Balshus. The old man asked Davy if he was sure that the incident with the Viscount would not prevent him from carrying out his plan. The prince replied that the Duke was not interested in this place anyway. In parting, the old man thanked the first prince for saving him from the angry guard and for avenging his son. He added that he would never forget that mercy in his life. In response, Davy said that he hoped the old man would continue to stand by his principles. To be honest, it was a bit of a sad story, but things will definitely get better in the future. And the first prince of the kingdom of Ron traveled on with his business. He felt as if he had done something very, very good. Then Davy and the Demon Queen rode closer to the ruins and dismounted. The horse stayed to nibble on the fresh grass, and the prince began to explore the area. His Highness climbed up the stairs and then climbed to the highest point on the ruins and surveyed the area from there. The Demon Queen told Davy that he looked strange here, because long ago, everything in the area had been dug up and down. She also wondered if there was anything left to find. The first prince replied meaningfully that at first glance, it is true that it is impossible to find something. Davy was looking at his notebook. He was calculating some numbers, first from the 1st to the 7th form, then from the 23rd to the 11th. The Demon Queen asked curiously what it was. The prince answered that it was a password. Berserk asked again if it was really a password. Meanwhile, Davy was calculating something and soon shouted out what he had found. He came to the conclusion that the structure of the ruins were its constituent parts. Since Davy had just observed the area from a height, he said that he could see a certain pattern from there. The code that Surt created in ancient times personally. In the past, there were a couple of people who knew this code, but at the moment, apparently, no one knows this code except him. To be more precise, it's because of the way it's disguised that no one can find it except Davy, and the password is for something else entirely. Then Davy Ol Ron solemnly declared that the entrance was in the central anvil, and to get in you need another even more special password. And the prince opened his palm over the place where the treasure lies. While he was still alive, Surtees bequeathed that whoever found his inheritance would become its rightful owner. Suddenly there was a light so bright that it seemed to make everything go dark. Allegedly, Davy imagined himself to be some kind of pirate king. Really incredibly nasty old man otaku. Davy and the Demon Queen opened the entrance to Surt's treasury. Then they began to go down into the dungeon. It was very deep, so there should have been virtually no air. But this is a magic circle that neutralizes the underground pressure. Moreover, the circle is designed in such a way that it allows air to flow deeper. And yet, the magicians who created this magic circle did not seem to be friends with their heads. Davy realized that he was very lucky to have met Surt, because perhaps by now he would be sleeping an eternal sleep. The Demon Queen listened to this story with interest. The first prince of the Round Kingdom, Davy Ol Round and Berserk, went down deeper and deeper. Finally, they reached the cherished place. The Demon Queen noted that this place reminded her more of a living quarters than a dungeon. In fact, blacksmith Surt has always been considered a kind of madman who devoted his entire life to blacksmithing. After his best friend Hares died, he returned here to the dungeon. And he died, having invested the rest of his life in a single craft. Of course, he himself was buried on the surface, but only his mortal body. But all of Surt's property was stored here and remained untouched. In this part of the dungeon, everything was neatly constructed. In the heart of it, on a small pedestal, there was a neat box that held incredible treasures. The Demon Queen said it looked a lot like an altar. Davy even suggested that Surt served some non-existent god of blacksmithing. Finally, Davy ordered the chest to open and called out what was in it. The chest began to open and a strong wind blew out of it. The Demon Queen said that it was the first time she had ever seen someone's will materialize so filthily. There was a warning because the power of the treasure was very powerful. The Forge of the 1001 Nights, the nickname given after the creation of the divine sword, when Surt banged his hammer for 1,000 days without a break. However, it was called differently among the dwarves and hereditary craftsmen, namely the Devil's Forge. Unlike an ordinary craftsman who limits himself to working conscientiously with a hammer on metal, it was different here. During his work in the forge, Surt invested his mana to go beyond these limits. A great blacksmith who crossed the boundaries and surpassed himself. It was Surt. The first prince of the kingdom of Round, Lord of the Haines, Davy Ol Round, approached the treasure chest. There was a hidden inheritance that Surtees himself had once told Davy about. The chest was carefully opened. The first prince looked inside and saw what he had expected. He was very happy about it. In the treasure chest was a red nameless sword that cut down all the living. There was also a blue nameless sword that cut down all the dead. These were two twin swords that their creator, Blacksmith Surt, never managed to complete. Title: currently unavailable. Status: not completed. Degree of completion: 90%. Description: the last legacy created by the great blacksmith, pouring all his strength, mana, and his own life, which was already fading away. It is not complete, so the abilities are not activated. One's own self does not exist or has not yet been awakened. The first prince of the kingdom of Round read the information about the swords carefully. He even repeated the last paragraph about their own self twice. The demon queen said that perhaps all the noise was coming from them. Davy said that he had speculated about this before, but that this creation was very much in the style of Surt. His style is beautiful swords with egos, similar to the divine sword of Calderas. For Surt himself, the divine sword Calderas was his greatest creation. However, Calderas is a sword created for the fencing technique and physique of its owner, Hares. But the twin swords that Davy found are a different story. Surt forged these swords in such a way that they would not take into account whoever was holding them. They are designed to find an owner on their own. We have received a special time. We can say that it has been returned. The demon queen said that the twin swords look quite complete. Davy carefully studied the swords, looked at every detail, and eventually came to the conclusion that only the final touches were left. He said that he needed to find fire. With it, the prince was going to finish the work of the blacksmith Surt. But that fire had to be something hotter than hot. Then Davy carefully packed up the twin swords, and he and the demon queen went in search of such a fire. They both realized that they needed the fire of the dwarves to do this, so they got ready to go to them. Davy asked a passerby for directions. The passerby told him to go straight down the avenue, so he would reach the square. Then the passerby wished him a safe trip to the capital, and Davy politely thanked him for seeing him off. A call from the royal palace. The first prince asked the demon queen for her opinion on what was going on in the palace. Berserk replied that Davy has a curious habit of asking about things he knows all too well. The demon queen said that it looked as if they wanted to reward the first prince for his services, as they had been told in the invitation letter. But the truth is obvious. The moongrass itself is a golden goose that lays golden eggs. In just 1 quarter, the first prince of the kingdom of Raon managed to earn an amount exceeding the annual expenditures of the kingdom. And this time, the taxes paid amounted to a huge sum. Therefore, according to the demon queen, the palace plans to persuade the first prince to nationalize the company. In this scenario, the kingdom of Raon will become several times richer. To be precise, the aristocrats of the kingdom will become richer. Davy had thought about this himself. To be honest, Davy was a little annoyed that he had attracted such close attention from an entire continent, but it also meant that he had accomplished something really significant. And for some reason, this has already tired the first prince quite a bit. Davy finally arrived in the capital. There he was immediately met by high-ranking officials. The first prince responded by saying that he had not seen Oberkammerer Besfos for a long time. Besfos noted that the first prince had grown a little since the last time they had seen each other and was taller. The chamberlain went on to say that he, like everyone else, had also heard rumors, namely that the prince had made a huge enterprise succeed on his lands. Davy humbly replied that the heavens were favoring him. They sent him a real gift and there are no secrets. The first prince said he had already noticed that the atmosphere in the kingdom was quite tense. The Oberchamberlain confirmed this and said that a secret ledger had been made public. Davy asked again, pretending to be completely indifferent to it. Besfos went on to say that the incident angered His Majesty King Creanes very much. Many of the aristocrats involved and their employees were stripped of their titles and sentenced to death. This news surprised the first prince greatly. He did not expect his father, the king, to be so determined. The Oberchamberlain said that His Majesty the King had already retired to his chambers, so the prince had better greet him the next morning. The prince replied that he was going to do just that anyway. Davy was surprised that everything in the kingdom went so smoothly. It was as if the king had tolerated all the lawlessness for a long time, and then suddenly exploded and took action. Yes, the first prince personally put a lot of information into the hands of Marquis Filtris, but still, everything did not go so quickly without the king's involvement. As he walked down the corridor to his quarters, Davy thought about what he had heard from the Oberkammerer. and how he had been wasting his time. While thinking like this, Prince Devi met someone else who was walking toward him. It was the second prince of the kingdom, Raun Callus. He had a semblance of a smile on his face that radiated only hatred. Devi turned to the chamberlain Besphos and said that he needed to talk to his brother about something, so he should leave them alone. Besphos tried to object, but the first prince insisted, assuring the chamberlain that everything would be fine. Then he added that this meeting was just a trifle, nothing to worry about. The second prince, Callus, immediately entered the conversation and told Devi, arrogantly and enviously, that he had succeeded in 1 out of 1,000 cases, while he had already imagined himself as someone unknown. Callus did not let his jealousy subside. He said that anyone could have handled the case for which Devi had been invited to visit the royal palace, since such a miserable bastard had succeeded. The second prince told Devi not to hold his nose and that he was just lucky. Devi, barely able to contain his laughter, asked his brother if this was the only reason he had come here, because he could see how much the second prince was jealous. Or perhaps, on the contrary, Callus is too well aware of how valuable Devi's work is. The first prince asked his brother if he had heard enough about his inferiority. He added that at this rate, he would never be able to get out from under the queen mother's skirt. After that, Callus snapped and reached out to Devi. He wanted to hit his brother on the head and said that he was very drunk. However, Devi skillfully restrained Callus's hand and said that he was the only one who was really drunk. The first prince also said that others were constantly humiliating themselves in front of Callus, so he lives in an illusion. But no one would follow such an empty-headed fool. The second prince's mouth dropped open at that. He hadn't expected Devi to talk to him like that. Meanwhile, Devi continued to mock his brother. He said that if a person is stupid and has only 1 spoon, then only wit would save him. Callus started screaming furiously, saying how dare Devi talk to him like that and humiliate him. But Devi didn't pay any attention to his brother's screams. He said that if Callus hadn't been so stupid, he wouldn't have shot him 6 years ago. And then suddenly the first prince attacked Callus. He simply could not restrain himself from being incredibly angry. In a moment, the second prince was lying on the floor. Devi asked him if Callus even realized that when he spits out such requests as if they were routine, he was all the more dishonoring to his majesty. Callus started screaming, calling for help, and Devi kept laughing at him, especially at his brother's cowardice, who always shouts bastard in any situation. The second prince was still lying on the floor in the corridor of the royal palace. Devi held his foot over his face and said that half of the blood flowing in his body belonged to the king of that country. The first prince then put his booted foot down on Callus, causing him severe physical pain. Devi just smiled. He said he knew it hurt. The demon queen mentioned a book called This Is Youth. Devi replied that it doesn't apply to this situation at all. Even in any case, it's a little off. Callus, meanwhile, listened to his brother's words and did not understand. Then Devi walked up to him and hit the second prince in the face again. This time he gave him what looked like a slap. Callus grabbed his eye and kept screaming about what Devi was doing. He just sat there on the floor, afraid to do anything. The second prince slowly began to get up to run away, and Devi continued to mock his brother and asked if he wanted to take another hit. Then Callus finally got to his feet. Devi threatened him that everything would still be visible later, and all of Callus's things, which he always flaunts so arrogantly, will soon no longer belong to him. Frightened, Callus took his feet and ran away from his brother. The demon queen laughed at him because Devi had managed to beat his brother with just a pinch. But Devi said that it was not just an ordinary goldfinch. The first prince smiled broadly and said with satisfaction that he had done some damage. The demon queen said to let Devi say what he wants, but she doesn't like something. She asked the first prince to stop smiling like that because it scares her a little bit. And this smile looked scary. Devi put his hand over his mouth and asked if it was really that strange. It was just another one of his bad habits. But he decided to restrain himself a little. The demon queen continued to inquire about what the first prince had done to his brother, how he had beaten him. Then Devi said that he had just put the worst curse in the world on Callus, which even magic could not lift. The demon queen was surprised by what Devi had done and still asked what was so scary. And the prince added something else, and he, still smiling, said that he had given his brother, the second prince of the kingdom of Raun, a gift. And then he just kept silent and told Perserk that they had to wait until tomorrow, and they would enjoy the spectacle in the hall. The next day, officials headed by the king were gathered in the boardroom, with Queen Lenise also present. Everyone was discussing the first prince's successful venture. It was incredible to all of them that it took 4 months to cultivate the moongrass, and that the profit for this period exceeded the annual expenditures of the kingdom. This was an amount that could immediately cover the cost of the state's defense. Officials believed that it was necessary to develop this enterprise to supplement the capital of each territory. The Demon Queen was watching them and listening attentively. She said that everyone had completely forgotten about the owner of this company, which was being actively discussed, and was only talking about it. For some reason, Marquise Feltris was absent from this meeting, but among the royal faction, as well as among the aristocracy, there were very noticeable people who were greedy for power. The Demon Queen was logically interested in what the future holds for such a country, and Davy listened to all the officials chatter with his usual smile. He laughed and said that the next time he offered to go into the restaurant business. In general, the most profitable businesses are food and alcohol, but he's still new to this business. The Demon Queen said he was far from perfect, and why look for a new income in the middle of this mess? And then His Majesty King Creonese said that they first needed to reward Prince Davy, who had brought such great good fame to the kingdom. Then he turned directly to Davy and said that he was a good man because he was able to handle such a difficult and serious case without any outside help. And Davy said he was just doing what he had to do. Nevertheless, the king continued to praise his firstborn son, saying that no one could have achieved such achievements as Davy had in a decade. His Majesty told Davy to name what he wanted, and that the king was ready to give him any reward he wanted. Davy thought about it, wondering what would happen next. He knew that no matter what he asked for, his request would hardly be granted, citing an endless number of excuses. The first prince told the king that he had a request, but it was too great a reward, so he had nothing in mind right now that he wanted. He asked His Majesty to give him time to think about it. The king generously agreed. The officials then went on to discuss the moongrass business. They again emphasized that it was necessary to support the development of the enterprise for the sake of the country's well-being. Some said that these were very limited proposals. Since moongrass brings in so much revenue, any option would do. The Demon Queen didn't like what the officials were saying about his friend's business, and Davy himself noticed that the officials were being much more arrogant than he had anticipated. And then Duke Barrietta interrupted the conversation. His eyes were shining with anger. He said that he needed to check something first. He got up from his chair with a very stern expression on his face, which surprised the other officials present in the meeting room. Meanwhile, Duke Barrietta continued. He said that everyone was excited about the company, but had everyone forgotten that you need to probe everything from the very foundation? The subject of the current debate, ways to use the moongrass to bring additional material aid to the kingdom. He asked if others agreed with him. Several replied that this venture was indeed innovative. The Demon Queen remarked that Duke Barrietta was extremely influential. The first prince agreed that he did look good. The official who supported the Duke continued that by making good use of the company, and then Duke Barrietta interrupted him and asked why no one was taking into account the opinion of His Highness Prince Davy himself, who had made such a huge contribution, but were only planning how to transfer the company to the state and dispose of it at their own discretion. One of the officials tried to make some objections, but Duke Barrietta interrupted him again and said that the status of this official was not higher than that of a member of the royal family. That official was the Marquis of Ferrandis. Duke Barrietta asked him whether the state could use all his property for the benefit of their country. The Marquis was disgusted by this question. The Duke, meanwhile, went on to say that this is why the decision on this matter should be left to the Lord, His Highness Davy, and they all have nothing to discuss here. The Marquis of Ferrandis admitted that he had not thought about it and was talking nonsense. The Demon Queen was shocked by what Duke Barrietta was saying, wondering if he was helping Davy. The prince disagreed with her. For him, it looked like a mockery and not at all like help. Meanwhile, Duke Barrietta continued. He said that if the state status was forced on an enterprise, it would be considered repression. Then no one would dare to do business after that. The Duke then turned to the first prince and asked him if he was thinking correctly. Davy, smiling, replied that the Duke was not just about to say that. Duke Barrietta smiled quietly and asked if it was really that noticeable, but he immediately confirmed this and said that, frankly, there is a more important issue. That is why he believes that reconciliation is necessary first. The Duke pretended to be quite caring. He went to the middle of the room and asked for everyone's special attention. Then he pulled out a letter from under his cloak and said that it was a message from the high priest of the country, Balshus. King Creonese wondered what the message might be. Davy sat still and silently watched what was happening. Then Duke Barrietta said that the letter requested that His Highness the First Prince of the Kingdom of Raun, Davy Ulraun, move to the Holy Country. This is to be done in order to witness the emergence of his stigma and to confer the title of saint on the prince. And then Count Randa began to object. He said that His Highness is, first of all, a prince of this country, not an ordinary lord. The count said that the first prince should not be sent to a sacred country. Others, on the contrary, defended the point of view of Duke Barrietta, because a sacred country is a sacred country. That is the whole point. It is a country whose influence extends even to empires, a country that serves the goddess Priya, and it should not be a problem to send His Highness Prince Devi there. However, Count Randa did not give up. He asked, since when did the kingdom of Ran become a subject country of the holy state? He was outraged at how the prince himself could be given to them. It would be too much like a tribute, and they laughed at him, called him a completely clueless person who could not see anything beyond his own nose. Davy only wondered how much noise was made at the meeting about him alone. He got into an argument, saying that the fact that he was stigmatized was confirmed, and he does not believe that this is why he needs to move to the holy country now. And in general, whether the holy country will take the kingdom of Raun under its wing if he is granted the title of saint. The Duke of Barriata rebuked Davy for looking at the whole forest, not just one tree. After all, the royal family bears the yoke of enormous responsibility, and the Duke looked at the first prince meaningfully. He told Davy to remember that nothing good would happen. Stroking a sacred country against the grain is a very bad choice. Therefore, you need to listen to her will. The officials asked what would happen to the Heinz land, and with the Moongrass enterprise at the same time. Duke Barrietta replied that if His Highness moved to a holy country and became a saint, unfortunately, he would have to accept it. And in this case, the territory of the Heinz lands will be impossible to manage by law. The atmosphere in the meeting room became even more tense. There was a lot of talk that a new lord would need to be appointed as soon as possible. So it was necessary to find a suitable candidate. And then one official said that his son had just recently become an adult. The Demon Queen said that Duke Barrietta was doing something crazy, and Davy just said that it was all very interesting. So that's why Duke Barrietta could not allow the company to become a state-owned enterprise. Then he said that he wanted to add something else about this case. Now the Haines lands are at a very important stage of development. The Duke even said that it is at the most important stage, and such an important position as that of a lord cannot be filled by the first person you meet. And then Duke Barrietta said that he would dare to recommend the only candidate suitable for the position. And the Duke considers the second prince of the kingdom, Ron Callis, to be the only suitable candidate to replace the current Lord Davy. Prince Davy thought it would come to this, to transfer the company after privatization to Queen Lynn's son, Barrietha, and the Duke's grandson, Callis. And of course, the Duchy of Barrietha would take all the profits from the enterprise. That's the Duke's whole insidious plan. As a result, although the Duke beat around the bush, the essence of his desire was no different from that of the aristocrats who had originally caused the fuss. The second prince of the kingdom, Ron Callis, knelt down on one knee in front of His Majesty King Cryanes and Her Majesty Queen Linus and waited for the king's decision. The first Prince Davy sat calmly in his chair and watched the farce unfold in the boardroom. He was the only one who knew what to expect next. Meanwhile, something strange began to happen to Prince Callis. He, who had just been so smiling and confident, suddenly began to lose control of his body. Callis was very scared, and Davy knew exactly what was going on. He just didn't expect such a violent reaction right now so quickly. The second prince started talking nonsense. The first thing he said was that he shouldn't be clapped so hard. Duke Barrietta was so surprised that he was so angry. He shouted at him what he was doing. What kind of joke was this? King Cryanes was also angry with his son. He slammed his fist on the table and said, "How dare Callis play the fool in the courtroom?" And Callis did not understand what was happening to him. He could not control himself. The second prince tried to explain that he had nothing to do with it, but all he could manage was a crow's caw. Davy's curse was in full effect. His Majesty grabbed his head and shouted that he did not want to hear anything else. Let only Callis be silent. Then the king stood up and ordered the second prince to get out of the courtroom. To do this, he called for the guards because Prince Callis was still babbling. When the guards arrived, His Majesty ordered them to immediately lock Prince Callis in his chambers and let him repent for his terrible deed until the king decided to order his release. The second prince, Callis, kept shouting that he was innocent, that this was happening against his will, but all he could manage was croaking and clucking. And then he started barking. In short, Prince Callis spoke every animal language, but no human language was heard. King Cryanes was furious. The guards grabbed the second prince, but he resisted and barked. He made animal sounds every time he opened his mouth to say something. Callis did not want to leave the courtroom. He was struggling to get out of the guard's hands. Finally, his headdress flew off his head. It was a very funny and disgusting sight. Prince Davy watched all this calmly, for he knew exactly what was going on. The Demon Queen was amazed at how powerful a change had happened to Callus in just one day. Prince Davy replied with pleasure that it was indeed a very terrible curse. He watched that picture with pleasure. The second prince also began to go bald. Bald spots appeared on his head, and they became noticeable as his headdress flew off. Now he became really sunny-faced. This was very amusing to Davy, and the others were very prepared for what was happening before their eyes. Duke Barrietta was stunned at the sight of his grandson, and the first Prince Davy said that, as everyone had already seen, Callus was not yet fit to rule the lands. And then the first prince of the kingdom of Raun, Davy ol Raun, addressed the Duke of Barrietta himself. He asked directly and defiantly, when did the position of a duke become superior to that of a king? And then the duke sat down at this question. Instead of answering, he also asked what His Highness was talking about. Then Prince Davy said he would ask the question a little differently. He asked if this country, that is, the kingdom of Raun, belonged to the duke. Duke Barrietta replied with fear that it did not, and that it seemed that His Highness had simply misunderstood. He then added that he was acting solely in the interests of the kingdom of Raun. The first prince then asked further why, in this case, the message from the holy country, which even His Majesty had not seen, was in the duke's possession. Prince Davy did not wait for an answer. He continued to question Duke Barrietta and bring him to the cleaners. The first prince said that the duke was talking the same nonsense that is spoken in the holy country. He asked why this was so. Duke Barrietta mumbled to His Highness to watch his words, but Davy did not stop talking. He remembered another interesting expression. The owner is not even thinking of selling the cow yet, and the other one is already grabbing the horns. Duke Barrietta said that they are now in the boardroom, so what's the point of all this? Then the first prince shouted back at the duke that this was his own decision regarding the subject of discussion at this meeting. He also arbitrarily decided to proudly sell a member of the royal family at the first demand of the holy country. In doing so, he was going to take advantage of the situation to monopolize the Haynes land enterprise. Prince Davy then added that in his opinion, Duke Barrietta is no different from other aristocrats. Then Duke Barrietta asked how His Highness was going to solve the problem with the holy country. Prince Davy replied that he would need to resolve the issue with the country itself. The Duke asked what options His Highness had and whether he had already come up with something. The first prince said that people live in the sacred country, and the high priest is also human. Then Prince Davy pulled out a magic ball to make the connection. Suddenly a voice came out of the balloon, announcing that the connection had been established. Vicar Bellium, from the Budget Management Department of the Holy Country, got in touch with the first prince of the Kingdom of Raun, Davy ol Raun. First of all, Prince Davy apologized to the vicar for calling him so unexpectedly. And then I asked Bellium what His Eminence's conclusion was. Around the meeting room, there were bewildered questions about what was happening here, how the Holy Country had been contacted, and whether His Eminence had really reached His Majesty. Yes, this is what they were wondering. Even if it is a country located on sacred territory, the same people live there, and they are just as interested in business. The high priest, who is a member of the Council of Great Elders, is more influential than the king of a small country. But Davy had contacted the ruler of an entire sacred country. Vicar Bellium said that in this case, High Priest Molus acted arbitrarily. The vicar assured us that this would never happen again, and everyone can stop worrying about it. It goes without saying that no one will oppose the high priest. Finally, the meeting was over. Everything was put in its place. Thanks to the vicar, the meeting ended well. The first Prince Davy returned to his chambers and thanked Vicar Bellium for doing a good job in such a tricky matter. The vicar shyly replied that he had done nothing of the sort. He really did not expect that the kingdom would decide to send the prince to the holy country. Yes, it would be good for them, but there are rules. And in the long run, such a decision would have only caused losses. Prince Davy wished them to work in the same spirit. The first prince confronted His Eminence with a simple fact. If at least one of the components in the form of Prince Davy or Heinsland leaves, then the cultivation of the sacred herb will stop. And who better than the ruler of a sacred country to know how harmful this would be? Vicar Bellium interrupted the speech and reminded Prince Davy of something. The prince replied that he was well aware of this, and that he would prepare a certain amount of goods for the holy country in the next quarter. He will cultivate the remaining field and grow additional moongrass to sell to them. Vicar Bellium sincerely thanked the first prince of the Kingdom of Raun for this service. His Majesty asked that we continue to sell large amounts of moongrass to the sacred country. Wherever you look, this is very vital and greedy. If you want special treatment, give something in return. And the Moongrass Enterprise was originally created with this in mind. If everyone gets stuck in this swamp, there will be no one to blame. So let's go ahead and get into the swamp. Straight to the famous Vodionic. At the end of the conversation, the first prince said that business is very easy. The Demon Queen called Davy a liar, but Davy replied that whatever happened, it all worked out perfectly, so it didn't matter how it happened. Suddenly, the excited face of the maid Amy appeared in the magic ball. She saw His Highness, but she did not believe that she could communicate with him in this way. Amy screamed desperately and asked His Highness to save her. It was strange how a person who would be helping the prince in the future could be so weak. Bernil, the maid's chamberlain, joined the conversation and apologized to the prince for looking so unkempt. Prince Davy laughed that his hard work was not noticeable. Bernil then asked if the meeting at the royal palace had gone well. The first prince replied that it was very successful, even smoothly, and that he had already settled all his issues on the spot. Then Davy asked how things were on the ground, how their guests were doing. The Oberkammerer replied that everyone was currently staying in a temporary camp. As His Highness had ordered, they had received a building permit. This means that soon new buildings will be constructed in each district. But as for the landscaping, he reviewed the sketches left by the prince, but it would be difficult to implement. Davy asked if it was again a time issue, and the chamberlain replied in the affirmative. The first prince of the Kingdom of Ron, Davy Olrown, saved the dying land and got rid of the interference of external powers. But this is not even the beginning. Abandoned for a long time and therefore backward, the place technically lacks much to improve. The likely time required to fill the gap is 10 to 20 years, and this issue cannot be solved with money alone. Davy saw that there was a lot of money, but nowhere to use it. It turns out that they are getting scared out of their wits. So the first prince decided that it was time to slowly launch the second enterprise. This surprised both the Demon Queen and the Chamberlain. Prince Davy said that this enterprise would be ideal for the best inventors on the continent. This family is famous for its troublesome stubbornness, but the first prince has an offer for them that is so tempting that they will never be able to refuse. Oberkammerer Bernil asked with interest what the best inventors on the continent were that His Highness was talking about. Davy said that it would be something like trading corn for diamonds. The risks are absolutely small, but the payoff is such that they will not find a more profitable enterprise. He was talking about boulders. Having solved all his current affairs in the royal palace, Prince Davy set off on his journey. The guide said that they would soon enter the lands of the Golden Boulder tribe. He warned His Highness to watch his step carefully. Prince Davy slowed his horse's pace a little. The tribe of the Golden Boulder is a settlement of dwarves located in the south of the kingdom. Once upon a time, dwarves were called dwarves or dwarves. Almost everyone knows them as such. They are from 100 to 130 centimeters tall, but they are extremely strong physically and very resistant to heat. They are also called the family of iron, and they can quite rightly be considered born masters. Unlike elves who have now become legendary, dwarves live on volcanoes or in rocky areas. They even have some contact with humans. But because they dislike all other races, they only allow someone of the king's level or his representative into their tribes. This is exactly what the first prince of the Kingdom of Ron, Davy Olrown, demanded as a reward for a successful venture in the Haines lands. Perhaps the aristocracy believed that he was aiming for the position of crown prince. But Davy had absolutely no interest in any position there, so he boldly made a completely different choice. However, he was not let go so easily. In the meeting room, various officials expressed their opinions. Some said that the Devore were very scrupulous, so they warned him not to disturb them unnecessarily. His Majesty King Creanes also warned his son that dwarves are different from humans. He also said that if Davy just hadn't thought things through well enough, he could ask for any reward. However, the first prince stood his ground. He told the king not to worry about him for nothing. He also added that he was confident that he would at least not be thrown out immediately. Davy could still feel the angry, wary eyes of the aristocrats until the very end. The Demon Queen said that it seemed like all the aristocrats were wondering what the bastard was going to do this time. In her eyes, it looked like that. The first prince laughed and said that Perserk's eyesight was good. The Demon Queen also said that, in fact, the companions were assigned to them only to keep an eye on the prince, although she even felt a little sorry for them. Davy said she was doing the right thing, that he was sorry for them because he was going to arrange something. Finally, the first prince of the Round Kingdom, Davy Olrown, and the Demon Queen Perserk arrived at the dwarf settlement. The guards stood at the entrance and ordered them to stop immediately. The guards asked who they were and why they had come here. The prince's companions replied that they had come from the kingdom of Roun and asked permission to enter the kingdom of the Golden Boulder. The rather angry guard furrowed his brow and said that they hadn't heard anything about it. The guard's name was Gert. Davy said he came here with a very good offer. Then Gert turned to him and asked who he was. The boy replied that he was the first prince of the kingdom of Ron Davy. The guard Gert looked at the cart behind Davy and huffed with satisfaction. Then folding his arms across his chest, he said that a treaty is a treaty because he was really facing a prince. However, the tribe now has a big problem, not the right circumstances to make new treaties. The first prince was surprised by what the guard said. He had not heard anything about this. But Gert opened the gate anyway and invited the prince in, because that was his job. Gert also ordered us to leave the horses at the entrance and continue on foot. These are the rules here. Of course, the people who accompanied the prince to the kingdom of the Golden Boulder stayed by the horses and the cart, and Prince Davy went on to explore the kingdom, looking at the local scenery with interest. Finally, they reached the building, inside which the elder of the Golden Boulder Kingdom was already waiting for Davy's visit. The first prince was met at the door by a maid who prudently warned the guest to protect his head as he walked inside, because all dwarfs are very short in stature, so the entrances and exits are made for their height. In the room where Prince Davy was invited to enter, there was a round table. An elder was already sitting at that table. He was the 8th elder of the Zoloti Valand Dvorak settlement. His name was Golda. He was sitting with his hand on his head. It seemed that he did not want to hold any meeting at all. Davy noticed that Golda was irritated by something. The prince was also surprised that the elder was alone in the hall, because usually dwarves have several elders. However, Davy did not come to this kingdom to be surprised by anything, so he decided to start suppressing right away from the first move. The first prince of the kingdom of Roun, Davy ul Roun, bowed politely and greeted Elder Gold according to the custom of the dwarf race, wishing that the protection of the god of iron always accompany him, and introduced himself. The elder coughed in response and said that he was very surprised that the man knew the rules for greeting dwarfs. Davy replied that he could not be disrespectful to a lineage of eminent masters. This made Elder Gold very happy, and he said that he liked the first prince of the kingdom of Roun. In fact, it is very rare to meet such a person nowadays. Then the elder invited Davy to sit down at the table. Gold explained that all the other elders were busy, and he came out as a representative of the Golden Boulder Kingdom. Davy immediately thanked him for taking care of this. Then the elder asked what brought the young prince to them. Normally, all agreements are made outside the settlement. The prince replied that he knew about these rules and also knew that a regular treaty with the kingdom of Roun had been signed a few months ago. The first prince then went on to say that, frankly, he had come to the Dvorak settlement with several of his own personal proposals for cooperation. He added that his cart contained a small sign of his sincerity, namely barley beer and meat. Hearing about this gift, Elder Golda was even more amused and said that people who know etiquette are not so unpleasant, and that dwarves like human barley beer very much. Davy realized that he had hit the nail on the head. However, the dwarf tribe is not in a position to fulfill anyone's wishes now. The first prince of the kingdom, Ron, asked what this meant. However, the elder replied that outsiders should not know all the nuances. Then the elder decided to end the conversation and said that was all he could say to the prince. He realizes that Davy has traveled a long way, so he will allow him to stay in the dwarf settlement for a few days. Golda has already informed the others. But finally, the elder warned Davy that if he did anything wrong here, he would be immediately banished from the kingdom. After that, Prince Davy extended his hand to the elder to shake his hand in farewell, but this caused the guard to grab his sword. Elder Golda simply walked past the guest, saying that he would greet him first. Davy bowed his head slightly at this inconvenience. Then the prince decided to check the information about the elder. His name, Golda. Age, 180 years old. Gender, male. Family, dwarf. Rank, none. State, tired, irritated, thoughtful. Special features, junior elder of the Golden Boulder tribe. Feelings, he is the youngest, so when he meets people face to face, he is unhappy that he has to drive them away. It's been a long time since people have entered the village, so Elder Golda is feeling a bit curious and hesitant. He is definitely interested in an etiquette-savvy guest and is annoyed at the way he met him at the beginning. He wants to participate again and learn more about the secondary tempering of the original spark, which is called the true dwarfic sword. After learning this in-depth information, the first prince of the kingdom of Ron drew attention to the subject of the original spark. Davy wondered when that was and went back in time. He remembered Surt telling him once that he had created something with those assholes. But that was quite a long time ago. Because back then, the blacksmith's skills were not particularly good, and frankly speaking, the kids' qualities were not up to par. But Surt recalled, he felt so good with them at the time that they feasted for several days in a row. It was quite a significant event. The first prince wondered if the original spark was really so incredible. Well, for ordinary people it is. To be honest, Davy did not expect to hear that name. He then told the demon queen that she had a very telling look in her eye right now. It means she knows something. Then Davy recalled that I think they called it an unbreakable sword. That's right. The original spark is a sword created by Surt together with the elders of the dwarves. This can be called a collaboration, organized for the first exchange of experience between humans and dwarves. Unity, progress, and the blessing of the god of blacksmiths are quite a lot for a sword, but it became special because of the abilities invested in it. However, this is all that the first prince knows. He remembered how Surt had once said that these dwarves had finished off a week's worth of liquor, but Davy knew that this was definitely the sword Surt had mentioned. The interesting thing is that no matter how you look at it, it can be considered a prototype. Holding the sword in his hands, Davy suggested that it could be called the original version of Calderas. Although the direction of application is different, the principle of operation is very similar. A special method of processing using mana, an approach that combines tangible and intangible principles. From the first hammer strike to the casting, everything is slightly different from the basic method. The essence of this approach can only be comprehended if you are able to discard all your past knowledge. That's why conservative non-human dwarves can't understand it. Davy thought that was why they were racking their brains about it. Then he got out of bed and stretched sweetly, deciding to move a little. Now he needed to get some rest. For everyone around him, the first prince visited this place for the sake of technology and hiring dwarves to develop the Heinz lands. But his main goal is completely different, and the target is a large furnace. This furnace was created with the intensification of higher technologies. The Demon Queen remarked that it was impossible to persuade stubborn people like the dwarves to use the oven. Davy said that's why they needed a plan. The first prince assured the Demon Queen that everything would go perfectly, so she shouldn't worry. Then Davy went to a local diner and met Elder Gold. The elder asked the boy why he was there. Davy politely replied that he thought Gold had a lot on his plate, but it seems that he had been off for a while. The elder replied that no matter how important the work was, nothing could be done without proper rest. And after all, Brother Golgotha had just driven all the elders away anyway, and he took up the task. Then Davy offered to have a drink with him. Then the first prince sat down at the table where Elder Golda was sitting and said that he had heard that the dwarfs had very strong alcohol and asked if they would share it with him. And as soon as Davy said this, one of the dwarfs, who was also resting in that eatery, seized on the prince's words about strong alcohol. He added that he was asking for trouble. Then the Dvorak turned to the bartender, whose name was Malcolm, and said that a man was asking for strong alcohol. The dwarfs began to laugh openly and say that the man must have balls of steel, and he was going to compete with Elder Golda. The dwarfs were laughing and shouting so loudly that Davy had to cover his ears to keep from going deaf. Then the bartender Malcolm decided to warn Davy. He said he was being overly excited, but dwarf spirits are not ordinary alcohol. This alcohol is too strong for the human body. Davy looked into one of the flasks Malcolm had placed in front of him. He saw a liquid of extraordinary clarity. And then the first prince took the glass in his hands and poured its contents into his mouth. As he drank, he asked if that was all. After drinking a whole gallon of strong alcohol, Davy put it on the table, exhaled deliciously, and said that this is how you really drink. Everyone around the dwarf began to shout aloud, "Hurrah!" to the prince. One of the dwarves came up to Davy and asked if he was really all right, then showed him 3 fingers and asked the prince how many he could see. They were all sincerely surprised that the man had managed to drink all their strong alcohol in one go. And Davy simply replied that the dwarves have a very good drink. The Demon Queen asked the boy if he really liked it. Davy replied that frankly it was just naked alcohol, and the taste is just awful. But the first prince still had to play the role of a complete drunkard. The reason is that the Dvoraks love alcohol and gambling more than anything else. Then he turned to Gold, the 8th elder of the Zolotoy Valoon settlement. And the first prince of the kingdom of Raun, Davy Ol Raun, offered the elder a bet. Golda agreed. He said that they, the Dvoraks, could not but respect a man who knew how to drink alcohol. He also said that he would pay for the drinks himself. And then he turned to Malcolm and told him to bring whatever the little prince wanted. The bartender just smiled and said that if anything, he was out of the picture. Afterward, The elder told Davy that he was not sorry for the argument, but that right now he would not be able to fulfill any of the prince's requests because they were in a state of emergency. Golda added that Davy's chance of winning was 1 in 10,000. If the prince wins, the elder will fulfill his wish. But if he wins, the prince will leave this place. And don't let Davy take it personally. Golda is glad that a nice person came to visit them. It's just that the timing is not right. The guy smiled sweetly in return. The first prince rejoiced that the elder had fallen for his hook. The opponents picked up their galbas, and the competition began. And it so happened that Dvorak Elder Golda lost in this dispute. The next day he had a terrible hangover. Davy came to ask him how he was doing, and Golda only asked that the prince speak slowly because his head was still buzzing after yesterday. Golda said sorrowfully that he had been living in the afterlife for so many years, and he would never have thought that he would lose to a human being. He was very much deceived. And Davy, as always, replied with a smile that everything happens in the world. Entering into this argument, the first prince knew very well that he could not get intoxicated in principle because he had reached the peak of the power of sacred mana. Alcohol would spontaneously disappear from him. The demon queen said that he was a true fraud. However, Davy still had to concentrate in a certain way. Perserk also said that it was too much on the prince's part to go drinking with the other dukes after the victory. She shook her head and asked when he had become such a drunkard. Davy said it was because of one of his teachers who taught him the art of the sword. The hero who united the central Marima lands is Janma Dokajun, and it seems that he is feared in this world. Even Daphne, an immoral saint who loved alcohol, shook her head and ordered the prince to never drink with Dokajun. This is how much Janma Dokajun was an avid alcoholic in the Gallery of Heroes. The problem was that during the course of his studies, drinking with him became a routine for Davy. Dokajun always had a bottle of alcohol in his hand. If something didn't work out for the prince, Janma Dokajun would say that in that case he should take another drink. The teacher gave Davy a bottle of alcohol and said that when he drank it all, he would teach him. But if Davy passed out, he would be punished by running around the gallery 100 times in 100 days. The first prince only now realized that the hardest part of studying with a teacher like Janma Dokajun was drinking with him. For him, alcohol was something like a deity, and that's why any dwarven alcohol, even the strongest, is nothing to the first prince of the kingdom of Raun. Elder Golda was still holding his head because it was hurting so badly, but he said that in any case, an argument is an argument, so let Davy say what he wants. To begin with, Davy asked the elder if this primal spark was really causing the Dvorak so many headaches. Golda was outraged, thinking that some idiot had already blabbed. Then the elder confessed that they had a problem. The old sword that they, the dwarves, kept was broken. Davy could not believe how it had broken, and Golda said that it was a very mystical story. He said that this sword had been passed down from tribe to tribe for centuries. It has always been kept under close supervision. Each tribe swears to protect it as the apple of their eye. And in this generation, it was Elder Gold's father who was mainly responsible for the preservation of this sword. But due to the fact that his father went to the earth early, the care of the sword fell on the shoulders of Gold and his brother Golgoda. Davy wondered if the sword had broken at just the right time. After the story of the sword, the elder asked if the prince really wanted to know about it. Golda then said that he was asking because it was Davy who was sitting in front of him. He assured me that everything was fine. The prince can continue to ask about anything he wants. As expected from dwarves, they respond to the kindness shown to them with the same kindness. But Davy just had a drink with him. However, it was clear that the first impression the prince left behind was beneficial. Then the first prince told the elder that he, frankly, had a poor blacksmithing technique, and he asked permission to look at the broken sword at least once. It was all in the interest of research. Since Golda had promised to fulfill Davy's every wish, he decided to take the prince to the central workshop of the Golden Boulder Dwarf tribe. There was a constant fire burning in an incredibly huge furnace, and blacksmiths were working there. The first prince of the kingdom of Raun was delighted that all this was created by the abilities of the dwarves alone. The elder confirmed this and said that although it was not mana or alchemy, the firepower of that furnace was incredible. Suddenly, someone turned to the elder with a reproachful question about whom he had brought to their central workshop. Golda waved him off and asked if he could not tell from the guests that he was a newcomer to Zoloti Valun. But the workshop workers did not let up. They were outraged that the elder had brought the man here. They said that Golda was crazy to allow himself to do this. Davy, of course, had anticipated that there would be so much discontent and protest among the dwarves, but he didn't think it would be so violent. The prince was even a little ashamed that he had dared to ask for a visit to the central workshop. And then Golda's brother Holgoda entered the studio. He asked what he had done, how it had happened, and asked for an explanation. Golgoda was the first elder of the Golden Boulder tribe. Golda looked down and admitted that it was just a simple argument. Then he said that this green prince of the Ron kingdom was a little familiar with the art of blacksmithing, and he only asked to see their forge a little. But all the workers at the smithy kept shouting that it was still not appropriate to bring the man to the central workshop. Holgoda calmly told his brother that he was still drunk. However, Golda denied this, saying that he was fine, and he asked for permission to carry out his plan, putting his place as an elder on the line. Golda asked everyone to believe this young man and pointed to Davy. Golda still did not agree, but then he told his brother to do what he wanted, because they had a lot of work to do, and he ordered all the employees to return to their workplaces. The dwarfs tried again to argue that this was not the right thing to do, but Golda replied that Golda was also an elder and his decision should be respected. Golgoda then addressed the man. The prince politely told him his name, and then the first elder called him by name. And the first elder said he would accept Davy at his brother's request, but as soon as he did something stupid, Golgoda would immediately smash his head in. The first prince replied that he would take this into account. And around us we heard disgruntled phrases about how absurd it all was, and whether the elder even remembered what the dwarfs were doing here. Then Davy was led into a hall where a huge sword, 2 meters long and 30 centimeters wide, lay on a pedestal. It is called a sword, but in fact it is a much larger thing. That sword has a nickname, the Unbreakable Sword. But the point is not that it doesn't cut. The point is that it is hard to cut with that sword. The central workshop was in full swing. Some dvoraks were shouting to others not to slow down but to grab quickly. Others asked what happened to the iron he had made there. The dwarfs quarreled and used foul language in their conversations with each other. Sometimes they made fun of each other. The demon queen noticed that Davy was looking at something very closely and asked him what had caught his attention. And the first prince of the kingdom of Raun replied that the dwarves could not do anything with that sword. He realized that they were doing something completely wrong. The Unbreakable Sword has the same processing method as the Sacred Sword, but this sword was not completed and therefore is not protected from aging. It is a pity, but it is quite logical. The first elder Golgoda worked hard to repair the Unbreakable Sword, even forgetting to rest. But this can lead to trouble. You can't drive yourself so hard with work. Golgoda was really working beyond his strength. Davy was watching and knew that the dwarves would not succeed. And then other dwarves entered the central workshop. One snapped at the dwarves of the Golden Boulder. They were dwarves of the Blackstone tribe. The one who snapped was called Tross. He shouted that the Golden Boulder dwarves had broken the sword with the Christ. The workers of the central workshop asked what they were doing here. Tross did not let up. He turned to Golgoda with claims that he had broken the sacred sword and was living with it. And then he added that, frankly, when he was told that Golgoda would be responsible for the sword, he did not like it at first. Dwarf Tross demanded that the Golden Boulder tribe hand over the broken sword to them, the Black Boulder tribe, at least for now. He also said that at least their tribe's craftsmen would do a much better job. The workers at the central workshop started yelling at Tross to shut his mouth. Even if the Black Boulder tribe had the best elder, it would not be easy to repair a sword. Tross was very arrogant and angry. He said that the Golden Boulder tribe hadn't made any progress on repairing the Unbreakable Sword for a very long time, and he shouted loudly for the dwarves of the Golden Boulder tribe to stop desecrating the sacred thing. And then Tross added that all the elders of the other tribes share the same opinion. They are all in solidarity with each other on this issue. And again, he exclaimed that the Black Boulder dwarves simply could not entrust this case to a tribe with the worst skills. Although everything would have been different if Golgoda's father, the majestic Elder Gord, had been alive. The tether was heating up the situation more and more. He was even more defiant and dismissive, saying that there was nothing to see here anymore. Their preparations have been completed and they, the Black Boulder tribe, are ready to take the sword to their own. Golgoda was in tears at this dismissive attitude and helplessness. And then Davy came up to him and asked permission to ask him a question. Golgoda looked up at the first prince of the Ron kingdom, and Davy asked the elder directly if they were masters. Golgoda did not understand what their guest was getting at, and the evil Tross did not miss the chance to make fun of the first elder of the Golden Boulder tribe for talking to a human. And then he asked him, since when can just anyone walk around in the central workshop? Tross thought this was incredibly brazen. Golda approached Davy from behind and told him to step back and stay out of the situation. However, Davy was not going to give up so easily, he said. addressing Golgotha, that the master must feel the spirit of every created thing and respect it. But, the first prince continued, the dwarves of the Golden Boulder tribe have ignored that spirit from the very beginning. Golda replied that the unbreakable sword had already become so deteriorated that it was indeed useless. Meanwhile, Davy went over to the sword and began to repair it. The dwarf shouted in one voice what he was doing and told him to get away from their sword, where he was going to mess with it. And then they attacked Golda, saying how he would be responsible for all this later. After all, this was an abuse of power, and the dwarves threatened to protest to the kingdom. But Davy paid absolutely no attention to anything. He continued to talk to Golgotha. Now the prince asked the elder if he really wanted to fix everything. Golgotha just replied that it went without saying. Then Davy asked him why he was behaving like that, why he was only worried about preserving his pride. Golgotha, as if mesmerized, looked directly into the eyes of the first prince of the kingdom of Ron, Davy Ol Ron, who clearly told him that he understood everything perfectly. It seemed that Golgotha was having an incredible epiphany. Davy asked questions. Questions like whether about 3,000 years had passed, or whether the sword had served the settlement faithfully all these years. And they can't let go of a thing whose life has long since come to an end. They spend extra energy trying to forcefully revive the dead. And then Davy shouted menacingly that this was how they treated the value that had become their emotional support. The first prince, raising his tone even more, asked how they dared to call themselves masters after that. Davy continued to tell off the dwarves. Since when did they start behaving so low? After all, everyone knows that dwarfs are the family of the best masters on the continent. So how can such craftsmen not see that the item is completely worn out, so it is impossible to repair it? The first prince of the kingdom of Raon went on to say that everything created by a master should have at least a tiny piece of soul in it. Davy said that, for example, a person who neglects this rule has no right to be called a master. The prince remembered again how he was taught by the blacksmith Surt. The teacher said that if Davy ever met such a person, he should sell skulls to him without mercy. Then Davy put the sword on the grate of a huge oven. Everyone froze in tense anticipation, and when the dwarves realized what was happening to their sacred sword, they rushed to Davy in a rage. They were shouting that they would kill him, and Davy said that given all the things the dwarves had done, it would be the right thing to do. Then the first prince again clearly emphasized that the Dvoraks should not dare to mock the sacred object. If we put aside pride, this thing was created by the named teacher, and it has nothing to do with him personally. The prince said that there is no one among the Dvoras who knows the true essence of the sacred object. Then everyone saw that the sword was completely melted, its life extinguished. Davy said that those dwarves were not even sure that the sacred sword could be restored. They decided it was impossible, so they didn't even try. Davy asked why they were called a family of masters, but the dwarf did not want to listen to him. They demanded that he shut up. They were also indignant at what he could know if he was talking such nonsense now. In despair, Golgotha asked the prince how much more pain he was going to cause them. The other dwarfs went to calm their elder down. Perhaps they knew this themselves. The original spark has long since outlived its usefulness, and there is no point in repairing it. And yet, with their technique, it is simply impossible to create a new one. The dwarfs could not recognize this fact. As a result, they convinced themselves that the value of an object exists only if it is passed down from generation to generation. But in fact, this is a very terrible sin for masters. Golgotha no longer knew how to react to all this. And then Tros spoke up. He said that Davy was taking everything too lightly, and this is only because this case is of a different kind. The art of a sacred object could not be restored even by the best dwarfs for generations. Tros shouted, did Davy really think he was any different? He shouldn't pretend to be the best among them if he can't create at least one sacred object. The Demon Queen asked if everything was okay. It was the first time in her life that she had ever met someone so stubborn. It would be bad if this continued. And the first prince of the kingdom of Raun said that he had never said that he could not create any sacred object. These words outraged the dwarfs, the best craftsmen on the continent. They decided that Davy was bluffing, because even they could not handle metal of such an unusual alloy order. And here is a man saying that he can handle it. Golgotha said that it was the creation of the blacksmith of the 1001 Nights himself. It could not be created by effort alone. Golda tried to calm his brother down. The first prince of the kingdom of Raun, Davy Ol Raun, replied that the dwarves should stop resisting so fiercely. Let them just study. Among all the things Davy learned in the Gallery of Heroes, there is one of the few subjects in which the prince could barely keep up with his teacher. However, since he was to some extent a special case, possessing many skills such as magic, fencing, alchemy, sacred power, and so on, he still managed to cope with the tasks at hand. For example, with Surt, who was a natural craftsman and was also a student, they worked well together. So Davy's blacksmithing skills grew extremely fast. Although, of course, he could not compare with the superfine work of this monstrous master. And the first prince of the kingdom of Raun, Davy Olran, set about creating it. He created the unfortunate primordial spark, which is no different from the prototype many times in the Gallery of Heroes. The dwarves began to shout at the prince that he was doing everything wrong. These are cadmium, steel, and misral alloy. You can't do that to them. The masters told Davy that he didn't even know the basic orders. But Davy calmly replied that who said you can't use things that go beyond the established orders? Then he began to clarify whether it was the dwarf ancestors or the blacksmith of the 1001 Nights. The first prince told the nobles that they were thinking about the same order and imprisoned themselves in it. Continuing to work on the creation of a sacred object, Davy said that there is no need for any order. Suddenly, the color of the spark appeared. Things can change dramatically depending on how well you manage the process. And you can mix anything, as long as the method of work is correct. And this can be done even if this method is a real perversion for dwarves. All the dwarves in the central workshop at the time watched Davy's work in shock. Troz noticed what kind of reagent the first prince of Raun had used in the alloy. Golda said in fright that this was not allowed. Meanwhile, Davy continued to work, and he did it very easily and simply, enjoying it immensely. He said it was as simple as that. And finally he completed his creation. The dwarfs came closer to assess the young master's work. The appearance of the sword was not too refined to be called a primal spark, but that was exactly what it was. It gave off the same waves that are felt from a sacred object. Others noticed that those waves were even thicker than the ones coming from the previous version of the sacred sword. But Davy knew that it could not be otherwise, for he was a disciple of Surt himself. The Demon Queen said that she did not expect Davy to be able to create such a sword without a mana stone. Her blood ran cold. Davy only said that if the dwarfs could abandon their so-called order in their work, they could create something similar. The dwarfs were still looking at the sacred object that had just been created before their eyes. They said that the main thing in it was the veins. This sword takes on mana on its own. Simply put, it is a structure that allows mana to circulate freely. The principle is similar to the circles of mana that are carved into the body. The dwarves had lost their anger at the first prince of the kingdom of Raun. Davy went to the first elder of the Golden Boulder tribe, Golgotha, and asked him if he knew what he had done. There are very few items that restore metal power without a mana stone, including sacred swords. These things are different from artifacts that are thrown away when the mana supply is exhausted. Golgotha completely agreed with this. Davy then showed the elder the veins that were visible along the length of the sword. The Demon Queen remarked that no matter what Davy did, he had finally successfully won the hearts of all the dwarves. Once the sacred sword was created and Davy told Golgotha about it, the prince's role here was complete. The blacksmith of the 1001 Nights also worked up to this stage, after which he handed over the work to the dwarves, so they should be able to do it themselves. But the elders objected that their technique was not sufficient even to complete the sword, and Davy, calmly holding the blacksmith's hammer on his shoulder, told the dwarves to learn this technique. However, the dwarves did not lag behind the prince. The first elder of the Golden Boulder tribe asked if Davy could teach them the techniques of the ancestors and the blacksmith of the 1001 Nights. The boy agreed, but not for free, of course. The first prince of the kingdom of Raun set a condition that they pay him and he teaches them. And first he wanted his case to be dealt with what he needed. And then Davy put the sword he had brought with him to complete it in front of them. The dwarves surrounded it and began to marvel at its beauty. The Demon Queen asked why every time Davy shows something to someone, it causes such an incredible reaction. At this rate, one day he would be caught desecrating a shrine. But Davy said he shouldn't be afraid of heavenly punishment, since he had already been stigmatized. After examining the sword that the prince showed the dwarves, the first elder of the Golden Boulder tribe, Golgotha, asked him what kind of sword it was. Davy answered the question by asking what the elder thought about the sword. Golgotha did not understand this answer. Golgotha knew what kind of sword it was, and he missed that it was created by Davy. But the prince immediately denied it. He did not create this sword, but he is going to complete it, and for this he needs the help of the dwarves. The other dwarves asked where the master who created the sword was. Davy answered that the master was dead, and he died a long time ago. The dwarves apologized for this clarification. The first prince of the kingdom of Raun said that the master who created this sword died a long time ago, thousands of years ago. The dwarfs were shocked by this information. They were struck by the phrase about several millennia. Davy confirmed what he had already said. It was a seasoned heritage that had been left alone for a very long time. This is why the sword's efficiency has increased tenfold from its original setting. The Demon Queen said that it was not wine to be aged, but Davy explained that it takes time to treat weapons with mana. And by the way, the original spark he restored will also be able to be moved only after a few months, although the difference in processing complexity is obvious, and that is why this is a big problem. The first prince of the kingdom of Raun was thinking about how he could complete a thing of this level. Elder Golgotha asked if the prince might have the ingredients to complete it. Davy said he didn't have any. At first he thought of a myrrh alloy and was going to ask the dwarves for it. Personally, he would have preferred orichalcum or adamantium, but that would be a bit difficult to accomplish. Because this is a dwarf workshop, only high-quality myrrh can be found here. Golgotha said that since the prince was asking for this, something could be done. The elder said that he would give Davy his workshop as a workspace. His skills are still far from the prince's, but his personal workshop is in perfect condition. It is quite worthy of use. But Davy knew that a personal workshop is an untouchable territory. This is not something you can just give as payment for new equipment. All the other dwarfs were very surprised at this offer from their elder. Golgotha decided to give something else to the first prince of the kingdom of Raun, which shocked his subjects even more. He did not show it even when the dwarfs asked him about it. The elder opened the chest he was holding and everyone saw that there was a fang inside, on a velvet cloth. He asked Davy to accept it. The Demon Queen thought it was some kind of bone. This surprised her a bit, and the first prince opened his eyes even more in surprise. It was the bone of an ancient dragon of unknown origin. Golgotha said it was an immensely perfect and noble material. He then added that it was a family heirloom that had been passed down in their family from generation to generation since the time of the first ancestor. Also, the first elder of the Golden Boulder tribe said that he had carefully kept this thing because he had not met anyone who could handle it until now. But now he met the first prince of the Raun kingdom, Davy Olron. Davy was even more shocked. He could not have expected to see a dragon bone here, in the territory of the dwarf settlement. The prince did not know what to do at first. The dwarfs had something else they wanted to tell him. One of them suggested that since Davy had already received the bone of an ancient dragon of unknown origin, it would not be convenient for him to use First Elder Golgotha's personal workshop. At least that's what he thought. So this dwarf decided to offer his personal workshop for use. And if the prince needs anything, just let him know and he will be happy to get it for him. The other dwarfs also began to offer their personal workshops, because why should only one of them get this honor? They even started calling it tyranny. As a result, Davy didn't even know where to go from that chaos. Meanwhile, the dwarf began to offer all their possessions. Some even brought some orichalcum, which the prince had requested. Another decided to pull out his family heirloom, a reagent that had been infused for 100 years. Another offered 100 grams of adamantium and invited him to his home. Everyone pounced on Davy with their offers so much that the prince decided to stop it. He asked why they were taking out all their family valuables, but the dwarfs replied that it was okay, because they couldn't use those things anyway. This way, they could at least boast later that the ingredients from their house were used in the blacksmith's legacy of the 1001 Nights. The prince thought to himself, may the dwarf ancestors forgive him. As a result, all the dwarves who had some savings brought them to Prince Davy. The Demon Queen laughed and said that not long ago, Davy had said that he was missing some ingredients. The prince happily replied that there really would be no problem with that anymore. The dwarf's affection for Davy is enormous. Having brought all their valuables, the dukes asked if it would be enough for the prince and if he was happy with it. Davy replied that he was quite satisfied. The first elder of the Golden Boulder tribe, Golgotha, said that he would like to help Davy with his work, but the masters have their own rules. The other dwarfs were even angry with him for that. Davy thought that he could let the dwarfs just watch him work, but he didn't say it out loud. So the dwarfs wished the prince a good day's work, and they did as he had taught them, and went to finish the sacred object. Davy thanked them, and finally he was going to start working, having everything he needed. Davy's memories came flooding back. He remembered how his teacher, Blacksmith Cert, had once hit on a heroine and called her a young maiden pea. The heroine was outraged that he dared to call her a flat pea and called him a bastard instead. This character's name was Waikano. Surt began to make excuses for not calling her a P, but Waikano was already furious and threatened to burn Surt's student Davy. Surt sarcastically asked why she was going to burn a normal child. And Davy stood aside and thought only that he was mocking Waikano Surtees, and for some reason, all the fire was going to him. The gallery in the temple was created by the ideas of many heroes. It was a world close to paradise in every sense. The message of the gallery was as follows: "You have suffered in the other world, so have a good rest here." Thanks to this, with the power of Odin, who is a famous dragon creator, Davy managed to touch the bone of an ancient dragon during his lifetime. The blacksmith Surt really tortured the god of magic very badly. Waikano was crying from his abuse. Teacher Surt showed Davy the fang of an ancient dragon and said that it was one of the ingredients for creating a sacred sword. Then the blacksmith added that this would not happen, of course, but if the boy suddenly saw such a fang, he should know how to handle it. At the same time, Surt continued to mock the god of magic, who kept saying that she would burn Davy. At that time, the prince was only furious that he was being forced to learn how to handle ancient relics that no longer existed, but his luck turned into absolute success. It would seem that such unnecessary training has paid off. While working on the completion of the sacred sword, Davy wanted to cast fire resistance magic, but if there was even a small error in the temperature, he would fail completely. But the first prince of the kingdom of Round continued to work tirelessly to complete the sword. The demon queen, who was watching the whole process, sincerely admired the beauty of the work. One sword has a color transition from dark and red, like blood, to pure ruby. And like its reflection, there is a blue sword, like a supernova that has just risen into the sky. The demon queen admired the concentration and diligence with which the first prince of the kingdom of Round, Davy Allround, worked on the sacred swords. And Davy worked tirelessly. He was very passionate about his work. Finally, the two sacred twin swords were completed. Now he had to name them. Davy rubbed his tired hands together with satisfaction. The demon queen asked if Davy had anything in mind. The prince admitted that, frankly, he had already thought about it. Surt was surprised. Davy said that the name had crossed his mind the moment he first saw the sacred swords. The prince gently touched the floors of his creations, stroked them, and named them the name he decided to give them. Name: Red Ribbon. Condition: in the process of completion of forging. Shape: double-edged wide blade. Length: 88 centimeters. Width: 6 centimeters. Contractor: Davy Allround. Completeness: 99.9%. Additional features: the first sword is from the last legacy, into which the great blacksmith poured all his power, using mana in the swimmer. Restored and completed by the only apprentice of the great blacksmith who inherited the will of the deceased. The first sword of the specificity of the soul investment. Name: Blue Ribbon. Condition: in the process of completion of forging. Shape: double-edged wide blade. Length: 88 centimeters. Width: 6 centimeters. Contractor: Davy Allround. Completion: 99.9%. Additionally, the second sword of the specifics of the soul investment. The second sword of the twin swords. Name: Red Ribbon. Status: in the process of being completed forging. Contractor: Davy Allround. Additional features: circulates mainly elemental and spirit mana. Has the power of inevitable death when cutting through the living. Slices, ignoring the resistance of all physical systems that harm the blade. When used with a second twin sword, all effects are amplified. Name: Blue Ribbon. Status: in the process of being completed forging. Contractor: Davy Allround. Additional: circulates mainly the power of elemental spirits and sacred power. Has the power of inevitable death when cutting through the inanimate. Cuts through anything that does not exist in physical systems. Deals critical damage to demonic creatures. When used with the first twin sword, all effects are amplified. The demon queen said that Davy had no talent for naming things. How can you just name a ribbon like that? Surt was a little outraged by this. But the first prince of the kingdom of Ron did not seem to hear her remarks. He was preoccupied with himself and his twin swords. Davy decided to try out the first sword and started to swing it from side to side. The demon queen said it was incredible. Davy had not poured any power or mana into the sword, but had cut it with the grindstone of Mizrael. Davy was also shocked that the sword had cut the mana. Surt said that he was just waving the sword from side to side. And here is this effect. Looking at the blade of the blue ribbon, Davy said that this side was normal. This sword has the power to cut through things that do not exist in the physical world. The prince was pleased with himself because he had completed a simply ruthless thing. It was a masterpiece. When Davy came out of the workshop, the Dvoraks were already waiting for him. This surprised the prince quite a bit. The dwarfs happily replied that they were just making sure that no one dared to interfere with their mentor's work on completing the sacred sword. Davy laughed and thanked them for that. Then the prince asked how long it had been since he had entered the workshop, and he heard the answer that it must have been 4 days. Davy was genuinely surprised. The dwarf said their mentor had no idea how much their hearts ached when he didn't eat or answer, even when they knocked on his door. Davy still couldn't believe that 4 days had passed. The Demon Queen said he was practically obsessed with work. She also added that it was a very interesting sight. Davy asked her what kind of spectacle she was talking about. The dwarfs, meanwhile, said they had brought their elders. Davy grabbed Berserk and asked her what she had seen while he was working. The Demon Queen gave an ambiguous answer, saying she didn't know. Finally, the dwarves came to the workshop where Davy was working and saw the miracle he had created. The sword was sewing by itself. One of the dwarfs said that such an incredible thing had been created by using the materials he had given the prince to work with. The reaction of the dwarfs who saw the completed swords was like that of deep believers who have met God. They took the newly created sword in their hands, examined it from all sides, and said that now, after what they had seen, they were not even sorry to die. Davy tried to tell them something, but the dwarves were too enthusiastic about contemplating the sacred object. Meanwhile, the Demon Queen was telling the prince that some of the moments during his work were a bit too much. Perhaps what the first prince of the kingdom of Ron, Davy Olron, did lit a fire in the masters and started the work on completing the primordial spark. Several weeks passed in this way. The dwarfs constantly asked their mentor if they were doing everything right, if the strength was too weak in this or that place. Davy was giving me his instructions. He said that everything was fine, but now it was necessary to lower the temperature a little. Usually, when working with metal that has a strength and mana connection greater than that of mithril, it is necessary to periodically change the temperature of the fire. This way, the sword will become stronger. The first prince of the Ron kingdom was fully engaged in the work. He now made a remark to Elder Ramdi not to bang the hammer continuously, not to set the texture of the sword forcibly. Davy said they should do it naturally, like the flow of water. Prince came closer to Elder Rondi, who showed him how to work, and Davy corrected his technique. Ronnie had honed his hammering technique after all. Davy thought that once the elder put aside his pride, all that was left was pure passion. He saw the dwarves overwhelmed with enthusiasm. It looked as if they were taking up hammers for the first time. The prince was quite pleased with himself, and the benefits were obvious. He went outside and climbed a hill with a sprawling tree on it. The first elder of the Golden Boulder tribe, Golgotha, approached him and offered him a bottle of alcohol. He said it was the liquor his younger brother had been keeping, but Golgotha had heard that Davy liked it. The prince thanked him politely and said that it had a pleasant flavor and was not strong. The elder said he was very glad if Davy really thought so. Although he is a dwarf, not all of them like strong alcohol. And then Golgotha said that, frankly, he came here to talk about something else. The elder timidly began to speak. Davy wondered what it could be if Golgotha paused like that. And then the prince remembered how he had destroyed the grindstone in the elder's workshop and apologized for it. At first, Golgotha did not understand what was going on. The elder then said that he had heard that in addition to completing the legacy of the blacksmith of the 1001 Nights, Davy had asked the dwarves for help in putting the land's equipment in order. The prince replied that this was true. After that, the first elder of the Golden Boulder tribe, Golgotha, stood up and with his hand on his heart, solemnly declared that they, the Dvoraks, never forget mercy or disfavor. Golgotha also said that their skills could never match Davy's, but let him just show him what he needs, and they will try to help in any way they can. Davy asked if Golgotha was sure about his proposal because it could take a long time, but the elder replied that he had done them a great favor, so the Golden Boulder tribe would follow him. In conclusion, the first elder of the Golden Boulder tribe, Golgotha, swore to the god of iron to always be there for him. So they, Davy and Golgotha, sat on a hill under the wide branches of a spreading tree. Suddenly a dwarf approached them. He called out to his elder Golgotha and waved to him. When the dwarf came running, he first started to shake his head, because he was climbing up quickly. Golgotha asked him what was wrong. Dwarf said in alarm that there was a trouble. Their settlement had been invaded. Elder Golgotha was terribly disturbed by this news. He tried to get as much information as possible from his ward about who had invaded their settlement. David also heard this disturbing news. He suddenly swung sharply away from an object that was flying right at him. The prince was suddenly attacked by a red dagger. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Raun, The maids who took care of the second Prince Callus cursed Davy for what he had done to their favorite. Because Prince Callus never regained consciousness, he threw things around in his chambers and constantly shouted something in the languages of different animals. Callus himself was convinced that this terrible curse had been placed on him by his brother Davy. Everyone heard these abnormal animal sounds and saw that the second prince had even developed bald spots on his head. This all happened just after the meeting with the first prince. Callus was also angry at everyone, including his maids. He thought they were mocking him, even though they assured him that was not true. The crazed prince would rush to the first person he came across and grab her hair tightly and then pull it hard, calling her a nobody. The poor girl who came under the wrath of His Highness had to endure such abuse. The prince would then push her away and lash out at another victim, accusing her of neglecting him. Callus began to strangle another maid by grabbing her throat. At the same time, he shouted something and made animal sounds. Suddenly, someone entered the prince's chambers and said that it was the first time he had seen such a funny sight of the second prince strangling his maid. He was an interesting man who smiled mysteriously. His Highness asked who he was. The man replied that he was late in introducing himself. Then he said his name was Face. The maids watched in horror. Face bowed politely and asked me to memorize his name with a sweet smile. Face went on to tell the prince that their side had recently been overwhelmed by a huge disappointment. Meanwhile, the maids were running away in fright. The prince asked about the side, and Face raised his finger up meaningfully and said that the prince had heard everything well. The second prince of the kingdom, Raun Callus, tried to figure out what was going on. He asked Face what he was doing and what he was doing here, and then, as usual, he growled like an angry animal. Then Face said that Prince Callus had recently been treated in a very bold and cruel way, and then he added that he has the ability to cancel such jokes very easily. Then he said it would be like a gift from the company. Callus kept asking the uninvited guest who he was, and Face asked if it was really that important, because there were other things that were much more important. Face looked the prince straight in the eye and offered to make a deal with him, and then they would deal with the man His Highness hated so much. The second prince noted that Davy has a stigma, and there is someone who constantly defends him. Callus said that Davy was not an ordinary person. Face replied that Davy was still a human being. Callus said that Face spoke as if he were not a human being, to which he replied that perhaps he was. And soon they will realize this. Face spoke very confidently and persistently. Then he added that he had already sent one of his wards in the right direction, and somewhere in that very moment, his ward bites into the throat of the man Prince Callus hates so much. And now, in the dwarf settlement, which was suddenly attacked by someone, the demon queen began to look at the red dagger. Davy held it in his hands. He saw the blood. He knew there was only one skill that could do that. The power to activate various skills with the help of blood. This is the power of the Bloody Kai vampire. The dwarfs were very afraid for their mentor and asked if he was okay. And then the dwarfs saw something terrifying. It scared them a little, and they had to do something immediately. The demon queen also saw a demon beast appear. Davy noticed that this demon beast was also a higher-ranked demon beast and had the blood key skill. This demonic animal appeared suddenly near the hill where Davy and Elder Golgotha were sitting. The dwarfs watched her in horror, not knowing what to do next. The prince did not know what to do either. So far, they were collecting their thoughts. Meanwhile, the demonic beast was advancing. In some ways, it looked like a lion. Davy was not at all confused. He closely watched every movement of the beast and studied it a little. The prince laughed at how proud and satisfied this demonic beast looked. He also imagined himself a predator. Then the beast roared very loudly, trying to terrify his opponent. However, Davy stood there unmoved. There was a bloody aura emanating from that demonic beast. It seems that Davy had already made a plan to defeat it. Such a bloody aura, even among vampires, can only be created by the highest ones. Then the question arose as to how this demonic beast was able to create it. So he was an expert. The demon queen told Dave to be very careful, because the demon beast was so dangerous that even an ordinary demon could not step into its path. The prince prepared to attack. He didn't care about the beast. He was even interested in fighting and eventually winning. Davy said that a demonic beast is still first and foremost a beast, and it has ordinary animal instincts, moves instinctively. As soon as the beast approached the prince, he immediately received a powerful blow from Davy, and in this sudden, unexpected match, Davy saw an interesting chance for himself. He pulled out the recently completed sword. The real price of a new car can only be found out after a test drive. And the prince drew his sword of the 24th style of magical spirit, and with enthusiasm he swung it at the demonic beast and struck it with a powerful blow. Half storage space. A replacement for the 7th circle higher magic storage space, newly created by Davy, who has not reached the seventh circle, a very small scope storage space, stores the red ribbon, Hongdan, blue ribbon, Chandan, the time of the highest prosperity of the central Murim Plains. During this era, all the honorable officials of the faction were as rotten as it is possible to be. At a time when Murim had problems with trade and the people were starving, officials were living large. Once again, Davy's memories came flooding back. One of the heroes was telling him various stories while drinking alcohol as usual. Frankly speaking, the gentleman, who is a drunkard and has no credibility, claimed that he had united Murim with one sword, 88 sword styles that he invented and left as a legacy. And he continued to drink. It is a destructive and fierce art where every style is absolute. And this art met with the art of the sword of the god hairs and then evolved into the optimal form for Davy. As expected, tools make a man a man. Davy was finishing up the sword, customizing it to suit himself. The Hongdan sword is quite enough for this. The demonic beast ran into the magical weapon of the first prince of the kingdom of Raun. The first drops of blood were shed. The demon queen said the beast was not yet killed, but Davy could see it for himself. The ability to survive, similar to Lich. A special power to hide the source of immortality somewhere near the body. Until the source is destroyed, such creatures regenerate endlessly. Although, of course, it is possible to kill this demonic beast simply by erasing it. So much so that there was nothing left to regenerate. But in reality, this will be difficult to accomplish in battle. Then Davy asked the demon queen if she knew anything about how a simple demon beast, not a high-ranking vampire, could be immortal. The demon queen replied that, first of all, it was already abnormal that the beast was using bloody Kai. The first prince wants to test this, but there is no way to do so. And the demonic beast that attacked Davy survived the punch of Honda. If it has immortality of this level, then it has definitely received it of a high-ranking vampire with lord-level rights. The question is what it has forgotten in such a demonic beast. The circumstances are not the most suitable for clarifying the details. Davy asked if the source had been destroyed. The demon queen replied that it was something else. She rather thinks he destroyed the main system. The first prince of the kingdom of Ron laughed, that with this level he could kill a god. It would be very interesting to find out what Surt the blacksmith actually put into his sword. This sword had been sleeping for a very long time, and the ingredients that were used to complete it were a bomb. All this together strengthened the sword many times over. Davy was returning from a battle with a demonic beast with a victory. Now he wanted to rest, and he would think about troublesome things later. Suddenly Davy noticed something moving in the bushes nearby. It seemed to be a rat. Then he looked in and saw his brother, the second prince of the kingdom of Round Callus. He told him to hide more carefully. After all, the hair is noticeable. The brothers met face to face, Davy's crazy look and Callus's frightened gaze. Callus began to run away quickly, and Davy ran after him, swinging his twin swords. Callus was terrified that Davy would not catch up with him because then he would be finished. The first prince shouted again that he could see his brother's hair and raised his sword. He swung it left and right, destroying everything in his path. Callus stumbled and almost fell completely, but he only crouched down, unable to continue running. Davy caught up with his brother and accused him of being about to kill him, but he could have made him laugh a little. Davy asked what it meant. Do you have to behave in such a perverted way? He was, of course, having a dialogue with the demon queen. However, Callus no longer knew what to do with himself. He thought Davy had gone crazy because he was talking to himself, but Davy continued to talk to Berserk as if nothing had happened. He asked her whose side she was on. In this situation, the second prince immediately decided to use this chance to run away and hide from his brother. But suddenly he felt someone grab his arm. It was Davy. He just decided to make fun of Callus in revenge. But Davy wasn't that close to him. Callus couldn't understand how his brother had suddenly appeared behind him. Meanwhile, Davy continued to have fun. He told Callus, calling him a dear customer, that he could leave only after the payment, and he wants to run away with a mouthful of food. Then Davy swung his sword so hard that he almost hit Callus. But he did hit me a little bit. I got a small scratch under my eye. The second prince of the kingdom, Ron Callus, was the most arrogant and great aristocrat in their family. He was also an incredibly distant being, with whom no human could ever compare. At first, Callus was going to throw Davy down to hell and mock him. He expected his brother to be terrified by the mere encounter with the demonic beast, thinking that he would just meekly wait for his death until he had enough. But still, the second prince of the kingdom of Raun was very wrong in his calculations and judgments. The first prince of the kingdom of Raun, Davy Ol Raun, is a completely insane person, as Callus believed. The second prince shouted in despair and anger at what Davy had done to his body. And in general, how dare he, from the lowest of the low, touch him, and curse him. And Davy simply replied that his brother should thank him for not stabbing him to death right away. Then he added that he wanted to clarify something. But Callus said it wouldn't work because among his tribesmen he was considered the most resilient. The second prince continued to say that Davy would not be able to find out anything, but Davy told him that he did not even expect his brother to say anything. Frankly speaking, the first prince of the kingdom of Ron knew the perfect magic to find out what was going on in someone else's head, and he put his hand on Callus's head. The second prince did not believe that such a thing could exist, but Davy just said that he would check it out for himself. And the first prince of the kingdom of Ron used the magic of evolution of Shammai on his miserable brother. Black magic, the mark of the curse, the key of mergence, the flame of inquiry. The magic enveloped Callus in its effects. He started shouting that he was really hot and asking Davy to stop doing it. But Davy told him not to be so dramatic, that everything was fine. Then the demon queen intervened. She said to Davy that although Callus was their enemy, he was... But Davy interrupted her and told her to stop worrying because Callus would not die from this. The demon queen replied that she was not worried about Callus at all, and Davy knows this very well. Then the prince politely asked the esteemed demon queen if he was obliged to be lenient with someone who wanted to kill him. Berserk then decided not to interfere anymore, as the first prince of the kingdom of Ron was quite right. She realized that such kindness was useless. The mania worked on Callus, and he was ready for interrogation. Davy said that he needed to know a little bit about something, so they would go through the questions very quickly. First, the first prince asked his brother who he was. Callus did not want to answer by force, but Davy had his own magical influence on him, which Callus was very afraid of. The second prince was in pain and squeezed out that he was a Viscount-level aristocrat. That was in fact a cheap middle level, so Davy continued his interrogation. His next question was what the second prince's goal was. Perhaps it was because of the vampire maid he had recently encountered. Callus confirmed this information. Davy laughed in his mind because Callus had said before that he was good at keeping his mouth shut, but in fact now he could easily tell everything he was asked, and he continued to ask his questions. He wanted to know how Callus and the demon beast had gotten immortality. Callus did not want to tell him what his brother was asking. Now he just shut up and stubbornly continued to be silent. Davy even thought that Callus was holding up well. The first prince waited for an answer, but his brother was silent, just gritting his teeth and making a growling quality sound. Davy was going to put a little pressure on him. Suddenly Callus said that he was choosing death, but he was extremely surprised by this. It was a sudden decision that clearly did not come from him. Both Davy and the demon queen realized that something magical was going on here. Someone had definitely taken possession of Callus and was controlling him. Davy wanted to intervene, but Berserk stopped him and told him to stand back. Right before their eyes, the second prince of the Ron kingdom began to transform into an unknown creature. All we could hear was him shouting that he didn't want to, and addressing a certain Mr. Feiss. Finally, he was enveloped in flames. The demon queen continued to hold Davy back, saying it was taboo. It was a taboo, and also destruction. Very harsh. Davy said that this did not happen to Callus of his own free will. In front of them on the ground lay the charred skeleton of the second prince of the kingdom, Ron Callus. Unfortunately, Davy did not learn everything he expected from his brother's interrogation. The demon queen was worried that she had interfered and detained Davy when Callus was being destroyed by an unknown force. However, the prince replied that there was no need to worry. He had already foreseen this. The one who casts the curse has the ability to feel when the curse he casts has been affected. In other words, the curse imposed on Callus has already been broken. More precisely, it has been put into anabiosis. It is very difficult to find him, but it is possible that he has been found, a patron saint with the power of immortality. He is not a simple man. Yes, it was Feiss who had visited Callus the day before. After everything that happened on the hill near the spreading tree, the first prince of the kingdom of Raun returned to the settlement of the Golden Boulder tribe. The dwarves were repairing everything that the attacker had destroyed. There were a lot of ruins around. The demon queen was shocked to hear that only one demon beast had been here, and so many had been destroyed. When Davy approached the elders, he saw that they had sent a messenger north and asked him to hurry. The elders saw that their mentor had returned, alive and well. The first elder of the Golden Boulder tribe, Golgotha, said that they were very ashamed to meet him in such an indecent way, but Davy replied that it was okay. The first prince said that the more important thing was whether they were injured. Golgotha replied that as far as Davy could see, they were fine. But unfortunately, dozens of houses were burned down and some people were still injured, but lightly. And then Golgotha noticed that Davy wanted to tell him something else. He said so, and that's how he felt. But he invited the first prince of the kingdom of Raun and their mentor to come inside to talk. They entered the hall and sat down at a round table. Golda was also present at the table. Golda said that the guards were on their toes. Davy asked excitedly what else had happened and why there was such a fuss. The elders replied that it was nothing special. They had just been informed that a child from the orphanage was missing. They have already sent guards to search for him, but so far to no avail, and nothing is known. And Golgotha added that it was very dangerous for the first prince of the kingdom of Raun to continue to stay in the Dvorfa settlement. This was his opinion. Then Davy pulled something out on the table and said that he still wanted to tell the elders something. The first prince slid the thing he had just put on the table, which was a small book, and asked the Dvorts to accept it. He said that there is all the necessary information on the restoration of the shrine. It will take a long time to complete, and it was time for the first prince himself to slowly leave, to return to his home. The dwarfs were caught off guard by the grace of their mentor. Golgotha took the book in his hands with trepidation, held it to his chest, and asked Davy how they could repay him for this favor. The prince, as always, said that he didn't really need anything, and if anyone needs to pay for a favor, it is he who should. And then Davy pointed to his twin swords and said that he had gotten enough. After that, the first prince of the Raun kingdom said that the demonic beast had snuck into the Dvorfa settlement with the intention of attacking not the village, but him. Therefore, if he left the village, the problem would disappear, and Davy apologized for what he had said. The elders replied that it would not affect them, because it was not their mentor's fault at all. How could it be otherwise? Acceptance depends on perception. If there were someone who was hostile to them, they would definitely be called the culprit of everything that happened in the settlement. And then Davy spun a very convincing story about how the demonic beast attacked him because of the stigma on his body. But still, he is definitely the target. The first prince of the kingdom of Raun was a little afraid that the vampires would decide to take revenge on the settlement after they left. But he still can't be torn to control such trifles. And Davy decided to get ready to go. But first he needed to rest properly, and then get ready to go. And Davy also managed to find a young orphan who had disappeared during the attack on the demon beast's settlement. The boy was sitting among the green bushes on a rocky ledge. The child ran joyfully into the arms of his caregivers. After all, the first prince of the kingdom of Raun had done everything he could do in the village. And now it was time to leave the dwarf village, and to return as soon as possible. This is to ensure the safety of the residents of Zoloti Vallon. A little time passed, and Davy returned to his land. The guards were standing by the palisade next to the gate to the city. Whenever someone approaches or is approaching, the guards stop them, preventing them from going further. Several soldiers surrounded Davy from all sides, and one of them asked who was coming. Davy politely told them that their lord had arrived. He was very pleased with the discipline of his wards. Then the soldiers began to repeat with breathlessness that Mr. Saint had returned. They immediately made the first prince of the kingdom of Raun embarrassed. He did not like being called a saint. But what can you do? He earned this authority for himself. His ward said this sincerely and with gratitude. And Davy felt at home here. As soon as the first prince returned to the Haines lands, he was immediately overwhelmed with a pile of business. He received reports while he was in the dwarf village. But during this time, the number of people wishing to settle here exceeded the estimated number. Around the second quarter of the year, the number of residents reached about 4,000. Lord Davy discussed this situation with Captain Monmido. This number will be almost 20 times more than the current population. Such a sudden increase in population will bring them many different problems, but there is no point in worrying about it now. And the first prince now has a reliable assistant, whom he brought with him from his trip to the Zolotoi Valoon dwarf settlement. And the elder of the dwarves, Golda, came with Davy to the Haines lands. He had already heard that the state of the land was very poor. Golda continued on. He said that the condition of the mansion where the Dvorak's mentor lives is also far from the best. Then the elder solemnly said that since this was a chance for the dwarfs to repay the favor, he asked the prince to allow them to fix everything here. Golda said in anticipation that he would turn the Haines lands into a place that would live up to the reputation of a master representative of the continent. The elder sincerely asked that his mentor allow him to do so. After all, no matter how great a leader is, no one will follow him if he doesn't take care of himself. But Davy replied that he would not refuse such an offer. Then he put his arm around Golda's shoulders and said that he just wanted to add something, and maybe the other dwarves wouldn't like it either. Captain Monmido, looking at the sweet conversation between Lord Davy and Elder Golda, only wondered what and how his master had done again. After all, even the dwarves who can hardly be seen are so favorable to the prince. Davy sometimes catches intense looks of doubt, but who do they take him for? But in the end, it's fair. In any case, the process of reconstructing the Hind's land is easy and smooth. At last, the first prince of the kingdom of Round got to his chambers and lay down on the bed, right in his clothes. He said that it was much easier to fight the demon beast. The demon queen praised him for his good work and said that he had done well. Davy buried his head in a pillow and said wearily that he now understood why Joseon kings died young. The demon queen only confirmed that leadership status requires hard work. Davy was so tired that he was beginning to fall asleep. Half asleep, he mumbled how soft and wonderful this bed was. Berserk reminded him to get changed and then go to bed. It was said that this bed was created by alchemists, specifically for the structure of the human body. It is also very huge. Even on Earth, it would be first class. Davy dozed off for a while, not even changing his clothes, but suddenly something woke him up. He sat up on the bed, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Since it was dark around him, the prince could not see anything for sure, except for the strange creature peeking out from under his blanket. Nothing was visible but large, strangely shaped 2 shining eyes and 2 legs. Davy woke up immediately and thought that he had entered the wrong room. But the demon queen objected and said that this was impossible. This worried the prince even more, and he seriously wondered what it could be. Everything was quiet for a while, and now something may be starting again. There is no guarantee that the bribe must necessarily be money. Berserk did not understand. In order to run the family business, it sometimes happens that someone breaks into Davy's room. This is a so-called illegal request. It's not just about money as a bribe. Such an illegal request is deeply rooted in this world by the royalty. Therefore, this is not a rare phenomenon at all. But it was with the first prince of the kingdom of Round, Davy Allround, that things were different. Once upon a time in a gallery, a character scolded and shamed Davy for playing with himself for carnal pleasure. She said that even if she had to get out of the gallery, she would catch him and tear off everything that didn't fit properly. Then, right in front of the frightened boy's face, she would brandish her terrible knife with a wide blade and say that she, his holy sister, always keeps her word. Let him remember that once and for all. Davy realized that the warning of the immoral saint was actually more convincing than it seemed. At a time when bribes were already being accepted everywhere without any problems, for some reason it was not disclosed whose hands it was. But in the end, things got to the point where the prince was broken into not once or twice, but almost every day. All he did at night was drive out the person who had entered his chambers this time. Davy was screaming that if there was one more time, a deal or some other shit, he would just turn everything upside down. Those were the threats. The saboteurs fled, cursing, but Davy could at least sleep well afterward. The first prince carefully pulled back the blanket and saw who was hiding under it. His anger knew no bounds. This time they want to pressure me into pity with the help of a child. This is impossible. Davy held his head. It was very low of them. Anyway, it was just a little girl. The first prince asked the child who she was. The girl was sitting on the bed looking at Davy with big, wide-open eyes sweetly and curiously. She didn't even know how to answer the question she was asked. The demon queen said it was dangerous for the heart. Davy was seriously furious. These bastards have nothing sacred. They decided to use an innocent child. And then the first prince slammed his fist on the table and called his maid, Amy, over. The girl immediately ran into the master's room. She was immediately terrified to see a small child with red hair sitting on Davy's bed, smiling sweetly. Amy was about to ask what it was, but immediately put her hand over her mouth. The prince shouted at her not to even say it. Then Davy got angry with the maid and shouted loudly that he had clearly ordered that absolutely no one was allowed in his bedroom. Amy, stammering, replied that she hadn't let anyone in and didn't understand what was going on. The maid understood that it was her master who had brought the little girl, but Davy replied sharply and briefly that he had not. The first prince thought seriously about the situation, because if Amy's maid was not aware of all this, it meant that someone else from his staff had brought this girl to his bedroom. Davy was outraged that he was no longer being taken seriously. Amy was afraid for her master. She approached the girl who, for some unknown reason, was in the first prince's bedroom, and at the same time apologized to the owner for not properly monitoring his chambers. The maid said that she would find the child's parents, and that His Highness should not worry about anything else. But this little child said the word daddy, and pointed his tiny finger at Davy. The prince was stunned. Meanwhile, the little girl jumped out of bed, ran to him and hugged his knees. Davy didn't understand, and the kid called him Dad again, and then ran off somewhere and started to be naughty. The maid tried to catch her. Another little girl was looking shyly at Davy from the opposite corner of the room. She looked exactly like the previous girl, but had blue hair. Title, Honden, red ribbon. Condition, the product is complete. Form, double-edged sword with a wide blade. Length, 88 centimeters, width, 6 centimeters. Contractor, Davy All Round. Completion, 100%. Amy, the maid, was running after the child and said that he might get hurt if he ran so fast. Now Davy sat down and wondered even more how it had happened. It was actually very unexpected for him. The Demon Queen had told him that he could have used this feature from the beginning, and then she added that she also hoped that his conscience had already eaten him. And the first principal thought about how to change the name he had already chosen. After all, no one would have thought that a sword could take on a human form. Name, Honden vertical bar, red ribbon asterisk, Chanden vertical bar, blue ribbon. Condition, the product is complete. Form, a double-edged sword with a wide blade. Additional information, awakened ego. Because the ego awakened early for some reason, the ego's consciousness corresponds to a young age. The creator, who works with his whole body to complete them, Davy Olrona, is considered their father. The ego will gradually become an adult. Very cute, so handle with caution. Davy was very surprised by the phrase, very cute, so handle with care. The Demon Queen said that she had already said many times that this was not written by her will. Amy's maid was still trying to catch Honden, so she showed her that she had a cookie for her. The girl ran to Amy, eager to eat the candy. The maid then suggested that Miss Chanden try these cookies as well. Davy was completely shocked. He could not even think that these swords also eat. They behave completely like normal people. And then Chanden fell right into the prince's lap. She must have been running so fast to get cookies from Amy that she didn't even look at the road, so she tripped over her daddy. The girl leaned against him gently, and Davy put his hand on her head with its long blue hair. Chanden sweetly called him Daddy. The first prince felt a huge influx of love again, and Berserk was worried about him because it was really dangerous for his heart. When the girls had calmed down, Amy took them back to the first prince's chambers, and they stood politely in front of their daddy. Then he decided to check them out. Davy sat down on the couch and asked Hongdan and Chanden if they could accept their original appearance. The twin sisters looked at each other. Davy was pleased that they understood human speech perfectly. The sisters rose into the air, shone, and turned into swords because their true essence is swords. The Demon Queen said that in their original form there was no resistance. Davy noted that this transformation is natural and instinctively familiar. And then the prince felt that the density of the power invested in them became denser. The Demon Queen wondered whether the effectiveness of the ego increases upon awakening. After a thorough examination, Davy told Ego that the swords were enough and they could return to their human form. The first prince then thought that the first thing to do now was to officially announce that he was the guardian of Hongdan and Chandan. The Demon Queen asked if the girls were his daughters. At that time, the sisters asked their daddy for a cookie. Berserk corrected what she said, because in this case, Hongdan and Chandan are Davy's adopted daughters. The prince asked the Demon Queen if she was going to deprive him of his marriage prospects. Berserk asked if that hadn't been the plan from the beginning. The sisters kept asking their daddy for cookies, but Davy took the position of a very caring and strict dad. So he told the girls that they could not have cookies because they would get tooth decay. Suddenly, Amy entered the prince's chambers, and for some reason she did not dare to say why she had come to see His Highness. Shifting from one foot to the other, the maid finally announced that the prince had a guest. But Davy wasn't expecting anyone, and he was surprised that someone had paid him an unannounced visit. And this is the younger sister of the first prince, the second Princess Raun Winry of the kingdom. As soon as the girl entered her brother's room, a charming, delightful smile lit up her face. At the same time, she grabbed her cheeks and cried out that it was all too cute. Then Winry sat down next to the twin girls, hugged them tightly, and asked Davy who they were and if they were local. The prince proudly and responsibly said that these are the children he is responsible for. And then he added that in a way these girls were his daughters. This shocked Winry, as she could not have imagined it. The princess said that Davy does something new every time they meet. Meanwhile, the twin girls ran to their daddy. Later, Winry and Davy went for a walk. Winry said that she was very worried when she heard that her brother was leaving for those devastated lands. He can't even imagine how surprised she was when she heard rumors that he had been successful in the moongrass trade. And then Winry added with redoubled enthusiasm that she had also seen that there were dwarfs in the village, and she was extremely impressed. After all, dwarfs are a race known to all of humanity for not usually going out into the outside world. Davy modestly replied that the dwarfs were just helping him a little. To Winry, this all sounded incredible. Davy then said that since it was such a big deal, he would like to give his sister a proper welcome, but his land was not yet in the best condition. But Winry told him not to worry about it. After all, the most important thing for her is that her brother looks very happy, so she is quite calm. Davy was very pleased to hear this from a family member. He was a little embarrassed, and the Demon Queen reminded him that he had a lot to do. Now the prince realized that he hadn't even been able to comprehend this, while he had a mountain of work pressing down on his shoulders. Yes, Davy was joyful. This is a very true characterization of him, and his two twin girls also added to his joy. Then the first prince invited everyone to go inside the house. After all, they had an important guest. Winry gladly agreed. Amy approached those who had come with the princess and accompanied her and invited them to follow her. When Davy and his little sister sat down at the table, the prince asked her how Varys was doing. He also said that they both must have a lot of work to do in their own lands. So how did she manage to get away from there? But Winry said that the robbers had quieted down lately, so their lands were quiet for now. And then the princess slightly reproached Davy for being too indifferent to them. Davy smiled guiltily and apologized to his sister. Then the second princess said very seriously that, frankly speaking, she had come because she had a specific request for him. Davy tensed up and concentrated. It was clear that the girl was very nervous, and she did not feel comfortable asking her brother for help. Nevertheless, she took the plunge and asked if he could use the power of stigma. Davy asked if he understood correctly. The second princess continued, saying that it was wrong to ask him to do this when he had a lot of things to do. Winry raised her hands to her face, clasped tightly in a lock, and quietly said that he was the only one she could rely on now. She closed her eyes, as she was ashamed to ask her brother for anything. Suddenly, Winry heard a voice of salvation. Davy told her not to worry and to tell him everything. The princess opened her eyes and Davy saw tears streaming down her face. He immediately jumped up and ran to his sister, asking what had happened. And Winry only said that she was very sorry. The prince tried to calm his little sister down, but it was hard to do, so he suggested that she get some rest. The girl agreed. They made her a bed and she fell asleep peacefully. She was really tired. Oberkammerer Bernil suggested that Princess Winry must have suffered a lot of mental anguish lately and would immediately feel much better after a proper rest. It is quite a distance from the lands of the Horde, which belong to Vienry and Varys, to the lands of Heinz, which belong to Davy. It seems that Winry had been traveling to Heinz's land for several days in a row with absolutely no rest. Before going to bed, the princess told the essence of her request to her brother. The fact is that now her close friend is on the verge of life and death. Both priests and doctors have given up and can do nothing. The situation was as follows. Portnoy, a guard and close friend of Winry, saved the princess from a poisoned arrow by shielding her with her body. The poisoned arrow hit her in the back. This happened because during the grueling battle with the pursuit, they, on the contrary, fell into a trap. If Portia hadn't done this, the second princess would have been either wounded or dead. Later, the priest removed the poison from the girl's body with a detoxification spell. But after that, dark blue spots appeared all over the girl's body. And this is the main problem. After the arrow's poison was neutralized, Portnia began to show very strange symptoms. She was very feverish. Dark blue spots began to appear all over her body, and at any time she could cough up blood and cough up a lot of blood. The girl was gradually becoming exhausted. Both priests and doctors tried their best to help, but Portia was not getting better. And when all hope of finding a cure for this unknown disease had almost completely faded, Winry accidentally heard the words of the priest who was treating her friend. The priest was talking about an upper-class priest with a stigma. It was the kind of priest who could try to save Portia. That's when a new spark of hope was ignited in Winry. That's why she went to the Heinz lands, wanting to grasp at that last straw. It was even more painful for Winry that all this had happened to Portia because of her. The princess asked Davy in despair what she should do now. While Winry was sleeping, Davy sat by her bedside and thought about how to honor his sister's request and find medicine for her friend. And then Handan and Chandan came into the room where the second princess was sleeping, and they went to the bed, saw that Winry had fallen asleep in the middle of the day, and asked if she was sick. And Davy reassured them, saying that Winry would be fine once she slept because she was very tired. Then Davy turned to his daughters, and told them that they needed to give Winry a good rest. Handan looked at him with sincere eyes and said that he shouldn't be sick. And then the hot-tempered Handan added that she wanted to stay here in the chambers with Princess Winry, and she crawled under her blanket. Chandan hadn't said anything yet, and the Demon Queen said that she was a good girl. However, a few seconds later, Chandan announced that she would also stay by Winry's side while she slept. This surprised her daddy and Berserk. The two twin sisters lay down on both sides of Winry and hugged her, leaning against her. Not long ago, they had been pushing her away. The first prince thought they were very beautiful girls. In any other situation, he would have stopped them, but not now. After all, these children are practically dense bundles of energy, and the fact that they will be so close to Winry will help her recover her own strength faster. Davy went to the window. It was already night outside, and 2 moons were shining peacefully in the sky, red and blue. The prince thought again about the symptoms of the unknown illness that his sister's friend had contracted. He remembered the dark blue spots and the hemoptysis. The Demon Queen asked why Davy had such a look on his face right now, but the boy replied that it was simple. The prince thought about what he had heard about such symptoms before. They are really similar. There are times when you suddenly get the feeling that something is happening, and then without any reason, without any signs. The first prince called for the chamberlain. He said that there was a guild of spies in those lands and asked Bernil to find the most prominent and trustworthy among those spies. The Oberkammerer understood. As he continued to look out the window at the night sky, Davy said that he felt like things were getting more and more confusing. The Demon Queen asked if this would be such a big problem, since the prince always turns a crisis situation into very large profits. However, Davy said that the increase in the number of victims is not welcome. Besides, judging by the symptoms, he can think of only one disease. The Demon Queen again began to list the symptoms that Winry had mentioned, namely dark blue spots, coughing up blood, and general weakness. But in her era, this had never happened. She asked if such a disease really existed. Davy replied that the problem is that this disease should not be on their continent. That's what makes him so confused. Finally, the next morning came. Winry woke up and went outside. The twin girls never left her side, accompanying her everywhere. Hongdan was more lively, noisy, running around and humming songs to herself. And Chandan mostly stood or sat politely next to the princess. The law of causality. There is no result without a cause. Davy stood by the window again and watched the girls playing next to his younger sister. He could see how the whole situation looked from the outside. After detoxification, a person who has been poisoned by arrow poison develops very strange symptoms, and the person gradually dies. And this is the first time both the priest and the doctor have seen this disease. The Demon Queen looked at Davy and said excitedly that he didn't look his best today. The first prince said he had a lot to think about. Berserk said that went without saying. She was also concerned about the case of the prince's younger sister. And we need to start at least with where exactly those savages, who live only by plundering the royal outskirts, were able to get such poison in the first place. Davy said that there are quite a few fuzzy areas, but we can't draw any premature conclusions. We need to gather more information. Then the Demon Queen asked if that was why the first prince had summoned a spy from the secret guild. The prince smugly replied that it was. Now we need to understand where it all started and where it is going. The key to finding a cure for any disease lies in its cause. Davy was one of the first to learn this rule when he studied medicine. The first prince of the kingdom of Raun, lord of the Haineslands, Davy Ol Raun, was sitting in his study, completely filled with books. And then he said it was about time. The prince looked somewhere in the space in front of him and said that since someone had come, he should come in. The Demon Queen didn't understand. She asked who Davy was talking to. Meanwhile, the prince told the invisible man not to waste time, and Davy pointed directly at the shadow that suddenly appeared in his office. But the prince himself was ready for such a guest. The shadow began to appear more and took on the appearance of a man wrapped in a long cloak with a hood, and he looked quite capable. Finally, he said in human language that he had heard that Davy needed something. The prince confirmed that he did need some help, but first of all, he thanked the guest for coming to him, even though he had a lot of his own business to attend to. Then he invited him to sit down. The guest continued to stand still, showing that he did not want to sit in the chair. Davy only said that he should do as he pleased. The prince realized that the guest was alarmed that Davy had managed to reveal his identity. Then the prince got down to business and decided to speak directly. He said he wanted to buy the information. He wants as much as the guild can get, that is, completely everything. The guest started to say that for everything, but Davy interrupted him and continued the sentence, saying that he needed to pay for it. He completely agreed with this, as free cheese is only in a mousetrap. The guest simply added that for a sufficient amount of money, their guild could even scout out the personal affairs of the closest royal family. And if the prince wanted them to, they could even get the underwear of the imperial family. Davy listened to all this and silently laughed, wondering who would advertise their activities like that. He couldn't even put his guest's words any softer. But all this was only in the prince's head. And out loud he said that he understood everything. So let's get down to business. And Davy asked, what about the princess of the Palin Empire? Would it be possible to do this? The Demon Queen was outraged and called the prince a pervert. She also asked why Davy was indulging the guest's mood so meaninglessly. The guest replied that he still wanted to live. This was a bit much. The Demon Queen said that the guest was completely right. Then the first prince got up from his chair and said that this would be enough for him for now. He put a bag of gold on the table, untied it, and said that it would be in advance for now. Now he began to voice his request. His younger sister Winry has a girl named Portia among her knights. Davy asked that the guest get all the information he could about her recent activities. Information about the prince's guest. Name, Jack, Aina Helishana. Age, 124 years old. Gender, male, female. Race, human, dark elf. Rank, unlucky star. Deviations in condition, none. Features, has the skills of stealthy assassination at the level of a novice master. Belongs to the secret guild of the continental level Luna. Holds the position of the fourth chief. Conducts activities in the guild under the name Jack. Emotional state in the present tense. Embarrassment. Name, Jack, Aina Helishana. Age, 124 years old. Gender, male, female. Race, human, dark elf. Davy thought about this information. He was especially surprised that his guest might actually be a girl, and she is also a dark elf. The Demon Queen said that she was in disguise, so how could she look like an elf? Meanwhile, the guest asked if he needed to know all the details about this girl. Davy said he would be very grateful if Jack called it a medical study. The first principal then asked if Jack would be able to handle the case. Jack replied briefly that he would not accept the money. This surprised Davy a bit. He asked Jack what that meant. Was he really going to work for free? But the guest said he wasn't either. He will simply take payment later. The payment will be made after the job is done. Davy asked if Jack was afraid that the prince might not pay him. The dark elf replied that although the first prince of the kingdom of Ron seemed to be a common sweetheart, unlike what was already known about him, he was offering such a deal because he knew that Davy was not the kind of person who did not keep his promises. Davy realized that this was Jack's way of adding him to his connections. Yes, it's pretty bold, but not bad. He asked the guest if this was what his guild wanted. However, the dark elf replied that it was his personal offer. This was unexpected for Davy, but the principal agreed. He decided that Jack knew best how to handle the situation. After discussing the work and all the accompanying nuances, the dark elf said goodbye, simply saying that he was leaving, and he left behind a pile of smoke. Davy laughed to himself that she could have just walked out the door like normal people do. But she was not just a person, and she must have been proud. The first prince still thought that his guest was a dark elf, who was also hiding the fact that he was actually a girl. Moreover, isn't this guild the same one that is famous throughout the continent? The Demon Queen replied that not only traders have a nose for money. As a result, I wonder what is more important here. Perserk asked Davy if he knew the name Halishan. The prince wondered if he had ever heard it before. Davy said thoughtfully that it was probably just the elf's last name. He asked what was wrong with her. The Demon Queen replied that it turned out that there was no connection. As a result, the Demon Queen said to let Davy forget about this question, and the prince replied that he was bored. 2 days passed. Winry gradually regained her strength as she had had enough rest. She was persuading her brother Davy that she wanted to go somewhere, saying that she would go with him. And Davy said he was well aware of her condition. Let Winry not try to fool himself with just a little rest. It is precisely because of the urgency of this matter that preparations for his imminent departure for Ordom have already been completed. They didn't even have time to leave, and it had already begun. The second princess stubbornly insisted that she wanted to go too, but Davy convinced her otherwise. After all, it would take several days to reach the lands of the Ordom on horseback. A carriage ride would be much longer. After all, Winry herself had said earlier that they don't have time to just sit around if they want to examine the patient as quickly as possible. The first prince summarized that the longer the princess behaves like this, the longer she will delay everyone. And you need a lot of physical strength to ride a horse. Even if the twins were by Winry's side every night, in this state, the princess would still not be able to endure such a long and distant journey. On top of that, no matter how much Davy thinks about it, he has a bad feeling about it. The Demon Queen said that it must be his intuition working that way. Of course, the prince agreed. The second princess still did not give up. She shouted that she could also go. She was not weak at all. Suddenly, someone interrupted Davy's conversation with his sister. He said that it looked like they were having some problems. It was Mr. Jullus. He had come to the Hineslands a long time ago. Jullus asked what was going on and whether he could help resolve the conflict. Then he introduced himself, saying that his name was Jullus and that he was a 5th-level magician. And a 5th-level magician is a 5th circle master. This is unnecessary information, but he is from the Red Tower. Davy extended his hand to Jullus and told him his name. He said that he had heard of Jullus as a 5th level, so he knew about him. He then added that their untidy lands were honored to have him here. Having said that, Davy laughed to himself because he has no idea who he is and is not even interested in his identity. And there is absolutely no reason to engage in a dialogue with him after just one meeting. Whether he is famous throughout the continent or not, he is first and foremost a representative of the central magic tower located in the center of the continent. Contact with him will only bring huge trouble. The Demon Queen asked how Davy knew that Jullus was known throughout the continent. Meanwhile, Jullus said that there is no untidiness in the Hineslands. After all, these lands are now the most brilliant on the entire eastern continent. Jullus continued to praise the Hineslands and flatter their owner. He accompanied Princess Winry on a trip to visit her brother, and she was always bragging about her older brother. That's why he wanted to meet the first prince of the Kingdom of Ron, Lord Davy Ron of the Hineslands, at least once in person. Winry almost burst out in shame. She did not want this information to reach her older brother, but Jullus had already said everything. Davy intuitively felt that Jullus was a dangerous man, in relation to his sister too. The Demon Queen immediately asked if she should just kill him, but Davy argued that there was no need to act in the heat of the moment. After all, how can you treat him with suspicion just because he accompanied his sister? But you can. It is possible. And where did he think he was going to get his dirty hands on her? He had heard that Jullus was not only kind-hearted, but also gifted to the point of losing the gift of speech, and had already been recognized as the first genius of the Magic Tower. After all, he is a master at such a young age. That says a lot. And on top of all that, Jullus has a very good background, both origin and wealth. You have to add character, appearance, even abilities. He is the best man of this era, who has no weaknesses in anything. The only question was how he was related to Winnie. Then Davy decided to ask directly how the great Mr. Jullus knew his little sister. This question made Winnie very uncomfortable. She tried to object somehow, but Jullus said it was all right. He would have been wary of that as well. So he said that, frankly, when he was on his way to the Hineslands, he happened to be escorted by Princess Winry. Davy said that Jullus had helped his weak little sister, and now he didn't know how to thank him. Davy spoke openly, but in his heart he was filled with fierce indignation and anger at the bastard. He wanted to deal with him right away. Jullus said that, on the contrary, it helped him. Princess Winry saved him with her magic when he was surrounded by mountain bandits. This information completely stunned the first prince. He did not expect it. And the Demon Queen said that Jullus was trying to repay her debt with those words. To be honest, apart from fire magic, Jullus is superficially familiar with movement magic. He just has a small mana-gate to move the things he needs. Winry was quite fascinated by this information about the small mana-gate. Davy asked if this was something very strange, but Winry continued to be fascinated. In addition to being mobile, unlike the large gates that are installed, these gates are extremely rare artifacts of the highest level, even for Magic Tower natives. To use it, you need to be very good at the 5th circle movement spells, and only those with the highest level of mana can use that continental level treasure. And Winry tried to describe what the gate looked like. She did not expect that one of the gates could be in the Red Tower. Jullus said it was just a coincidence. He only has them now to avoid damage. Winry said with admiration that Jullus is truly incredible. He is good at 2 kinds of magic. Davy was irritated by his sister's fervent admiration for another man. The Demon Queen summarized that everything turned out very well, because teleporting over long distances is still difficult for the first prince. However, Davy said he would deal with it later, and he asked Jullus to take care of him then. Jullus replied that it went without saying. So the 3 of them held hands and used the teleporter that Jullus knew how to use. And immediately, they were magically transported to the place where they had to travel by horse for several days. Davy immediately noticed that the atmosphere here was unhealthy. Something was bothering him internally. And then a very foul odor reached their senses. It smelled like some kind of burning of a specific protein. The demon queen covered her nose with her hand, but to Davy the smell seemed quite familiar. Meanwhile, a terrible stench was spreading through the streets. Finally, Davy remembered that this unpleasant odor was very similar to the smell of burning flesh. Perhaps attacks have recently resumed here. Winry said that this was impossible, as it had been a very short time since the bandit group had been destroyed. And then a man came out to meet them, who recognized Princess Winry and congratulated her on her return to them. But the princess did not know who he was, so she asked. The man said that he had been nominated by the Central Office for Disease Control as a representative. His name was Count Rinton. Count Rinton then complimented the princess, saying that she was much prettier than he had heard about her, and he said that the rumors were still being downplayed. Winry apologized and said that she had a very urgent matter to attend to, and that small talk should be left for later. Suddenly the princess, the prince, and Jullus were surrounded, and Count Rinton said that he too would have preferred this option. But unfortunately, the situation was hopeless. The travelers had absolutely no idea what was going on here. Meanwhile, they were offered to follow the graph further. It will be a preventive maintenance of the princess's palace. The artifact of the sacred kingdom was just completed. Once again, the guests were asked to move on. They had to obey someone's orders. They all went into the great hall and began to talk. To begin with, Count Rinton apologized for the fact that members of their knightly order had begun to conduct their activities without permission. But the seriousness of the situation had to be taken into account. Winry said that her brother Varys is the lord of the lands of the Horde, but in his absence she assumes all the powers. Count Rinton agreed that it was unceremonious to come here like this and put his demands on her. This is pure impudence, but as he said, they are the Central Office for Diseases, and the princess cannot be unaware of their rights. Winry was extremely outraged by this behavior, but the Count again emphasized that he was a representative of the Central Office of Disease Control. They received the seals of the 3 emperors who ruled the continent. The Western Kantas is a scorpion, and the Eastern Rindis is a dragon. It is a special international organization with special powers. The Empire of the Sword God Palin. They are present in all corners of the continent and provide free medical supplies. Compared to Earth, it is something like a medical volunteer organization that enjoys the support of influential countries. Count Rinton continued to speak. He said that he did not know if they were aware of it, but that a severe disease was currently spreading in these lands. In the Central Office, they call it the blood of the devil. Winry repeated these terrible words with horror. The blood of the devil. It is a very malignant disease. The infected person begins to develop dark blue spots all over the body, then coughs up blood, and then simply dies. The worst part is that this disease is also very contagious. Winry was just shocked. These are the same symptoms. With her whole being, Winry showed that now was not the time for simple talk. She had to go to Portia immediately. Meanwhile, Earl Rinton turned to Prince Davy and apologized for not having greeted him properly. He said that he really wanted to meet him at least once. The Count knows that the prince has a stigma, and the prince has also been successfully growing moon grass. Davy modestly replied that it was all just a coincidence. However, the Count objected and said that nothing happens in the world without a reason. He believes that this miracle originates in the prince's preferences, and Davy is very good at it. Then Count Rinton said that all the famous rising stars were here now. Davy was already getting annoyed. After all, his sister Winry was in a great hurry to help her sick friend. Finally, the second princess couldn't stand the drag any longer. She got up from the couch, hit the table with her hand, and made a statement. She apologized and angrily said that she had a very urgent matter to attend to, so she had to leave first. Then she called the butler, but she didn't know what to expect. Meanwhile, Count Rinton turned to her and said that he was really sorry. All the palace servants, as well as its knights, are logically now in quarantine, because this is a necessary measure in this situation. The Count continued that one can become infected with the blood of the devil very quickly. If they manage to successfully eradicate it, the worst can be avoided. But even a small infection can lead to irreparable consequences. In the end, Davy agreed that the Count's words were right. But Winry shouted that this was a clear abuse of power. Count Rinton immediately agreed. But there are reasons for this. This clause is present in the Agreement of the Union of Countries, personally signed by the Queen of the Kingdom of Roun. The transfer of a lord's powers in an emergency is a long-standing norm. He could not accept that. The Count also said that unfortunately this disease is beyond the control of not only the lower, but also the higher sacred powers. It is impossible to cure it with their help. None of this has any effect. And Graf Rinton concluded his speech by saying that it was precisely because of this situation that they had come here. Then he stood up from the table and told them to rely on them, that is, the Central Department of Diseases. The Count also said that they would definitely find a way to complete the treatment protocol for this disease. Let them expect good news from them. Then Davy went to look at the infirmary. There were sick people lying on the beds in great pain and begging for rescue. The prince saw that it was more like holding back the worst course of events than a real cure. It is cruel, but to some extent, it is a rational alternative. The demon queen said it was incredibly terrible. There had never been such a disease in her lifetime. And then there is that horrible stench that accompanies it. Meanwhile, Davy kept walking, pacing between the beds with the patients lying down. Finally, he stopped at one bed, where a red-haired girl was lying on a ventilator. The number in the patient's record is Portnoy. Fortunately, Davy got it right. The smell of dark blue goat's milk flowers wafted through the air. The demon queen asked what kind of flowers they were, and Davy repeated that they were dark blue goat's eye flowers. It seems that in this world they are called toast flowers. Perserk said that this was the first time she had heard of such flowers. The prince explained that this is a rather rare flower that grows exclusively in the polar regions, and the Tostat flowers are incredibly poisonous. Davy came closer to Portia, took her hand and used his powers to determine her body temperature. It was high, 39 and 7 degrees. The disease had already reached the girl's brain cells. The patient's skin was cold like a corpse, but her internal organs were practically burning like fire. As a result, the girl was in an extremely unbalanced state. The symptoms, the process of the devil's blood disease, and the death from it are just horrible. Davy had suspected it from what his sister had said, but now that it's been confirmed, it's only gotten more confusing. The prince really did not understand where this disease could have come from here, in these parts. Meanwhile, the demon queen was listening attentively as always to the prince, but he was speaking to himself in some other language. She asked what he was talking about. Davy replied that he was talking about the accelerated melting virus. The prince knew that this disease was widespread in the rest of the world. Its virus was bred for a special purpose. This infection has nothing to do with the common cold, cancer, or the plague. The process of death is simply horrific, and the contagion is significant. Hundreds of people died in a very short time because of just one outbreak of this disease. It took 10 years to invent a cure, and during this time, 280 million people died. It is said that, fortunately, 18 million more lives have been saved since the invention of the drug. The first prince decided that it was necessary to immediately remove the antibodies before it was too late. So he immediately set to work. He took a scalpel and pointed it at the body of the sick Portnia. But suddenly someone stopped his hand. After all, there were a lot of staff in the infirmary. Davy dropped the scalpel from his hands, and the instrument fell to the floor. The prince's hand was not released. He was told that the entrance to the infirmary was strictly forbidden to all but those involved. Davy was approached by a masked doctor. He asked how he had managed to get into the infirmary. It was Baron Gorneo, a member of the Central Disease Board. Then the guy introduced himself to him as the first prince of the Kingdom of Ron, Davy Ol Ron. Baron Horneo said he had been informed of their arrival, but he said that even though Davy was a prince, he was also forbidden to enter. He politely apologized and asked the first prince to leave the infirmary. Baron Horneo then added that, as the prince already knows, a very terrible infectious disease is spreading in these parts. And according to their information, this disease is transmitted by airborne droplets. So the Baron abruptly covered the first prince's face with a napkin and said that in this room it is simply necessary to cover your mouth and nose. He said let the prince do it immediately. But the prince did not want to cover his mouth and nose with a napkin. Baron Horneo said that he was aware that the prince had a stigma, but this stigma is of no use here. Even the high priest, who possesses high-level sacred power, has already come here. And unfortunately, he was infected with the blood of the devil. Accordingly, he was also immediately hospitalized. The high priest was in incredible pain, so he was ordered to administer painkillers because, first of all, it was necessary to calm the patient down. As soon as the medical workers were about to inject the priest, Davy stopped them and said that if they injected him with the drug, the patient would die. Then he came closer to the patient and told him to give him one tube. Davy was going to treat the patient for a while to ease his condition. However, Baron Horneo wanted to object to him. But the first prince saw that blood had accumulated in the patient's lungs, which had clotted as a result of the virus. If this clotted blood is not removed immediately, the patient will die instantly. Davy began to feel the place on the patient's body. He made some calculations to himself 8 millimeters from the bottom, 3 millimeters on the right. And then he got to work. He activated his sacred cut skill. Then he activated another skill, pain suppression, so that the patient would not die from the surgery. The first prince skillfully made a puncture in the patient's body, and the patient began to breathe. It was necessary to drain the clotted blood a little more. Meanwhile, the patient was breathing easier and easier. However, Baron Horneo became extremely angry. He shouted at the prince how dare he treat human life so lightly. He walked closer to Davy and grabbed his jacket, ordering him to leave the patient alone immediately. He angrily shouted at the prince for what he was doing, completely unaware of Davy's true intentions. He had probably heard about the cruelty of the first prince of the Round Kingdom, so he reproached him for treating human life as a mere toy. While the Baron was dealing with the first prince, blood clots came out of the tube that Davy had inserted into the patient's body, preventing him from breathing. Suddenly, the nurse who was monitoring the patient's condition told the Baron that his pulse had returned to normal. This was a completely unexpected message for the Baron, and he quickly ran to some sick person, where he was called immediately. When the Baron let the prince go and went to the patient, Davy asked one of the infirmary workers to allow him to take a blood sample from the infected patient. Thus, the prince managed to get a sample of the patient's blood to try to derive antibodies from it. After that, he said that it was now possible to stop the bleeding and sew the wound. Then he added that the patient would simply die of shock if sedatives were administered during such symptoms. The prince said that medical workers should be more careful in the future. Then the first prince said that he had already completed everything here, so now he would move on. On his way out of the infirmary, Davy also addressed Baron Horneo. He pointed to the napkin the Baron was using to cover his face so that the prince wouldn't get a terrible disease, and said that a person with a stigma has a blessing called resistance to common diseases. So how can such a person be compared to an ordinary high priest? Then Davy returned to the palace, where he left his sister Winry in the company of Jullus. Winry was very worried about her brother because he had been gone for quite a while. Looking at Winry sitting next to Jullus, Davy concluded that there was no point in raising a daughter. The demon queen said that Winry was not really his daughter. Davy asked if his sister was able to contact Varys, but Winry was unable to do so. Apparently, the situation there is also unstable. The prince was asked how everything went in the hospital. Davy replied that he had done his best. Meanwhile, Jullus said that he had managed to find out something while the first prince was away. Currently, there are 2 officials from the Central Office of Disease Control in these lands. One is Count Rinton, and also Baron Horneo. For your information, the titles attached to the name are just echoes of the past. They now belong to the Central Office for Disease Control. He was quite surprised that these people were officials, but Jullus made accurate inquiries, and he presented the rank system of the Central Department of Diseases. There is 1 head, 3 deputies, and 15 other officials. Under them, the organization includes a large number of doctors and representatives of the knightly order. 3 vice-chairmen are 3 emperors. That's what Davy realized, and Jullus confirmed that the prince is indeed very smart, and the only head is his eminence, the Holy Father of the sacred country of Balshus. External injuries can be quickly healed by the magic of restoration, but the diseases of this world have many danger zones. Perhaps that is why the very purpose of creating this organization is more than understandable and constructive. Most of the 15 officials are people who have either incredible achievements or excellent healing skills. But the information about each of them was erased, along with the destruction of their personal files. It looked somehow manic. The problem is that they were authorized by 3 emperors and a union of countries. In fact, Count Linton's words are quite reasonable. Jullus said that the Kingdom of Rouen is also part of the alliance. If they demand a re-examination of the case, they will undoubtedly incur the imperial wrath. There is a chance that unrest will break out in other countries of the alliance or even in their own. Here, Winry said that the residents were scared. Jullus replied that not much time has passed since members of the Central Disease Control Department arrived here. At the moment, we just have to wait. However, a knightly order has been sent to these lands, an order to destroy wealth, and the captain of those knights is Count Colio. Count Colio is the same one from the Rindus Empire in the east. Yes, he is one of the imperial orders. Jullus told me that he heard that this count had retired a few years ago, but it seems that he has moved here. So it would be a good idea to start by relying on them. Winry began to blame herself. She said that if she had known this would happen, she would never have brought them both to this dangerous place. But the first prince took his sister's hand and told her not to worry about it. Davy assured Winry that everything would be fine. He was already working to fix it. The princess was very grateful to her brother, And then Davy asked Jullus if all this was causing him, a 5th level, too much trouble, and Jullus said it wasn't. Frankly speaking, Portnoy is none other than a magician from the 5th tower. Davy could see that Jullus was sincerely trying to help. He was only fulfilling his duty as an elder. It was unexpected information for the prince that Jullus was also an elder of the tower. However, it was quite reasonable to expect such words from such an honest boy. But for some reason, the first prince thought that Jullus had some other reason. The Demon Queen said that one should not rely too much on the power of the abyss. Then Davy was asked why he didn't stay to help in the infirmary. The prince replied that his staying there would do absolutely nothing to help. And the prince took out a test tube with the blood of a sick patient, which he managed to get in the infirmary to conduct certain experiments. He said that this was the most important thing now. Now that the Central Office for Disease Control is holding back the worst, it is time, while it still exists, to create a cure for a terrible disease. In other words, a vaccine. The Demon Queen thought about the word antibodies. She didn't understand much about it. Davy explained to her that it was a very common process in medicine. The Central Office for Disease Control has also made several attempts to remove antibodies. It goes without saying that the methodology for removing them goes beyond common sense, so they can't compare to it. The Demon Queen asked how Davy was going to create a cure with only a blood sample from an infected person. And then the prince saw someone, and he had a request for him. Davy turned to Jack and said that since he had already come, he should tell him why. Jack was surprised to be noticed again, and he wanted to remain unnoticed. But Davy said he could see everything. The prince noted to himself that the girl was unhappy. You need to catch a person when you notice a gap. The question is how he has so much free time. Jack handed Davy the papers and said that this was the information he had asked for. Davy appreciated that Jack had done a very good job, and he asked when he was going to get paid for it. Jack said no, not yet. It was a very clear decision. And then he handed Davy another bundle of papers. He said he thought it might be useful as well. And Davy said that if Jack didn't stop this charity, he would fire him. However, the dark elf replied that he didn't care. He had everything calculated. This was a little strange for Davy, but he could see that the girl was not acting on the guild's instructions. The prince opened the scrolls and began to familiarize himself with the contents. He asked Jack if this information was reliable. The dark elf replied that a secret agent's guarantee is life. But Davy understood this well himself. So everything written in those scrolls is true. This was very valuable information for the first prince. And then Davy said that even though the dark elf had forgiven him, he had an additional request. Jack was ready to hear him out. Then the prince asked Jack to get at least more than half of the list he would give him. And he began to write something quickly in his notebook. The volume of these things would be considerable. At least one cart of each component. Davy said that it would be both faster and more accurate to have a dark elf do the work than any other mercenary. Handing the list to Jack, the prince told him to write it down in the name of the Central Office of Disease Control. The dark elf asked if that was possible. Davy replied that the representatives of this department are here anyway, so there shouldn't be any problems. As a last resort, let Jack say that he is working on behalf of Baron Horneo. Then Davy came closer to the dark elf and said that although he belonged to the dark world, he valued the lives of flies more than human ones. He added that he was not a psychopath who enjoyed watching ordinary people die. So the prince ordered that this task be completed as soon as possible. Just let Jack keep in mind that he is working for good. Jack realized the importance of this task. After the visit of the dark elf, Davy went to rest as it was already night. And the next day he set about solving the problem of the terrible disease that was inexorably spreading through the land. The first prince of the kingdom of Raon asked Baron Horneo to give him the right to be admitted to treatment. The Baron was furious at this request and said that it was unacceptable. He believed that the prince thought that this whole situation with the disease was just a joke. Baron Horneo shouted that the patients were in critical condition. Every minute and even every second counts now. Everyone is not in a position to trust a stranger with all this. Meanwhile, Davy calmly drank his tea and just as calmly reminded the Baron of yesterday's patient. If the prince had been even 2 or 3 minutes late, that patient would have been dead. Davy then said that he was grateful to the Central Office of Disease Control for preventing the situation from getting worse. But now he intends to ask them directly. The question was whether the Disease Management Department really had a cure for the disease. Count Linton told the prince that he spoke as if he already had such a tool. Davy replied that if there was such a possibility, he should at least seize it. The prince said that he is not trying to fight with them for the trough now. These are the lands of his kingdom. the lands of his younger sister. Therefore, he believes that he has sufficient rights to make at least such a demand. Baron Horneo again tried to object to the first prince, as he was already very angry, but Count Linton agreed with Davy. This was very unexpected for the Baron to hear, but the Count told him to think of the lands to the west, which were owned by the Contas Empire. In the end, everyone died in those lands. Even their doctors and knights gave their lives there by the dozens. Then Count Linton added that the Baron himself had been there. So did he really forget what a terrible virus it is? The Count said that one should not continue to cling to one's pride in such circumstances. If there is at least a tiny chance, the best decision may be to grab it. It was difficult for Baron Horneo to give up his seat. His pride was very much hurt. He was quite angry. But in the end, the issue was resolved to everyone's benefit, and whether everything will be fine in general depends on many factors. In the evening, Count Linton was approached with this question. The Count asked what exactly was meant. He was visited by Count Colio, the captain of a knightly squad to destroy wealth. The captain was interested in the opinion of the first prince of the Round Kingdom, Davy Allround. Perhaps he could somehow cope with this infectious disease. Count Linton replied that in this case, the reputation of the Central Department of Disease Control would definitely suffer and deteriorate. If this happens, there may be doubts as to whether this department is needed at all. Count Colio said that Linton could have refused him in the same way that Baron Horneo did, but for some reason he did something different. Thus, Count Linton granted the first prince's request because he had his own personal reasons for doing so. Now he replied that if it is possible to cure such a terrible disease, wouldn't it make everyone around him better? And since it has happened, Count Linton hopes that Prince Davy will do well. It will be a victory for both sides. This will benefit both the first prince of the Kingdom of Raun and the Central Disease Authority. Count Linton was a visionary. After these not-so-easy negotiations, Davy returned to his sister's palace and told her the good news. The first prince of the Raun Kingdom, Davy Allround, is officially taking part in the treatment of a terrible disease called demon blood. Winry was so happy to hear the news that she started to cry on the spot. It was an incredible relief for her. However, the fact that Davy has a medical degree is very suspicious. The second princess was very grateful to her brother for doing so much for her. It was clear that Winry trusted his older brother more than the Central Office of Diseases. Baron Horneo was not going to agree to allow the first prince to treat this disease, but Count Linton's will was different. The Central Department of Diseases will adjust the course of today's treatment to the prince's opinion. Davy is allowed into the lab to invent a vaccine against the devil's blood disease, but he has to keep one thing in mind. He would be constantly watched by Baron Horneo, who never forgave the prince for barging into the process of governance so boldly. The Baron was so offended by this that he decided to take revenge on the first prince by any means necessary. As the saying goes, a new stone will surely displace the old. Moreover, to the members of the management team, Davy was just a piece of dirt, a mere stumbling block. All of the lab's employees were turned against him. And although the prince was fully aware that the resistance would be serious, in reality, it seems that everyone agreed that his opinion would not even be listened to. After working in the lab all day in this atmosphere, Davy was no doubt very tired. Then he decided to visit the patients in the infirmary again. Baron Horneo accompanied him everywhere because he said he would be watching him all the time. Davy noticed that this disease causes the body temperature to change uncontrollably and melts the body. It is a fickle virus in its own way. At first, a person does not notice anything much about being infected with the accelerated melting virus. The onset of the disease looks like a common viral disease, and it all starts with an incubation period for a certain period of time. First of all, the muscles begin to melt. Davy took the hand of a patient. He was still studying the virus. Once the muscle melting process has started, joints and cartilage melt, and finally, bones begin to melt. Davy said that it would be a great relief if it were limited to that. The patient said he was in a lot of pain, but Davy told him to be patient. After the bones, the internal organs begin to melt. From the rectum and testicles, the kidneys, colon, and small intestines melt in order. At about the same time, fluid from this melting is released from all bodily orifices, and it all manifests itself in the form of dark blue spots. Perhaps that is why this terrible disease was called the blood of the devil. Baron Horneo, who was constantly watching Davy, thought to himself that this could not be true. The prince easily understood even the process of the disease. Devil's blood is an incurable disease, information about which is kept under strict secrecy in the Central Disease Department. But this information is already in the possession of the prince, who has just arrived at the scene. Baron Horneo was shocked by the young prince's knowledge and professionalism. Davy then turned to the Baron and asked if he understood why the prince was explaining things in such detail. The Baron guessed that the prince had known about the disease before. Davy confirmed that he did, but it was called something else there. Baron Horneo was still wondering, but now he noticed the word there, and how the first prince knew about the blood of the devil remained unknown to him. Meanwhile, Davy continued to work. Usually doctors who encounter this disease after many attempts come to the same conclusion. No medication can cure devil's blood. It is necessary to at least find the area that serves as the source of the disease and cut it out. The Baron said that there is such a practice in medicine. Then Davy asked how successful this practice was in this disease. Baron said that as far as he knew, 9 out of 10 patients died during the operation, and the last one would still be at the mercy of the virus, which would spread through his body anew. Suddenly, the patient next to Davy and Baron Horneo spoke up. He barely said that he felt a little better. The prince said that he would let the patient endure a little longer, even if it was still very difficult for him. The prince also told the patient that his willpower was essential for a full recovery. The patient thanked him for his help and agreed that he would do his best. Suddenly, the dark elf Jack appeared in the room. The prince asked him if he had managed to get the drugs he had asked for. Jack replied that everything was where Davy had asked him to deliver it. Baron Horneo was always surprised by what was happening. This time, he was surprised by the unexpected appearance of the dark elf. Meanwhile, the first prince praised Jack for his good work and told him to write down the expenses on his credit card. As Davy was finishing up his work on the patient, he said that they would be able to see the first results in 3 days. So 3 days have passed. Courtna was the patient Davy worked on first. The girl finally regained consciousness, was able to breathe on her own, sat up in bed, looked at herself in the mirror, and saw that her skin was completely clear of dark blue spots. In addition, her skin began to recover very quickly. Winry and Jullus came to visit Portia in the infirmary. The princess threw herself into her friend's arms. Her joy was overwhelming. She saw that her friend was gradually recovering. The first prince and Baron Horneo were also at the patient's bedside. The Baron could not believe his eyes, and Davy said that he had warned that the results would be visible in 3 days. The Baron even took off his mask. Then the Baron sat down in his chair and kept repeating that he still could not believe that at least one patient would recover from such a terrible disease. Previously, no medications had helped, and it was all about antibodies. Specialists in the field tried their best until then, and the solution was in the antibodies. Davy said it was still not easy. However, the Baron continued to think about the fact that the specialists, and he in particular, had spent 3 years on this. That's how long he was looking for salvation from that infection. And in the end, it was so easy to create. Baron Horneo blamed himself for not being able to think of such a simple solution. The first prince invited the Baron to listen to what he considered to be a very interesting fact. He showed him a blood sample he had obtained from a sick patient. It was blue in color, and now the prince will inject a needle with the invented medicinal substance. It serves as the basis for vaccines and medicines. Davy did as I said, and he and the Baron began to observe what would happen next. And then the injected substance began to move in the blood sample. The blood restored its color to red. However, Davy said it was too early to be surprised and let the Baron watch further. Baron Horneo was surprised that all this was available to the naked eye. The first principal explained that it was a rapid melting virus, and this virus is a living being. The Demon Queen was shocked by this information. This is what it was all about. The rapid melting virus is a biological weapon of a parasitic type. This weapon has a will to survive and strategically attacks the human body. That is why, in order to do something, it is necessary to completely suck the energy out of that vile creature. And this requires several types of medicinal herbs, as well as several types of poisonous herbs, which usually should never be used as medicine. Here, all these plants have slightly different names, so we had to work a little bit to find them. The volume of the drug injection is 1 to 50 per person, so 1 bottle can be used to inject 50 people. Davy told Baron Horneo that he had left the ingredients for this medicine in the backyard, so he could use them as much as he wanted. The Baron could not believe his ears. The first prince confirmed what he said. He also added that he had ordered all these ingredients in the name of the Central Department of Diseases anyway. Then Davy returned to the palace where his little sister Winry was waiting for him. She said that now the people of her land honor him in a special way, and they call him a saint. Jullus said that all this was really amazing. He could not imagine that the first prince of the kingdom of Roan was so knowledgeable in medicine. However, the prince said that this is absolutely ordinary knowledge. Davy thought that he did not want to hear that he would be called a saint in those lands as well. However, the demon queen said that it was a real miracle for the people of that land to be cured of a terrible disease, and that he had done it. So the treatment went smoothly. In the promised 3 days, the first prince created the medicine, and all the patients gradually recovered. The entire medical staff was no longer biased against Davy, but the overall treatment was still fully entrusted to Baron Horneo. The demon queen said that it was difficult for her to observe so much good-naturedness. The word good-naturedness was a stranger to her. For example, Count Linton looks like an extremely good-natured person. However, his smile gives the demon queen an extremely unpleasant déjà vu. Davy's intuition about the Count also gave him some clues, but the demon queen did not believe in intuition at all. She said that if you judge a person for such unfounded reasons, it can lead to problems. And the first prince generally thought that Count Linton was more of a researcher than a doctor. Meanwhile, Baron Horneo is stubborn, but at least his selfless care for his patients deserves respect. Davy appreciated that. Perhaps that is why he was lenient with his rather rude behavior. Meanwhile, Jullus asked Davy if he could help him with anything. Winry also offered to help. She said that up until now, all they had done was watch him. So now they asked Davy to let them do something. The prince could see that they were overwhelmed with determination, so he decided to put them to work. He told them to control the temperature of all the solutions in the different flasks and test tubes. Both Winry and Jullus have the magic of the Red Tower, which means they shouldn't have any problems. He told them to keep the temperature up with fire magic for now. In the meantime, he was going to see Baron Horneo in the infirmary. Winry readily said that Davy could rely on her. When the first prince came out of the lab, Jullus said to the princess that she definitely liked Davy. Winry confirmed that this was true. Winry then said that her brother had been an unusual person since a long time ago. Jullus asked her what she meant by, from a long time ago. The princess said that even though she and Davy had different mothers, he was always there for them and took care of them, calling them his family. He was always overly energetic, but she and Varys will never forget his warmth. The princess was immersed in pleasant memories. She said that she still remembered the story of the sun and moon that her older brother had told them as a child. Jullus said that he was even a little jealous to hear it. Winry continued to maintain the temperature under the single flask with her fire magic, as the first prince had ordered them to do. And Jullus continued to ask her questions. Then he asked the princess for permission to leave for a while. Of course, the princess did not refuse him. To herself, Winry said that when the situation improves, she will at least have to bake her brother some cookies. Meanwhile, Jullus went out to communicate with his mentor, using the artifact to communicate with his mentor. He was asked if the business he had left for had gone well. Jullus replied that Prince Davy was indeed incredible. He did not expect that the first prince of the Kingdom of Round would be able to solve such a serious problem of the Central Disease Department in just 3 days. The mentor noticed that Jullus was pale. The boy continued to talk. He was most impressed by the prince's confidence. Such confidence can only be seen in a person with a lot of experience. The fact that he had managed to accumulate such confidence by the time he was his age only meant that no one knew him for sure. The mentor said that if Jullus felt this way, it must be true. Then Jullus added that, as his mentor had told him earlier, he could learn a lot from the first prince of the Kingdom of Round. So much so that he is already experiencing personal greed. This surprised the mentor a bit. Jullus said he felt that he and Davy could become close friends. The kind of friends who don't have to worry about the age difference, and whether or not this friendship will benefit either of them. The mentor laughed sincerely and said that Jullus had indeed probably met a very good person. There are so many things in the world that cannot be judged by age, and even a 3-year-old can learn something from a 3-year-old. Jullus should remember this. Then the mentor said that he had figured out something about what the boy had said earlier. Jullus was interested in what his mentor had found out. It concerned people who were responsible for a special project of the Central Office for Diseases. Unfortunately, most of the information was lost, but he did manage to find out some things. If all this information is summarized, it is exactly as Jullus had assumed. A specialist who was hardly ever seen in their era, and a very special person at that. Suddenly Jullus felt a smell of burning in the air. He stood up abruptly because he remembered that he had left Princess Winry alone with all the reagents in the lab. The palace was on fire. A big fire had started. Jullus's mentor asked what was going on. However, Jullus was no longer there. Without finishing the call, he quickly ran to the lab because he had to rescue Winry. As soon as possible, Red Tower Elder Jullus got to the laboratory and began to call out loudly for Princess Winry. Trying not to breathe in the smoke, Jullus pulled out his small scepter and decided to use magic to put out the fire. He caused a resonance. Then I used the stream and water cyclone skills. Immediately, waves of water appeared which defeated the fire. The fire stopped. Jullus walked around the burning, coughing from time to time because the burning was all around him. But the princess was nowhere to be seen. And so, as he walked through the laboratory, slowly destroyed by fire, Jullus came across an interesting thing. He was interested in what it was, and he even had an idea. His mentor had talked about it. Then Jullus used the skill Flight. He thought that even though Davy's past was quite unusual, he couldn't do something like that here. Now he was the only one who could. Prince Davy is certainly very erudite and has a stigma, but he is physically weak, and Jullus cannot allow him to be dragged into this. The elder was very worried. He said to himself that he hoped everyone was okay. Jullus kept calling out for Princess Winry, hoping to find her. Meanwhile, the first prince of the kingdom, Ron Davy, Baron Horneo, and the maids of the Winry Palace stood in the middle of the Great Hall, surrounded by the knights of the Central Disease Control Department. This was a big surprise for Davy, but he did not lose his composure. The prince asked Baron Horneo if they had any problems now. The Baron was also steady. Suddenly, powerful magic worked again, half hellfire, and an all-encompassing flame appeared. This powerful flame was summoned by Elder Jullus. He was in perfect control of it. That was high-level magic. Now Jullus had to use it against a human. Magic can take a human life at any moment. That's why it's imperative to use it very carefully. This is how Elder Jullus was taught. He learned this science well, but now he has absolutely no time for that. He studied magic to use mana and gain the power to protect someone. Then what was the point of that magic if he couldn't use it when it was really needed? The image of Princess Winry was constantly in his mind. Elder Jullus used his half-hellfire magic to move forward through those lands to overcome obstacles. They have equipped the land with similar devices. This surpasses what he had heard from his mentor. As Elder Jullus walked inside the mountain, he saw the Knights of the Central Disease Administration standing guard around him. Then Jullus saw among them the captain of the Knights, Count Collio, and immediately asked him where Princess Winry was. In the hall, meanwhile, Baron Horneo tried to find out what was going on here, why they were surrounded. One of the knights said that it was nothing personal. They were just following orders. The Baron asked what the order was. And then the Baron heard the answer that he must die here, and immediately. And Prince Davy should follow them. But Baron Horneo still wanted to know what this man was doing here. He wanted to take a step forward, but one of the knights ordered him not to waste his energy on resistance. Suddenly, the knight drew his sword and swung it at Baron Horneo, saying that he would only make things worse for himself. The Baron's sword blade flashed in his eyes, and he was about to die. But suddenly Davy jumped in front of him. He put out his hand and the knight's sword broke against it. Baron Horneo fell to the floor. He had not expected such a rescue and called out the prince's name. And Davy asked him if he was hurt. His Highness then turned to the knight, who had just tried to kill Baron Horneo. He said that he knew that the knight belonged to a knightly order for the elimination of wealth, and this order annoyed him a bit, but it turned out to be dumber than the prince thought. His Highness could not have imagined that the order could do such a thing. And the prince pulled the stump of the sword from the knight's hand. And then the first prince activated the magic of the fifth circle in his hand. The knight sensed something was wrong with him, and Davy touched him with his hand, which had the zero-charge lightning skill activated. Then the first prince said that a person who is going to kill another person must be ready to die. And the destroyed knight fell to the floor in front of his Highness dead. The other knights also drew their swords and decided to attack the prince. However, Davy asked them if they had the courage to do so. The nurses helped Baron Horneo recover, and the Demon Queen decided to warn the prince that no blood should be shed here. Davy replied that this is why he doesn't use swords here, but the Demon Queen said she didn't mean it. Meanwhile, other knights gradually died around them. They were all affected by a deadly zero-charge lightning bolt, activated against them by the first prince of the kingdom of Raun. Then Davy called for the dark elf Jack, who immediately appeared and asked what the prince needed. The first prince told him to get rid of all the corpses and to slaughter all the people who would come in. Jack said that this would also be included in the bill. Davy smiled and said that he had no idea what the dark elf was going to ask him for all these services. Then he told Jack that he agreed, and they agreed. The dark elf went off to fulfill his next task. After that, the first prince turned to Baron Horneo, who had already recovered a little from what was happening in the infirmary, because he could have been dead if it had not been for his Highness. Davy came closer to him and told him to stay here and focus on his treatment. The Baron asked where the prince would go, and Davy replied that he was going to wipe those Inhumans into dust. Baron Horneo did not understand what His Highness meant. For him, everything that was happening was a shock. Davy launched his powerful magic, which was supposed to destroy everyone involved in the rebellion against him. He set off an explosion and a fire to eliminate those Inhumans. The enemies had to pay for their audacity. When Davy came out of the fire zone, the Demon Queen told him that the tracking magic that had been placed on Winry had begun to work. In other words, it meant that Princess Winry had been kidnapped. The enemies of the first prince had done a good job. Davy cast tracking magic because of the ineffectiveness of the defense magic. It went something like this. The Demon Queen noticed that all the enemies, as one, were swordmasters and above. It was said that they used to be emperors. Even if someone is wearing a defense spell, it won't help against the sword, but the prince missed it anyway. The first prince found himself in the middle of his enemies, right in the center between them. The knights saw that he was unarmed. Therefore, an order was given to immediately kill His Highness, to which Davy only smiled sarcastically. He was especially amused by the words that he was unarmed. And then Davy pulled out his twin swords and showed everyone around him how unarmed he was. The knights, all as one, drew their swords and prepared to attack His Highness. Meanwhile, Davy again turned to his magical powers and was the first to attack the enemies. His sword destroyed the knights one by one. No one could understand what was happening because everything was too fast. The knights did not even have time to move, let alone defend themselves. The first prince's sword, proudly called the Red Ribbon, did the work itself. One of the knights took notice, and Davy confirmed his opinion and said that his sacred sword itself lives and moves. In the technique of cutting through the air, their ego is used for the art of the air explosion sword. Now Davy used the skill double-blade air blast sword art. The knight who had just marveled at the sword action of the first prince of the kingdom of Ron was now also eliminated. Divine sword class with ego. Davy defeated all his enemies who were here and said he was unarmed. The sword dance of the star pattern. The prince launched this magic at the end of the destruction of his enemies. They said that all these knights were swordsmen from the Imperial Knightly Order. But that's ridiculous. They all fell without even striking a single blow. They are no different from the mercenaries that the first prince has met before. The Demon Queen asked why they were targeting Winry. She was just a child. But Davy didn't have an answer to that question. The other knights attacked again, but the prince easily dealt with them with his swords. He wondered if his enemies would have any excuse for kidnapping his little sister Winry. After all, they have a respectable position, and therefore it will not be possible to get rid of them thoughtlessly. Jullus is the elder of the Red Tower. Davy and Winry are members of the royal family of this country. If something happens to them, an investigation is inevitable. The best excuse is an attack by barbarians or monsters. In the lands of the Horde, both options are possible. The Demon Queen asked what this had to do with Winry's kidnapping. Davy replied that he didn't know the details. If we try to write the story in general, Davy was a little distracted, but the Demon Queen warned him about the attacking knight. Therefore, His Highness turned sharply and was the first to strike the knight who attacked him. Davy said that their enemies would simply pretend that they were diligently searching for the second princess of the kingdom, Rowan Winry, who had disappeared without a trace. Davy had already dealt with his enemies who were in that place, and his swords temporarily turned into little girls Handan and Chandan. Those lands were attacked when there was no knightly order within their borders. That way they could avoid responsibility. The Demon Queen agreed, but the first prince of the kingdom of Ron was still in great doubt. She said they didn't need Princess Winry for that. Davy said they could just kill everyone, and that would be that. Davy and the Demon Queen went in search of the second princess of the Ron kingdom, and suddenly they came to some half-dry snags. Among the branches of those snags, large flasks filled with liquid were visible with various people inside. The Demon Queen was horrified at the sight, and Davy reminded her of what the knights had told them. The knights ordered the prince to follow them after they killed Baron Horneo, and in the end, they arranged who knows what there. And they couldn't help but take advantage of the chance to get a high-level mage or stigma carrier, which is quite difficult to find. All the while, Elder Jullus was also fighting the Knights of the Central Disease Authority. He went to find and rescue Princess Winry. After another difficult battle, Count Colio approached him and asked why the elder had come here. Jullus coughed for a long time. It was hard for him to breathe. Then the guy said that he came to these lands to protect them. Count Colio went on to ask whom the elder was going to protect here, the princess of the Ron kingdom or the dying people in these lands, or perhaps even Prince Davy, who was about to be brought in. This was an extremely unexpected question for Jullus, and now he was even more worried about both Princess Winry and Prince Davy. Then Count Colio tried to explain to him what was going on. He said, "Did the elder think that all of them, Members of the Central Office of Disease Control had gathered here without any preparation. The knights had already killed everyone in the area. The Count jumped down from the rocky ledge and approached Jullus. Jullus could not believe it. Count Collio drew his sword and attacked the elder. He pierced him completely with his weapon. Struck by Jullus's sword, he fell to his knees on the ground, and the captain of the Knights of the Central Disease Control Department told him that it was too late. He went on to add that the elder should have fled if he was going to protect at least one person here. I had to get out of those lands without hesitation, taking at least someone else with me, and run as far away as possible without looking back. Elder Jullus's fresh blood dripped from the blade of the Count's sword. The Count continued. He said that he wondered if the fifth-grade Jullus had allowed himself to think that he could save everyone here. Count Linton interrupted the conversation, standing next to the chair where the unconscious Winry was sitting. He ironically asked if Elder Jullus might have some feelings for the princess of the Ron Kingdom, Winry. In that case, he really is a jerk. Jullus looked up and saw Count Linton's horrible, nasty smile. He hated him with all his being. The Count, meanwhile, said that the latter option was most likely the right one. The elder called out to Winry to come to her senses. Count Linton touched the princess's face with his nasty hand and said that she had a pretty face, quite worthy of attention. Jullus did not like this gesture, clutched his scepter in his hands and rushed toward the Count. But he was immediately stopped by Count Collio, the captain of the Knights of the Central Department of Disease Control. He knocked him down and pinned him to the ground with his hand. Meanwhile, Count Linton told him not to worry. He would find a use for Elder Jullus as a test subject. And that's how the incident happened. The real name of this count is Linen Bornitiad. He comes from Luthus, the kingdom of medicine. Such a kingdom existed on the eastern continent and was once conquered by the Lindus Empire. Since childhood, Linton Bornitiad was a genius who showed a great potential for medicine. But precisely because his nature was excessively eccentric, a record appeared in his personal file that he had received a disciplinary punishment in the form of a ban on medical practice in the kingdom of Luis. It was quite an event. In order to invent a cure for a rare disease with a small number of patients, Linton arbitrarily exposed 200 residents and began to experiment on them. At the time, he was only 15 years old. Thus, he managed to invent a cure for this rare disease that affected a small number of people. However, after his experiments were completed, only 10 people survived, and even those were half disabled. As a result, all of these survivors could not survive even 3 months after the torture. Linton turned out to be a man who would do anything to achieve his goal. As the saying goes, someone who kills one person is a murderer. Someone who kills 10 people is a serial killer. Someone who kills 100 people is a maniac. But for some reason, someone who killed 1,000 people is called a hero, and Linton Bornitiad received his high honor. However, his actions in his story left a terrible mark on future generations. They characterize him only as a demon who killed 1,000 people to satisfy his own ego. Now Linton Bornitiad also has some power and uses it to satisfy his own sick views. The Count told Jullus that he did not expect him to take his bait so quickly. Jullus asked him if he even realized what he was doing. Count Linton told him that there was no need to be so angry in circumstances where both sides had won. Positive is positive and remains positive, isn't it? He said that the death of the first prince of the kingdom of Ron, Davy Olraun, would allow him to take medicine to a new level. It was the sick man who said that he would receive the prince's achievements and fame in return. In the meantime, 5th grade Jullus will make a huge contribution to the development of mankind, as he will be an excellent test subject. Count Linton continued. He asked if there was anything rational in the world. Elder Jullus listened to all these senseless words and could only say that Linton was a madman. The Count gently wiped his face with a napkin and thanked Jullus for the compliment. Then he threw the napkin right on the ground and ordered Count Zvetnoy, a captain of the Knights of the Central Disease Control Department, to deal with the elder. And Count Linton suggested that the captain cut off 1 or 2 of Jullus's limbs, as this would make him more submissive. The main thing is that he doesn't die, just that he doesn't die. Count Collio decided to do so, and he began to draw his sword. Elder Jullus realized that he was trapped here and he could not get out of it. He remembered the beautiful Princess Winry. Then I remembered my mentor, with whom I had to abruptly interrupt the last conversation because an unauthorized fire had started. Elder Jullus also mentioned the first prince of the Ron Kingdom, Davy Olraun. The mad Count Linton Bornitiad stood there, arms folded, laughing low. Sometimes there are disasters in the world that people can do nothing about. Count Linton told Jullus that his mistake was that he learned about this fact too late. Then he laughed even more insanely and told the elder not to forgive those who were not worthy of him. And then suddenly the captain of the Knights of the Central Department of Disease, who had already swung his sword at Jullus to cut off one of his limbs, was attacked by the first prince of the kingdom of Ron, Davy Ron. He told Count Linton, the bastard, that he had made a mistake and was not worthy of being called a man. Nor is it a catastrophe against which there is nothing to bet. This title is definitely not for him. Davy managed to easily repel Count Collio's attack on the defenseless Jullus. Then the first prince used the skill Demon King Yurg's Destroying Fist against the captain. At the same time, he used the skill Changing Punch and struck the captain. It was an extremely powerful punch right into the solar vault. Davy could taste it. The captain was blown to pieces. Meanwhile, in the infirmary, Baron Hornio still could not fully understand what had happened and was happening now. Around him, a pile of corpses lay on the floor. The knights kept coming and the dark elf just destroyed them. The Baron asked him what he was doing. Jack replied that he was clearly fulfilling the task assigned to him, and he told the Baron to fulfill his task. The Baron asked the dark elf in surprise if this situation meant nothing to him at all. It's such an uncertain situation now. And Jack replied that if not, then what? The dark elf asked if Baron Gorneo was going to abandon all the patients if the knights caused any problems here. The Baron said he would not. Then Jack asked him again why he was slowing down. After all, Mr. Davy had given him the job, so he had to do his job. However, Baron Horneo tried to say something else about the knightly squad to fight wealth. Meanwhile, the dark elf stabbed each of the knights who tried to infringe on the Baron's life. Since even Count Collio supports all this, Prince Davy is in even greater danger. The Baron asked if the dark elf shouldn't help the first prince. Jack answered who should be worried about whom. Of course, all of those knights are masters and above, and their captain is a very famous swordsman. Prince Davy went against such people alone, so the Baron's reaction is quite understandable. Baron Horneo did not know what to say to that. He just sat there and listened. And Jack concluded that, frankly, there is nothing more unnecessary in the world than worrying about a person like the first prince of the kingdom of Ron. Meanwhile, Count Collio, the captain of the Knights Against Wealth, was eliminated by a very gruesome death. Davy was pleased with himself. Although he also didn't think he could show strength of this level. If he had known how this technique was created, he would have suffered psychological damage to himself. Then the prince ran to Elder Yullus, who called him by his title, which surprised Davy. He said that etiquette was not appropriate in such situations. The elder thanked the prince for saving him. He lay there helplessly, unable to get up from the ground. Meanwhile, the first prince began to pray. He turned to God as his young lamb, and he asked God to lend him some of his grace. It was a bit of a strange prayer. With this prayer, Davy summoned the sacred magic of the 7th grade sanctuary. After such powerful magic was cast, Elder Jullus instantly recovered. It was incredible, but also expected from the owner of the stigmata. The prince said that he never forgets a favor, and then he turned toward Count Linton and said that he also never forgot the insult. Davy quickly approached the count and cut off his hand, which he used to touch his little sister. Then he pushed the count off the cliff, told him to get out of the world, and took the still unconscious Winry in his arms. After pushing the count, the first prince watched him fall into the abyss and told him that he did it so that he would not stain his sister with his bad blood. Princess Winry regained consciousness in the arms of her older brother. It was good that she did not see the horrors that had just happened next to her. Davy asked his sister with concern if she was okay. Winry said she was fine. Then Winry wanted to ask something else, because she didn't understand how she ended up here. But suddenly she shouted for Davy to turn around. He was being attacked from behind by the captain of the Knights of the Wealth Elimination Squad, who had obviously been reborn. However, the first prince was protected by his twin swords, and they repelled the captain's attack. The captain realized that the swords were magic. Davy calmly turned back and said that it was very low and cowardly for a swordmaster to attack an opponent from behind. Count Collio should be ashamed of himself. Meanwhile, Jullus had already recovered, got up from the ground and saw Davy running toward him with Winry in his arms, and behind him swords were repelling the attack of the captain of the Knights of the Central Department of Disease. It was the first time the elder had seen such miraculous swords. Davy put Winry next to Jullus and asked him to take care of her, to be there for her so that she would not get hurt. However, Jullus said that this was not the way to go. They had to get out of here together. However, the first prince told them not to worry too much about him and went to the captain. He also said that he was not as weak as they thought he was. Count Collio, meanwhile, said that Davy had a sword that was too dangerous for the green boy to play with. He was determined to take the sword for himself, and he rushed to attack the prince. But Davy said that before he took the swords, He should let the captain listen to the opinion of the prince's children. In general, let Count Kolio take care of his boss, who is now bleeding to death. Davy's rivals have started to run away, but he will catch up with them anyway. The enemies must be dealt with once and for all. So the first prince gathered his magic in his fist again and struck the captain in the solar vault with another powerful blow. The prince's magic was very powerful. The first attack was repelled in the prince's favor, but the captain was not one to give up so quickly. The wave threw him back a bit, but he stood up. Davy told him that if Count Kolio wanted to be a punching bag, he would be happy to have such a rival. And he again rushed to attack the captain and began to inflict many powerful blows on him one after another. The captain shouted that the prince was a vile, impudent man and that he should stop healing in his sunny vault. However, Davy calmly said that all means are good in battle. The main thing is to win. To himself, the prince thought that the captain's endurance was really good, but he expected better results from the sword master. And he noticed this at first glance, but he still didn't know what would happen in reality. The Demon Queen said that in the end, the captain failed in overcoming his limits. Davy said that in this world there is no such thing as a chi overdose. Most likely the captain of the Knights of the Redemption went through a similar phenomenon. He was a man who had reached the limit of his skills. The first prince told the captain that there was no point in asking him about the reasons for his cooperation with someone like Count Linton. He said that on his way here he saw certain laboratories where monster cells were transplanted into human bodies, and he asked the captain if he had decided to contribute to those experiments in order to restore his destroyed body. Count Kolio shouted furiously at the prince to shut up, but Davy said that it was absurd to clarify this now anyway. It doesn't matter anymore. However, he knows that it was the captain who planted pathogenic bacteria in the barbarians in order to spread the terrible disease in those lands. And then the prince asked Count Linton if he was right. All this was described in detail in the report of the dark elf Jack. The Demon Queen gave the correct answer. Davy said it was garbage. The prince is not yet aware of this fact, but if it becomes known, it will not be limited to the dissolution of the research group. It would tarnish the honor of the Central Office for Disease Control and would also provide fodder for other aristocrats. It will be the most interesting spectacle without interference. But then, the Demon Queen intervened and told Davy to do what was right. But the prince doubted that this was the right thing to do. Count Linton was still bleeding from the terrible wound inflicted on him by the first prince of the Kingdom of Ron. He called out to the captain, but the captain shut him up. Count Kolio realized that the source of Davy's power was far from magic swords. The first prince of the Kingdom of Ron is at least a master, and he also has high-level sacred magic. Such a high level is impossible for a prince of his age. It is simply absurd. Perhaps Davy is the genius who will go down in the history of this era. The prince then told the captain that he would stop aiming only at his solar vault. Count Kolio thought that in that case he would stop the prince now, before he became even stronger. And the captain, gathering all his strength, once again attacked Prince Davy. He tried to strike him. But as expected, the prince withstood with dignity. In fact, even tarnished gold is still gold. The captain was able to block some of the blows, but not others. The battle continued. In this fight, Davy used various magical skills, which he mastered perfectly. Count Kolio struck him, but the prince skillfully dodged. Davy only laughed in response to the captain's attacks, and he was surprised that he fell for his various tricks. Now the prince used the double fist technique of the Demon King Yurg, the unbreakable body, and finally, shredding the solar vault. This was the series of powerful blows used by the first prince against the captain in this battle. In this way, Davy finally defeated Count Kolio, the captain of the Knights Against Wealth of the Central Disease Administration. The count said that this was very mean of the prince, but the prince replied, "Who knows?" And the count shouldn't say anything if he didn't manage to win the battle. The captain was very angry with himself, as he was pushed back even in his basic capabilities. And this is his, the former captain of the Imperial Knightly Order. It's just a shame for him. Count Kolio had one last thing to say to the first prince of the Kingdom of Ron, and the prince was quite surprised himself, because he beat the captain so hard that he could have reduced him to dust. But the old man was too strong. However, the victory was still Davy's. After the battle, the prince approached Winry and asked how she was feeling. She replied that she was fine. Julius interrupted the conversation and said that he had only added to the prince's troubles. He did not expect Davy to be so strong, and he is very ashamed. The elder also asked about the medicine that Davy had entrusted to them, but the prince said not to worry about it. It was his own fault for leaving such a weak guard, and he shouldn't dwell on the medicine. If Davy died, the treatment would disappear with him, Linen could not let this go unnoticed, so now they need to be the first to leave, and he asked Jullus to take good care of his little sister Winry. Davy himself will deal with the remaining people here and then immediately follow them. Suddenly, Winry saw something. Only Davy's sword remained in the place where Count Linton had been sitting, bleeding to death. And the player himself had disappeared without a trace. That is, he had fled. That's why Davy insisted even more that Jullus and Winry should leave immediately. The elder looked at his hand and said that he did not have enough mana to immediately chase Count Linton. However, the first prince told them to just stand still and everything would be fine. Winry and Jullus were surprised at the magic Prince Davy was using on them, and Davy decided to leave the defeated captain there, letting the Red Tower deal with him at its own discretion. Both Jullus and Winry were quite shocked by the first prince's incredible abilities. The elder marveled